Chapter 1042. Female Literature, Thunder in the Sea of Consciousness. Thunder was actually born in Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness. The Sea of Consciousness was a cultivator's foundation and the most important place. At Su Yan's level, even if his body was destroyed and his heart was completely destroyed, he would still have a chance to recover. However, if his Sea of Consciousness was destroyed, then everything would vanish into thin air. Therefore, the calmer the Sea of Consciousness, the safer it would be. Of course, some powerful cultivators would have some suppressive items in their Sea of Consciousness, which could only be cultivated by a heaven-sent opportunity. Su Yan was already blessed by the heavens to be able to form the vision of a green lotus and a bright moon in his Sea of Consciousness. However, at this time, thunder actually appeared in his Sea of Consciousness. Thunder was extremely domineering, and it was often synonymous with destruction. If the King of Destruction's strength reached the ultimate level, he would be able to nurture the thunder of destruction. Every move he made would be accompanied by thunder. Then, how powerful and terrifying would his strength be? Therefore, if the Sea of Consciousness was invaded by a violent power like thunder, then it could almost be declared dead. However, what if the thunder was born in the Sea of Consciousness? That would be different. Thunder was born in the Sea of Consciousness, which at least meant that the Sea of Consciousness had reached an unimaginable level. Only then could it be possible. Moreover, this was far from enough. No one knew how many twists and turns there would be. Su Yan didn't know this at all, because this was not something he could achieve at his level. However, at this time, the sound of thunder was heard in his Sea of Consciousness. He didn't know that the birth of thunder meant that he had surpassed countless powerhouses. He had achieved what many people couldn't achieve. Suppress, suppress, suppress. At this time, the battle between him and the Red Shadow had reached an extremely intense level. The guy's terrifying 5 eyeballs were actually flickering at this time, and the terrifying power began to rise with a fierce light. As soon as this light appeared, the changes in Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness became even more intense. That extremely terrifying power continued to expand. Under the stimulation of this power, the lightning in Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness became more and more solid. At this moment, the regal sword codex was also constantly moving. Terrifying power continued to condense in front of him. In the end, this power turned into a terrifying graceful swan. Supreme God Thunder. Su Yan suddenly understood. He roared angrily. Then, his strength increased again. He had the feeling that he was already on the verge of breaking through. Originally, he had been a 2 essences Tao sovereign, but now, he was on the verge of breaking through to the 3 essences level. If Su Yan's cultivation speed was known to the outside world, who knew how many people would be frightened? Such a speed of improvement was truly unprecedented. Even those heaven's prides couldn't improve in such a short period of time. However, in the end, he was still unable to step into the 3 essences realm. At this moment, his power was sucked out of his body and entered his Sea of Consciousness. The Supreme God Thunder was condensing at this moment. It was also at this moment that, under the stimulation of that terrifying power, the Supreme Sword Soul finally appeared in Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness. As soon as this Sword Soul appeared, it immediately condensed in front of him. Within his Sea of Consciousness, Su Yan grasped the Supreme Sword Soul in his hand. At this moment, his power spread out. That terrifying power had already reached the peak of perfection. Either get out of here or die. Previously, Su Yan hadn't been very confident when he had faced this blood-colored shadow. Even though he had condensed the power in his Sea of Consciousness, his power had become vast and mighty. Only he knew that if he really fought against this terrifying power, he wouldn't have been very confident. However, things were different now. The regal detection seemed to have great benefits for the enhancement of his consciousness. At this moment, he had condensed the Supreme God Thunder in his Sea of Consciousness. The Supreme God Thunder possessed great destructive power. Even the radiance in the blood-colored shadow's 5 eyes was extremely fearful of the supreme god Thunder. At this moment, Su Yan summoned the soul-suppressing seal. The soul-suppressing seal became the vanguard as it rushed forward. The soul-suppressing seal was a treasure of the Stupa sect. Su Yan still didn't know how powerful it was. During the ancient war, this treasure of the Stupa sect had already been destroyed. However, as Su Yan's strength increased, the soul-suppressing seal also seemed to be growing bit by bit. By now, the soul-suppressing seal already possessed a considerable amount of power. At this moment, the object was directly thrown out by Su Yan towards the blood-colored shadow. It was also at this moment that a huge mountain peak appeared. That powerful and frightening power descended bit by bit. An extremely terrifying aura appeared, very powerful and domineering at this moment. When the blood-colored shadow saw the soul-suppressing seal descending, a strange look flashed across its 5 eyes at the same time. After that, it raised its hand and immediately blasted out a punch. The moment this power rushed out, a terrifying scarlet storm began to spin. The powerful and frightening whirlwind swayed as it tried to swallow the true soul-suppressing seal. However, how could Su Yan let it happen? At this moment, his power was directly focused on it. True soul-suppressing seal. Su Yan had already given this guy a final judgment. Either get out of his sea of consciousness or die. However, this guy was indifferent to Su Yan's warning. At this time, Su Yan naturally wanted to show him how powerful he was. This was his first attack. Su Yan definitely wouldn't let him defeat this power so easily. At this moment, after the soul-suppressing seal was imbued with Su Yan's power, it immediately became extremely huge. In this seal, there were even waves of chanting sounds. It was as if there was a Buddha reciting Buddhist scriptures inside. Although Su Yan was the successor of the Stupa sect, he found that he knew too much about the Stupa sect. He had mastered the square seal and the soul-suppressing seal, but even at this point, he didn't feel that these two things belonged to him. At this moment, the confrontation between the two became even more intense. Divine thunder, shatter it for me. Su Yan shouted. The divine battle ring that had just been created was wrapped around the divine sword soul. At this moment, that powerful force directly moved forward. A terrifying and frightening aura intertwined. At this time, that incomparably powerful force began to directly impact the blood-colored power. At the same time, it also made the soul-suppressing seal even heavier. At this moment, an unforeseen event happened. The light in the blood-colored seal's eyes suddenly burst out at this moment. That light rushed directly into the soul-suppressing seal. The violent confrontation between the two forces immediately caused the seal to start trembling violently. At this moment, the chanting sound in the soul-suppressing seal became even more intense. However, at the same time, Su Yan clearly heard a painful sigh. This shocked Su Yan. He wasn't surprised by the terrifying blood-colored power, but by the soul-suppressing seal. The appearance of this sigh proved that the soul-suppressing seal actually had its own consciousness. If it hadn't been for this time, he probably wouldn't have known this. The soul-suppressing seal had always been in his sea of consciousness, yet it actually had its own consciousness. Su Yan hadn't sensed it at all. If there came a day when it wanted to plot against Su Yan, then it would be beyond redemption. It was at this moment that the sigh became even louder. At this moment, the word suppress suddenly floated out from under the soul-suppressing seal. The word appeared and floated gently. In the end, it turned into a light shadow. The light shadow seemed to contain a powerful and terrifying power. Disperse. The light shadow shouted softly. Immediately, a mysterious golden light shone out. The moment the golden light appeared, the blood-colored power actually began to disperse. Seeing this scene, even Su Yan's heart beat wildly. This power had a majestic and sacred aura. At this moment, the golden light was getting stronger and stronger, and the blood-red power was almost being pushed back bit by bit. At this moment, Su Yan naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He shouted softly, "Extermination!" The sword of extermination was activated again. The revered sword's soul moved directly. At this moment, sword chi filled the sea of consciousness. At the same time, the roar of thunder was so intense that it was almost drowning everything. Under the impact of these two forces, the blood-colored seal finally couldn't hold on. At this moment, the blood-colored shadow began to struggle in pain. However, although it looked like this, Su Yan saw a smile on this strange and terrifying face. It wasn't a forced smile due to failure. Instead, it was a smile of satisfaction. Su Yan didn't understand why it was like this. However, this wasn't the time to care about this. He directly condensed his power and then bombarded it again. He had already said that if he didn't get out, then he would die. Very good, very good. At this time, the blood-red shadow expressed its thoughts for the first time. At this time, its gaze fell directly on the golden shadow. It was also at this moment that its 5 eyes opened at the same time, and the power of the blood-red color burst out directly. This power wasn't directed at Su Yan, but at the soul-suppressing seal. The halo that the soul-suppressing seal transformed into clearly didn't expect the blood-colored shadow to make such a move at this time. At this moment, it actually roared loudly. Chapter 1043. Female literature. Perhaps it was because of anger, or perhaps it was because of pain, but at this moment, the Buddha seal displayed an extremely human-like side. Such a change made Su Yan have a feeling of unease. The Buddha sect was a righteous sect and was the archenemy of the limitless demon sect. Su Yan's rise had been due to the inheritance of this sect. He had always thought that the limitless demon sect was a synonym for evil. Even now, he still thought so. As the enemy of the limitless demon sect, the Buddha sect was a righteous sect. Back in the 5 prefectures, the legends had said the same thing. The limitless demon sect had wanted to sacrifice the 5 prefectures to welcome the resurrection of the great demon heaven lord. However, they had not expected the Buddha sect to stop them at all costs. That was why their scheme had not succeeded. The Buddha sect, which was so selfless, should be merciful. Therefore, he trusted the Buddha seal and the square seal very much. However, the last time he had been on the white bone bridge of the limitless demon sect, the square seal had given birth to its own will after devouring the white bone black tortoise. This move had almost killed Su Yan. It was also because of this that Su Yan had sealed this thing. At that time, Su Yan had already harbored a small grudge against it. However, as time passed, he had cast this grudge aside. However, the change this time caused Su Yan to become completely vigilant. He realized that he had been too naive. In fact, he should have understood that there was no such thing as absolute justice in this world. Even if the Buddhist sect had fallen into depravity because they had wanted to stop the limitless demon sect, it did not mean that the Buddhist sect was selfless. It also did not mean that the Buddhist sect had no ill intentions towards him. However, at this time, he had to deal with that mysterious power first. He knew very well that his enemy was still the blood-red shadow. Supreme Nirvana Cleave. At this moment, he grasped the regal sword soul and unleashed the regal nirvanic rend. At this moment, Su Yan's power had already taken the absolute lead. At this moment, his supreme nirvana landed directly on the bloody light. No matter how ferocious the bloody light was, it could no longer continue. The bloody light dissipated bit by bit, but the strange smiling face did not fade away. Roar! At the very last moment, the crimson figure seemed to have staked everything on this one throw. He directly pushed his strength to the limit and landed it on the Buddha seal. When the attack landed, the blood-red light completely disappeared. His departure allowed Su Yan to heave a sigh of relief. He did not know why, but this guy gave him an extremely huge pressure. After he disappeared, Su Yan felt that this sea of consciousness was his own world. However, at this moment, his gaze fell on the soul-suppressing seal. The soul-suppressing seal actually has its own consciousness. No matter what your intentions are, since I have already discovered this, I will not let you off. The soul-suppressing seal had already become a treasure in his soul, so he definitely could not underestimate it. Supreme Thunderbolt. Lightning flashed as it rushed over. The terrifying Su Yan continued to bombard the soul-suppressing seal. The soul-suppressing seal was already on the verge of collapse, and it was even more so after receiving the impact of Su Yan's power. At this moment, a burst of power actually erupted from this object. It wanted to resist. This made Su Yan's expression turn even colder. Sure enough, you have ulterior motives. Soul-suppressing seal, I don't care what you are thinking. Since you are not my treasure, I will seal you and refine you. At this moment, Su Yan had become extremely cold. He knew how difficult his path was. Everything he had was a struggle on this path. Putting everything else aside, the people who had plotted against him were all too powerful. They were all experts who stood at the peak of this world. Facing them, Su Yan did not have any confidence. No, not to mention confidence. In his current state, he simply did not have the courage to face them. These powerful existences were high and mighty, overlooking all living creatures. This level of strength had long exceeded everyone's understanding. What about Su Yan? At this moment, he was already extremely powerful, and his speed of improvement was already very terrifying. But what was the use? The gap between him and those who stood at the peak of the world was still too huge. However, there was a saying that went, a broken jar. At this moment, he was not burdened by too many debts. Anyway, at this moment, he was already filled with endless pressure, so he might as well just go all the way and ignore it. All the problems were solved one by one, just like now. Since this problem had appeared, it naturally had to be solved. At this moment, his strength was increasing bit by bit. When that kind of aura gathered towards his body, his strength also began to slowly return to one. This soul-suppressing seal obviously knew what Su Yan was going to do at this time. It understood that Su Yan's idea was to completely suppress it, but at this moment, it did not resist at all. The light shadow returned to the soul-suppressing seal. No matter how much power Su Yan used to attack it, it did not move at all. It actually did not choose to resist. Su Yan was also astonished. He had already felt this extremely terrifying power. He understood in his heart that if such a powerful existence wanted to resist him, it would be extremely difficult for him to suppress it. But the problem was that at this time, this tyrannical archive did not move at all. It seemed to have accepted its fate. This made Su Yan feel very puzzled. However, no matter what the soul-suppressing seal's reaction was, since Su Yan had already made up his mind, he would never change it. This involved his most fundamental thing, so no matter what, he would not compromise even the slightest bit. However, since the soul-suppressing seal did not choose to resist, it was indeed a lot easier for Su Yan. The zenith thunder rolled and directly turned into a thunder chain, immediately suppressing the soul-suppressing seal under the zenith sword soul. When Su Yan had done all this, he did not intend to give up. Instead, his eyes fell on the square seal. Since there was a problem with the soul-suppressing seal, how could he dare to believe in the square seal? At this time, Su Yan's power rushed out again, wanting to directly seize the square seal. However, it was at this moment that an exquisite face appeared on the square seal. It was Aya. She was the vessel's soul of the square seal. Su Yan had entered it before and established a good friendship with her. At this time, she obviously knew what Su Yan was thinking. A pitiful look appeared on her beautiful face. "Brother, I won't hurt you," Aya said. However, Su Yan did not speak at this time. He did not know if she would hurt him, and he did not dare to believe it. At this time, he was really cold. The zenith thunder turned again, and like the soul-suppressing seal, it directly suppressed the square seal. At this time, the zenith sword soul stood above the two seals. After doing all this, Su Yan did not seem to be very happy. In fact, he knew that this was just a useless struggle. Because whether it was the square seal or the soul-suppressing seal, they were just appearances. For Su Yan, the real threat was actually the Buddha seal. The so-called Buddha seal was a rootless Buddha, and it didn't matter if it was alive or dead. The Buddha seal had already wrapped around Su Yan's heart. At that time, the power of the great demonic dragon's heart was so strong that Su Yan could not control it at all. At that time, he had received guidance from the experts of the Buddha sect in the cold extreme north of the 5 counties continent. In the end, he took out the Buddha's seal and formed the Buddha's heart. However, at this time, it seemed that this might not be a good thing. In this world, every drink and every bite had its own destiny. The Buddha's heart did solve Su Yan's urgent problem, but it might become a new problem for Su Yan in the near future. However, Su Yan really could not care about this now. Now, he had many things to deal with, and the most important one was the Blood River. The blood-red shadow just now was obviously formed by the Blood River. Su Yan did not know the purpose of the Blood River forming the shadow, but at this time, he had to face it. The reason he had dived into the depths of the Blood River was because of the throbbing of the revered Sword Soul. The revered Sword Soul longed for it, so he had come here. At this time, he had followed the revered Sword Soul. This was actually an extremely risky operation. However, at the time, he had no choice at all. Based on what he had sensed earlier, the King of Destruction was also waiting on the shore of the Blood River. He had already experienced the power of the Sky Fire King. If it had not been for the innate advantage of the Blood River, he would not have been a match for this guy. However, in Su Yan's mind, the King of Destruction was definitely ranked first among all the experts he had met at this level. Even the sect master of the Taihang sword faction, Zhang Zhe, might not be a match for the King of Destruction. Luo Yunyang did not know what the King of Destruction was thinking, so he would rather dive into the depths of the Blood River than face these two monsters. At this time, he had finally overcome the crisis in his sea of consciousness, and his consciousness returned to his body. It was at this time that he found that his surroundings had completely changed. At this moment, a path had already appeared beneath his feet. The path was bright red, as if it was covered with a layer of carpet. This was a path that led directly into the distance. There was no end in sight, and it was unimaginably long. Chapter 1044. Female literature. However, Su Yan still stepped into it without any hesitation. He was now sure of one thing, and that was that there was an extremely terrifying expert in the long river of blood, and he also had his own will. The blood-colored shadow entering his knowledge sea did bring him a lot of trouble, but at the same time, it further improved his knowledge sea and even gave birth to the Supreme Thunder. Moreover, the last attack before he left was not aimed at him, but at the soul-suppressing seal. It could be seen that his hostility towards him was not so strong. If this blood-colored shadow really had great killing intent towards him, even if he could survive, it would not be so easy. Su Yan was sure of this. At least at the very beginning, if he directly launched the strongest attack, he might have been directly turned into ashes. At this time, since the other party showed him the path, it meant that he did not want him to die, or at least, he did not want him to die so easily. Since he had stepped on this path, there was no turning back, and there was no stopping. Once he stopped, he would lose everything. He had been in the Shura world for a long time, and at this time, he did not know how his world was. Was Lu Lan still alive? Had that damn demon plan been carried out as scheduled? If Lu Lan died, it would be the pain of his life, and he would definitely destroy the limitless demon sect completely. Walking on this blood-colored path, Su Yan's heart became calm. At this time, he fell into deep thought. Su Yan felt that this was going to be a very long road, but in the end, he retracted his thoughts and everything was once again fixed in front of him. At this time, Su Yan was unprecedentedly calm. He could do nothing about the past. He did not know if there was anyone in this world who could reverse time and make it go back to the past. But even if there was, at least he was powerless. As for the future, he did not know how to move forward. The only thing Su Yan could do was to be himself, and then move forward step by step. The past was a bubble, visible but unattainable, and the future was an empty dream. No matter what, you could not see his appearance clearly. Su Yan knew that the only thing he could grasp was the present. When he understood this point, his heart became completely calm. It was at this moment that the long road finally disappeared. All the roads had come to an end at this moment. It turned out that everything was not important, and the only thing that really mattered was the heart. Su Yan's eyes looked forward, and at this time, a figure began to appear in front of him again. However, this time was different from the previous ones. This time, the figure that appeared in front of him was extremely clear. Not bad. This was his evaluation of Su Yan. Su Yan did not speak, but at this time, he continued to speak. Destiny's Child, I really did not expect to meet Destiny's Child here. I originally thought that I would need a long time to escape. At this time, his eyes were incomparably deep, as if he had seen through everything. Destiny's Child. Su Yan heard these words again. At this time, Su Yan was actually somewhat numb to these words. He ignored Su Yan's awkwardness and asked directly, "Hello, young man, tell me your name." Su Yan. Su Yan had a kind of heartfelt reverence towards this existence, and he could feel a powerful force released from the depths of his soul. This kind of strength and terror made Su Yan immediately realize that this person must be an extremely powerful overlord. In fact, Su Yan was somewhat curious about his identity, but at this time, he also knew that it was not a good time to ask. My name is Blood River. Contrary to Su Yan's expectations, the other party was extremely polite. This made him somewhat at a loss for a moment. I knew you would come, so I waited for you here. Fortunately, you came. He spoke slowly, as if he was an old man who would die at any time. Su Yan looked at him and still did not speak, because at this time, he did not know what to say. At this time, he gently circulated his power, and an aura directly rose at this time. This was his preparation in case of an emergency. He did not know what the other party wanted to do, but no matter what, he could not just stand there like a fool and let the other party make a move on him. The old man acted as if he did not see Su Yan's actions, and he continued to say, "What is fate?" Until now, this old man still has not understood. However, it doesn't matter. Although I don't know what fate is, I still have to live. Su Yan agreed with this sentence. Yes, we don't know what fate is, and we don't know where fate will lead us, but we still have to go on. In the end, we still have to live the way we like. In the end, we have to work hard for our own survival and life. I know you came here to obtain power, but you are still too weak. At this time, the old man continued to speak. However, Su Yan still did not say anything. In fact, he was very clear that he did not want to come here, but that the revered sword soul had brought him here. At this time, he still did not know why the revered sword soul was like this. I can give you the power you need, but everyone has to pay a corresponding price for everything they do. So tell me, what can you pay? At this time, a trace of a smile appeared on his thin face. It was just that such a smile made people feel that it was very strange and even terrifying. At this time, Su Yan said directly, "Are you the will of the Bloody River? I can give you great power. I can make you a Tao Master, Sovereign Master, and even a Holy Master." This was obviously an irrelevant answer. At this time, Su Yan keenly realized that he was talking about Tao Master, Sovereign Master, and Holy Master. That was the division of cultivation levels in the Wuji world. In the Shura world, the corresponding levels should be Shura King, Shura Emperor, and Shura the Great. In that case, this guy was not an expert from the Shura world, but from the Wuji world. You are an expert from the Wuji world. Why are you here? Su Yan continued to ask. At this time, the old man paused. Perhaps these words had touched him. The Wuji world. Yes, I am indeed from the Wuji world. Back then, I was defeated by Yilan and finally escaped to this Shura world. Thanks to the will of the Shura, I did not die. Instead, I fell directly into this long river. My blood flowed continuously and gradually dyed this long river red. At this time, this long river also changed little by little. He rambled on, saying things that were very confusing to Su Yan. Su Yan did not know who Yilan was, but he was talking about the will of the Shura. The will of the Shura was the will of the heavens. To be able to communicate with the will of the Shura, one could imagine his strength. The Wuji world, how nostalgic. I want to return, I want to take back everything that belongs to me. At this time, his voice suddenly became louder. Su Yan frowned. He did not know what this madman was talking about, but this was definitely not something he could provoke at this time. Su Yan knew that for him, the last thing he could do was to protect himself. However, he found it strange that at this time, the revered sword soul was not moving. Previously, the revered sword soul was about to come here, but now, there was no movement. This gave him an inexplicable sense of unease. He suddenly thought of a possibility, and that was that this was not the real world, but an illusion. However, this was very likely an illusion. At this time, Su Yan's power began to move slowly. At this time, his eyes became strange. This was the Eye of Truth. At this time, Su Yan directly activated the Eye of Truth because he wanted to see everything in front of him clearly. The Eye of Truth was a talent that he had obtained from Oriole. It had an extremely powerful ability to see through reality. However, at this time, the Eye of Truth was activated, and a force soared into the sky at this time. That force directly enveloped Su Yan. Destiny's child, I need your fresh blood. Only your blood can awaken my vitality and revive me. Therefore, please do not reject me. I can bestow great power to you, but you only need to pay with your blood. At this moment, the old man finally reacted. His power directly suppressed Su Yan. As soon as this power appeared, Su Yan felt that the entire world he was in was targeting him. In this place, he was so isolated and helpless. In fact, he couldn't even mobilize the slightest bit of power. At this moment, that dry and thin face had almost turned into a terrifying ghost face. Such an appearance was simply incomparably frightening. At this time, that terrifying aura continued to rise at this time. In the end, it actually turned into the appearance of a terrifying evil spirit. At this time, the thunder in Su Yan's sea of consciousness suddenly exploded. Then, a tyrannical force directly radiated from Su Yan's sea of consciousness. When this force appeared, Su Yan was immediately surprised. Because this was the revered sword soul. In countless battles, the revered sword soul did not display its powerful might very often. Even if it was not used, it was mostly in the sea of consciousness. At this time, this sword directly appeared outside of his body. Chapter 1045. Female Literature. For a moment, Su Yan himself was a little confused. The moment the regal sword soul appeared, a look of horror appeared on the old man's face. In an instant, a violent force appeared directly at this moment. He immediately slapped out with his palm, directly towards the regal sword soul. The blood-colored force rolled, and at this moment, a blood-colored dragon appeared. Such a force was so powerful that Su Yan did not know how he should resist it at all. This terrifying force continued to run at this moment, and the incomparably huge aura at this moment was simply unparalleled. Although Su Yan had been prepared in advance, when faced with this terrifying force, he still did not have any confidence in his heart. This was because this force was simply too powerful and terrifying. It was as if the entire world had begun to tremble at this moment with this force. Such a heart-palpitating terror was an unimaginable and indescribable nightmare. Su Yan's condensed force had just been blasted out, but it had been directly shattered before it even touched the core of this force. At this moment, he felt that everything he had was beginning to be taken away by this violent and powerful force. At this moment, his aura was constantly rising and condensing at this moment, and the endless light turned into an eternal light. And this kind of eternity meant death. Su Yan felt that under this terrifying force, his world was about to come to an end. However, at this moment, the regal sword soul on the sides suddenly shone with an extremely intense light. In the blazing blood-red light, this force did not appear to be very conspicuous, but at this moment, it actually had an indescribably powerful force. That terrifying blood-colored light was directly stopped by this force. This was only the beginning. As this force became more and more condensed, all the power at this moment turned into an invisible light. The beam of light began to rotate, gradually forming a ring. In the next moment, that blood-colored force was also directly attracted over. Under this terrifying force, it seemed that everything had no power to resist. At this moment, the regal sword soul seemed to have become even more real. At this moment, sword chi gushed out, and the yin-yang pattern directly condensed. Tai Chi. The appearance of this pattern made Su Yan's heart tremble again. This pattern could be seen in many places in his previous life. Su Yan did not know how many times he had seen this pattern, but at this moment, he realized that this pattern actually contained an unimaginable principle. It was an extreme power between heaven and earth. Back then, he had named his divine sword Tai Chi because of this. After the yin-yang pattern rotated, it directly turned into two yin-yang divine dragons, and immediately roared towards the old man. The old man's power was indeed terrifying, but under the yin-yang divine dragons, his power was useless. In just a moment, the yin-yang divine dragons were already in front of him. The two dragons coiled around him, and the power began to gather and combine. At this time, this power had turned into endless light. A terrifying aura fell directly from the sky, and all the power began to waver at this time. At this moment, the world was beginning of the world. This was an astonishing change. The endless power had reached its peak at this moment. This was the cycle of light and darkness. At this moment, Su Yan's heart began to tremble, and the infinite power began to shrink. The regal sword soul began to let out a soft cry. At this moment, the old man's expression became even more terrifying and despairing. Fate, the legendary god of fate, where do you want me to go? At this moment, he began to shout loudly. At this moment, he did not know where his path should lead, nor did he understand how he should move forward at this time. The sky began to darken, and at this moment, everything began to fade slowly. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood one thing. Previously, he thought that he had defeated the blood-colored shadow and driven it out of his sea of consciousness. However, this was not the case. Not only did he not succeed, but he also fell into a deeper level of illusion. He did not realize it, but this was already a kind of illusion. If he couldn't get out, then perhaps he would die in this illusion. If it were not for the regal sword soul, he was afraid that this time, he would not be able to escape. At this moment, the old man had already disappeared under the powerful power of the regal sword soul. What appeared in his original place was a crescent-shaped blade. Su Yan had always been a sword user. However, at this moment, he had to admit that this blade was beautiful. This was an indescribable feeling. He just felt that his existence was the most reasonable in this world. The scimitar directly floated towards Su Yan. For some reason, Su Yan grabbed the blade in his hand. A message entered his mind, Blood Moon Scimitar. Su Yan already knew its name the moment he grabbed the blade. However, the moment his hand touched the hilt, the Blood Moon blade turned into a stream of light and left his hand. Then, this stream of light directly entered the regal sword soul. It turned out that the regal sword soul had directly devoured this power. Su Yan understood that this might be what the regal sword soul wanted. The regal sword soul was submerged in his sea of consciousness as usual. It was still so quiet. The blood river reappeared, and the loud sound of flowing water reminded Su Yan that he had really returned to reality at this moment. However, at this moment, Su Yan felt that this was unreal. Although his cultivation had indeed increased, and the thunder in his sea of consciousness was quietly brewing, Su Yan still felt that this was unreal. At this moment, a kind of fear suddenly appeared in his heart. This kind of fear was towards the regal sword soul. This fear flashed in the deepest part of his soul, and Su Yan immediately calmed himself down. At this moment, he directly released his senses. It was now time for him to leave, but at this moment, he needed to confirm whether it was safe on the river. After the battle, his strength had increased. However, if the two powerful kings were still there, Su Yan would still not be a match for them. His senses had really become much stronger. Even in the depths of the blood river, he could clearly see the situation. At this moment, the Destruction King was standing on the shore with a calm expression. The wind was whistling, and his hair was constantly dancing. Of course, many traces of a sorry state could be seen on his body, but compared to his natural appearance, these could be ignored. Beside him, the Heavenly Fire King was lying on the ground. At this moment, he was already dead. The King of Destruction had actually killed this half-step emperor. "Come out, I will wait for you on the shore." Just as Su Yan was in shock, the Destruction King's voice suddenly sounded. The Destruction King could actually sense the probing of his divine telekinesis. It seemed that this person's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Su Yan shook his head slightly. His previous judgment had really been wrong. The Destruction King was so strong, but he had not paid attention to him before. However, it was not too late to know this now. Su Yan went directly to the exit of the blood river. Leaving was far easier than going forward. Su Yan had already left this place in a short time. After leaving the blood-colored river, he stood before the King of Destruction. The Destruction King was very calm. His body did not reveal the slightest bit of a violent aura. Instead, he revealed a peaceful aura like a Confucian scholar. If one did not know him, they might even think that he was in existence without much strength. However, Su Yan knew that this meant that the Destruction King's strength had reached the point of returning to one's original state. These 4 words were simple to say, but how many people could actually do it? The Heavenly Fire King's strength was undeniable. However, he could not do this. As he moved, Su Yan could feel the extremely terrifying power hidden in his body. At this moment, the Destruction King was like this. If Su Yan did not know that the person in front of him was the Destruction King, he would definitely think that he was just an ordinary Shura. This was not because he was hiding. Instead, it was an extremely natural performance. "Destruction King, why did you look for me?" Su Yan asked directly. At this time, he did not want to waste time. Instead, he went straight to the point. "That's right, I do have something to ask you. I'll give this to you. I've already sealed up his source energy. I think you'll need it." At this moment, the Destruction King kicked lightly and threw the Heavenly Fire King's corpse towards Su Yan. Su Yan was indifferent. The Heavenly Fire King's origin power was naturally powerful. After all, he was a half-step ruler. His strength was stronger than the Blood River King and the Scorpio King. If he could devour the Heavenly Fire King's origin power, his strength would definitely increase tremendously. Even so, Su Yan was indifferent at this time. He knew very well that there was no free lunch in this world, especially in front of someone like the Destruction King. How could he take advantage of him for nothing? He said directly, "What do you want? Just say it." The King of Destruction didn't take Su Yan's attitude to heart. He then said, "I knew you were an invader. I've known this since the very beginning." His words were very calm, but Su Yan also knew that he was telling the truth. The Destruction King was so powerful that Su Yan was very afraid of him. Chapter 1046. Female Literature. Moreover, Su Yan also believed that if the King of Destruction had acted directly from the beginning instead of sending two blue-faced Shura, he would have had a much better chance. After all, it was impossible for the God-Slayer's sword to help him without limit. But the King of Destruction didn't do that. This meant that the King of Destruction had his own plans. "So, tell me, what do you want from me?" The so-called deal wasn't just about knowing what he could get, but more importantly, what he had to pay in exchange. "I want to enter your world," the King of Destruction said at this time. At this time, Su Yan narrowed his eyes. He didn't understand what the King of Destruction's intention was. But obviously, the King of Destruction didn't intend to let Su Yan guess blindly. He directly said, "I want to become stronger, but unfortunately, in this world, I can no longer see the future." "Su Yan, why is that? Your strength should have reached an extremely terrifying level, right? It shouldn't be difficult for you to become the Emperor of Shura." Su Yan believed in his own judgment. He felt that he couldn't be wrong. The King of Destruction nodded, then said, "You are right, becoming the Emperor of Shura is indeed not difficult for me. If I want to, I can become the Emperor of Shura in the next moment." The King of Destruction's indifferent tone showed his incomparable confidence. Only a person like him could say something like that. One must know that the Blood River King was already a powerhouse among the Shura kings, but in order to become the Emperor of Shura, he put in a lot of effort. Not only did he live in the Blood River all year round, but he also built the Blood River City. He always felt that the gap between him and the King of Destruction wasn't that big. He even thought that he could become the Emperor of Shura first and then kill this great enemy of his. If he knew that the King of Destruction could become the Emperor of Shura at any time, his expression would probably be quite interesting. Su Yan didn't speak and continued to listen to the King of Shura's story. "Maybe you sound a bit arrogant, but for me, becoming the Emperor of Shura is definitely not difficult. I even have some hopes of becoming the Emperor of Shura. But that's all." At this point, the King of Destruction suddenly laughed at himself, then continued, "As a Shura, we were born to fight. We grew up in a difficult environment, so we became extremely powerful in battle. We invaded the infinite world again and again, and those invading Shura thought that they were high and mighty. But unfortunately, we were wrong. The strength of Shura is only on the surface. This world is no longer complete. The god of Shura, the heaven's will of the Shura world, was killed a long time ago. Therefore, it's getting more and more difficult for the Shura world to produce a true powerhouse. Not to mention the Emperor of Shura, even becoming the Emperor of Shura is very difficult. As far as I know, the people who killed the god of Shura world were the people of the infinite world. So, where does the sense of superiority come from? All of this is bullshit. Although the gods are starting to be born again, it's still too far from being able to reverse the situation." At that moment, Su Yan's power was circulating bit by bit. His aura fluctuated at that moment. The reason for this was that his emotions could not be maintained normally. The King of Destruction looked at Su Yan and did not take this to heart. "Do you have any questions?" Su Yan said, "Yes, you mean that the experts of the infinite world once killed the heavens will of your world. Is that what you mean? Do you know who did this?" The King of Destruction said, "Unfortunately, I don't know. After all, I'm just a king, so how could I know about such an expert?" I only know that that expert held an extremely terrifying sword and directly charged into the Shura world. At that time, all the great emperors of Shura were alarmed, and a total of 13 great emperors of Shura were no match for that person. In the end, the will of heaven descended and transformed into the god of Shura, but it was still defeated and killed. Su Yen, a terrifying sword. God-slaying sword. At this moment, Su Yen was finally sure that the one who had killed the Shura world's heavens was definitely the Godslayer sword. He really did not expect that the Godslayer sword would actually have such a brilliant battle record. No wonder he was like this after entering the Shura world. You seem to know something, but it doesn't matter. I actually don't care about these things. The heaven's will of the Shura world was killed because he wasn't strong enough. If he was strong enough, how could he be killed by an expert of the infinite world? His words were still as calm as ever. This was the reason why he was so powerful and terrifying. He was still so calm about the destruction of his world. He did not have any other emotions at all. Su Yen said, "Then, what do you want to do in the infinite world?" The King of Destruction said, "The infinite world? Of course, I want to become stronger." You are a person of the infinite world, but it seems that your understanding of your world is still not enough. The so-called infinite world means endless. It is a truly complete world, and only such a world can give birth to a supreme expert. My goal is not only to become the great emperor of Shura, I want to become the new god of Shura, and the most powerful Shura god. A strong wind blew, and the King of Destruction's expression became even more solemn and blazing. I'm not afraid to tell you, the heaven's will of this world has already awakened. Since the heaven's will has awakened, it will naturally give birth to a new god. However, it is too weak. In my opinion, such a guy is not enough to become the guardian of the Shura world, let alone lead the Shura warriors to various planes to fight. Therefore, I want to replace him. Replace him. When the King of Destruction said these words, Su Yen was completely shocked. This madman actually said such words. What kind of determination did he need to have such an idea? What kind of courage did he need to take action? It was no wonder that the King of Destruction did not seem to have any interest in hunting him down after so many years. Su Yen was an invader of the Shura world, and he was regarded as an enemy by the heaven's will of Shura. However, his identity was only that of a spy, and he couldn't even achieve this level of beauty. However, the King of Shura wanted to become the mortal enemy of this world. This madman. The King of Destruction did not care about Su Yan's shock at all. He looked ahead at the surging blood river and said, "I know that you are thinking of a way to return to your world. What I want is to enter your world with you." Just like how Su Yen was viewed as an enemy by the Shura world when he entered the Shura world, the King of Destruction would naturally be viewed as an enemy by the heavens when he entered the Wuji world. The King of Destruction was loyal to the invasion. Blood River thought that the King of Destruction was constantly plundering resources to make himself stronger. However, he did not know that the King of Destruction was actually looking for a way to enter the Wuji world without being noticed by the heavens' will. In fact, Blood River King and King of Destruction had already lost the battle from the very beginning. This was because their horizons were completely different. They weren't on the same level at all. I originally thought that I had no hope and could only endure it step by step. But when I found out that you had entered this world and didn't die, I knew that my chance had come. Unfortunately, you were too weak at the beginning and didn't have the qualifications to cooperate with me. So, when I fought with you last time, I left immediately. Fortunately, your growth is fast enough. Fortunately, you are much better than I imagined. This way, you are qualified to talk to me. Therefore, let's cooperate. I will make you stronger, and you will bring me into your world. After the King of Destruction finished speaking, he looked directly at Su Yen. To be honest, this was indeed a good deal. Because what Su Yen needed the most now was strength. In the Shura world, he did have a way to quickly increase his strength, and that was to devour. Every Shura would condense the Shura's heart, which was his origin. As long as Su Yan could plunder his origin, he would be able to obtain powerful energy from it. Su Yan's current strength was already very strong, but it was still not enough. He needed a more powerful Shura. At this time, those blue-faced Shura were no longer enough for Su Yan. What he needed was a king. The Shura King. The Shura King was a Dao master-level expert. However, how could an expert at this level be so easy to kill? Su Yan had already spent a lot of effort to kill the Blood River King and the Scorpio King, and the Skyfire King could directly kill him. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the Blood River, Su Yan would have definitely died in the previous battle. But at this time, the King of Destruction said that he would help him. I know that you can devour the energy source of the Shura King to make yourself stronger, but the current you, of course, have the qualifications to fight a Shura King, but it's impossible for you to kill them. As expected of the King of Destruction, he had seen through everything very clearly. At this time, Su Yan's combat strength had completely reached the level of the Shura King. But reaching this level of combat strength didn't mean that he could fight a powerhouse of this level. One had to know that if the Shura King couldn't win, he could directly escape. At that time, what could Su Yan do? Although his speed was fast, he couldn't catch up. However, it would be different if he had the King of Destruction. There was no need to doubt the King of Destruction's strength. The Skyfire King's corpse under his feet was enough to prove everything. The Skyfire King was a half-step ruler, but such a tyrannical figure couldn't escape from the hands of the King of Destruction and was directly killed. Chapter 1047. Female literature. I really want to agree, but I don't know if I can do it, Su Yan said directly. In fact, he was already very tempted by the King of Destruction's conditions, but just as he said, he didn't know if he could do it. After all, this was actually a very difficult thing to do. He needed to deceive the will of the world. No, I believe you can do it. Since you were able to deceive the Azura Heaven's will, you naturally have hopes of deceiving the Heaven's will of your world. I believe that you must have something on your body that can erase the mark of your world. King Destruction directly said. At this moment, Su Yan frowned and said, World's imprint. What is that? Obviously, there were still too many secrets in this world. Although Su Yan's strength had increased very quickly, what he knew was still too limited. There were many things that he hadn't even heard of. At this moment, the King of Destruction said, the so-called world's imprint is actually an imprint that was stored the moment you were born that you can't detect at all. This imprint is the foundation of your existence in this world. It's like you are from the Wuji world. When your imprint is detected by the will of the world will naturally target you, and vice versa. With this explanation, Su Yan understood the meaning behind it. Since I've already talked to you, I'll tell you more about it. This thing is actually not a good thing for those who want to become the strongest. I think you should understand that what people like us want is absolute power, transcendence, and freedom. However, as long as this imprint exists, it's like there's an invisible chain on our souls, making it impossible for us to transcend. Su Yan pondered deeply and firmly remembered the King of Destruction's words in his heart. When the holy sage of your world and the great Emperor Shura of our world reach this level, they will think of a way to cut off this imprint. There's another way to say it, which is to cut off oneself. Of course, this is still too far away from us. Not to mention you, even I don't dare to have any delusions. Therefore, I can only find something that can hide this aura. Su Yan did not speak. At this time, his power began to communicate with the revered Sword Soul. Of course, he knew that the reason he could walk in this world was because of the regal Sword Soul. Without the regal Sword Soul, he would have died when he entered this world. It was because of the existence of the revered Sword Spirit that he had become a deceiver of the heavens. Just as the King of Destruction had said, since the Zenith Sword Soul could deceive the heavens once, it could naturally do so a second time. I can try, but I may not be able to do it, Su Yan replied cautiously. At this moment, the King of Destruction chuckled and said, "No, you can definitely do it. I've never doubted that. With that, our negotiations have come to a happy conclusion. Next, we'll hunt down the Shura King and let you devour his essence." At this time, Su Yan suddenly said, "King of Destruction, aren't you afraid that when my strength reaches a certain level, I will directly devour you?" When Su Yan asked this question, he was very serious. He did not have any intention of joking, because he really did have such thoughts. At this time, the Shura King looked at him and said, "If you have the ability to do so, I don't care." This was his answer to Su Yan. It was so relaxed and natural. This showed how confident he was in himself. Now is not the time to think about this. The Heavenly Fire King's Shura flame is indeed unique. If you can successfully plunder his essence, it will be of great benefit to you. After saying this, the King of Destruction left. Su Yan looked at the leaving King of Destruction, his thoughts drifting. This kind of person was a true powerhouse. At this time, he suddenly thought of another person, and that was Aina. This guy also had the heart of a powerhouse, and Su Yan was extremely afraid of him. However, he remembered that Aina was in Blood River City at that time. When he fought with the Blood River King, this city had been completely destroyed. He did not know how this person was doing now. If Aina survives, then he might be the second King of Destruction. Although the Blood River City had been destroyed beyond recognition, but at this time, Su Yan still felt that he would definitely be able to survive. There was no reason. This was just a kind of intuition. Moreover, Su Yan trusted his intuition very much. However, just as the King of Destruction had said, this wasn't the time to care about such things. At this moment, he had more important things to do, and that was to devour the Heavenly Fire King's essence. In fact, devouring other people's essence to cultivate was already considered a crooked way. However, at this time, Su Yan did not care so much. In this world, there was no real definition of good or evil. Everything was a rule created by the victors. As long as it was something that affected his soul and could improve his strength, Su Yan would definitely not be polite. At this time, his supreme power directly turned into yin and yang and wrapped around the Heavenly Fire King's body. Su Yan's strength was constantly improving, and the supreme power seemed to be evolving as well. When Su Yan's power covered it, he immediately felt an extremely intimate response toward him. There was no doubt that the Heavenly Fire King's essence was very powerful. After all, he was a half-step ruler. Even though he was already dead, the power contained in his body was still extremely terrifying. In the beginning, Su Yan's power was actually unable to melt the last defense of his essence. However, at this time, Su Yan had time, so he was not in a hurry. The supreme power began to slowly erode this power. That powerful force continued to batter his body. In the end, the defense of the essence finally began to disintegrate. After all, the Heavenly Fire King was already dead. This defense was just a power that kept flowing according to the trajectory in front of him. If the Heavenly Fire King was still alive, how could Su Yan have succeeded so easily? At this time, Su Yan's state was constantly improving. The supreme power had begun to unearth his essence. Unlike the power of the Blood River and the Crystal Power, the power of the Heavenly Fire was incomparably domineering. At this time, Su Yan realized that when this power entered his body, he would actually bear such a terrifying and heavy pressure. Shura's fire is really domineering. At this time, he finally experienced what a terrifying weight was. This terrifying power kept burning in his body. The surging power almost ignited his body directly. Su Yan's body had been tempered by heavenly lightning. One could imagine how strong his body was. However, at this time, it was still unable to bear it. This was a terrifying power. However, how could Su Yan give up at this time? He ignored the heart-palpitating pain. Instead, he focused the terrifying power into his body, allowing the power to enter his body even more violently. In fact, he did not know that the power of the Shura's fire was indeed terrifying. However, its original lethality was not so strong. This was because the origin of the Shura's fire was the origin of the Shura. In other words, it was a power unique to this world. Although Su Yan had the powerful ability of the revered sword soul and could directly restrain the aura of his world imprint, when the Shura's fire entered his body, this aura was inevitably exposed. It was also because of this that the pain Su Yan felt was so intense. At this time, the intense pain that Su Yan said he was feeling was still increasing. Gradually, Su Yan also realized that something was wrong. Even when he was bombarded by lightning, he did not feel such a terrifying power. Laws. This is the impact of laws. Su Yan suddenly became excited. Yes, at this time, not only did he not feel any pain due to the intense pain, but he was also excited to take it out. The strength of a Dao sovereign lay in the laws. A Dao sovereign who had mastered the laws was absolutely terrifying in a real battle. Su Yan's combat strength had indeed reached this level. However, if he returned to his Wuji realm, he would definitely be at a disadvantage when facing a Dao sovereign like Yan Shao. In the end, the reason was that he did not have any laws. He had devoured the origin of the Scorpio King and the Blood River King, but he did not find any trace of laws in this power. First of all, their power contained very little origin energy to begin with. It was still a question whether the power of the Blood River King belonged to this world. On the other hand, the crystal power of the Scorpio King was purely an extremely powerful defense. Moreover, Su Yan had almost consumed their origin during the battle, so he had no time to carefully comprehend it. However, it was different now. The Shura fire of the Sky Fire King was one of the most powerful laws. At this time, Su Yan had experienced the powerful power of this law at the cost of his own pain. At this time, Su Yan's strength began to increase. At this time, Su Yan had made up his mind to directly devour this power. Devour the laws for his own use. This was another crazy idea. Even devouring the laws of other people in the Wuji realm was extremely difficult, let alone the laws of the Shura world. However, to Su Yan, this law was right in front of him. If he gave up just like that, he wouldn't be willing no matter what. Since he was unwilling to give up, he would do it. Chapter 1048. Female Literature. In an extremely distant place, the King of Destruction was flying in the sky at this moment. At this moment, his gaze was extremely deep. He was looking at the sky high up in the sky. In the eyes of ordinary Shura, the sky was still the same as before. Every day, the scorching sun of the Shura realm rose as usual and then fell from the other side of the sky. However, in the eyes of the King of Destruction, this sky was completely different. Because he was powerful, he could sense even more powerful things. In the sky, there was an extremely terrifying battle. However, even someone as powerful as him couldn't see that kind of battle clearly. All he could sense was the changes in energy. It's really powerful. At this moment, his eyes were filled with yearning. He longed to become a true powerhouse, and the definition of a true powerhouse was far from being the Emperor of Shura. The King of Destruction knew that when a true war broke out, so what if the Azura Emperor was an Azura Emperor? He was nothing more than someone who could be casually killed by those true powerhouses. Even the great Emperor of Shura had fallen in the ancient war. His Tao of Destruction was actually the legacy left behind by one of the great emperors of Shura, the great Emperor of Destruction. At this moment, his heart began to tremble slightly, and an indescribable ripple began to appear. Under this power, his strength seemed to have increased again. Heart of Destruction, since I've inherited you, I will definitely make you stronger. I will definitely bring you to the peak of the world and become a true god. This was his ambition. The so-called god was definitely not an ordinary title. It was an omnipotent and powerful existence. That was the true god. However, right at that moment, his expression changed. Then, his gaze shifted and landed on the bare-faced man. This brat is actually starting to devour the Azura Flame's law. How audacious. Hee hee. However, this is the only way for him to have the qualifications to cooperate with me. I hope he won't disappoint me. At this moment, his heart of destruction was still gently beating. It was sensing the powerful energy in the sky. At the same time, it was also stealing this powerful energy. In other words, the heart of annihilation was plundering the heavens. Su Yan was a heaven deceiver, and he, the king of destruction, was a heaven stealer. The heart of destruction was the heart of the great emperor of destruction from ancient times. The great emperor of destruction had fallen in a great battle, but he hadn't completely perished. Instead, he had kept his heart. Just like most experts, they were always able to leave a backup plan for themselves at the juncture of life and death. The king of destruction was very lucky to have obtained this power, and after obtaining this power, he continued to grow. However, despite having such a terrifying inheritance, he had always kept a low profile. If he wanted to, he could have become the emperor of Shura many years ago. But in order to make his strength stronger and more perfect, he didn't do that in the end. Therefore, the Blood River King thought that the King of Destruction was his lifelong enemy, but he didn't know how big the gap between the two of them was. While the King of Destruction was paying attention to Su Yan, in another place, a very imposing Shura had also been stirred. Is the heavenly fire already dead? Has it completely fallen? Invaders. Hee hee, how interesting. It seems that I have to make a trip personally. His voice was very soft, but it shook the entire space. At this moment, he was standing on the peak of a mountain. This mountain was the tallest mountain range. When he raised his head, he seemed to be able to touch the sky. At this moment, one light shadow after another fell from the sky and headed towards his body. It was his power shadow. The Emperor of Shura was much more powerful than the Shura King. Not long ago, all of his power shadows rushed into the sky. They were searching for the real heaven deceiver in the sky. The Emperor of Shura could sense the will of the heavens. He sensed the summoning of the will of the heavens in Shura, so he projected his power to help him fight the terrifying heaven deceiver. As for Su Yan, he did not take him seriously. However, he was actually very interested in Su Yan. Although he was a living being from the Shura realm, as long as he was a living being, he would have his own ambitions and thoughts. He was actually very interested in Su Yan's world, so he asked the Heavenly Fire King to go and capture Su Yan. The Heavenly Fire King was the strongest person under him. He was a half-step ruler, and he also had the one-time heavenly punishment sword that he had given him. Who would have thought that he would still die? The death of his #1 general made him angry. Of course, he was not angry at Su Yan, but at the Heavenly Fire King's incompetence. After all, he had to put in some effort to nurture the Heavenly Fire King and condense the heavenly punishment sword at the same time. He did not expect that the fellow would die just like that. This was simply a waste of his time. He looked directly into the distance. He could not sense Su Yan's aura anymore. He understood that this must be the arrangement of the real heaven deceiver. However, this did not matter. He could not sense Su Yan's aura, but he could sense the aura of the law of fire in Shura. Shura Fire was what Su Yan called him. In the Shura realm, his name was Heavenly Fire. As one of the most powerful forces, he was qualified to be given such a name. Time passed bit by bit. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yan's pain finally subsided. The disappearance of the pain meant that Su Yan had begun to adapt. This adaptation did not mean that he had adapted to the pain but that his body had adapted to the law. In other words, Su Yan had succeeded. At this time, Su Yan's aura began to rise. Originally, he had reached the critical point of becoming a two essences Tao master. Now, under the impact of this powerful force, this critical point was directly broken. His power had risen to the extreme in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he had become a three essences Tao master. At this time, Su Yan suddenly trembled, and the power of flames immediately surged out. Shura fire. This Shura fire was different from the previous one. At the beginning, he had used Shura fire against Aina. It was a flame that he had used to capture heaven's will with the power of zenith. The power of that flame was equally great, but it was not a true law. Now, however, he was using the true power of the law. However, the law was the most difficult thing to control. The current Su Yan could only adapt and have a preliminary grasp of it. That was all. However, it would be too difficult for him to truly master it. In any case, this was a good start. Familiarizing himself with the law early would allow Su Yan to become more powerful when he became a Tao master. At this point in his cultivation, Su Yan had created too many miracles. He believed that he could continue. Right at this moment, the King of Destruction suddenly appeared beside him. You can actually directly devour the law. It seems that I need to raise my estimation of you. However, we have to leave now, the King of Destruction said. Su Yan did not understand what he meant, but the King of Destruction said, the Emperor of Tianxing will be here soon. It is not suitable for us to face him now. Hearing this, Su Yan immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. Although he had not seen the Emperor of Tianxing before, he had already sensed his power in advance. Whether it was the Eye of Tianxing or the Sword of Tianxing, they were just a part of the power that the Emperor of Tianxing had conjured. However, such a power was already so powerful. If the Emperor of Tianxing's true body was here, the terror would be magnified infinitely. As the King of Destruction said, it was not the time to face him now. However, from the King of Destruction's attitude, he could tell that the King of Destruction did not seem to be afraid of the Emperor of Tianxing. What kind of trump card does this guy have? Su Yan knew that a person's confidence would never come out of nowhere. The King of Destruction must be so confident because he had the strength and confidence to contend with the Emperor of Tianxing. However, no matter what, the King of Destruction was only a Shura king at this time. There was no doubt about this. However, the other party was indeed the Emperor of Shura. Although the two of them were only one realm apart, the gap between them was so big that it was simply unimaginable. However, Su Yan himself was a monster who could fight beyond his realm. Therefore, he was not surprised to meet someone of the same kind. Where are we going next? Su Yan asked. Ice City, the King of Destruction said. The Azura King continued, suppress the aura of your heavenly fire law. Otherwise, the Emperor of Heavenly Punishment will be able to find you and me. In fact, the King of Destruction had the ability to help Su Yan do this. However, he deliberately did not do it because he wanted to see if Su Yan could do it himself. After all, cooperating with Su Yan was actually a revelation given to him by the Heart of Destruction. Su Yan nodded and said, okay. The power of the zenith circulated. In a few breaths, the extremely powerful fluctuations of the heavenly fire law disappeared. After a while, the aura of the heavenly fire law also turned into nothingness. King of Destruction was quite surprised. Even though he had already anticipated that Su Yan would be able to do this, the fact that Su Yan had been able to do so in such a straightforward and effortless manner was far beyond his expectations. Even the King of Destruction could not do this. At this moment, he no longer doubted that Su Yan could conceal the aura of his world mark. Follow me, the King of Ice City. His laws are not bad for you. He was clearly talking about a powerful Shura king, but at this moment, he sounded like an ordinary prey. Chapter 1049. Female Literature. Originally, Ashura King was so high and mighty. When facing the Blood River King, Su Yan even felt despair in his heart. But now, he was going to hunt down the Shura Kings to improve his strength. This was simply a dream. His strength was increasing too fast, but at least he was not the prey, which was a good thing. At this time, the King of Destruction had already soared into the sky. He did not tear space. Instead, he pushed his speed to the limit. At this time, Su Yan was also using all his strength. Then, he immediately activated the Taishang sword shield. The King of Destruction wanted to see Su Yan's ability, so he did not hold back at this time. Su Yan naturally did not hold back either. Moreover, the King of Destruction had said that the powerful Tianxing Emperor was coming here. Two shadows directly streaked across the sky. Such speed was simply unimaginable. At this time, the Blood River was still surging. He was still the same as before. Perhaps no one would have thought that such a terrifying battle had already taken place here. 3 Shura kings had died here. Right at this moment, another person suddenly appeared in this place. No one could see clearly how he appeared. It was as if he had always existed here. At this time, he stood quietly, feeling the aura of this place. It has actually disappeared. Even the aura of the heavenly fire has disappeared. How interesting. He was not surprised that Su Yan's aura had disappeared. After all, the deceiver of heaven had done something to him. What he was surprised about was that the aura of the heavenly fire law on Su Yan's body had also disappeared. This was not some random cat or dog. It was the law of this world. As long as this world still existed, his aura would definitely exist. However, at this time, that aura had disappeared. It seems that this guy also has something good on him. At this point, a light flashed in his eyes. This thing could reach this level, so it was obviously not simple. Even though he was already the Emperor of Shura, this was still something that made him very excited. It was also because of this that he had even more expectations for Su Yan. Ha ha ha, speaking of which, you can be considered as a child with many treasures. I am really looking forward to meeting you. At this moment, his divine sense radiated outwards. His deep gaze seemed to have seen through the entire world. As the Emperor of Shura, his thoughts were as clear as day. His aura surged, and wherever his divine will passed, nothing could escape his search. However, after a while, he suddenly frowned because he actually didn't notice it at all. This made him feel strange. One had to know how sharp his insight was, but at this time, he didn't find anything. What a cunning rat. At this moment, his body flashed, and in the next instant, he appeared in Blood River City. The former Blood River City had long been reduced to ruins. The Emperor of Tianxing hovered in the sky, sensing the changes here. Right at this moment, ripples suddenly flickered above his head. Then, an eyeball appeared. It was the Eye of Heavenly Punishment. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment had been defeated by Su Yan, but it actually appeared again at this time. The light in the sky was so obvious. Rays of light rotated and formed an image. It was so dazzling that it was like a modern movie. At this time, all the images began to become clear. Blood River City returned to normal, and everyone reappeared. It was as if they had returned to the origin. At this time, Su Yan appeared in this light image. The Scorpio King and the Blood River King appeared at the same time. In the end, the King of Destruction also appeared. Everything was under his gaze. He knew that the Scorpio King was already dead. As for the Blood River King, although he didn't know what was going on at this time, he could roughly guess. At this time, he saw the King of Destruction. As the Emperor of Shura, his vision and knowledge were naturally far from what ordinary people could compare to. He had already seen the abnormality of the King of Destruction at the first moment. No matter how he looked at it, the King of Destruction only had the strength of a Shura king. However, as powerful as he was, his perception was extremely sharp. Everything was clearly normal, but he had a strange feeling in his heart. This meant that there was definitely a problem. The King of Destruction. Just by looking at the remnants of the light image, he was already certain that the King of Destruction was definitely not simple. The Emperor of Heavenly Punishment had actually heard of the King of Destruction's name before. This was because his number one general, the Heavenly Fire King, had been defeated by the King of Destruction. At that time, he was very curious about the King of Destruction and even thought of recruiting him. Unfortunately, before he could do anything, the King of Destruction had already left the core area of the Shura realm and arrived in this ruin. He did admire the King of Destruction, but he was only a King of Destruction. At his level, he no longer cared about such things. Since the King of Destruction was unwilling to become his subordinate, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. However, he didn't expect that his laziness to be a huge oversight. This guy is definitely not simple. It's really strange. I haven't felt like this for a long time. Ha ha ha, this is really interesting, too interesting. At this moment, he suddenly began to laugh loudly. As the Emperor of Shura, his life had reached a very long point. During this long period of time, increasing his strength had been his pursuit. Perhaps it had also become his pleasure. To be honest, this kind of life was actually very boring. However, he recently discovered that this kind of life had come to an end. The change in the will of the heavens shocked and excited him at the same time. With the arrival of chaotic times, there were naturally endless variables, but there were also endless opportunities. Was the Emperor of Shura powerful? Of course, he was powerful. However, the great Emperor of Shura was even more powerful than the Emperor of Shura. If he followed the path of the past, it would be very difficult for him to improve further. However, it was different now. At this time, he suddenly discovered that this King of Destruction also had a huge secret. Although he didn't have any evidence, at his level, just a thought was enough. As long as he decided on something, he would do it and search for it. Looks like Shatter and that intruder are working together. That's interesting. Ha ha ha, that's fine. Let's see what you're going to do next. If one didn't know the opponent's plan, then it was obviously the best choice to deal with it as it came. At this time, the King of Destruction and Su Yan had already arrived at an extremely distant place. The speed of Su Yan's regal sword escape was very fast, but the King of Destruction was still steadily in front of him, not giving him the slightest chance. At this moment, the King of Destruction suddenly paused. Not long after, Su Yan arrived at his side. What's wrong? Why did you stop? Could it be that we've arrived at Ice Snow City? He couldn't feel the slightest bit of cold here, so this place naturally couldn't be Ice Snow City. However, at this time, the King of Destruction suddenly stopped. There must be a reason for this. At this time, the King of Destruction said with a smile, actually, it's nothing much. It's just that a guest went to the shore of the Blood River. I left some small tricks there. Alright, let's go. Of course, Su Yan knew who the guest he was talking about was. At this time, other than the extremely powerful Emperor of Tianxing, he really couldn't think of anyone else who would appear there. At this time, Su Yan's strength began to increase. The two of them headed toward Ice Snow City. Ice Snow City was a big city in the Shura realm. The ruler of this place was the King of Ice Snow. This Shura king had existed for countless years. To put it bluntly, he was older than the average emperor. In the cultivation world, time often meant strength. The King of Ice Snow's law is one of the top laws in the Shura realm, the law of ice. It's not inferior to the law of heavenly fire. However, I can tell you that although the King of Heavenly Fire is known as a half-step emperor, the King of Ice Snow is much stronger than him. Hearing this, Su Yan was surprised. The King of Destruction said that the King of Destruction was powerful, so this was inevitable. However, the King of Heavenly Fire's combat strength was already extremely terrifying. Moreover, his half-step emperor cultivation should be enough to make him proud among so many Shura kings. However, the King of Ice Snow's strength was actually stronger than his. This was too unbelievable. Then, how does he compare to you? Which one of you is stronger? Su Yan asked directly. The King of Destruction said, I've never fought with him, so it's not easy to judge. However, this guy might be the same kind of person as me. Su Yan did not understand what the King of Destruction meant. Could it be that the King of Destruction was a heaven deceiver like him? However, this was not important. Su Yan only needed to know that the King of Destruction was an extremely powerful guy. This was enough. Alright, according to what we said earlier, I'll give you his origin law, but the other things on him are what I want. Therefore, I hope that we can cooperate happily. The two of them continued to travel. After more than 10 days, they guessed that they had arrived at Ice Snow City. Seeing this huge city, Su Yan could not help but be speechless. Compared to Ice Snow City, Blood River City was simply a joke. Ice Snow City was incomparably beautiful and huge. In terms of size, it was more than 10 times the size of Blood River City. More importantly, there were countless complicated runes within this ice city. Chapter 1050. Female literature. These patterns were naturally not decorations. They contained an extremely huge amount of energy. The power contained within was simply unimaginable. The enormous power contained within seemed to be able to make everyone stop breathing. At this moment, Su Yan could already feel the powerful pressure coming from this ice city. At this moment, the King of Destruction said, How is it? Do you feel that this power is very grand and powerful? Hee, do you feel afraid because of this? This could be considered a joke, but in fact, it was also a test. This kind of power was simply unparalleled, and there was no need to mention how powerful it was. After sensing this huge power, an ordinary king's first reaction might be to retreat. Su Yan was unmoved. He only said, Then how are we going to find this King of Ice? Are we going to pretend to be an ordinary Shura and enter? At his level, it was not difficult at all for him to do this. However, at this moment, the King of Destruction said with a smile, Why do we need to find him? Why don't we just let this guy take the initiative to meet us? Just as he was speaking, a black ball suddenly appeared in his palm. Su Yan narrowed his eyes. He felt an extremely terrifying power from this ball. This terrifying power even shocked him. Within this small power, there was an endless amount of powerful destructive power compressed. He had also analyzed the power of destruction from the King of Destruction, so he naturally understood how terrifying this power was. There was no need to mention how powerful and terrifying the King of Destruction was. The power contained within was simply terrifying. He gently tossed the ball downward. Such an action was like throwing a piece of trash down. Su Yan did not say anything. He just quietly watched the ball fall. The ball fell very slowly, like a falling leaf. The people in the Ice City still did not realize that there were two uninvited guests above their heads. A black bomb was flying towards them. What is that? When the black ball finally approached the Ice City, someone finally noticed it. At this moment, the black ball also became faster and faster. In the end, the speed of the black ball was simply unimaginable. Destroy him. At this time, a blue-faced Shura directly attacked. He gathered his energy, wanting to destroy this damned thing as soon as possible. It was a pity that such a thing was not something that a person of his level could deal with. Not only did his attack not cause the black sphere to disintegrate, but the black sphere also swallowed up his attack. At this time, the power of the sphere became even more terrifying. The violent aura directly erupted at this time. The terrifying radiance finally reached its peak at this moment. In an instant, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Above Ice Snow City, there was an energy barrier. However, at the moment when the black sphere fell, the barrier trembled incessantly. At that moment, holes began to appear in the barrier. Enemy attack, level 1 alert. Snow City's response was swift. They immediately went on alert, and at the same time, sent out the news. At this moment, Su Yan was looking at the sphere. Not only was the sphere of destruction not destroyed, but it was also becoming bigger and bigger. The defensive power of Ice Snow City was actually extremely powerful. However, at this time, not only did this defensive power not destroy the sphere of destruction, but it also became its source of power. An extremely terrifying power constantly attacked at this time. That berserk aura had reached its peak at this moment. At this time, all the power began to die out. The radiance between heaven and earth began to dim at this time. Who dares to cause trouble in Ice Snow City? Are you tired of living? At this moment, the huge ice sculptures in Ice Snow City suddenly began to open their eyes. One by one, the huge ice sculptures transformed into terrifying giants. The speed of these giants was extremely terrifying. It was almost like a flash of lightning. The 5 ice giants arrived in front of the sphere of destruction in an instant. At this time, the sphere of destruction had become extremely huge. Its diameter had probably reached 20 meters. The 5 giants waved their fists at the same time, and a terrifying fist force whistled out at this time. He punched out with a powerful force. In the next moment, a thick layer of ice appeared on the surface of the sphere of destruction. The ice layer spread extremely quickly. In just an instant, the sphere of destruction had been frozen. After the 5 ice giants dealt with the sphere of destruction, they raised their heads and looked at Su Yan and the King of Destruction. At this time, Su Yan was surprised to find that the 5 ice giants actually had the combat power of the Shura King. At this moment, the 5 ice giants directly soared into the sky and surrounded Su Yan and the King of Destruction. However, they did not attack at this time. At this time, a flame suddenly appeared on the head of one of the ice giants. The flame gradually disappeared, and a very young person appeared there. It was a Shura King, a real Shura King. Moreover, his power was the power of fire, which was also the fire of Shura. Su Yan was surprised. This guy's combat power was not comparable to the heavenly fire kings. However, his power was still very strong. Of course, he was not the King of Ice. Otherwise, how could he condense the power of heavenly fire? I was wondering who it was. So it's the King of Destruction. How dare you behave so atrociously in the King of Ice's Ice City? Do you want to die? The King of Destruction stood on the head of the ice giants, looking down on them at this time. His aura was very strong, at least not inferior to the King of Blood River. Together with the 5 ice giants, his combat power could be considered terrifying. The King of Destruction shook his head and said softly, "That guy is not here yet. Looks like it's still not enough." At this time, he gently snapped his fingers, and a small sphere of destruction appeared. Just like before, this sphere of destruction went straight down. Almost at the same time, the previously sealed sphere of destruction suddenly emitted a loud cracking sound. In just a moment, the solid ice shattered, and the sphere of destruction became even bigger. Su Yan, you should like this guy's law very much. Of course, it's fine if you don't want to help. It's just that I personally don't like people standing above me. I want to kill him directly. This guy said to Su Yan. The corner of Su Yan's mouth twitched. He knew that this guy wanted to use him as a free laborer. However, he was right. He really liked this guy's heavenly fire law. This was one of the flaws of plunder. The power of the Supreme could seize the law power of the other party and make it his own. However, he was not a creature from the Shura world, so he couldn't cultivate by himself. Okay. Su Yan's eyes were fixed on this flaming man. Destruction, you're too arrogant. You're courting death. This Shura king didn't expect that the king of destruction would completely ignore him. Back then, he was indeed defeated by the king of destruction. Later on, he even joined the king of ice and snow. After so many years, his combat strength had already risen to a new level. He was only one step away from becoming a half-step emperor. He originally thought that he was enough to face the king of destruction, but this time, the other party actually ignored him. It seemed that the other party even wanted to let this guy, who wasn't even a Shura king, deal with him. Just as he was furious, Su Yan directly activated the regal sword flight. In the next moment, he appeared in front of him. These 5 ice sculptures are yours. Su Yan faced him but said to the king of destruction. The two of them seemed to be chatting. The king of destruction nodded helplessly. Young people nowadays really like to slack off. But since you said so, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his 5 fingers, and a grey power directly erupted from his body. It was an extremely terrifying power of destruction. At this time, the power of destruction turned into a huge net and directly connected to the 5 ice sculptures. The ice sculptures that were filled with an extremely terrifying aura in front of him actually stopped moving after coming into contact with the grey net. At this time, the Shura king who used the law of heavenly fire finally realized that something was wrong. Impossible. How can you be so powerful? At this moment, he was really too powerful. He and the king of destruction were Shura kings of the same era. The time when the two of them became Shura kings was not too far apart. After so many years, he thought that his strength had improved extremely rapidly. However, at this moment, he realized that he was ridiculously wrong. The king of destruction's casual power actually made him feel that he couldn't resist it. At this time, Su Yan's Taiji sword appeared. At the same time, the law of heavenly fire was directly activated. At this time, the law of heavenly fire turned into a domain that enveloped him and the young man. In fact, with his current realm, he still couldn't reach this step. However, with the help of the supreme power, he could barely do it. At the same time, he pointed the Taiji sword diagonally, and a powerful force directly spread out at this time. Hee, poor worm. I advise you to look at the young man in front of you seriously. I might as well tell you a piece of news. He swallowed the law of heavenly fire. The king of destruction's gloating voice sounded. At this time, the Shura king's expression changed drastically again. What? He swallowed the law of heavenly fire. This is impossible. He was shocked, but his intuition told him that the king of destruction would not lie to him. Both he and the king of heavenly fire were experts who cultivated the Shura fire. He knew that in terms of attainment in the Shura fire, he was no match for the king of heavenly fire. Chapter 1051. Female literature. Had the heavenly fire king been devoured as well? Only now did he realize why he had felt a sense of familiarity when this guy had unleashed his fire laws. So that was how it was. Huff, huff, huff. He practiced his breathing a few times, and only then did he manage to calm his heart down. He knew that it was a taboo to not be calm during a battle. If what the king of destruction had said was true, then the combat strength of this kid in front of him was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Since he had dared to come up alone, then he must have thought of himself as prey. As a powerhouse, it was easy to imagine how he would feel about being treated as prey. He was furious and humiliated. However, he had already calmed down by now. He looked at Su Yan and said directly, "You have devoured the laws of that arrogant fellow, the Heavenly Fire King. You are indeed quite capable. However, this is good. I will devour your power. This way, my heavenly Fire King will be able to advance further. I might even be able to reach a higher realm. When he calmed down, his aura returned once again. He wasn't wrong. There were always two sides to everything. He was already strong enough. Although his enemy didn't seem as simple as they seemed, he definitely wouldn't admit defeat. Confidence was a basic element of being a powerhouse. If he didn't even have confidence in himself, then there would be no need to continue this battle. At this moment, Su Yan had already charged towards him. The revered sword escape technique erupted once again. He disappeared from his original spot in an instant and appeared in front of Dark Flame the next moment. Dark Flame was the title of this much younger Shura King. Back then, he had lost to the Heavenly Fire King in the Battle of the Shura King. Therefore, he had named himself Dark Flame, which meant that he was a flame that sank in the darkness. To be honest, even though he had been mentally prepared, the speed of Su Yan's sword still exceeded his expectations. However, that was all. He raised his hand. At this moment, a flaming blade appeared on his arm. The moment this flaming blade appeared, Su Yan's sword fell. The first confrontation between the two began at this moment. An extremely powerful and terrifying power erupted at this moment and began to spread outwards. However, at this time, the powerful Su Yan directly blocked this power. His strength is unimaginably strong. It's really shocking. He clearly hasn't reached this realm, but he has such terrifying explosive power. No. Right at this moment, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Because right at this moment, Su Yan's sword chi actually erupted once more. The sword chi had clearly been blocked by his power, but unfortunately, it moved on its own at this time, turning into an even sharper chi that rushed towards him. At this moment, his power directly surged, and the aura of both of them kept rising. It was an indescribably terrifying power. That Dark Flame's power was indeed incomparably powerful. His power rolled like a huge wave, directly rushing towards Su Yan. In terms of power alone, although Su Yan's strength had increased a lot, he was still not a match for the person in front of him. The strength of the person in front of him was truly terrifying. That violent power was like a primordial giant beast that rushed towards him directly. However, Su Yan was not weak at this moment. His power was rolling at this moment, and after being transformed by the Taiji sword, it directly turned into an extremely powerful force that rushed towards the other party. Dark Flame's power was violent, but Su Yan's power was sharp. These were two extremely extreme powers. At this moment, these two powers were constantly clashing, causing even more terrifying damage. No, it's this sword. Dark Flame was a king, so his insight was naturally extremely sharp. At this time, he immediately discovered that something was wrong. Although Su Yan's own power was terrifyingly powerful and could already use the power of laws, his own strength had not reached this level. If he were to fight with Dark Flame in this state, he would definitely not be a match for Dark Flame. However, at this time, not only did Su Yan block his power, but he was also able to restrain him, directly suppressing his power. The key was the power of this divine sword. After being transformed by the divine sword, the nature of his power immediately changed, turning into an extremely powerful and violent power. And it was also the impact of this extremely powerful and violent power that allowed Yi Xuan's power to suppress Dark Flame. This is not your own power at all. It's the divine sword. Dark Flame was naturally unconvinced. He could clearly defeat his opponent, but at this time, he was directly suppressed. And this was only the first strike. At this time, Su Yan smiled and said, "You idiot. My sword is naturally one of my powers. In a battle of life and death, who cared about fairness and unfairness?" This kind of thinking was too naive. No, not naive, but stupid. At this time, Dark Flame had clearly realized this point. This made him even angrier. From the beginning until now, he seemed to have lost his mind. He did not know the origin of Su Yan, but he knew that at this time, he was actually very passive. During the battle, he glanced at the King of Destruction. This guy had not made any move at this time, as though he was watching a show. Although Dark Flame had lost to him back then, the gap between them should not be that big. But now, he could not even see the approximate level of Yi Shiwen's cultivation. This made him even angrier. At this time, Su Yan discovered that Dark Flame was distracted. At this time, his power changed directly. The Taiji swords Yin and Yang complemented each other, but at the same time, it could also be transformed to the extreme. At this time, he focused all his attention on the power of the heavenly fire law. In just an instant, the nature of the sword energy changed directly, and a terrifying power surged out. To think that you're a king. You actually dare to be distracted during a battle. Are you courting death? Su Yan shouted angrily the moment the power erupted. At this time, Dark Flame did not speak. At this time, he clearly knew that he had made a mistake in the battle again. He, the great Shura king, was actually taught a lesson by a guy who was not even a Shura king. This made him feel even more ashamed. Shut up. At this moment, his Azura Fire's power of law also erupted at this moment. Two extreme powers once again erupted at this moment. At this moment, the aura was so violent that it seemed like the sky was about to collapse. Of course, at this time, the sky was already enveloped by Su Yan's heavenly fire law. At this time, it was a naked confrontation of the heavenly fire law. In this confrontation, Su Yan had already shown his disadvantage. His power was not weak, but he had just seized the heavenly fire law. No matter how abnormal the power of the Exalted was, it was impossible for him to directly digest and master this power. Therefore, under the power of this attack, Su Yan's heavenly fire barrier actually trembled a little. This finally made Dark Flame feel that he had saved some face. I advise you to bring out your true power. Although you have devoured the heavenly fire law, you are not the king of heavenly fire after all. Devouring his law does not mean that you can become him. At this time, he continued to release his power. Under this powerful power, he kept blasting out. In a short moment, he had already found his own rhythm. The strongest point of Su Yan's power was its sharpness. After his power had been transformed by the divine sword, his power's lethality was terrifying. It was simply unparalleled. However, Su Yan also had a fatal flaw. That was, Su Yan's power was not strong enough. Since that was the case, he would use an incomparably strong power to attack him directly. As long as he kept attacking from a distance, Su Yan would not be able to resist. In fact, sometimes, the way to victory was very simple. He just had to fight according to his own rhythm. After a while, his advantage became even more obvious. The powerful aura kept shaking, constantly pressuring Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan seemed to have no other means. He could only hold on bitterly. Is this all you've got? Dark Flame finally regained control of the rhythm in his own hands. At this time, he had enough authority to speak. However, Su Yan was indifferent to his mockery. At this time, the King of Destruction shook his head gently and said to himself, "What a stupid guy. He can't even judge the situation at the very least." As he spoke, another sphere of destruction was formed. Then, he tossed it down. This sphere of destruction was an extremely terrifying challenge to the defense of Ice City. The defense of Ice City was actually very strong. However, under the immense pressure of the sphere of destruction, the defense of Ice City was still on the verge of collapse. Still not willing to come out. King of Ice, you've obtained the inheritance of the Frost Emperor. What level have you reached now? This really makes me curious. It was at this time that the battle between Su Yan and Dark Flame changed once again. Su Yan, who was originally bitterly holding on, seemed to be unable to hold on anymore. His disadvantage became even greater. Damnable brat, you will pay the price for your earlier arrogance. At this moment, his killing intent abruptly gushed forth. His killing intent towards Su Yan was exceedingly intense. Chapter 1052. Female literature. In his opinion, Su Yan's attitude was too arrogant. For a powerhouse, such arrogance was an insult to them. Of course, his ultimate goal was still the King of Destruction. He had too much hatred for the King of Destruction. After all, the King of Destruction had completely disregarded him, which was an insult to him. At this moment, his dark flame went berserk and an extremely terrifying power started to condense at a single point. This was his killer move, Dark Flame Surge. After the Dark Flame Surge condensed, its power became extremely terrifying. Su Yan's aura was completely suppressed. The Dark Flame Surge eventually turned into a terrifying demonic sword that bombarded Su Yan's body. Die, you idiot! He directly spat out the thoughts in his heart. Of course, at this time, his eyes were burning with passion. Su Yan's Taiji sword was too powerful. If he could get his hands on it, his power would be even more terrifying. If the King of Destruction still dared to treat him with such arrogance at that time, only death would await him. The Dark Flame's power had become the only thing left. Su Yan seemed to have already died under this extremely terrifying power. The King of Dark Flame's gaze landed on the King of Destruction. Destruction, you're too impudent. At this moment, Dark Flame was even more furious. That was because he actually felt a sense of exaltation when he said those words. This in itself was a kind of insult. He and the King of Destruction were both kings. At the very least, the two of them should be equal. However, at this time, he had already fallen to such a level. The King of Destruction raised his head slightly but ignored the Dark Flame. He only said indifferently, "Idiot." This disdainful tone infuriated the Dark Flame even more. If he hadn't wanted to wait for Su Yan to die so that he could obtain his divine sword before attacking, he would have already gone berserk. What did you say? The Dark Flame's killing intent had already seeped into his bones. If he had the chance, he would definitely crush the King of Destruction completely. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, "Are you an idiot?" He's saying you're an idiot. You don't even know this. That was Su Yan's voice. At this moment, Dark Flame suddenly turned back. Shouldn't Su Yan be dead already? Why was his voice still heard at this time? Moreover, his voice seemed so calm. Impossible. You received my Dark Flame Surge. How are you still alive? At this time, he was really shocked. He had clearly endured the full power of his Dark Flame, but this kid was still alive. Surging Dark Flame was a killer move that he had carefully prepared. As long as he was hit by this move, even if he was also a Shura king, he would die under the power of this move. But at this time, Su Yan was still alive. Why? At this time, Su Yan's body reappeared. He walked out of the Dark Flame like a hero reborn from the ashes. At this moment, Dark Flame was still there, but this terrifying Dark Flame had no effect on Su Yan. At this time, he was standing in the flames and wasn't affected at all. As Su Yan inhaled and exhaled, the Dark Flame even moved towards his body. You actually adapted to the power of my Dark Flame. Although they were both Shura flames, the power of the laws in Dark Flame's hands was actually very different. Dark Flame's lethality was even greater than that of Shura flames. But at this time, Su Yan was standing there without any scruples, as if he wasn't affected at all. This was simply too terrifying. Dark Flame suddenly understood the meaning of the words, King of Destruction. Idiot, this was really an idiot. Even he himself felt that he was an idiot. Su Yan walked very slowly, step by step, until he was in front of Dark Flame. At this time, Dark Flame felt that his body was very heavy. At this time, he felt as if he were facing an extremely terrifying primordial beast. If it were in the past, he would never believe that he would be frightened by such a junior. But now, it was happening right in front of him. Dark Flame, after so many years, you still can't change your bad habit. Turns out you're just a noob, but you insist on thinking you're so powerful. It seems that old King of Ice didn't give you any serious guidance. The King of Destruction's voice came slowly. In fact, the King of Destruction had never thought that Su Yan would lose. His eyes were very sharp, so he naturally knew that Su Yan was extraordinary, and he also knew how sharp the sword in his hand was. With such a divine sword in hand, Su Yan definitely couldn't lose. However, the only thing he cared about was how Su Yan would win. Su Yan's methods were somewhat beyond his expectations, but in fact, this was also within his expectations. This kid's ability is really becoming more and more terrifying. Even he had to admit that Su Yan's strength was becoming more and more terrifying. Such strength gave him an extremely unreal feeling. It was as if Su Yan had already become a god. Of course, he had his own reliance. That was the true inheritance of great Emperor Shura. Not to mention anything else, as long as he could walk down this path, his strength would definitely rise to an extremely terrifying level. Moreover, the end of his path was far from great Emperor Shura. Therefore, his vision was naturally not limited to this. Although he was apprehensive of Su Yan, he definitely wouldn't kill Su Yan because he feared his growth. Moreover, the current relationship between him and Su Yan could be said to be a cooperative one. The stronger Su Yan was, the better it was for him. In fact, Dark Flame's fate was already obvious. When Su Yan released the heavenly fire laws, he already knew what Su Yan was thinking. Su Yan wanted to directly devour his power. Although Dark Flame's previous attack was indeed because he was stronger than Su Yan, if Su Yan really wanted to resist, he definitely wouldn't be so weak. However, the situation was as such. There was only one possibility, and that was that Su Yan was currently familiarizing himself with Dark Flame's power. Su Yan wasn't from the Shura realm, so even the King of Destruction didn't know what method Su Yan used. However, he was very sure that Su Yan definitely had a way to do all this. At this point, Su Yan had already familiarized himself with Dark Flame's power, so it was time to reap the harvest. The power of the two extremes of yin and yang erupted from the Taiji sword at this moment. The violent and abnormally powerful power roared at this moment. The rolling power was like Mount Tai. Only when he truly faced this power did Dark Flame realize how stupid he really was. He was clearly facing such a powerful enemy, but he was still so arrogant. He was infuriated by the King of Destruction from the very beginning, and his mind was in chaos. At this moment, his strength increased, and all of his strength reached the pinnacle. Dark Flame naturally wouldn't be willing to be defeated by Su Yan and even be devoured by him. Therefore, he was looking for an opportunity to turn the tables. He was currently struggling with all his might, but Su Yan's power had already been established, and he couldn't resist at all. It was at this moment that a powerful force suddenly emerged from Ice City. A Bing Shan actually appeared where the force passed. The power of ice was so terrifying that it directly froze everything. The power of ice. It's not bad, but it's still too weak. This was the King of Destruction's evaluation. The person who came at this time was also a Shura king who cultivated the law of ice. However, it wasn't the King of Ice himself. Who are you? How dare you act so presumptuously in Ice City? Are you tired of living? He had just arrived when he immediately saw Dark Flame being suppressed by Su Yan. The King of Ice Shura didn't hesitate at all and immediately attacked. However, the moment he attacked, a sphere of destruction was already charging towards him. In just an instant, this power had already arrived in front of him. He was shocked. As the king of Shura, he actually couldn't resist this sphere of destruction at all. Therefore, he had no choice but to retreat at this time to avoid this power. King of Ice, are you still not willing to come out? I don't have much time. If you still don't come out, I'll directly slaughter your entire ice city. As he spoke, he blasted out another sphere of destruction. The reason why the King of Destruction was so desperate at this time was because he had already sensed an aura coming towards this place. It was the aura of the Emperor of Tianxing. They were fighting here. Although they were very far away from Blood River City. However, the Emperor of Shura's divine consciousness was simply too powerful. Since the Emperor of Destruction had already sensed his aura back then, as long as he fought, the Emperor of Destruction would immediately be able to detect his aura and directly come here. To the Emperor of Destruction, these were just small fries. His target was the real King of Ice. The Shura king who had just appeared using the Law of Ice was obviously very angry at this time. The other party was really going too far and didn't put him in his eyes at all. He came here, but there was nothing he could do. Seeing that the sphere of destruction was about to completely melt Ice City's defenses and seeing that Su Yan was about to kill Dark Flame at this time, this feeling of powerlessness made him feel angry and absurd. At this time, a cold and old voice sounded. King of Destruction, why do you have to be so aggressive? The moment this voice appeared, Ice City's defenses suddenly flickered with light. The spheres of destruction were directly frozen on the city walls. At the same time, Su Yan's law of heavenly fire was also frozen. Chapter 1053. Female Literature. Su Yan's movements came to an abrupt halt. He was clearly surrounded by the heavenly fire's power, but at this moment, he actually felt a bone-piercing chill. At this moment, Dark Flames suddenly cried out in surprise, "My king, my great king, you're finally here." They were both Shura kings, but Dark Flame worshipped the King of Frost so much, just like how Rust worshipped the King of Blood River. In fact, most of the time, one's realm did not represent anything. What truly determined everything was one's strength. Although the King of Frost was still a Shura king, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. Even the Shura king was not willing to provoke him. Just like the King of Destruction, he was a powerhouse whose combat strength far exceeded his realm. Although Su Yanping had fought with the King of Destruction before, he knew very well that the King of Destruction hadn't used his full strength at that time. Therefore, he didn't know how strong the King of Destruction's battle prowess was. However, at this moment, he already felt the King of Frost's terrifying strength. Terrifying. Yes, this was his evaluation of the other party at this moment. Only this word could describe the shock in Su Yan's heart at this moment. The Heavenly Fire King, who was a half-step ruler, was far inferior to the King of Ice and Snow, whom he had yet to meet. The laws were on a completely different level. Under the ice and snow, it seemed like the whole world was about to quiet down at this moment. The power of a single person could affect the whole world. This was the feeling Su Yan got from the King of Destruction. You damned guy. The king is here, so it's time for you to die. Su Yan's movements were directly sealed at this moment, so Dark Flame's opportunity naturally came. His power suddenly rose at this moment. He wanted to turn the tables and kill Su Yan in one fell swoop. However, Su Yan said, "Not necessarily." These two words extinguished Dark Flame's rising hope. At this moment, an extremely ferocious power suddenly erupted from Su Yan's body. He even saw a huge dragon circling around Su Yan's body. That wasn't all. Then, his aura changed once again. The terrifying power turned into an extremely terrifying aura of a devil. In short, the energy in Su Yan's body continued to transform. Then, these energies finally merged into one. At the moment when the power merged, he felt an irresistible force rushing towards him. Crack, crack. Brittle noises echoed directly from the bottom of his heart. This was a voice filled with despair. At this moment, he had truly collapsed. Under the power of the King of Ice and Snow, Su Yan was still able to move. What kind of monster was he? How could he be so terrifying? Although the King of Ice and Snow is powerful, he can't seal me directly. Su Yan's words fell into his ears. At the same time, his aura directly broke through everything and pierced Dark Flame's chest. The body of the Shura king was originally extremely powerful. However, Su Yan had the extremely terrifying Taiji Divine Sword in his hand. With the power of the Divine Sword, even the Emperor of Shura could do nothing to it, let alone the Shura king. The power of Yin and Yang erupted at the same time. A terrifying aura was born at this moment. The violent power immediately annihilated everything. At this moment, his strength had reached an extreme point, and his strength had reached an extreme point. You're too bold, little guy. At this moment, a voice sounded in Su Yan's ears. The moment the voice appeared, Su Yan immediately felt the pressure on him become heavier. Su Yan knew that the King of Ice and Snow had directly attacked him. At the beginning, he was only affected by the power of the King of Ice and Snow. However, just the power of the shockwave was enough to seal his movements. At this moment, however, the King of Ice and Snow had directly suppressed Su Yan with his power. No matter what, Dark Flame was still a Shura king. Moreover, he was a Shura king who was loyal to him. The Shura king was already a Dao sovereign in the infinite world. Such an expert was naturally one in a million. If he was killed by Su Yan just like that, his loss would be too great. Therefore, he would not let Su Yan succeed no matter what. At this moment, the King of Destruction laughed and said, "Old thing, your opponent is me." A sphere of destruction appeared at this moment. Then, the King of Destruction's figure disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he appeared in front of Su Yan. He was still holding the sphere of destruction in his hand, and his power was already blasting forward. Almost at the same time, an ice sculpture appeared in front of him. At this time, the ice sculpture also reached out and attacked Su Yan. At this time, he just happened to collide with the King of Destruction's sphere of destruction. At this moment, the power of the two erupted with the most violent impact. At this moment, the power of both sides soared. The violent aura was so terrifying that the aura between heaven and earth seemed to have frozen at this moment. Su Yan's eyes revealed a look of shock. He clearly felt that the realm of these two people was still at the level of the Shura king, but in their hands, the power had become so varied. The aura that erupted at this time was actually so powerful. Everything was constantly changing at this moment. At this moment, it was as if life and death were about to be completely extinguished. The use of power can actually reach such a level. If it was the same level of power, in his hands, he could unleash 100% of the power, but in their hands, he could unleash dozens of percent of the power. What a terrifying method this was. If Su Yan could also reach this level, his combat strength would be increased by at least 10 times. He had always thought that he had gone very far in the same realm, and that his power had already far surpassed those of the same realm. But now, it seemed that he was still too short-sighted. There would always be powerhouses in this world that you didn't know about. No matter what, you couldn't be careless. At this time, Su Yan finally understood the meaning of this sentence. What are you still in a daze for? That dark flame is a Shura king at any rate. It's not a good thing to waste a sword. At this time, the King of Destruction's voice sounded. Su Yan immediately came back to his senses. In fact, he also understood that the situation wasn't good at this time. At this time, although the King of Destruction and the ice sculpture erupted with similar power and even had a slight advantage, it didn't mean that they had an absolute advantage. Moreover, they were currently in a state of being hunted. That powerful Sky Punisher King would arrive at any time. If the Emperor of Tianxing was in front of him, it would not be a fun thing to do. Su Yan immediately said, "Okay." At this time, what he had to do was to attack Dark Flame and then devour his power. However, at this time, a frost sword slashed directly at him. The power of frost was suffused with bone-chilling killing intent. "Don't be impudent." It was the young Shura king from before. No matter what, this was the Shura king of Frost City. No matter what, he couldn't allow anyone to offend him like this. Dark Flame couldn't be killed by Su Yan just like that. The person who attacked at this time was really not weak in terms of Frost Law. His combat strength was even a level higher than Dark Flame's. However, Su Yan didn't take him seriously at this time. This was because he didn't intend to fight him directly. He struck out with his palm and then disappeared from where he was. At the next moment, when he reappeared, he was already in another place. This place was the ice city that he had fallen into after being bombarded by the King of Destruction's Sphere of Destruction. Shura Fire, Dance. Su Yan used the regal sword escape technique to leave the place. At the same time, he activated the domain condensed by Shura Fire. It was naturally very difficult to kill the other party with this domain. However, he didn't want to kill the other party. All Su Yan needed was time. As long as this domain could buy him some time, it would be enough. "Save me." At this moment, Dark Flame was incomparably terrified. He finally realized that he was about to die. However, he was really unwilling to accept that he had actually died in the hands of Su Yan. Su Yan didn't care about his unwillingness. There were too many people in this world who were unwilling to die. He didn't have the time to care about them one by one. His power erupted at this time, and the power of the regal sword immediately rushed into the other party's body. The terrifying power of the regal sword kept scurrying around and then started to devour his power. At this time, devouring Dark Flame's power was much easier than devouring the King of Heavenly Fire. Firstly, during the previous battle, Su Yan had tried it himself and then analyzed Dark Flame's power law. Secondly, his law was still Shura Fire. Although the form was different, in fact, there wasn't much difference in the essence. "How dare you!" At this time, the sky outside Frost City became extremely dark. A terrifying force rushed to this place. A terrifying aura appeared at this time. The temperature here became even colder, and an invisible domain appeared. You old thing. You insisted on waiting for one of your own to die before making a move. How stupid." The King of Destruction laughed heartily. At the same time, his terrifying sphere of destruction erupted, completely destroying the ice sculpture. It turned out that this ice sculpture wasn't the King of Frost's original body, but his incarnation. Chapter 1054. Female Literature. If the battle prowess of an incarnation was already so terrifying, then how powerful would his real body be? At this moment, the largest ice sculpture in Ice City flew directly into the sky. The huge ice sculpture floated in the sky as if a real god had descended. Endless majesty spread out at this moment. That terrifying aura impacted everyone's soul. Powerful, it was really too powerful. "Kid, you're courting death." A cold voice sounded from the ice sculpture. Then, an ice dragon suddenly appeared in front of Su Yan. The ice dragon was lifelike. Every scale and hair on its body was so real. Then, the power directly rushed towards Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan felt that he had been separated from this world. He could no longer feel the aura of this world. It was as if he had been locked in a vacuum. If it was anyone else who encountered such a situation, their mind would probably be shaken. Because this was almost equivalent to a desperate situation. But Su Yan didn't. Su Yan had fought until now and experienced countless despair. His nerves had long adapted to this rhythm. At this moment, his aura erupted at this moment. At the same time, the law formed a personal domain. What he did was to hide his treasures. At the same time, the Taiji sword directly suppressed his body. With this, even if the King of Ice and Snow wanted to kill him with all his strength, it would not be easy. Moreover, Su Yan believed that the King of Destruction would definitely not let the King of Ice and Snow do this. There was no doubt that the King of Destruction needed him at this time. At the very least, he would definitely not let anything happen to him at this time. If the King of Destruction wanted to enter the infinite world, then he had to hide the aura of the world mark on his body. Unless he could surpass the limit of the Shura realm, he would need Su Yan's help. Therefore, at this time, he would definitely not let Su Yan die. Su Yan was very clear about this, so he didn't panic at all. At this moment, his aura calmed down. Then, he began to combine the heavenly fire laws of dark flame with the laws of heavenly fire he had devoured. He couldn't make the heavenly fire law's power stronger through cultivation, but he could strengthen it through devouring and stacking. At this time, Su Yan's aura began to rise. Su Yan's realm was constantly changing at this time. The King of Ice and Snow naturally discovered what he was doing. At this time, an even colder voice sounded. What an arrogant brat! If he couldn't kill Su Yan, then his prestige would be ruined. However, at this moment, the King of Destruction suddenly said, "You shouldn't care about whether others are arrogant or not. I came here today to borrow your life." At this time, the King of Destruction directly revealed his killing intent. Such a terrifying and naked killing intent, without the slightest bit of concealment, that violent power was simply overwhelming at this time. The powerful and terrifying power was even more terrifying at this time. The King of Destruction had been very indifferent before. Although the power he used to attack wasn't weak, it gave people the feeling that he wouldn't go all out. However, at this time, no one had expected that his killing intent would suddenly erupt. The killing intent that suddenly erupted was so terrifying and naked that it didn't give the other party any face at all. "Destruction, do you really want to fight to the death with me?" the King of Ice and Snow said in surprise. At this time, he couldn't even care about Su Yan. He and the King of Destruction had known each other for a long time. The King of Destruction knew about his background, and he naturally knew about the King of Destruction as well. Both of them had obtained the inheritance of Great Emperor Shura, and had a huge opportunity. The path to becoming powerful was very difficult. It was full of difficulties and obstacles, and one wrong move could lead to death. Since ancient times, many geniuses had died on the path of growth. The King of Ice and Snow had such inheritances because of the care of Great Emperor Shura. As long as they could steadily advance, it would be easy for them to become the King of Shura, and even Great Emperor Shura could be expected. It was also because of this that although the King of Ice and Snow was extremely powerful, he didn't participate in the struggle for hegemony, nor did he allow himself to break through. His idea was very simple, and that was to become Great Emperor Shura as soon as possible. In his opinion, the King of Destruction had the same idea as him, because the two of them had done almost the same thing. They both hid at the edge of the land and did their own things. However, he never expected that the King of Destruction would suddenly come at this time, and from the looks of it, he was here to fight to the death with him. How could he understand this? "Are you crazy? Why do you want to die with me? You should know that fate is on our side. As long as we continue to cultivate, we will become Great Emperor Shura sooner or later. At that time, the world will be eternal, and I will not be destroyed. What exactly do you want to do?" he directly questioned again. At this time, the King of Destruction sneered and said, "Fate is on my side. The world will be eternal, and I will not be destroyed. Ha ha ha, you short-sighted person, you have obtained the power of inheritance, which is a waste. What fate and the like are simply nonsense. You are just deceiving yourself." As he spoke, he suddenly punched out. This time, It was no longer a tepid ball of destruction, but an extremely terrifying fist of destruction. A terrifying fist directly pierced through the sky, and the powerful and terrifying power seemed to want to burn everything. Under this punch, countless cracks appeared on the huge ice sculpture. One had to know that this ice sculpture was the manifestation of the law of ice and snow, the condensation of the law. Even the power of a king would not be easy to cause cracks to appear on it, let alone shatter it. However, at this time, the King of Destruction directly achieved this with a punch. His power was so terrifying and so powerful. The power of destruction could destroy the foundation of all laws. The law of destruction was one of the few extremely terrifying and powerful laws. At this time, the power of this law completely erupted at this time, and the power within it was terrifying to an unknown extent. How long do you want to hide in there like a turtle? I might as well tell you that if you don't come out and fight with me, it doesn't matter. I will kill you directly. He was so arrogant that he didn't put anything in his eyes. At this time, the King of Destruction attacked with such strength. Of course, at this time, he had no choice because he had already sensed that the powerful pursuer was about to arrive. At this time, the huge ice sculpture shattered, and a figure in the core of the ice sculpture gradually became clear. It was an ice man, and everything was made of ice elements. He was the real king of ice and snow. At this time, Su Yan's Taiji sword directly slashed down. At this time, he directly opened his domain. Under such power, the power of the king of ice and snow that suppressed him directly shattered. He was immediately freed from it. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes suddenly emitted a lightning-like brilliance. His gaze landed on this person. The aura on this person's body was too terrifying. So far, this person was definitely one of the most powerful people Su Yan had come into contact with. King of Ice and Snow. Su Yan's eyes revealed a dangerous light because he knew that this person was his prey. This time, he and the King of Destruction came here to devour his law of ice and snow. As long as he could devour the law of ice and snow and successfully combine it with his own power, his strength would improve further. Only when he was strong enough would he be able to use the power of the very high more effectively. At that time, he could help the King of Destruction conceal his aura. At this time, the King of Ice and Snow's gaze turned and immediately noticed Su Yan's gaze. Do you want to treat me as your prey? The cold voice directly rushed towards Su Yan. This voice had no emotions at all, it was simply incomparably terrifying. However, at this time, Su Yan had already felt his power, so he naturally did not care about his aura. That's right, Su Yan answered directly and generously. Annihilation, you actually got involved with a brat like this? How disappointing. The King of Ice and Snow walked out from the ice sculpture. Beside him, countless ice elementals were constantly trembling, like an endless number of fairies. The more they were like this, the more Su Yan felt the burning desire for him. This was because he had the heavenly ice jade heart. In terms of the law of ice and snow, the heavenly ice jade heart was everything. At this time, Su Yan could clearly feel his own desire. Don't delay any longer. Do it. The King of Destruction directly made his move. At this time, his power of destruction swept out and enveloped the vast sky. At this moment, whether it was the clouds or the lightning, they were all stained with the attribute of destruction. You want to kill me? You're courting death. The King of Ice's power also surged at this time. Originally, no one in Ice and Snow City dared to disturb him. Even an expert like the Emperor of Tianxing would not come over. He was not a trash like the Blood River King. The power he possessed was truly terrifying. At this time, he waved his hand and the power of the entire Ice and Snow City was directly mobilized. At this time, ice and snow became the only color in the world. You want to kill me in Ice and Snow City? Ridiculous. Even the Blood River King knew to build Blood River City into his foundation and raise his power to the extreme, let alone the King of Ice and Snow. If the power contained in Ice and Snow City was fully unleashed, it would not only cause harm to the Emperor of Shura like the Emperor of Tianxing, but it would also be able to completely eliminate them. Chapter 1055. Female Literature. How terrifying was this? An Ashura emperor could be killed with a 100% chance of survival. Only such a powerful existence could ensure that his city was not a threat at all. Just as he said, the King of Destruction and Su Yan coming here to fight him was a foolish choice. When his power erupted, the power of ice and snow was displayed to the extreme. The original power of the law of destruction seemed to be forcibly expelled. At this moment, Su Yan's expression changed. He was extremely shocked. Such power made him feel that it was difficult to deal with. How is the King of Destruction going to break out of this situation? He knew that since the King of Destruction had brought him here, he definitely wouldn't be so rash. He probably already had a method to neutralize this power. However, he didn't know how the King of Destruction was going to neutralize this power. At the very least, it seemed like this was an unsolvable situation. Of course, there was also a choice, and that was to risk death and escape separately. Perhaps the two of them would still have a chance of survival. Of course, this was already a foolish choice. At this moment, the King of Destruction looked at the King of Ice and said mockingly, "You have the inheritance of the Ice Emperor. This is something I already knew. Do you think I would come here to court death without any preparation?" The King of Ice's heart skipped a beat. He naturally understood this point. However, he believed in his own strength. He believed that the power left behind by the powerful Ice Emperor would be able to sweep everything away. Even if the heart of destruction was really stimulated, perhaps it would only be a draw. The King of Destruction wouldn't be so foolish. Then, what right did he have to come here? At this moment, the King of Destruction said again, "Didn't you say that fate is in your hands? Didn't you say that the world is eternal, but you are indestructible? Then, it's time for me to let you know how foolish your thoughts are." At this moment, an item suddenly appeared in the King of Destruction's hand. Su Yan could clearly see that it was a piece of iron. This iron piece was so inconspicuous that there were even traces of rust on it. However, the moment this iron piece appeared, a terrifying thing happened. The ice and snow elements that pervaded the world suddenly came to a standstill. Suddenly, an extremely powerful and terrifying power was emitted from the metal piece. That power rushed into the sky, dispersing the endless power of ice and snow in an instant. It was such a powerful and unattained power. Under this power, everything stopped. At this moment, the King of Frost was incomparably shocked. His power had been completely sealed at this moment. But how was this possible? This was impossible. At this moment, he wasn't the only one who was shocked. Su Yan was the same. F***ck, that's the power of the Godslayer's sword. Su Yan cursed inwardly. There was no way he was mistaken. God Punisher had been in his sea of consciousness for so long. How could he be mistaken? This was the power of the Godslayer's sword. Now, he finally understood why he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when he saw the metal piece. F***ck, this is a fragment of the Godslayer's sword. The King of Destruction actually had a fragment of the Godslayer's sword. At this moment, the King of Destruction directly threw the metal piece into the sky. At this moment, the fragment of the Godslayer's sword was like an absolute ruler. At this moment, the power of the King of Frost was directly disintegrated. That's why I said that you're just a short-sighted person. Heaven and earth are eternal. Hee, you're just deceiving yourself. So what if you're the great Emperor Shura? You're still not strong enough. You know that back then, even the god of Shura fell, let alone the great Emperor Shura. The King of Destruction sneered. Damn it, that's a god-slaying weapon, destruction. How dare you, how dare you? The King of Frost was incomparably angry and shocked. At this moment, the King of Destruction had already spoken for him. You want to say that I betrayed the Shura world, right? Ha ha ha, betrayal is betrayal. An incompetent god of Shura, the god of Shura, is not worthy of my loyalty. He's not strong enough, so let me replace him. That's why I said that you're still too short-sighted. At this moment, the King of Frost was trembling all over. However, he suddenly said, Annihilation, this is what you're relying on. This god-slaying weapon is what you're relying on. But you seem to have forgotten that you're also cursed by the god-slaying weapon. I can't use my law of ice, but can you use your law of annihilation? The King of Frost looked at the King of Destruction with hatred as if he wanted to devour him directly. Betraying the world, betraying the will of Shura, deserved to die. At this moment, Su Yen suddenly said, I've already said from the beginning that you're my prey. At this moment, Su Yen directly turned into a stream of light and charged toward the King of Frost. The King of Frost raised his hand, wanting to summon the ice element to kill Su Yen directly. But at this moment, he remembered that the ice element had been frozen by the God Slayer sword fragment. At this moment, he was powerless. No, you can actually move freely within the range of the god-slaying weapon's power. That's impossible, he roared in horror. But at the next moment, he suddenly understood. Damn it, you're not Shura, you're an invader. Damn it, you deceived me, you deceived the will of heaven. You damned bully, King of Destruction, how dare you? At this moment, the King of Frost had figured out Su Yan's identity. At this moment, the King of Destruction said calmly, You've finally figured it out. It seems that you're not hopelessly stupid, but that's all there is to it. I've already said that the heavenly path doesn't know my loyalty. Since that's the case, what's wrong with cooperating with Su Yan? If you have the ability, then come and bite me. The King of Destruction was so playful. The reason why he dared to kill the King of Frost was because he relied on this. It was not that his heart of destruction could suppress the power of the King of Frost, but it was the fragment of the Godslayer sword. Back then, it was the Godslayer sword that killed the will of the Shura realm. At that time, the Shura realm's great emperors joined forces, but they were still no match for the Godslayer sword and its master. In the end, the Godslayer sword was stained with the blood of the Shura god. It was precisely because of this that the power of the Shura realm was meaningless within the range of the Godslayer sword fragment's power. Unless he broke through to the Emperor realm and could communicate with the new Shura realm's will. Unfortunately, the King of Frost was the same as him. He was paving the way for the future. He was suppressing his own realm. Therefore, this was his opportunity. And under the suppression of this power, he was powerless to fight back. At this time, the only one who could make a move was Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan's Taiji sword began to erupt with power. The power of yin and yang burst out at the same time, and the powerful power had risen to the extreme. Although the King of Frost's laws had been suppressed by the fragment of the Godslayer sword, his body was still very strong. If not for the Taiji sword, Su Yan would not have been able to severely injure him. At this time, the power of the Taiji sword erupted, and the power of yin and yang turned into a yin-yang dragon. Especially the power of the sweetheart cold jade, it was a huge threat to the King of Frost. His sword directly pierced into his body without any resistance. At this time, Su Yan even realized that his hand was trembling. Ah! At this time, the King of Frost began to cry out in pain. He was in so much pain. It was an intense pain that came from his soul. He could not bear it at all. At the same time, he was also unwilling to accept this. His power was flowing away bit by bit. The accumulation of power he had painstakingly accumulated was finally going to be in vain today. No, impossible, I won't die. At this time, he still refused to believe that he had lost. He felt that as long as he persevered, there was hope for a comeback. The Godslayer sword was not complete. It was only a fragment of it. Its power was not eternal. As long as he could hold on for a long time, the power of the Godslayer sword would flow away. At that time, he would have a chance to escape, even if he could not make a comeback. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Su Yan's Taiji sword. The power of the heavenly heart-cold jade was more terrifying than he had imagined. In just a few breaths, his ice and snow laws had completely left his body. At this time, the fragment of the Godslayer sword in the sky fell. However, this fragment did not fall into the hands of the King of Destruction. Instead, it fell in front of Su Yan. Su Yan put away the fragment. Since the fragment of the Godslayer sword had fallen, it was naturally because his power had been exhausted. If the King of Frost could hold on for a long time, he might really be able to escape. Unfortunately, he met Su Yan. The heavenly heart-cold jade was his nemesis, and the Taiji sword that was refined with this as the foundation was even more so. All the laws were extracted, and the King of Frost's body completely turned into an ice sculpture. You go first. The Emperor of Tianxing is already here. I'll hold him back for a while. I'll meet up with you later, the King of Destruction said calmly. Su Yan was slightly stunned, but he quickly said, okay. He believed that the Emperor of Tianxing was about to arrive because he had already sensed that person's powerful aura. However, he did not believe that the King of Destruction had stayed behind to hold back the Emperor of Tianxing for him. He was afraid that the King of Destruction had other things to do. However, he did not think too much about it. The agreement between him and the King of Destruction had been the power of laws. Now that he had seized the King of Frost's power of laws, he had also devoured the power of laws of Dark Flame. Chapter 1056. Female literature. The biggest surprise was actually the fragment of the Godslayer sword. The fact that the King of Destruction had this fragment was really beyond Su Yan's expectations. At this time, the Godslayer sword fragment's power was exhausted, but the King of Destruction clearly had no intention of taking it back. As a result, the fragment finally arrived in front of Su Yan. What the King of Destruction didn't know was that Su Yan's scarlet sword case was forged with this fragment as the foundation. Although the power of this fragment had been exhausted, Su Yan was able to nourish it. If the Godslayer sword returned to his sea of consciousness in the future, it would definitely be a pleasant surprise for the Godslayer sword. The benefits of entering the tower were enough. Since that was the case, he directly left. He and the King of Destruction were collaborators. Since this was the case, he wouldn't interfere with the other party. The King of Destruction heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Su Yan leave so decisively. He walked in front of the ice sculpture that the King of Ice had turned into and said indifferently, "Idiot." In his opinion, these people who were stagnant and thought that they could become the main characters of the world were a bunch of idiots. This was probably what they meant by, "The world is drunk and I'm the only one sober." At this time, he directly headed for the core of Ice City. His goal was the inheritance of the Ice Emperor. With the inheritance of an Earth Emperor, his strength would become even more terrifying and his increase would be even greater. Therefore, this was something that he had to obtain. He had the Heart of Destruction, which was also the inheritance of the great Emperor Shura. Because of this, it was very easy to find the inheritance of the Ice Emperor. Of course, his problem was the Emperor of Tianxing, because at this time, the Emperor of Tianxing was very close. After all, an emperor who could communicate with the will of the Shura was truly terrifying. The god-slaying fragment could restrict the King of Shura, but it couldn't restrict the Emperor of Shura. It wasn't because of the difference in power, but because of the connection with the will of the heavens. The Shura Emperor could directly receive the support of heaven's will. Even if it was a newborn heaven's will, it was still the heaven's will of a world. If the God-slayer sword was complete, it would not be afraid, but it was only a fragment. Not long after the King of Destruction left, the Emperor of Tianxing arrived. He also appeared in front of the ice sculpture of the King of Frost. At this moment, his expression was no longer as relaxed as before. Dead. The King of Frost is dead. The Ice King's might was not a secret to the rulers, so these rulers, including him, would not choose to come here when they had nothing to do. But this time, he was already dead. If they could kill the King of Ice and Snow, then they might be able to kill him as well. This made him very serious. That's not right. He hasn't left yet. This is. Luo Yunyang focused all his attention and immediately discovered that the King of Destruction was activating an item in the core of Ice Snow City. It's the legendary Ice Shura's divine staff. Even the Emperor of Tianxing's heart was beating rapidly. The Ice King's divine staff was an extremely precious item. It was the inheritance of the Shura Emperor. No wonder. No wonder the King of Frost is so powerful. He is actually the successor of the legendary Shura Emperor. No, this is mine. This is mine. As the Emperor of Shura, the Emperor of Tianxing's strength was terrifying. However, if he could become the Shura Emperor, then the difference in strength would be like heaven and earth. At this moment, he was naturally very impulsive. Get out of my way. Luo Yunyang did not hesitate as he threw out a punch. After discovering such a precious treasure, how could he just hand it over to someone else? Therefore, his first reaction was to throw out a punch. Anyone who dared to snatch this treasure from him would have to die. In the face of such a punch, the King of Destruction suddenly raised his head. His aura suddenly rose at this moment. Emperor of Tianxing, do you think that you can be arrogant just because you are the Emperor of Shura? In the face of such a powerful and terrifying punch, the King of Destruction did not panic at all. He threw out a punch as well. The Fist of Destruction. No, this should be the Great Fist of Destruction. When he threw out this punch, he had already activated his Heart of Destruction. It was the inheritance of the power of the Earth of Destruction, and it was also the heart of the Earth of Destruction. The moment his heart beat, his entire body seemed to have expanded by a few notches. When this punch was thrown out, the Emperor of Tianxing's entire body froze. This was because he actually felt threatened by this punch. Yes, threatened. He was the Emperor of Shura. How terrifying was his combat strength! He could even see through the secrets of the heavens. With such a powerful strength, he should be able to crush the King of Destruction. However, at this moment, the King of Destruction's punch actually made him feel threatened. More importantly, he could clearly see that the King of Destruction did not use the Ice Snow Divine Staff at this time. You also have an inheritance on you. Back then, when he looked back through the scenes of the Eye of Tianxing, he already felt that the King of Destruction was not simple. However, at that time, he did not think much of it. He thought that the King of Destruction had at most obtained a fortuitous encounter at the level of an emperor. After all, the great Emperor of Shura was already an ancient legend that had disappeared from the world long ago. However, now, he was certain that this guy must have obtained the inheritance of the great Emperor of Shura. Only in this way could he possess such terrifying strength, and only in this way could he unleash such terrifying power under his own power, and even kill the King of Ice and Snow directly. Yes, you are right. If you have the ability, come and take it, the King of Destruction said directly at this moment. In this way, he was simply provoking the Emperor of Shura. However, at this time, he had nothing to hide. At the very least, he had obtained the Ice Snow Divine Staff. At this moment, the power of the two people directly bombarded each other. The terrifying aura immediately shook at this moment, and the violent power instantly spread. Ice City was a huge city with an unknown number of Shura living in it. However, during the battle between the King of Destruction and the Ice Snow Divine Staff, an unknown number of Shura had already died. At this point, the shockwaves from the clash between the King of Destruction and the Emperor of Heavenly Punishment were even more massive. The terrifying aura directly swept through everything, and countless Shura died at this time. In the world of Shura, power was everything. Without great power, one could not even protect their own life. In the eyes of these powerhouses, those sad people were like weeds. Their lives were so fragile. At this moment, the King of Destruction took another step forward. Facing the Emperor of Shura, not only did he not leave immediately after this fist clash, but he also pressed on step by step and directly charged at the Emperor of Shura. Not to mention other things, just this courage alone was already admirable. Don't you want the inheritance of great Emperor Shura? Hee, then I'll give it to you. The King of Destruction's words were filled with mockery. He suddenly raised the ice snow divine staff in his hand high. At this moment, a dazzling power was immediately released. At this moment, the Emperor of Tianxing actually felt that something was wrong the moment the King of Destruction made his move. He did not waste any time and directly opened his domain. Damn it! You actually used the power stored in the ice snow divine staff directly. This is a reckless waste of God's gift. The King of Destruction's action was blasphemous to the ice snow divine staff. The power in the ice snow divine staff was not supposed to be used in such a manner. However, the King of Destruction directly smashed the ice snow divine staff at the Emperor of Tianxing. Such an action was like a fight between hooligans. However, the ice snow divine staff had been nourished by the ice snow divine staff for countless years. The power condensed in it was even more terrifying and unparalleled. The terrifying aura directly descended at this moment. Even the Emperor of Tianxing did not dare to underestimate it. This was because he clearly knew that if he underestimated this power, it was very likely that he would fall directly into death's hands. After all, his domain was powerful. It blocked this attack by a hair's breadth. However, he only blocked the first wave of power. The endless cold power in the ice snow divine staff directly attacked him at this moment. He had no time to think too much. He directly used the most powerful power of great Emperor Shura. At this moment, a beam of light suddenly fell from the endless sky. That beam of light was like a passage. When this beam of light landed on the Emperor of Tianxing's body, his aura soared crazily. The power of the ice snow divine staff was too terrifying. Even the Emperor of Tianxing's body was already frozen. However, at this moment, under the continuous impact of his power, this ice seal was actually disintegrating bit by bit. The power of Heaven's will and the power of the ice snow divine staff collided directly. At this moment, the King of Destruction said, "Ha, Emperor of Tianxing, how is the power of the ice snow divine staff? I'm very busy right now and don't have time to continue with you. I'll take my leave first." After he said that, the heart of destruction circulated again, accelerating his speed to the extreme. Then, he immediately left. This was because he knew very well that the Emperor of Tianxing indeed looked extremely miserable at this moment. However, that was only because he caught the Emperor of Destruction off guard with the ice snow divine staff. Next time, there would definitely not be such a good opportunity. Right now, the King of Destruction could at most escape from the Emperor of Tianxing's power. It was impossible for him to defeat the Emperor of Tianxing. This was also why he had been keeping a low profile. At this moment, the Emperor of Tianxing watched the King of Destruction leave. His power of Heaven's will was indeed terrifying. How powerful was the power that erupted from the ice snow divine staff? However, at this moment, it was melting bit by bit. At this moment, in the distance, Su Yan's gaze fell on this place. He took in everything that happened here. Chapter 1057. Female literature, is that the power of Heaven's will? The Emperor of Shura was an emperor-level expert. This was the first time Su Yan had seen an expert of this level truly unleash his power. It was truly terrifying. When that ray of light fell, Su Yan felt as if the entire world was tilting towards it. A huge pressure pressed down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. Fortunately, this power was not aimed at him. Otherwise, he would not have the strength to resist this power. Only that freak, the God-Slayer's sword, could do it. It was at this moment that he realized that the King of Destruction was heading towards him. At this moment, the King of Destruction was actually in a very sorry state. Half of his body was even frozen by ice and snow. Previously, he had directly smashed the ice-snow divine scepter at the Emperor of Sky Punishment. Although it had caused a lot of trouble for the Emperor of Sky Punishment, he definitely did not have it easy either. The power that poured out directly froze half of his body. Quick, cover up our auras and leave this place. He knew very well that the Emperor of Sky Punishment could not be trapped for too long. After breaking free from the ice, he would probably immediately chase after him. At this moment, he was not in a good state, so he could only rely on Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan did not waste any time. He directly spread out the power of the Exalted. Like a water curtain, it enveloped the two of them. At the same time, he activated the Exalted Sword Escape and directly disappeared from this place. After only 30 breaths, the Emperor of Sky Punishment had completely shattered the power of the Ice Seal. Will of Shura, search heaven and earth. At this moment, he directly activated his will. He wanted to find the King of Destruction and then shatter his bones. However, what made him angry was that his search was quickly interrupted because the aura of the King of Destruction suddenly disappeared. Damn it, it must be that intruder. Damn it, don't let me catch you. At this moment, he directly roared at the sky to vent his anger. Under the terrifying roar of his power, everything was headed for annihilation. His power was simply too terrifying. When his terrifying aura was released along with his fury, the city of ice and snow was immediately destroyed. The gigantic city of ice and snow crumbled and turned into ruins. This was the power and terror of Ashura Emperor. Pass down my orders. Search for the King of Destruction and the invader with all our might. At this time, his will directly shot towards the sky. This will then be transmitted to all the Shura kings. As long as they were within range and could sense his will, they would have no choice but to obey. Otherwise, they would have to face his wrath. This was the power and dominance of Ashura Emperor. The strong were always above the rules. At this moment, he was completely unaware of the fact that he had killed so many living beings. Because in his eyes, they were nothing more than ants. I don't believe that you can hide forever. At this time, he had already made arrangements. One of them was to have the Shura kings and other Shura search for him. More importantly, he had already used his special power as an emperor to directly communicate with the will of the heavens. However, the hateful thing was that the mysterious intruder was so powerful that even the will of the Shura realm was affected. Otherwise, his combat strength would be many times stronger than it was now. If the will of the heavens was not affected at this time, then the King of Destruction would have no chance at all in this fight between him and the King of Destruction. The King of Destruction's strength was indeed terrifying, but he did not know what realm the Emperor of Shura was in. After all, it was impossible to imagine without fighting. If the King of Ice had already become the Emperor of Shura, then his combat strength would be even more terrifying. Today's hunting operation would be impossible to succeed. Even Su Yan and the King of Destruction would die here. This was the biggest difference between the two. However, it had to be said that Su Yan and the others were lucky this time. This was because the Godslayer's sword had directly invaded the will of the heavens, affecting the newly born will of the Shura realm. At this moment, Su Yan and the King of Destruction were fleeing with all their might. After an unknown period of time, they finally stopped. In fact, Su Yan did not want to stop at this time unless he had no other choice. The reason he stopped was because the King of Destruction seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. The power released by the Ice Divine Scepter was much more terrifying than his. Although his combat strength was terrifying, he did not cultivate the law of ice after all. Moreover, his law of destruction seemed to be in conflict with the law of ice. No, I have to adjust. If I continue like this, my origin will be damaged. Since the King of Destruction said so, there was nothing Su Yan could do. He just said calmly, "Okay, but let me say this first. If the Emperor of Sky Punishment comes at this time, I will leave immediately. I will not stay here for even a moment." This was not just empty talk. Although he and the King of Destruction had a cooperative relationship, they were just using each other. If this cooperative relationship could last until the end, it would naturally be for the best. However, if it could not last until the end, there was nothing they could do. They could only say that they were unlucky. The King of Destruction smiled and nodded. Of course, he did not expect Su Yan to risk his life for him when the Emperor of Sky Punishment came. In fact, when the Emperor of Sky Punishment came, it would be good enough as long as he did not add insult to injury. After the two of them came to an agreement, the King of Destruction did not waste any time and sat down cross-legged. At this time, he had to make the best use of his time to recover from his injuries. His strength was accumulating bit by bit, and everything was gathering toward him at this time. It was also at this time that Su Yan's gaze became extremely grave. This was because when he observed the King of Destruction, he found traces of the ice law. This was an extremely powerful and terrifying law power, even more powerful than the Emperor of Ice and Snow. Of course, he knew what this meant. This meant that the King of Destruction should have already obtained the secret of the Emperor of Ice and Snow. At this point, Su Yan was naturally able to guess all of this. In fact, Su Yan even had the thought of directly intercepting and killing the King of Ice and Snow. How could he not be interested in something that could make the Emperor of Ice and Snow so powerful? However, he finally gave up in the end. Su Yan was not a person who went back on his word. In comparison, he started to condense the law power in his body. His Taiji sword swallowed this power into its own body, making its power complete again. There was already a certain connection between Su Yan and the Taiji sword, so he naturally began to release the light at this time. His power was constantly growing stronger. After accepting this law power, this power would become even more terrifying and tenacious. At this time, the two of them directly entered seclusion. They did not know that this area of the Shura realm was in an uproar at this time. The Emperor of Tianxing had really paid a huge price in order to find them. Time passed too quickly. In an instant, more than 10 days had passed. During these 10 days, Su Yan had already woken up 3 times. To his surprise, this powerful Shura king did not have any reaction at all. However, at this time, the ice on his body was melting bit by bit. This was good news for Su Yan. If he did not get better, then Su Yan might just abandon him and leave. Another day passed, and the King of Destruction finally woke up from his meditation. At this time, his gaze fell on Su Yan. He said, "Not bad. Your strength has improved a lot." Although he had long known that Su Yan would definitely improve a lot after devouring the law power of the King of Ice and Snow, such a terrifying speed was still beyond his expectations. Su Yan did not take his praise to heart. He only said, "Your strength should have improved even more. Alright, let's not talk about this nonsense. What should we do now?" Now that they had harvested the law of the King of Ice and Snow, and the King of Destruction had also obtained what he wanted, it was naturally time to move on to the next step. "Let's go to the Shura cave and see if your power can cover up my world imprint," the King of Destruction said directly. At this time, although it was not difficult for them to stay in the Shura realm, it was definitely not easy. Therefore, the best choice was to leave the Shura realm. And if they wanted to leave the Shura realm, they needed to go to the Shura Cave. Shura Cave was the name of the Wuji realm. In fact, it should be called the World Imprint. At first, Su Yan thought that it was created by the Shura King. But later, he found out that although the Shura King was powerful and proficient in the power of space, crossing the World Imprint was not something they could create. Not to mention them, even the Shura King would find it difficult to do so. Therefore, the Shura Cave was naturally formed. Moreover, the formation of the Shura Cave was accidental. Okay. Su Yan nodded. At this time, he still looked calm, but in fact, he was very excited. After waiting for so long, the moment was finally here. How could he not be excited? At this time, the two of them had recovered, and their movements were naturally much faster than before. However, at this time, they were still very careful and did not dare to make the slightest mistake. If the Emperor of Tianxing were to find traces of them, then it would be another tough battle. However, at this time, they could not afford to fight. Chapter 1058. Female Literature. The existence of the World Passage was no longer a secret. However, there weren't many powerhouses who could pass through the World Passage. In order to pass through the World Passage, the first condition was to be familiar with space. In other words, without the strength of the Shura King, it was impossible to open and pass through the World Passage. Even the Shura King found it extremely difficult to open the World Passage. When opening the World Passage, one would suffer a powerful backlash from the spatial power. If one wasn't strong enough, one might even die from the backlash of this power. Therefore, the Blood River King always said that the King of Destruction was a madman. If not, which Shura King would risk his life all year round to do such a thing? At this time, Su Yan and the King of Destruction had to go over and reopen the World Passage. Along the way, he and the King of Destruction were extremely cautious. They encountered several pursuers, but they were able to resolve them all. At this moment, the space in Su Yan's eyes began to fluctuate. This place was like a quagmire. Su Yan had already touched upon the power of space, so his perception of space was more sensitive. At this time, his eyes were filled with incomparable calmness. The King of Destruction was a little surprised to see Su Yan like this. He didn't expect Su Yan to be so shocked at this time. However, this wasn't strange. After all, Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness had come here through the Shura Cave. At this time, he said to Su Yan, "The space here is very unstable, so you must be careful. You must know that not all spaces lead to your world. In fact, there are very few spaces that lead to your world. Therefore, if you are not careful, you may die here." Su Yan nodded. Of course, he understood that this place definitely wasn't that simple. He followed behind the King of Destruction and watched him search for the path with ease. The space was here, but the path needed to be explored by the explorers themselves. Su Yan's power advanced bit by bit. At this time, ripples suddenly began to flood in front of him. Those ripples were extremely beautiful and enviously gorgeous. However, the power that filled them was extremely frightening. Su Yan could even feel an extremely violent and terrifying aura coming from them. Those were spatial ripples. Once touched, they would definitely be much more powerful than blades. At that time, it would be difficult to survive. "Open for me." Right at that moment, King of Destruction let out a loud roar, and a terrifying shockwave surged forward. Then, a huge door appeared in front of King of Destruction. At this time, Su Yan couldn't help but think of the huge door that appeared in front of him. This was the spatial door. It was also at this moment that an aura suddenly appeared. After feel this aura, Su Yan, this was the aura of the boundless realm. At this time, Su Yan almost wanted to rush in directly. However, reason made him stop. It was not because of the promise, but because he knew that the King of Destruction would definitely not be so stupid. At this time, the King of Destruction did not move at all. It was as if he was not afraid of Su Yan leaving directly. The King of Destruction had spent so much effort to help Su Yan improve. How could he just watch Su Yan leave like this? Naturally, he had his own plans. That spatial door was definitely not something that could be passed through so easily. The King of Destruction turned his head and looked at Su Yan. Then, he said indifferently, "This spatial door hasn't been completely penetrated yet. In order to prevent the will of the boundless realm from spreading here, Shura's will is still needed to slowly stabilize this space. If you forcefully pass through now, it's very likely that you will die immediately." Su Yan snickered in his heart. This guy was indeed prepared. He could have said these things at the very beginning, but he didn't. However, this was normal. If it were him, he would have also left behind a precaution. Then, what should I do next? Su Yan asked directly. At this moment, the King of Destruction said, "You've already sensed the aura of the boundless realm. Look." After saying that, he stretched out his hand. At this moment, an unforeseen event happened. At that moment, Su Yan realized that the color of this person's palm had changed. Of course, this change was not very obvious, but the change had already appeared vaguely. The King of Destruction seemed to be very wary of this change. It didn't take long for him to retract his arm. You should be able to see that this is the repulsive phenomenon of the world mark. The moment I came into contact with the boundless realm left a mark on me. This made me feel very uncomfortable, he said straightforwardly. Now, let's see if your power can cover up my aura. Don't worry. I only entered your world to become stronger. If it's not necessary, I definitely won't slaughter living beings, the King of Destruction said again. He was not allowed to start a massacre. This was one of the agreements between Su Yan and him. After all, he was the king of Shura and an extremely powerful existence. If he viewed the Asuras of his own world as ants, then it was even more so for the humans of the limitless world. If he went berserk and started a massacre, who knew how many living beings would die? Su Yan's strength was constantly increasing, but he did not have the heart to treat living beings as ants. If he did the same, then he would lose himself. Su Yan nodded and said, "Okay, let's begin." At this time, he directly activated the power of the Exalted. This power directly spread towards the King of Destruction. The King of Destruction frowned. For a person like him, it was very dangerous to let other people's power enter his body. If he didn't handle it well, the other party would take advantage of the situation and enter his body. In particular, he was very afraid of Su Yan. After all, Su Yan's power was too domineering. If he was not careful, he might even be killed. At this moment, Su Yan's expression was as usual. He tried his best to remain calm and then used the power of the Supreme into the King of Destruction's body. The power of the Supreme was not the power of the Shura realm, but in fact, it was not the power of the boundless realm either. Therefore, Su Yan was confident that he could do this. His power slowly entered the King of Destruction's body. Then, that layer of power directly merged with the King of Destruction's aura. At this moment, a unique bridge of power had been formed between the two of them. It was obvious that the King of Destruction was restraining himself at this moment. He tried his best to remain calm and not act rashly. However, he was very vigilant against Su Yan. Even his heart of destruction was secretly prepared. If Su Yan made a slight move, he would immediately take action and kill Su Yan directly. Su Yan's expression did not change at all. He seemed to have not noticed the King of Destruction's thoughts. At this moment, his power was constantly flowing toward the King of Destruction. After receiving Su Yan's power, the aura on the King of Destruction's arms suddenly began to dissipate. It was effective. At this moment, the King of Destruction was overjoyed. He was most afraid that Su Yan's power would not have any effect on him. However, it seemed that all of this was unnecessary now. Of course, at this moment, his mind also began to become active. The power in this kid's body is actually so terrifying. If I can obtain this power, it will be of great benefit to me. I'm afraid I will be one step closer to my goal. At this moment, he was indeed greedy. Su Yan's power was too tempting for him. If he could get his hands on this power, then his cultivation would increase in an instant. Moreover, this was not all. More importantly, he could deceive the way of the heavens. No matter which world he was in, he would be like a fish in water. He would simply be too happy. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly said, "King of Destruction, you're not thinking of seizing my power, are you? But you're right. I'm actually very weak at this moment. Moreover, my power is so strong. If I were in your shoes, I would also take action directly." The King of Destruction frowned. He did not expect Su Yan to point this out directly at this moment. At this moment, his gaze was fixed on Su Yan. He wanted to see the truth of Su Yan's current situation. At this point, the reason why he had not taken action was not because he kept his promise or anything like that. Instead, it was because he was afraid of Su Yan. After all, he did not know Su Yan's true trump card. Forget it, this kid is too strange. He has a big secret. If I take action directly like this, I might get myself into trouble instead. There's no hurry now. As long as I enter the Wuji world and absorb power from the origin of the Heart of Destruction, my strength will definitely increase rapidly. At that time, it won't be too late to find him. In the blink of an eye, he had already made up his mind. You must be joking. How could I, the King of Destruction, be such a person? However, your power is truly miraculous. To think that you were actually able to block my world imprint. That's truly incredible, King of Destruction said. He merely wanted to show that he had no intention of obtaining Su Yan's power. How could Su Yan not know what he was thinking? However, he would not point it out at this time. After all, he was not a fool. He knew very well that it was definitely not a good choice for him to fall out with the King of Destruction at this time. Chapter 1059. Female Literature. This guy had an extremely terrifying power, and his aura was incomparably powerful. Su Yan had no confidence in defeating him. If the Godslayer sword was here, Su Yan would naturally not be afraid of him. However, Su Yan would not always rely on the Godslayer sword. The two of them continued to feign civility. Finally, Su Yan retracted his power from the other party's body. When he circulated his power throughout the other party's body, he had secretly used his analysis ability. Of course, this was only a weak analysis. After all, he could not be so unscrupulous. He discovered that this guy's heart was exceptionally strong. This situation was similar to his own. The King of Destruction looked at Su Yan and said, "Have you ever thought that you are no longer of any use to me? If I want to kill you now, you might not be able to do anything." After saying this, the atmosphere between the two of them instantly turned cold. At this moment, killing intent spread out bit by bit. At this moment, the two of them already had killing intent towards each other. Previously, because the two of them were cooperating, neither of them would make a move. However, now that the cooperation had ended, they naturally had other thoughts. The King of Destruction had taken a fancy to Su Yan's supreme power and the divine sword in his hand. On the other hand, Su Yan was very eager to obtain the King of Destruction's destruction origin and the powerful law of ice origin that he had just obtained. However, the two of them were very wary of each other because they did not know what preparations each of them had made. This was the fear they had for each other. If it wasn't for the existence of this fear, these two people would have already started fighting at this time. If you are envious, why don't you give it a try? Let's see if you can kill me in an instant. Perhaps my power will belong to you then, Su Yan replied directly. His words were filled with dominance and confidence. The two of them looked at each other, but not long after, the two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding and smiled at the same time. It was a pleasure working with you this time. I hope we can work together again next time. Goodbye. After saying so, the King of Destruction charged into the passageway. As soon as he entered the passageway, a wave of pressure immediately rushed towards him. At this time, even someone as powerful as him was panicking. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that the pressure he was enduring wasn't as great as he thought. He finally confirmed that Su Yan's power was really effective against blocking the world imprint. Ha ha ha, good, good. For a long time, he had always wanted to enter the Wuji world. However, because he was too powerful, the world's attention was naturally stronger. If he dared to cross the lightning pool, he would be directly killed by the Wuji world's heaven's will. This was also the reason why every time the Shura grotto opened, there would be a huge commotion. But this time, when he entered the Shura grotto, the spatial fluctuations were actually so calm. Su Yan looked at the Shura king who left and sighed deeply. He didn't know what kind of trouble the Shura king would cause after entering this world, but this wasn't important. For him, returning to this place was the most important thing. At this moment, his power began to circulate continuously, and then he rushed directly into the passageway. The aura that he hadn't felt for a long time rushed towards him, and the aura in his body changed even faster. At this moment, he felt extremely carefree. Lu Lan. Wait for me. Su Yan muttered in his heart. Then, he withdrew his power and directly headed into the distance. His destination was naturally the limitless demon sect. For Su Yan, the worst thing was that he didn't know what time it was, and he didn't know if Lu Lan was still safe. Therefore, the first thing he had to do now was to find Yen Xiao. At least at that time, he and Yen Xiao were still working together. Of course, he could also find another person, and that was Blue Moon, a fanatic of the heavenly demon. She could also help him. Su Yan's speed was much faster than before. Even if this place was full of spatial turbulence, he didn't care much. In just a few blinks of an eye, he was already far away from this place. Following the path in his memory, he finally left the Shura battlefield. At this moment, Su Yan discovered that he could no longer sense the aura of the King of Destruction. This guy was really something. As soon as he came here, he immediately fled far away. Now, everyone's attitude had changed. To this world, he was an intruder. If he was discovered, then he would immediately be attacked by the experts. And he was very clear that this place was guarded by experts. Su Yan flew all the way. Gradually, he discovered that something was wrong. At this time, the limitless demon sect was filled with an extremely oppressive aura. In the past, when he came here, although the limitless demon sect was also very heavy, it was not as oppressive as this. Moreover, there was even a faint smell of death hidden in this aura. This made Su Yan a little worried. Of course, he didn't care about the life and death of the limitless demon sect. However, he was worried about Lu Lan. He didn't know how the woman he loved was doing at this time. Because he was too worried, he didn't care about anything else at this time and directly released his divine sense. When this divine sense was completely released, everything appeared in his mind. Even Su Yan was stunned at this time. This was because the limitless demon sect, which was extremely powerful in the past and protected by a terrifying array, was actually in ruins at this time. One had to know that this was the limitless demon sect and not some other place. There were many experts in the limitless demon sect. Even a powerful Dao sovereign like Yen Xiao was only the 7th vice sect master. The strength of the 1st vice sect master of the Ghost Killing Hall was simply unfathomable, not to mention that there was also a legendary sect master. How is this possible? The limitless demon sect was actually destroyed. How long has it been since I left? What happened during this time? At this time, Su Yan was full of questions. Generally speaking, if he released his divine sense so wantonly, it would probably attract the attention of those experts. Even more powerful people could directly use this divine sense to give Su Yan a huge pressure and blow. However, at this time, Su Yan's divine sense was not disturbed in the slightest. This meant that all the experts here had disappeared. Perhaps they had all left, but it was also possible that they were all dead. Thinking of this, Su Yan's heart became even worse. Although the limitless demon sect was his enemy, such a powerful sect was reduced to such a state overnight. He could not think of any force that could do this. Could it be the Taihang sword faction? Su Yan's heart emerged, but this was really absurd. Although the Taihang sword faction had joined forces with the Divine Wind sect and the Blazing Flame sect to launch an attack on the Limitless Demon sect, Su Yan was not optimistic about them. Until now, he still hadn't seen clearly how powerful the number one sect of the 10 great sects was. Su Yan took a stroll around the Limitless Devil sect, so everything was destroyed. At this time, only the ruins of the demon subduing hall were left, and Yan Zhao's palace had been completely wiped out. Who did this? How could they have such a terrifying power? Su Yan's heart became more and more flustered. Originally, he thought that he would be able to rush back from the Shura world, and even hoped that he would be able to arrive before the battle between the so-called Son of Demons. After all, Yan Zhao had once told him that the time in the Shura world was actually different from the time in the Infinite world. But now, he was completely flustered. Lu Lan. Su Yan directly flew into the sky, and directly shouted at the sky, hoping to convey his thoughts. However, it was empty below, and there was no sound at all. Everything was like this, and only a desolation was left. No, I have to go to the Taihang sword faction, I have to know what happened here. At this time, Su Yan made up his mind and immediately went to the Taihang sword faction. He flew all the way, and even used his spatial jump ability, but the changes here still shocked him. The huge Pan province had almost been directly wiped out. Everywhere he saw was scorched earth, and the ground even collapsed a little. Damn it, what kind of power could do this? Did a saint-level battle happen? The sudden appearance of such a terrifying power made Su Yan feel extremely anxious. At this time, he just wanted to know what happened here. The scorched earth gradually disappeared until it was out of the hinterland of Pan province. Only then did a few spots of green appear in front of his eyes. This kind of change simply shocked him. Finally, Su Yan also gradually found signs of human habitation. His gaze fell directly on a figure in the crowd. Su Yan's divine sense was very strong, and naturally, he could see at a glance that there was a fluctuation of spiritual qi on this person's body. This was a cultivator, and he was also a disciple of the Limitless Demon sect. At this time, he needed to ask for information. Finding a cultivator, and a disciple of the Limitless Demon sect, was naturally the best thing to do. The crowd was moving numbly, like a flock of sheep migrating. Everyone's face was filled with pain. The disciple of the Limitless Demon sect was hiding among them. At this moment, he felt an indescribable absurdity in his heart, as if all of this was a dream. At this moment, a person suddenly appeared beside him, and before he could react, his power had been directly imprisoned. Chapter 1060. Female Literature, What's Going On? He was immediately alarmed. However, he did not even have the strength to resist. However, this disciple's mentality was not bad. In just a short while, he had already calmed himself down. Who is this friend? Don't joke with me like this. Why don't you come out? To be able to appear silently and directly imprison him, this kind of strength was definitely not something he could resist. Therefore, at this time, he simply let himself relax and tried his best to cooperate with the other party. He had no choice but to do this. At this time, Su Yan said, "Humph, you're very smart." When he heard Su Yan's voice, he realized that Su Yan was standing beside him. This person's sudden appearance made him break out in cold sweat. "Sir, why are you looking for me?" He looked at Su Yan, not knowing what the other party's intentions were. However, he knew that if someone like him really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't need to spend much effort to do so. At this time, Su Yan said directly, "You don't have to be nervous. I'm too lazy to make a move on you. I just want to ask you some things. If you cooperate with me, I won't make things difficult for you." Hearing Su Yan's words, his heart immediately relaxed. At least now, the other party did not seem like someone who wanted to kill him. He said directly, "Sir, please ask. This little one will tell you everything I know." Su Yan said, "Let me ask you, what time is it now?" This was a very normal question, and it even made people feel that it was a little idiotic. However, this disciple of the Limitless Demon sect did not even dare to have such thoughts. "Sir, it's already the 738th year of the Limitless Demon sect." After he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Su Yan. Because at this moment, he realized that the senior in front of him was clearly shaken when he heard his answer. He did not understand why this person was like this, but he did not dare to ask too much. He only looked at Su Yan nervously. At this time, Su Yan's heart was filled with bitterness. It turned out that 2 years had passed in the blink of an eye. 2 years. It's already been 2 years. I really didn't expect that 2 years would pass just like that. He felt an indescribable pain in his heart. Back then, he had tried so hard to save Lu Lan before the fiendish demon ceremony. However, he didn't expect that not only did he fail to do it, but he also missed the opportunity. During the demon ceremony, Lu Lan must have been very scared. Thinking of her face, Su Yan's heart ached. Seeing how engrossed Su Yan was, this person did not dare to make a sound. At this time, Su Yan suddenly sighed and asked again, "Let me ask you, what happened in the past 2 years? Why is your Limitless Demon sect like this?" When he heard Su Yan say the words, "Your Limitless Demon sect," he immediately knew that his identity had been discovered. At this time, he was even more afraid, but he did not dare to hide anything. He said directly, "Reporting to Sir, in the past 2 years, the Sage sect has changed too much." As a disciple of the Sage sect, this lowly one feels that it is unbelievable. The reason why the Sage sect has fallen to such a state is because of the sacrificial ceremony 2 years ago. 2 years ago, Su Yan was swept into the Shura cave during the battle. Then, he struggled bitterly in the Shura world. However, the time in the limitless world was still running. Although the time in the 2 worlds was different, if Su Yan could come out of the Shura cave at that time, there might be hope for him to make it in time for the ceremony. However, Yan Xiao did not expect that Su Yan would be lost in the Shura world and experience so many things. Not long after Su Yan left, the Limitless Demon sect's Demon Son battle began. And that battle with the son of the devil was the prelude to the disaster. The 3 demon sons of the Limitless Demon sect were all extremely terrifying existences. However, Hua Yunfei unexpectedly died early, leaving a position open. Only Murong Wudi and Sheng Wanxing were left. However, the sacrificial ceremony of the Limitless Demon sect had always been to choose the crown prince from the 3 demon sons. Only then could the ceremony begin. In this selection, there was one person who was particularly terrifying. That person was Rosen. Rosen was a disciple of the Ghost Killing Hole. He was an absolute genius in the Ghost Killing Hole. Originally, he would not have been so terrifying. However, the Hall Master of the Ghost Killing Hall, who was also the first deputy sect master of the Limitless Demon sect, had taken a fancy to his body and wanted to possess it. Therefore, he had given him a lot of training and even the demon god armament. Although the 2 of them had broken off on the demon island, Rosen had announced that he would betray the Hall Master. However, for some unknown reason, he had returned and participated in this competition as a disciple of the ghost-killing hole. The strength he had displayed was really terrifying. No one was his match in the competition. They could not even block one of his moves. In the end, he became the demon son. The 3 demon sons were gathered just like that. After the 3 demon sons were gathered, the sacrificial ceremony would begin. The competition for the crown prince of the limitless demon sect would begin. However, during this competition, the nightmare began to truly descend. The 3 young demon sons were locked in a fierce battle at the beginning. Everyone said that Murong Wudi was the strongest, and the truth seemed to be so. At the beginning, the strength he displayed was almost dominating. However, it was not like that in the end. The aura of the ancient demon appeared on Sheng Wanxing's body. That was the terrifying power of the ancient demon emperor. Suddenly, the door to a world was opened. Luo Sen's body was shrouded in endless shadows. The most terrifying shadow covered the sky and appeared directly. In the end, Murong Wudi summoned a demon venerable. The 3 extremely terrifying existences directly replaced the 3 young people and started the battle. In the end, except for those experts, the ordinary disciples of the limitless demon sect were killed and injured. That battle was really too terrifying. At that time, I was lucky to be carrying out a mission outside the Pan province and escaped the disaster. Later, the deputy sect master of the limitless demon sect tried his best to bring the disciples out of the limitless demon sect and migrate. I was ordered to come and see if there were any surviving disciples. This person's explanation was not clear, but Su Yan directly used his extremely powerful and terrifying divine sense to see through his mind and saw what he wanted in his mind. A terrifying great demon, a terrifying demon, and a destructive shadow creature. Behind the 3 demon sons were actually these 3 terrifying things. To the limitless world, they were all foreign races. Unexpectedly, they all appeared in the limitless demon sect at the same time. Moreover, the terrifying power they displayed was at least the strength of a venerable sovereign. It seems that these 3 guys have all become puppets. However, if that's the case, the limitless world will not be stable from now on. Su Yan sighed in his heart. As for how the curtain fell this time, it was at the most critical moment when a huge island suddenly appeared. Then, an extremely terrifying power directly suppressed the 3 forces and completely turned them into ashes. However, when they disappeared, Sheng Wanfei, Murong Wudi, and Rosen also disappeared. As for the other things, it was not something a small figure like him could know. In the end, it was already very difficult for him to know so much. Through him, Su Yan already knew some information. However, he still did not know what he wanted to know the most. Where did Lu Lan and the others go? Su Yan asked, which deputy sect leader do you serve? That person seemed to be a little hesitant. At this time, Su Yan said, you should know that in front of me, your lies have no meaning. Therefore, your best choice is to tell me everything you know. Hearing Su Yan's words, that person did not dare to hesitate and directly said, I serve under the 7th deputy sect leader, Yan Shao. He felt uneasy, afraid that this expert had a grudge against Yan Shao. After all, in the entire Juzhou continent, the limitless demon sect had always been incomparably arrogant. They had too many enemies. This time, the alliance of the righteous sects was about to launch an attack on the limitless demon sect. However, they did not expect that such an unforeseen event would occur within the limitless demon sect. The entire Pan province had been affected by this terrifying power. The limitless demon sect, which had been prosperous for a time, was now in an extremely difficult situation. Yan Shao. Great, take me to see him. Don't worry, he won't blame you. The disciple felt helpless. However, since the other party had already said so, he did not dare to be unappreciative. He directly said, I will do as you say. Thus, the 2 of them went on their way. Along the way, Su Yan was thinking while feeling the changes in the power in his body. Although the appearance of the three powerful monsters had been suppressed and killed, this might be a signal. As for that huge island, it was undoubtedly the Divine Demon Island. After all, he had cultivated on the Divine Demon Island before and deeply understood the strength of the Divine Demon Island. The strength of the Divine Demon Island's island master was probably a super expert at the Saint Venerable level. Now, troubled times were about to arrive. Thus, he had to increase his strength. As for Lu Lan, although he was incomparably heavy, he really did not know what to do at this time. The knowledge of this limitless demon sect disciple was limited. It was better to talk to Yan Xiao and see if he could get any new information. At this time, Yan Xiao was sitting cross-legged in Wu province. Outside his body, a powerful force was constantly revolving around him. Chapter 1061. Girls' Literature. It could be seen that his strength had increased in the past 2 years. Although he lost to Xue Xingchuan, it didn't mean that he was useless. On the contrary, compared to many people in the Boundless Demon sect, he was one of the more outstanding ones. Among the 7 vice sect leaders of the Boundless Demon sect, he was the youngest. The reason why he was so outstanding was because people like Xue Xingchuan and Zhang Zhe had appeared in this era. Speaking of which, it was worth mentioning that this was the great fortune of the Taihang Sword faction. Although the Taihang Sword faction had always been one of the top 10 sects, it had gradually declined in the past few generations. Although it had the divine sword, it had never produced a true powerhouse. Although the previous sect leader had reached the level of a Dao Lord, his combat strength wasn't strong enough, so the Taishang Sword sect could only close its doors. Later on, Zhang Zhe appeared out of nowhere and broke the monopoly of the 3 aristocratic families. His cultivation was terrifying, and he was almost invincible in the same realm. This made the Taihang Sword faction famous. Later on, he became a Dao Lord and officially took over the sect. From the very beginning, he was already bold and decisive, displaying extremely powerful boldness. Zhang Zhe was truly a genius. Under his management, the Taihang Sword faction's strength had greatly increased, and its ranking among the top 10 sects had also skyrocketed. Yan Xiao was naturally inferior to this person. Moreover, strictly speaking, he was still a generation younger than Zhang Zhe. When Yan Xiao first appeared, he was also in the limelight. Coupled with his background in the Boundless Demon sect, he became a famous figure. At that time, everyone thought that he was the most outstanding person after Zhang Zhe. Yan Zhao's idea was to directly defeat Zhang Zhe and suppress the rising Taihang Sword faction, using Zhang Zhe and the Taihang Sword faction as his stepping stones. At that time, everyone thought that he had a chance. However, all of a sudden, a new member of the Taihang Sword faction rose to prominence, and that was Xue Xingchuan. When Yan Xiao challenged the Taihang Sword faction, Zhang Zhe didn't make a move. Instead, it was Xue Xingchuan who accepted his challenge. The young and hot-blooded Yan Xiao disdained to fight with a peer. He didn't even want to use his sword. However, Xue Xingchuan forced him to use his sword, and in the end, defeated him. Not only did Yan Xiao not only didn't follow his plan to crush the Taihang Sword faction, but he also became Xue's stepping stones. Xue. However, this did not mean that he was incompetent. On the contrary, after Su Yan had come into contact with him last time, he felt a little more admiration for this Yan Xiao in his heart. The disciple of the Limitless Demon sect felt uneasy, but he didn't dare to do anything now. He could only obediently lead Su Yan forward. At this moment, Su Yan was looking straight ahead. At this moment, his will was gently operating. At the same time, his strength was also slowly changing. He had returned to his own world, so his strength naturally had to adapt to the changes in his world. This was a kind of attitude. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Now that 2 years had passed, Su Yan wasn't in a hurry to wait a day or two. After his trip to the Shura realm, Su Yan's strength had increased a lot. It could even be said that it was terrifying. However, the most important thing was the change in his mentality. The more experience a person had, the more his mentality would naturally change. Now, he knew that he had to be more patient. Only in this way could he become better. At this moment, the two of them had already separated from the main group. During these few days, Su Yan also knew that the group was actually an exploration team. After that battle, the land of Pan province had been completely turned into ruins. However, there were many treasures in the ruins. After all, that was the ancestral land of the limitless demon sect. Although the Saint Devil Mountain had been destroyed, there must be a lot of good things inside. However, after the Saint Devil Mountain was destroyed, the space here had become extremely unstable. Sometimes, shadow creatures would appear here. Sometimes, demons would descend. Sometimes, demonic beasts would appear. Therefore, this place had become an extremely dangerous place. In fact, he had been ordered to enter this place to search for the treasures of the limitless demon sect. The two of them were in a barren mountain. This place was really desolate. There was yellow sand everywhere. There was no life. However, Su Yan's spirit consciousness could see clearly that this was actually a smokescreen. Behind the yellow sand, there was a green world. When the two of them stepped in, the scenery in front of them changed immediately. At this moment, a calm and terrifying voice was heard. "Why did you bring outsiders here?" The voice drifted over from afar. It was obvious that this person was very dissatisfied with outsiders entering this place. At this moment, Su Yan's mouth twitched slightly. He already knew who this person was from the voice. Su Yan. The person beside Yan Xiao was a 5 origin supremacy. Su Yan had a good impression of him. In a sense, he had saved his life. Back when he had been attacked by Suoleidao, who was under the 3rd deputy sect master, he had almost died in his hands. It was this person who had saved him. He was still alive. Su Yan suddenly felt carefree. It turned out that there was still hope in his heart. Su Yan's speed was very fast. In just a few breaths, he had already appeared in front of the two of them. "Greetings, Senior Su." At this moment, the disciple of the limitless demon sect directly knelt down. Although Yan Xiao had always been known for his tolerance in the limitless demon sect, bringing an unknown person into the base without permission still made him feel incomparably fearful. At this moment, Su Yan did not pay attention to him. Instead, his gaze fell on Su Yan. Su Yan gave him a strange yet familiar feeling. "Who are you?" In the end, he was unable to recognize Su Yan. A thought suddenly appeared in Su Yan's mind. He didn't say anything, but instead took a step forward. It was at this moment that Su Yan's entire body was filled with shock. The instant Su Yan stepped forward, he felt a sense of danger. At his level, his perception of danger was extremely sharp. Su Yan's step was naturally not simple. It was a simple space jump. Although Su Yan still did not understand how this guy could do this, it did not prevent him from directly putting up a defense. At this moment, his void shadow directly slashed in front of him. The place where his sword slashed was actually empty. However, when the sword fell, it was directly stopped. 2 fingers clamped down on his sword. Su Yan raised his eyebrows again. Although he had not yet stepped into the Dao Master realm, his strength was already extremely strong. Even if he was also a 5 essences supremacy, he believed that not many people could block his sword. However, this person blocked it so easily. Moreover, this person's power directly rushed towards him at this moment. It was a kind of blazing and terrifying power that almost burned his fingers directly. This power forced him to give up on the void shadow sword and kick backward again. At the same time, his palms shook in the void, and an even more powerful power gathered. Your Excellency, who exactly are you? Why are you making things difficult for me? His power was surging like the sea, giving off an extremely deep feeling. At this moment, he was so deep and so imposing. Su Yan smiled but did not say anything. At this moment, another voice sounded. All right, Su Yan, don't be nervous. This is an old friend. An extremely strong power appeared and directly calmed Su Yan's power, and also dissolved Su Yan's aura. Needless to say, the person who could do this was naturally Yen Xiao. Yen Xiao had become stronger than before. This was not surprising at all to Su Yan. Su Yan, I thought that you were already dead. I really did not expect that we would meet again one day. Yen Xiao's shadow directly appeared. This was a shadow that was similar to a power projection. He stood there, but in fact, he already had the power to attack Yen Xiao. The power of a Dao Master's attack could not be said to be weak. Su Yan. Hearing this name, Su Yan was very surprised. In fact, he had almost forgotten about Su Yan, because he would never spend time to remember the name of a dead person. At that time, Su Yan entered the Shura cave. At that time, they still thought that Su Yan had a chance to come back alive. However, as time passed, this hope became less and less. This caused Yen Zhao's plan to fail. Rosen defeated everyone and became the son of Devil. Of course, there was no need to talk about the unforeseen events that happened later. However, Su Yan clearly remembered that Su Yan's strength was not so strong at that time. But now, although it was just a hurried exchange of blows earlier, he knew in his heart that he was already completely not Su Yan's match. Not only did he come back alive from the Shura world, but he also made his strength more terrifying. This was really a terrifying young man. Long time no see, Deputy Sect Master Yen Xiao. Su Yan said to Yen Xiao. When he faced a Dao Master in the past, he did not have the strength to fight back at all. He still remembered that when the third Deputy Sect Master attacked, he did not even have the chance to release the killing move that he had prepared before he was directly suppressed. However, it was completely different now. He had killed many Shura kings who were at the same level as Dao Masters. If they were to fight, he was not afraid of Yen Xiao at all, even if his strength had improved. This was also the reason why Su Yan dared to come here. Now, he was more and more aware of one thing, that is, equal status needed to be fought for with equal strength. Yen Xiao might not necessarily harm him, but his strength was not enough, so naturally, he was not qualified to talk to him as an equal. Chapter 1062. Female Literature. Back then, the reason why Yen Xiao helped him wasn't because he was kind-hearted, but because he had a plan. Yen Xiao needed him to be his chess piece, which was why he saved him. However, when it was time to abandon him, he wouldn't hold back at all. There was nothing to complain about. This was the reality. But now, it was completely different. In terms of realm, Su Yan was still far from reaching the Dao's sovereign level. However, in terms of combat strength, he wasn't inferior to Yen Xiao at all. He might even be able to kill Yen Xiao in a battle of life and death. Of course, all of these were just his theoretical speculations. Even so, it was enough to show his strong confidence at this moment. At this moment, Yen Zhao's incarnation appeared. Although he hadn't fought with Su Yan yet, in fact, he had already sensed Su Yan's extremely terrifying strength. He was also extremely shocked by Su Yan's progress. After all, like Su Yan, he actually thought that Su Yan wouldn't be able to survive. But now, not only did Su Yan survive, but he was even better than before. Yes, it's been a long time indeed. I didn't expect you to still be alive. But, it's always good to be alive. At this moment, Yen Xiao was also quite emotional. The last time they met, the difference in strength between them was like heaven and earth. But now, Su Yan was qualified to talk to him as an equal. At this moment, of course, he wouldn't doubt Su Yan's strength anymore. He said faintly, "Come in and have a seat." He knew that Su Yan must have a lot of questions to ask at this moment. In fact, he was also very curious about Su Yan's experience. After fighting with the Shura world for so many years, it wasn't that no one had fallen into the Shura cave, but almost all of those people had died. But now, not only did Su Yan come back alive, but his strength had also increased greatly. Su Yan smiled faintly and directly walked in. When he passed by Su Yan suddenly said, "Thank you." This gratitude came from the bottom of his heart, because his life was saved by Su Yan. If it weren't for Su Yan, he would have died. Back then, outside the Shura cave, he should have fallen into it. In fact, he was very clear that although Su Yan could come out from inside, it did not mean that he could do the same. If he entered the Shura realm by himself, he would most likely die. "No need," Su Yan said. Indeed, there was no need. The reason why he saved him was merely to return a favor. It was just that at that time, he didn't think that he would be the one to fall into the trap. Soon, Su Yan saw Yan Zhao's real body. When he saw Yan Zhao's real body, he was shocked. At this time, Yan Zhao's appearance was completely different from when he first saw him. Dark veins appeared on his skin. Su Yan could clearly see that those veins did not belong to Yan Zhao. Instead, they were some kind of parasitic veins that were embedded in his body. Yan Zhao's cultivation was high. Putting everything else aside, he was at least a Dao master. Needless to say, his realm was very high. But at this time, he was actually parasitized by these lines. "This is, shadow lines," Su Yan said in surprise. He had already dealt with shadow creatures. During the battle with Emperor Wu Hui, he had come into contact with shadow creatures. At that time, he had consulted the God-Slayer sword. The God-Slayer sword was indeed an antique that had existed for countless years. It directly explained the existence of such things to Su Yan. Shadow lines was an extremely dangerous thing. These things were the parasitic means of high-level shadow creatures. The terrifying thing about shadow creatures was that they could silently enter the bodies of other creatures and live there. And these shadow lines were their way of showing that they were living there. I didn't expect you to know about these shadow lines. It seems that you have a lot of knowledge. That's right. When the sect was in trouble last time, I fought with the shadow creatures summoned by Rosen and ended up in this situation. He directly sighed. It had to be said that Yan Zhao always looked so tragic. His strength was naturally not to be doubted, but the shadow creature still managed to live in his body. It was obvious that the shadow creature was very powerful. But there's no need to worry now. At this time, it's still far from being able to successfully live in my body. It won't be that easy for it to successfully live in my body. Yan Zhao's words were somewhat calm, but Su Yan could see that Su Yan was very worried. He knew that Su Yan was loyal to Yan Zhao. If he showed such an expression at this time, it could only mean one thing, and that was that the situation was so serious that it could not be changed. Su Yan directly said, "Senior Yan Zhao, you should know that this shadow line is not a small matter. You can't suppress and destroy it immediately, so you can only let it grow deeper and deeper until it completely devours you one day." Of course, Su Yan wouldn't believe what he said so easily. He still had a deep understanding of this. Shadow creatures were extremely terrifying. If they could be destroyed so easily, it wouldn't have been so difficult back then. If you couldn't suppress this shadow line, then one day, it would completely destroy your consciousness. This was an extremely terrifying cycle of death. Even if it was Yan Zhao, it would be extremely difficult to get out of this cycle. It seems that you know a lot. He said so, which meant that he had admitted to it. In fact, this couldn't be helped. The shadow creatures were too powerful back then. If Yan Shao didn't stop them, more disciples would have died. Senior, perhaps I can help you. Su Yan pondered for a moment before saying. Yan Shao was startled when he heard this. His eyes flashed. This was something he hadn't expected. If Su Yan didn't know about this, then perhaps he wouldn't believe him. However, Su Yan knew about the shadow line and seemed to have a deep understanding of it. This meant that Su Yan's words were quite credible. At this time, Su Yan directly said, "Is what you said true?" Back then, he could easily defeat Su Yan. If it wasn't for Yan Zhao's high regard, he wouldn't have cared about Su Yan at all. But now, it turned out that Yan Zhao's insight was much more powerful than his. After more than 2 years, Su Yan had grown to such a level that he could easily defeat Su Yan. At this time, since he said that he could help Lord Yan Shao, then it was very likely that it was true. During this period of time, although Lord Yan Zhao's cultivation had improved, this problem had also become increasingly obvious. In fact, Yan Shao had even said that if there came a day when he couldn't hold on anymore, then Su Yan would kill him. He clearly knew that even though Yan Shao was still holding on, his heart had already given up all hope. However, Su Yan's appearance had actually brought him a new ray of hope. Try it. Su Yan didn't say anything else and directly walked towards Yan Shao. Yan Shao didn't stop him. He only watched as Su Yan walked towards him. Su Yan arrived in front of him and said, "Senior, my power will enter your body. Please don't resist." At this time, his aura directly spread out. The power of the zenith directly entered Yan Zhao's body. In fact, Su Yan only wanted to give it a try. He wasn't sure if he could really help Yan Shao. But now that things had come to this point, it was better to give it a try than to do nothing. At this time, his power directly spread out and the aura formed a cyclone. This cyclone directly reached his face. At this time, the power of the zenith began to come into contact with the shadow runes. Yan Shao was extremely calm. His expression didn't change at all, as if all this wasn't happening to him. Putting everything else aside, just this point alone was already admirable. Su Yan clearly knew that it was actually an extremely painful process for the power to seep in at this time, although he had not experienced it personally. But how could it not be painful when it involved one's soul? But at this time, he was still able to maintain a calm expression. This alone was very impressive. At this time, the shadow runes began to shine brightly. When the light appeared, Su Yan felt the power fluctuations within it. It seemed that the shadow runes were going to go deeper. At this time, Su Yan wasn't shocked. Instead, he was happy. If the shadow runes were indifferent to his power, it meant that he didn't care about this power at all. But now, when Su Yan's power came over, it reacted. This meant one thing. Yan Shao was reacting to his power of the zenith. He was even a little afraid of it. If there was no reaction at all, it would be terrible. But now, it was a good sign. At this time, Yan Shao said, "Su Yan, don't have any scruples. I'm fine." Yan Shao knew that Su Yan had some scruples at this time. After all, this was his body. If he didn't use his power properly, it was very likely that he would be seriously injured. It might even cause the shadow runes to go deeper. However, at this time, he discovered that Su Yan's power had an effect on the shadow runes. Therefore, he no longer had any fear or scruples in his heart. The only thing he felt was joy. Suddenly seeing the light of hope while waiting for death naturally made him happy. Su Yan smiled bitterly. But since the other party had said so, he immediately put down the scruples in his heart and directly covered the shadow runes with his power. Chapter 1063. Female Literature. Su Yan's power was like a flame. When he no longer had any misgivings and directly rushed up with this power, the powerful force almost made people collapse. The terrifying aura kept surging. At this time, the shadow patterns were like poisonous insects, directly twisting and circling. And it was also at this time that Su Yan suddenly felt an extremely ferocious force coming toward him. You want to counterattack? Su Yan's heart froze. He had to admit that the power of this shadow was really terrifying. At this time, not only was it not afraid, it actually wanted to counterattack and implant the power of the shadow into Su Yan's body. However, this time, it found the wrong target. At this time, its power came out in full force. The powerful and terrifying aura went berserk. It was like a wheel of wind and fire that directly suppressed Yan Liqiang. Such power could not be said to be strong, but it had its own majesty. The power of the shadow patterns was very insidious. After being hit by this power, it began to retreat. However, Su Yan did not give it the chance to do so. At this time, the powerful force directly began to chase after it. At this time, Su Yan's aura was too strong. At this time, his power was accumulating bit by bit, and his aura was simply overwhelming to the extreme. At this time, he was like a mad god. Senior Yan Shao. Su Yan's power suddenly skyrocketed. Obviously, that power was very uneasy. At this time, it wanted to directly spread to other parts of Yan Shao. Even without Su Yan's reminder, Yan Shao had naturally sensed this as well. Evil creature, don't think you can succeed. At this time, his power directly rushed out. An extremely powerful and terrifying force burst out from his body at this time. This was a war, and it was a war that could not be lost. And the battlefield of this war was his body. If he lost this time, there would naturally be endless troubles in the future. However, if he won this time, he would be able to get rid of it. He might even be able to take this opportunity to go further. A battle began just like that. This was a war that absolutely did not allow for failure, because once they lost, it would mean that they would be completely annihilated, and that was an outcome that was even more terrifying than death. Both Su Yan and Yan Shao knew this. The power of the shadow was strange and terrifying. He was the most cunning of enemies and would seize every opportunity to launch an attack. Time passed bit by bit. At this time, the terrifying whistling sound from the shadow grew louder and louder. This sound had a terrifying power that made one's heart palpitate. In the past, such a voice would have been enough to disturb Su Yan's mind, but now, Su Yan was different because he had grown to an extremely terrifying level. Since that's the case, let me add fuel to the fire, he suddenly said. At the same time, a golden light was released from his body. When this power appeared, Su Yan's entire body was pushed back. Because he couldn't withstand such power. At this moment, he was extremely shocked. Of course, he had not become a Dao master, but he was extremely close to becoming one now. One had to know that his talent was extremely powerful, and this great figure had taken good care of him and constantly guided him in his cultivation. Many people envied the fact that a Dao master personally taught him. Therefore, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. In the battle back then, Zhuo Leitao was an expert of the same level as him, but it was obvious that he was not Su Yan's opponent during the battle. But now, Su Yan was unable to withstand the power released from Su Yan's body. How terrifying was that? He stared straight at Su Yan as if he was looking at an evil spirit. Of course, after a while, his shock turned into a pleasant surprise. Since Su Yan could display such a terrifying aura, it meant that he was confident enough to help Yan Shao. This was not a bad thing. However, what he did not know was that at this moment, Su Yan was far from being at ease. This power was naturally the power of Shura's fire. Shura's power was domineering, and anyone who had fought with them before would know it. Shura's fire, especially, was almost on par with heavenly thunder. Although Su Yan had mastered this power through devouring, it was far from enough for him. This was because this was the first time he had used this power in this world. Different worlds naturally had different laws. He was not a Shura, so it would naturally take time for him to master this law. However, he did not have time at this moment. The power of the shadow was really stubborn. When Su Yan and Yan Zhao's power attacked it, it launched an extremely stubborn resistance. Its power was so terrifying, but of course, its soul was the most terrifying thing. At this moment, Yan Zhao realized that even though he had been suppressing it for the past few days, the depth of the shadow's penetration was still beyond his expectations. At this moment, the shadow had actually begun to fuse with his soul. Of course, this fusion was still very simple at this moment, but if it was allowed to develop further, this power would become even more profound with his soul. When that time came, there would be no saving him. At this moment, the attack of Su Yan's power had revealed its true form. At this moment, Emperor Shura's attack immediately caused him great pain. Of course, Yan Zhao was also in pain. However, at this moment, he had no other choice but to endure. Under Emperor Shura's continuous attacks, the power of the shadow finally stopped penetrating. At this moment, Su Yan showed an extremely strong attitude. If he did not compromise, Su Yan would not stop either. He did not care about Yan Zhao's life or death. At this moment, even as a Dao master, Yan Zhao could no longer bear it. His body began to tremble. What kind of pain was this to make such an expert convulse like this? At this moment, Yan Zhao suddenly shouted, "Su Yan, stop." Shura's fire was too strong. At this moment, he was afraid that Yan Zhao's life would be in danger. Because at this time, he was shocked to discover that Su Yan and Yan Zhao were not friends. Strictly speaking, they were even enemies. Their standpoints were different. Yan Zhao was the vice sect leader of the Limitless Demon sect, while Su Yan was a disciple of the Taihang sword faction. At that time, Yan Zhao had tried to kill Su Yan. Could it be that this guy wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him? This seemed to be a very likely thing. Thinking of this, Yan Zhao's heart became more and more furious. This despicable guy. The more Yan Zhao thought about it, the more afraid he became. Even though Yan Zhao might still die without Su Yan, there was still a slim chance of survival, wasn't there? At this moment, Yan Zhao attacked Su Yan with the formless sword. He did not hesitate to attack Su Yan. He wanted to kill Su Yan. However, at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared outside of Su Yan's body. It was the Shura demon tiger. When Su Yan first sent Aina to Blood River City, he sent the Shura demon tiger into the square seal. Now, the square seal was suppressed by him, but the Shura demon tiger was able to escape. Su Yan knew what Yan Zhao was thinking. However, at this moment of life and death, he did not have the time to waste with Yan Zhao. Therefore, he directly summoned the Shura demon tiger. After following Su Yan, the Shura demon tiger had always been in the square seal. Su Yan was wary of the square seal. Therefore, after putting the Shura demon tiger into the square seal, he constantly guided the energy towards him. The Shura demon tiger could be said to have profited from a disaster. In the square seal, he actually became a king-level Shura demonic beast. At this moment, when he appeared and saw Yan Zhao, he immediately roared. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura was released, and a powerful force rushed towards Yan Zhao. Yan Zhao directly fought with the Shura demon tiger. In fact, the Shura demon tiger was naturally not a match for Yan Zhao. Although he had obtained great benefits in the square seal, it was absolutely impossible for him to reach the sky in a single step. His strength was already very strong, but compared to Yan Zhao, who was only one step away from becoming a Dao master, he was still too far away. However, this did not matter. His mission was not to kill Yan Zhao, but to hold him back. After all, he was the Shura demon tiger. If they were at the same level, Yan Xiao would definitely not be a match for him. Su Yan focused more of his attention. This was an extremely important moment. Under the continuous burning of the Shura fire, that thing finally could not hold on any longer. It began to gradually leave Yan Zhao's body. At this moment, the shadow slowly crawled out of Yan Zhao's body. When it was residing in his body, this thing was only the size of a palm. However, when it left this guy's body, this shadow began to change, and finally turned into a huge and terrifying shadow. It was a terrifying creature. At this moment, Yan Xiao finally stopped his attack. He knew that he had misunderstood Su Yan. At this moment, he felt extremely regretful. Of course, he knew that this regret was useless because he now had to face an extremely powerful enemy, and that was this terrifying shadow creature. After the shadow creature appeared, he immediately wanted to leave this place like a madman. This was because the Shura fire released by Su Yan made him feel incomparable fear. That was a fire that could kill him. Even if he was strong, he had no choice but to compromise under the influence of this fire. However, how could Yan Xiao let him leave? Yan Xiao was at the most furious moment. This shadow creature was making his master suffer. Chapter 1064. Female literature. In fact, back then, Yan Xiao had been taken advantage of by this shadow creature because he had tried to save him. Yan Xiao had always been brooding over this. Now, he finally had a chance to pay it back. At this moment, his power spread out. The void-shattering sword appeared and flew out, slashing at the shadow creature at an extremely terrifying speed. His void-shattering sword had always been very powerful, but this time, it returned without any effect. That shadow creature seemed to know his plan. In that instant, its body turned into nothingness. Yan Zhao's sword directly pierced through the shadow creature's body, but it did not cause him any trouble at all. At this moment, a strange expression appeared on the shadow creature's face, as if it was mocking Yan Zhao's words. At this moment, it suddenly changed its direction and no longer fled outside. Instead, it charged directly at Yan Xiao. Not good. Yan Xiao was shocked. At this moment, he already knew what this evil creature was planning to do. It wanted to enter his body and take over his body as a parasite. This time, he was extremely afraid. He knew very well that even Dao's sovereign Yan Xiao was so powerless against this shadow creature. If it were him, he would not have any chance of survival. However, at this moment, that power had already arrived in front of him. At this moment, he had no choice. He gritted his teeth. Since he had no choice, he might as well go all out. In times of desperation, going all out was the only way. At this moment, a loud tiger roar was heard. Then, a shadow suddenly flew down, and a claw mark appeared directly at this time. Shura Demon Tiger. At this moment, Shura Demon Tiger attacked. His power was extremely domineering. At this moment, Shura's aura was fully displayed. Since Su Yan could conceal the world imprint of the King of Destruction, it was easy for him to prevent Shura Demon Tiger from being detected by this world. After following Su Yan, Shura Demon Tiger obtained enough benefits from the square seal. At this moment, his arrogance was on full display. The moment his powerful strength descended, the shadow creature actually felt fear. His body turned into nothingness again, but this time, his luck was not good. The power of the Shura Demon Tiger was actually able to injure him. The shadow creature's shadow kept changing like a cloud of smoke. At this time, it was looking at the Shura Demon Tiger, its eyes filled with terrible anger. He wanted to kill the Shura Demon Tiger. However, right at that moment, his body suddenly trembled. He had a bad feeling about this. Su Yan suddenly woke up. Previously, his power was entangled with Yan Zhao's power, and he was unable to extricate himself. But now, he was finally able to withdraw his power. The shadow creature glanced at Su Yan's face. Then, it no longer had any thoughts and wanted to leave immediately. This guy made him loathe him to the extreme. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. His plan had succeeded. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to take a Dao master for himself. The most terrifying thing about the shadow creature was that it was a parasite. When it killed the original person and became itself again, its power would be greatly increased until it completely absorbed the person's nutrients. But Su Yan's appearance disrupted all his plans. This guy was really hateful, but he was also really powerful. His appearance gave him a sense of helplessness. It was especially so for the azure of fire and the power of the exalted on Su Yan's body. To him, they were like the bane of his existence. So at this time, he chose to escape without hesitation. However, since they had already come to this point, how could Su Yan let him leave just like that? Since you're already here, why leave? Stay with me. His power suddenly erupted at this moment, and then a powerful aura spread out at this moment. If Su Yan didn't want him to leave, then he had to stay. This was Su Yan's overbearingness. Su Yan's power became so violent at this time. That terrifying power was simply too strong at this time. Then, his power flew out and formed a huge net. The net condensed by his power filled up all the places in an instant. The powerful power kept roaring, suppressing the shadow creature. At this time, the shadow creature saw that it had nowhere to go. It seemed to give up everything and rushed towards Su Yan. Su Yan just sneered at its suicidal behavior. He didn't summon the Taiji sword. The Taiji sword was too powerful, but now was not the time to use it. This was the trump card Su Yan kept for himself. His power changed again. In the Shura realm, Su Yan's biggest breakthrough was to unify his power. Whether it was the power of the great demonic dragon or others, under the operation of the power of the exalted, they had been combined with the power of Shura to become the third power. The so-called third force was a powerful force that had fused together. Its characteristics were incomparably violent, but it was also terrifyingly profound. The power of Shura's fire and thunder worked at the same time. Shura's burning, thunder's rumbling. These two terrifying powers erupted at the same time, immediately causing the shadow creature more pain. At this time, Su Yan directly bombarded it with a palm. Seeing Su Yan's palm bombarding it, the shadow creature didn't retreat at this time. Instead, it directly flew towards Su Yan. Su Yan, be careful. Be careful of its parasites. Su Yan shouted in horror. The most terrifying thing about this shadow creature was that it was almost immune to physical attacks, and contact with it was the road to death. Back then, Yan Shao accidentally touched its body in battle, which was why it directly parasitized him. At this time, Su Yan's actions were even more suicidal. Su Yan had spent a lot of effort to expel this power from Yan Zhao's body, but if it parasitized his body, he might not be able to do anything. However, Su Yan turned a deaf ear to Su Yan's words. Perhaps it was already too late. His palm quickly slammed into the shadow creatures. Just as Su Yan worried, the shadow creature didn't die at this time. Instead, it directly rushed towards Su Yan's body. It's over. Su Yan regretted. At this time, the curtain fell on the battle. At this time, Yan Shao opened his eyes. He had just suppressed his injuries and saw the last scene. He frowned and said to Su Yan, "Don't you think you're too reckless?" Obviously, he didn't think highly of Su Yan. After all, he had suffered at the hands of this darn thing, and he knew how terrifying it was. He had felt Su Yan's power, but in fact, the reason why they had won earlier was because he and Su Yan had joined forces. Now that the parasites have just started, let's work together and see if we can force it out and kill it directly. In his opinion, Su Yan shouldn't be so impatient. Since his strength had a restraining effect on the shadow creature, he should buy time. When he woke up, the combined strength of the two of them could directly kill the shadow creature. In fact, there was only a small difference in time. At this time, Su Yan smiled and said, "It's fine. Since I dared to do this, I naturally have my own confidence." He had a calm expression on his face, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Yan Xiao shook his head slightly. Once bitten, twice shy. But taking a step back, this thing was indeed extremely terrifying. He knew how terrifying it was after coming into contact with it. However, since Su Yan had already said so, he naturally couldn't say anything more. He only said, "Then pay attention at all times. If you discover any problems, immediately come and find me. Don't worry, I, Yan Xiao, am not an ungrateful person." Su Yan nodded. He agreed with this point. The Limitless Demon sect was a demonic sect in their eyes, but they saw it as a holy sect. In fact, not all of the disciples of the Limitless Demon sect were evil. The only difference was in their views. It was like ruling a country. Everyone had their own views. However, Su Yan really didn't care about the shadow creature. The reason why he let this thing enter his body was because he wanted to close the door and beat the dog. He had already seen the strangeness of the shadow creature and deeply understood that the scariest thing about shadow creatures was that they were difficult to kill. As long as a shadow still existed, it could be reborn. However, it was different now. Now that this guy had entered his body, there was no way for him to escape. His sea of consciousness had already given birth to lightning, which was the biggest nemesis for shadow creatures like this. Su Yan's body was now so strong that it might even be stronger than Yan Zhao's. "Senior, this junior has many things to ask you." At this time, Su Yan directly changed the topic. Although he had obtained a lot of information from that disciple, it was still too little compared to what Su Yan wanted to know. Therefore, he still had many questions at this time. Yan Zhao's gaze fell on him and said, "I know, you want to ask about Lulan, right?" Yan Zhao's eyes were unique. He immediately guessed. However, when he said the two words, Lulan, he smiled bitterly. Su Yan didn't say anything and looked at Yan Xiao. At this time, Yan Xiao finally began to speak slowly and recounted the incident from the beginning. As the deputy sect master, he naturally knew more than an ordinary disciple. Chapter 1065. Girl literature. Back then, what happened at the beginning was indeed as that disciple had said. The three sons of demons had all summoned extremely terrifying things. Rosen's shadow creatures, Sheng Wanxing's terrifying demons, and Murong Wudi's powerful demon clan. The battle at that time was extremely terrifying. The three creatures almost tore down the Boundless Demon sect. Of course, the experts of the Boundless Demon sect would not sit still and wait for death. Several deputy sect masters took action one after another. That battle was extremely difficult. But what was worrying was that it was such a dangerous situation. The most powerful deputy sect master and sect master did not take action. They did not even show up. Fortunately, the 6 deputy sect masters were not weak. They fought in pairs, and with the help of the Boundless Demon sect's formation, they finally suppressed the 3 monsters. They thought that this would be the end, but they did not expect that at this time, a woman would suddenly burst out. This woman was none other than Lulan. The so-called demon ceremony was to draw out the blood of the most powerful woman with the demon clan's bloodline, and then combine it with the demon sect's crown prince to create the most powerful bloodline. There were actually 10 candidates for the demon clan. Lulan was the last one to survive. Her strength was needless to say, but compared with those deputy sect masters who had reached the level of Dao Master, it was nothing. However, it was precisely at that moment, at that extremely crucial moment, that woman had appeared. Lu Lan broke through the power restriction of the boundless demon sect and went directly into the sky. At this time, she was no longer weak, but full of unimaginable majesty. A powerful aura was released from her body. Even Yan Xiao, a Dao master, was shocked by that kind of power. He was very sure that Lu Lan's cultivation had reached the level of sovereign master. An expert at the level of sovereign master was equivalent to the emperor of Shura. Back then, even an expert like the King of Destruction could only flee in the face of the emperor of Tianxing. Su Yan could not believe it when he heard the news. However, Lu Lan was still alive, which was the best thing. After Lu Lan soared into the sky, the extremely terrifying demon stood directly below her, respectfully as if it was a servant. The son of the limitless demon sect's #1 demon, Murong Wudi, stood quietly behind him. Even at this point, the powerful Grandmaster had yet to appear. Lu Lan stood in the air like this. Her appearance and rise directly broke the current situation. Her power was so great that when she looked down, it was as if the entire world had fallen into a terrifying silence. Her eyes were filled with incomparable hatred. Her hatred for the limitless demon sect was as deep as the sea. It was the limitless demon sect that had forcibly snatched her away from Su Yan's embrace and made her suffer such great pain. It was also the limitless demon sect that made the monster palace suffer generation after generation. At this moment, she gently waved her hand, and the demon expert was immediately enraged. What was even more terrifying was that the demon had actually more than doubled in strength at this moment. What a terrifying power this was! At this moment, his aura had simply reached its peak. The violent power flew down, causing everything to shake and crumble at this moment. The outcome of the balance being broken was extremely terrifying. The limitless demon sect began to waver. At this moment, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. At this moment, Rosen's shadow power suddenly surged towards the ghost-killing hole. In the limitless demon sect, the person that Rosen hated the most was the master of the ghost-killing hall, who was also the first deputy grandmaster of the limitless demon sect. That person had once saved him long ago, and he had been deeply grateful to him at that time. However, later on, he had guessed that the purpose of that guy was to directly devour him, like a piece of fatty meat, and eat him directly. This was something that he could not tolerate no matter what, so at that moment, he had gone berserk and angry. However, at that time, he was simply too weak. Compared to this person, the difference was like heaven and earth. At that time, if that person from the Divine Demon Island had not interfered, he would not have been able to survive at this time. However, the current him had already become extremely powerful. In fact, when he had just arrived at the limitless demon sect, he had already wanted to directly turn hostile. However, the person behind him did not allow him to do so, and he had to follow the plan. He did not know how that person made that old thing let him go and not do anything to him, and even gave him a reasonable identity. However, at this moment, all of this did not matter anymore. That person wanted him to obtain the demon blood, but now, it was obviously impossible to obtain the demon blood. Moreover, under the powerful demon race, the limitless demon sect was already in chaos. At this moment, his first thought was to find the first deputy grandmaster to settle the score. The current him could control the shadow power, which was enough to reach the emperor realm. The feeling of being invincible made him feel an indescribable sense of carefreeness. At this moment, Shang Wanxing also began to release his full strength. Of course, his strength was not to attack, but to open. To open the door to the descent of the demons. Facing such a situation, the 6 deputy grandmasters of the limitless demon sect could only retreat and protect themselves. At the same time, they were trying to buy time for the people of the limitless demon sect to use the formation to evacuate. While ensuring the evacuation of the disciples, an uncontrollable battle broke out. The demon gate was opened, and terrifying demons rushed in. Even the limitless demon sect could not withstand it. At this time, Zhang Zhe led the disciples of the righteous faction into the limitless demon sect. Fortunately, Zhang Zhe was not blinded by greed. When facing the demons, he was clear that these terrifying existences from the otherworld were the greatest enemies, so he directly took action. With the addition of many powerhouses, the casualties were not disastrous. Of course, when they were at their most desperate, a huge floating island descended. When that terrifying floating island appeared, all the demons and shadow creatures died at that moment. Of course, those powerful existences fled. Su Yan was silent for a moment, then said, "In that case, Lulan is fine. She is safe now, but did she leave with the demon clan?" Yan Xiao said with a wry smile, "Of course she's fine. If I'm not wrong, there is an extremely noble bloodline of the demon clan hidden in her body. That's why the powerhouses of the demon clan acted like this. But I didn't expect Murong Wudi to be a chess piece of the demon clan. I really don't understand. In this generation of the Limitless Demon Sect, the 3 sons of the demon clan are not members of the Limitless Demon Sect." Yan Zhao's idea had always been to run the Limitless Demon Sect better, to make it stronger, so that his ideas could be carried out. However, the Grand Master of the Limitless Demon Sect was too majestic, and his strength was too terrifying. Even though he had become a Dao Master, he did not know how strong the Grand Master was. Therefore, in the beginning, he wanted to let Su Yan compete for the son of the demon clan, so that he could obtain some of the rights that he hoped to obtain. But he did not expect that he would be disappointed in the end. This was simply a great irony. The only difference was that Hua Yunfei, the son of the demon clan of the Limitless Demon Sect, had died in his early years because of his ambition. Even he felt a sense of helplessness. "Su Yan, now that you are strong enough, where do you want to go next?" Yan Xiao asked directly. Su Yan furrowed his brows and said, "It seems like troubled times are about to arrive." Yan Xiao nodded. In fact, this incident was a signal. The shadow creatures had reappeared, the invasion of the demon clan was about to begin, and the powerful demon clan seemed to be recovering at this time. Putting everything else aside, for the infinite world, this was definitely not a good thing. Who knew that terrifying thing might come? Su Yan knew that although the master of the Divine Demon Island was mysterious, his strength was extremely terrifying. He had been guarding the limitless world all this time. Although the invasion of the demon clan was suppressed by him this time, what about the next time? Although he was strong, he was not invincible. When the demon gate was opened the next time, a large number of greater demons would gather, and it would not be a time when he could fight against them alone. In the ancient times, there were 7 saint sovereigns, but what about now? There were almost no sovereigns, so it was impossible for them to survive the invasion of the demon clan. Time was running out. That's right, that's exactly the case. This time, it's just a signal. It's a pity that the 10 great sects aren't united yet. The royal sect and the other powerful sects all feel that they're the main characters of this world. As for our limitless devil sect, I don't know what our sect leader is thinking either. He didn't even appear during the calamity this time. Because of this, the limitless devil sect is already in disarray. In this great calamity, the limitless demon sect master did not appear, so some thoughts and suspicions emerged. Some said that he was already dead, but no matter what, dissatisfaction towards him had already appeared. The few vice sect masters were not willing to be under others. This time, the limitless demon sect master was calm, which naturally gave them some ambition. Since the limitless demon sect was already torn apart, the third vice sect master directly established his own sect. The other vice sect masters also did the same. Therefore, the limitless demon sect, which was once the number 1 sect of the 10 great sects, was torn apart overnight. The other 9 great sects were also in their own camps at this time. These things are not suitable for me to worry about. I think, the world of the 9 continents is so big, there are bound to be people with broad horizons. When trouble comes, they will naturally take action. The only thing I care about is to protect the people I protect. Now, I want to go back to the Tai-Hang sword faction to take a look. If possible, I want to go back to the 5 continents. Chapter 1066. Female literature, that's good too. Our peaceful days are coming to an end, said Yen Xiao. No matter what their relationship was in the past, after this incident, their relationship had improved and they could be considered friends. No matter what, they were of no use in the current situation. Although their strength was considered to be in the upper echelons, they were still a far cry from the true powerhouses. Of course, the true powerhouses here were terrifying existences like the Master of Divine Devil Island. Such a person was a supreme existence at the peak. Su Yan knew that his strength was probably at the level of the great demonic dragon. In other words, he was a sacred venerable. To them, these 2 words were like a legend. They were so high up that no one could touch them. This world has always been like this. When you reach a new height, you will find that there is a more distant road waiting for you in front of you. This was an endless cycle, and no one knew when this cycle would stop. He chatted with Yen Xiao for a while more before leaving. In fact, the current world was already extremely unstable. One had to know that the space between heaven and earth was originally very stable. However, after many things happened in the ancient times, this world had become extremely unstable. At this time, the energy between heaven and earth fluctuated violently. After the previous great battle, the saints worked together to seal the space. This allowed the Wuji world to enjoy peace for many years. However, this time, the seal of the space was opened again. In fact, the 3 sons of the great demons were the sinners of the Wuji world. It was because of them that the Wuji world was in danger. Of course, they were only a catalyst. Even without their existence, this world would not be peaceful. The terrifying crisis that was about to come would still come at any time. In the current large world, there would occasionally be some wandering evil demons. For those with cultivation, it was not so bad. However, for ordinary people, this was extremely fatal. After all, their strength was not enough to deal with these. No, it could be said that they were weak lambs in front of these terrifying invading creatures. Su Yan headed straight for the Tai-Hang sword faction. The Tai-Hang sword faction had participated in the last war as well. As long as it was a war, there would be casualties. Even the victors would have to pay a huge price. Su Yan did not know how they were doing, especially his friends in the Tai-Hang sword faction. Of course, the Tai-Hang sword faction was not his destination. He still wanted to go to the 5 prefectures. Back then, when he came here from the 5 counties, he wanted to bring back the people he treasured. But now, he failed to do so. Chu Linger had already become a disciple of the Passionless Island. Under the care of the Passionless Fairy, her life would not be in danger. Su Yan's current strength was many times stronger than before, but he did not choose to go to the Passionless Island. She had already chosen her own path back then, so she could only follow suit. Everything needed time to settle down. At the very least, Su Yan was not strong enough at the moment. Back then, the woman from the Celestial Devil Island had told him that the Passionless Fairy was so strong that even the Celestial Devil Island Master was wary of her. Such a terrifying existence was definitely not someone he could afford to offend at the moment. Chu Linger would also benefit greatly if she stayed there. It was better than following him around and suffering. As for Lu Lan, Su Yan felt that he had let her down. He wanted to see her and save her, but he did not expect that something would happen at that time. He did not even get to see her face. This woman had given herself to Su Yan, but now, she had to face everything alone. Even though she had displayed an extremely terrifying strength and had even reached the level of an Emperor Master, Su Yan still felt deeply guilty towards her. As for her sister, that was her own choice. She had chosen Su Yan, so Su Yan would not do anything to her. After all, Su Yan did not treat her well. Now that Su Yan had become a demon, it would be best for her to die. Otherwise, they would probably have to meet again on the battlefield. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was constantly increasing. He suddenly sped up, and Taihang Mountain soon appeared in front of him. Returning to this place made Su Yan feel an indescribable emotion. This was his first stop. Back then, he had just arrived at the Taihang sword faction. Now that he was back, he felt like he was revisiting an old place. After not seeing each other for 2 years, the Taihang sword faction had not weakened. Instead, it had become even stronger. This was obvious. It could be seen from the radiance of the Taihang sword faction. Before he even got close to the Taihang sword formation, he could already feel an extremely murderous aura. However, the current Su Yan was completely different from before. This formation could no longer make him feel any fear. This time, he only wanted to take a look. He did not want to alarm anyone else. He activated his Taihang aura and merged it into the formation in this deserted corner. Su Yan walked slowly in the Taihang sword faction. However, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction did not seem to notice him even when they brushed past him. The first place Su Yan went to was the Shui clan. He wanted to see if Shui Xinyue was safe. He went to the courtyard and saw Shui Xinyue. She was still as calm as ever. She was in a very good state. Her strength was much stronger than before. Su Yan did not choose to meet her. It was not necessary. At this moment, a thought landed on his body. Senior Shui, it's me. When this consciousness enveloped him, Su Yan immediately knew who it was. It was Shui Xingchuan. Shui Xingchuan was indeed an extremely terrifying genius. After 2 years, his strength was even more terrifying than before. Yan Zhao's improvement was huge, but compared to Shui Xingchuan, Yan Xiao was still lacking. 2 years had not only not narrowed the gap between them, but it had also widened. Su Yan. I thought you were dead. But you've actually reached this level. Shui Xingchuan's consciousness was transmitted over. Back then, the Limitless Demon sect had undergone a huge change. That disaster had attracted the attention of the entire 9 provinces continent. The people of the Taihang sword faction had even participated in the battle to kill the demons. However, they did not see Su Yan's figure at that time. In the end, they all thought that Su Yan had died. They did not expect that Su Yan would appear here again today. Since you don't want to disturb you, why don't you come over and sit with me? Shui Xingchuan said directly. Su Yan was naturally happy to go. In fact, he came here this time not only to take a look, but also to ask for their help. He wanted to return to the 5 provinces continent, so he needed a warship. Crossing between the 9 provinces continent and the 5 provinces continent was not something he could do now. If Kumquat was purely concerned about distance, then he would naturally be able to do it. However, other than distance, there was another important factor, and that was the astral winds. When flying, there would be a huge storm. Even someone as strong as him would be in danger if he was sucked into the storm. Moreover, if he was alone, it would be easy for him to get lost. Therefore, it would be best if they could board a battleship and go there. Su Yan saw Shui Xingchuan. This was a man who had been sealed in ice for 13 years. At this moment, his aura was overflowing. His entire body was filled with extremely powerful and terrifying sword qi. On his body, Su Yan could faintly feel the sword qi of the Taixing Divine Sword. Congratulations, Senior Shui. Su Yan could feel the Taihang Holy Sword's qi from his body. This could only mean one thing, and that was that Zhang Se had allowed him to comprehend the Taihang Holy Sword. In the Taihang Sword faction, the Taihang Holy Sword was the sect master's keepsake. Now that he had started to come into contact with the sword, it meant that he could very well become the next sect master of the Taihang Sword faction. At this moment, Shui Xingchuan said, Congratulations, my ass. You're the one who deserves to be congratulated. Your strength has increased by so much. It's simply shocking. I really want to fight with you. Xue Xingchuan's words gave Su Yan a fright. He knew very well that this person was a battle maniac. Since he said so, it was likely that he did have such thoughts in his heart. However, Su Yan did not dare to fight with him at this time. He was confident that he could defeat Yan Xiao, but he knew that he would most likely lose against this person. Of course, more importantly, the two of them had no reason to fight at this time. If it was only because they wanted to fight, they could only stop at a certain point. There was not much meaning to it. After all, Su Yan's fighting skills were all honed in life and death situations. He was fighting to the death, not sparring. Speak, where have you been for the past 2 years? We all thought you were dead. You, and the little girl from the Feng clan were sad for a while. To be able to make the 2 moons of Taihang fall in love with you at the same time, you're quite capable. Xue Xingchuan looked at Su Yan with a smile that was not a smile. This made Su Yan unable to raise his head, especially when he mentioned the little girl from the Feng clan. Su Yan was also a little surprised. He had always thought that Feng Yueyu's feelings for him were not real. He said, when I fell into the Shura world, I couldn't do anything, but I was lucky enough to come back. Chapter 1067. Girls' Literature. Xue Xingchuan was obviously very interested in the Shura world, but Su Yan didn't linger on this topic for too long. He directly brought up his idea. Senior, I want to go back to the 5 counties to have a look. Are there any battleships going to the 5 counties recently? Su Yan just wanted to try his luck, but Xue Xingchuan said, you want to go to the 5 counties? That's great. We just lost contact with a group of disciples, so we need to send someone to check. If you go, help me keep an eye on them. Su Yan was surprised to encounter such a thing. The 5 counties were actually very far away from the Jiuzhou continent, but the Taihang sword faction had battleships going back and forth there because there were many spirit stones in the 5 counties that were suitable for forging swords. To the Taihang sword faction, the 5 counties were an extremely important place. Su Yan had known about this for a long time. The disciples there were actually related to the burial sword tomb, but as time passed, the connection between the two became very thin. Every year, the 5 counties would send the collected mineral resources to the Jiuzhou continent, but something happened this year. 2 months had passed since the agreed time, but there was still no movement from the other side. There was not even a single piece of information. Therefore, the higher-ups of the Taihang sword faction began to discuss about sending someone over to take a look. Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan were at the critical juncture of breaking through to the Venerable Realm, so this time, a Venerable Realm elder of the Feng family was sent over. Logically speaking, a big shot like a Venerable Realm cultivator shouldn't be sent over to the 5 counties. One had to know that in that place, a person at the Circumference Realm was considered a powerhouse. If a Venerable Realm cultivator went over, he would be suppressed by the laws of the continent, so he wouldn't be able to display his full strength. However, it was different now. Last time, when the space door was opened, demons, shadow creatures, and demons wreaked havoc. Although they were suppressed in the end, it was a bad start. Although the laws in the 5 counties were different, it was possible that these terrifying things would cause trouble as well. Therefore, they needed a strong person who could control the situation. In truth, Xue Xingchuan was still worried about that venerable going over. He even had the thought of going there himself. However, Zhang Zei had another important matter for him to do. This matter was of great importance. Other than Xue Xingchuan, there was no one else in the Taihang sword faction who could take up this responsibility. Thus, as a last resort, he could not go to the 5 counties. These 2 days, he had been troubled by this matter, but he didn't expect Su Yan to come. He didn't have the slightest doubt about Su Yan's ability. Moreover, this time, Su Yan's aura was so deep. His formidable strength was almost not under his own, so he couldn't be more relieved. Okay, Senior. I'll be careful. After hearing this news, Su Yan had an ominous premonition in his heart. Compared to the Jojo continent, the 5 counties was his foundation. He had transmigrated to this world, and everything started in this world. If the 5 prefectures were to suffer a huge calamity, he would feel terrible. The warship will depart in 3 days. But you don't have to worry too much. This is just my guess. Maybe the 5 counties are fine now. You don't have to worry too much. After he finished speaking, he asked someone to make the arrangements. Since Su Yan didn't want to expose himself, he wouldn't do so either. In these 3 days, Su Yan had a good rest in the Shui family. Shui Xinhua didn't know that the person she had been thinking about day and night was only so far away from her. 3 days passed really quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was time. Su Yan directly sneaked into the cabin. Now that he had concealed his aura, almost no one could discover him. Even the Venerable almost couldn't discover Su Yan. As he was about to return, Su Yan's heart throbbed. In the 5 counties, there was someone waiting for him, Yun Wanqing. Back then, he had resolutely left the 5 counties to come here. To her, it was an unimaginable cruelty. But that woman faced it with a smile. Suddenly, so much time had passed. He didn't know how she was now. The warship sailed on the endless sea. The journey was boring and tedious. But for an expert at Su Yan's level, it was no longer a problem. He concealed his aura directly and then began to cultivate. Time passed little by little as he cultivated. As he got closer to the 5 counties, Su Yan became more and more depressed. In the past, his realm was not high, so he almost didn't feel anything. But now, it was different. Although he hadn't become a Dao master, he already had the power of the law. Even if it was a stolen law, it was still the power of the law. He could clearly feel the rejection of the law by this continent. He couldn't describe this feeling. It was as if this continent had its own will. At this moment, the wind and waves suddenly rose. At this moment, a powerful and terrifying force directly suppressed him. A terrifying aura directly surged at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes. Sea beasts. The vast sea had always been extremely terrifying. Even the powerful 9 provinces continent didn't know what kind of terrifying existence was in the sea. In the infinite world, the 9 provinces continent and the 5 counties continent were only 2 known continents. The continent's area was extremely vast. On the continent, there were many powerful demonic beasts in the mountains. Even the top 10 sects couldn't conquer these mountains. However, compared to the bottomless sea, the demonic beasts in the mountains were nothing. Last time, when Su Yan went to the 9 provinces continent, he encountered a powerful sea beast. However, that strength was only for him at that time. For the current Su Yan, that strength was nothing to him. But now, it was different. Su Yan's realm was no longer what it used to be. He looked over and saw that it was a powerful sea beast that almost reached the venerable realm. Its terrifying appearance was much more terrifying than the winged serpent in the past. Su Yan didn't make a move because there was a venerable realm here. Of course, a demonic beast of this level was no threat to Su Yan and the others. However, at this moment, Su Yan's divine thought went to a deeper place. It was deep in the bottom of the sea. In the depths of the sea, there were many creatures moving. Most of these sea beasts weren't powerful, but they were terrifying enough. It might not be a big deal for one sea beast to stir up trouble, but when those sea beasts stirred up trouble at the same time, they would stimulate an extremely terrifying power. This power was enough to overturn everything. Even Su Yan couldn't stop this power. Although the sea beasts hadn't come up yet, Su Yan already had a bad feeling. He realized that these sea beasts were releasing extremely violent auras. They were like infuriated bulls that could go crazy at any time. At this moment, this sea beast was the first to go berserk. This was an extremely unreasonable situation. Generally speaking, even if sea beasts went crazy, they wouldn't be in such a group. But now, wherever Su Yan's divine thought passed by, everything was like this. That terrifying aura was so terrifying. This won't do. We have to leave this place quickly. At this moment, Su Yan immediately realized that the situation wasn't good. If they continued to stay here, they would all die. After pondering for a while, he came to a conclusion. The sea beast's violent behavior wasn't caused by humans. Perhaps they were attracted by some kind of aura. At this moment, the powerhouse from the Feng family had made a move. Facing this ferocious and terrifying sea beast, he displayed an extremely powerful power. He took a step forward, and his aura directly charged at the sea beast. At the same time, he raised his arm, and a huge sword chi immediately appeared in the air. The sword chi was magnificent, and judging from its appearance, it was even bigger than the sea beast. He was indeed a venerable one. After witnessing this scene, the disciples were excited. They felt that as long as the elder was around, nothing in this world could hurt them. At this moment, his power had reached such a level. If they could also be like this one day, how awe-inspiring would that be? The person they admired would probably go crazy for them. Nevertheless, the moment the elder made a move, another power suddenly appeared. As soon as the power landed, it shattered his sword chi. The huge and terrifying sword chi was directly crushed into pieces in this short instant. The elder's face changed drastically. At this moment, he was extremely shocked. He didn't understand why the sword chi that he had painstakingly condensed would collapse in an instant. More importantly, now that the sword chi had collapsed, what should they do with the gigantic sea beast in front of them? The sea beast would directly devour their lives. However, right at that moment, a voice entered his ears. "Elder Feng, I'm here. Don't worry." Hearing this voice, the elder from the Feng family was obviously startled. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Nevertheless, at this moment, he was still in a state of shock. Who is this person? Why is he here? Is he going to become an enemy of the Taihang sword faction? While he was thinking, the terrifying sea beast seemed to have been greatly frightened and suddenly returned to the sea. The elder from the Feng family was shocked when he saw this. Who is this person? How can he reach such a level? Chapter 1068. Female Literature, Elder of the Feng family, I'm Su Yan. Get the ship to sail at full speed and try to reach the 5 counties as soon as possible. At this time, Su Yan could no longer hide his identity, so he spoke directly. When the elder of the Feng family heard the name Su Yan, he was stunned for a moment. All of a sudden, he finally remembered why he was familiar with this voice. Su Yan. Su Yan, who made a shocking appearance in the Taihang sword faction and made great contributions. At that time, Su Yan was indeed stunning enough that many of the older generation remembered his name. However, didn't he die 2 years ago? He knew that Taihang Shuangyue had been sad for a long time because of this guy. Until now, she seemed to be depressed all day long. Why was this guy on this ship? What surprised him even more was how his power had reached such a level. He was already a venerable one, but that guy was able to dissolve his power so easily. In that case, what was his cultivation base now? At this time, he dared not imagine. At this time, Su Yan's voice was heard again. There are many powerful and ferocious sea beasts under the sea. If we killed that sea beast earlier, its blood and the energy fluctuations from the battle would only make this place the focus of the sea beasts. At that time, it would be difficult for us to escape. Su Yan explained to the elder. Of course, he did not have the intention to meet the elder because there was no need for that at this time. With different strengths, one's mentality would naturally be different. In fact, it was not without reason that those powerhouses regarded ordinary people as ants. When he was strong enough, he could easily do things that ordinary people would never be able to do. Naturally, he would not put ordinary people in his eyes. This was a very natural thing. The elder smiled bitterly. Nevertheless, there was nothing he could do. Since Su Yan was unwilling to meet him, he must have his reasons. Therefore, at this time, he immediately passed down an order to let the helmsman work hard to control the ship to reach the other side as soon as possible. Time passed like this. Half a day later, Su Yan suddenly stood up. This time, he no longer hid himself. He suddenly stood at the bow of the ship and floated above it. At this time, a disciple of the Taihang sword faction noticed Su Yan and immediately shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, who are you, you bastard? Get down here now. Do you want to die?" That was the captain's deputy. At this moment, when he suddenly saw that there was an extra person at the bow of the ship, he immediately became angry. These few days, the orders from above had made them sail with all their might, which was enough to annoy him. At this time, that guy actually acted recklessly, which was simply adding to their troubles. However, at this moment, the powerful venerable master of the Feng family suddenly appeared. "Shut up." The moment he appeared, the deputy immediately went silent. He could only stare at the Feng clan elder. At this time, the Feng clan elder walked in front of Su Yan. Su Yan, the situation doesn't seem to be right. He was a little hesitant. He didn't know how to address Su Yan. After all, at this time, Su Yan's cultivation was much stronger than his. Although this was really shocking, it was a fact. After thinking for a long time, he decided to call Su Yan by his name. Fortunately, Su Yan didn't seem to care about this. He said, "Yes, there are a large number of sea beasts following behind us. It's very dangerous. These sea beasts seem to be restrained by someone." This was not good. If they encountered a sea beast by chance, they could just kill it. But now, a large number of sea beasts appeared, and they were so disciplined. This could only mean one thing, that was, there was an even more powerful sea beast behind them. It was because of the existence of the sea beasts that they were so disciplined. Let everyone be prepared for battle. In the face of so many terrifying sea beasts, Su Yan certainly wouldn't have any problems. However, whether or not the warship could be saved was another matter. The Feng clan elder also realized the horror of the situation. He directly passed down an order to let everyone be prepared. Roar! It was also at the moment when he gave the order that the sea beasts finally attacked. A powerful force began to attack, and the terrifying aura was fully displayed at this time. It was a giant whale. Its body was terrifyingly huge. It was actually 1/3 the size of the warship. This was a giant beast. When it slammed into the warship, it shook directly. The warship immediately became chaotic. "Quick, fire the crystals and run. Kill these beasts," the captain immediately said. The so-called warship naturally had extremely powerful firepower. At the very beginning, Su Yan felt a sense of fear when he felt the power of the warship's cannons. At this time, the sea beasts finally began to attack. Such a violent and dense attack was really terrifying. After a while, the warship's cannons were completely unable to suppress the crazy sea beasts. At this time, the Feng clan elder said, "Su Yan, I'll do it. You protect the warship." The Feng clan elder said in an inquiring tone. Su Yan's strength was far superior to his, so naturally, he would let Su Yan make the decision. However, at this time, Su Yan shook his head and said, "No, elder. Let me do it." Su Yan already saw very clearly that there was an extremely terrifying monster under the sea. It was the mastermind behind these sea beasts. If they couldn't kill it, then they would still be in danger. Therefore, Su Yan decided to dive into the sea and kill it directly. Although the Feng clan elder's strength wasn't bad, it was obvious that he couldn't do this. As long as he dared to enter the sea, he wouldn't even be able to touch that powerful sea beast. He would be directly torn apart by the sea beasts. At this time, Su Yan directly jumped and immediately headed towards the sea. The sea beasts seemed to be paying attention to the sea surface at all times. At this time, countless sea beasts directly jumped up from the sea surface. Such a scene was actually quite spectacular. At this time, the terrifying aura directly appeared at this time. The appearance of this powerful force and aura directly strangled the sea beasts that jumped up. This force was truly too powerful. Under this force, a huge wave directly appeared in the sea. This terrifying aura seemed to be able to suppress everything. At this time, the violent force shook and an extremely terrifying burst of power erupted. It was simply shocking. Such a powerful force. At this time, the Feng clan elder's expression changed. Yesterday, Su Yan easily dispelled his sword energy. Although he was surprised, he still didn't think that Su Yan was that terrifying. Now, however, he truly witnessed Su Yan's terror and strength. Such a sword was simply earth-shattering. The violent and terrifying sword energy rose up in defiance of the heavens. If such a force rushed towards him, he would be directly killed in an instant. My God, what exactly did this kid go through? How did he become so powerful? Although Su Yan had already displayed extremely powerful and terrifying strength back then, how could he reach this level? But what about now? Su Yan's strength was already completely beyond his estimation. He even felt that Su Yan had already reached the realm of a terrifying Dao master. So far, there were only 2 Dao masters in the entire Taihang sword faction. One was Zhong Zhangze, and the other was Xue Xingchuan. Could there be a 3rd Dao master in the Taihang sword faction? If this was really the case, then it was really a blessing from the heavens. However, at this moment, he still felt extremely horrified. Su Yan's strength was truly terrifying. His strength had reached an unimaginable level. Back then, he was clearly on par with Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai. He did not know how Wang Baichuan was doing recently, but he knew that his family's genius, Feng Yuhai, was currently breaking through to the venerable realm. Such a young venerable was already a miracle. Perhaps he could not be compared with Xue Xingchuan back then, but in the history of the Taihang sword faction, he was also an extremely outstanding genius that could be recorded in the annals of history. However, Su Yan had displayed an absolutely overwhelming strength at this moment. This was truly terrifying. Su Yan naturally did not care about the opinion of the Feng family's elder. As soon as he fell, those sea beasts directly rushed towards him. Of course, these were all low-level sea beasts. Su Yan did not even bother to pay attention to these low-level sea beasts. At this moment, his power directly erupted. That power was extremely tyrannical and unreasonable. In an instant, it had already strangled everything. In an instant, blood filled the air. Originally, he did not want to see such a situation. After all, the more blood there was, the more sea beasts would be attracted. However, at this moment, these sea beasts had obviously surrounded him. Since that was the case, he did not care so much. Since they dared to surround him, he would just kill them all. At this moment, his aura directly erupted, and that violent power rose to its peak at this moment. At this moment, a powerful force ruthlessly pressed down. It was an incomparably terrifying power that seemed to want to obliterate everything. Su Yan entered the sea and headed towards the deep sea at an extremely terrifying speed. Although those sea beasts were powerful, they were not the real main sea beasts. It would be useless no matter how many of them were killed. The real terror was in the deep sea, where the powerful sea beast was controlling everything. The deep sea was definitely an extremely terrifying place. There was an enormous pressure in the deep sea. At this moment, Su Yan had already felt an enormous pressure crushing towards him. It was water pressure. Chapter 1069. Female literature. The water pressure was the enemy of human beings. Those sea beasts had lived here for countless years. Everything they did was to survive and evolve here. But human beings were different. At Su Yan's level, he could wrap himself with extremely powerful spiritual power, so he could also move freely in the deep sea. But if it was another person, his spiritual power might not be able to circulate before he was directly crushed by this terrifying water pressure. This was the horror of the deep sea. At this time, a powerful force was constantly shaking at this time. The terrifying aura almost destroyed everything. Su Yan's speed was very fast. Even the water pressure in the deep sea could not stop him. Finally, he had approached the powerful sea beast. At this time, the sea beast did not seem to notice his approach. It was still slowly moving horizontally at its own frequency. At this time, Su Yan's heart suddenly moved. At this moment, he felt a force attacking him from behind. At this moment, his eyes suddenly shone brightly. "Humph, damn thing, you want to plot against me." At this time, he immediately knew that there was an invisible force attacking him from behind. At this time, it was needless to say that the sea beast in front of him would launch such an attack at this time. This thing was very cunning. On the surface, it was so calm, but secretly, it had launched an attack to kill him directly. However, how strong was Su Yan now? His divine sense was not worse than that of a Tao master. At this moment, layers of power suddenly appeared behind his body. This power directly formed a shield, immediately blocking everything. Regal sword escape. At this time, Su Yan did not want to waste time here. This sea beast was very powerful and very cunning. He even felt that the reason why this sea beast launched this attack was to target him. He had obviously restrained his aura, but the sea beast could still sense his aura. Although this was very incredible, this world was full of strange things. Many of these sea beasts had extremely powerful and terrifying innate abilities. It was not strange that he was able to discover him. Su Yan immediately activated the regal sword teleportation technique. At this moment, his speed broke through and he arrived in front of the giant sea monster. At this moment, he discovered that the giant sea monster was terrifyingly huge. Outside its body, there was an extremely terrifying electric power. If Su Yan didn't cultivate the power of thunder and was extremely sensitive to electricity, he might have been hit by this time. This was really an extremely cunning sea beast. However, this was actually not rare. After all, how could a sea beast that had reached this level be simple? At this time, Su Yan took another step forward and directly released a power at this time. That was the power of the law of ice. This was the deep sea, so it should be extremely difficult to release the law of ice here. However, Su Yan's power was not weak. His law of ice was plundered from the Shura king, especially the king of ice. He had reached the peak of what the Shura king could achieve. Needless to say, the power of this law was terrifying. At this moment, the brilliance of the sea became deep, and the aura became extremely oppressive and deep at this time. Su Yan's law of ice directly hit the huge sea beast. The sea beast probably did not expect Su Yan's counterattack to be so powerful. At this moment, his body was actually sealed in ice. That sea beast's body alone was hundreds of meters long. There was no need to say how terrifying its power was. However, its body was still frozen by Su Yan. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Su Yan's law of ice was. However, Su Yan's complexion did not improve in the slightest because at this time, he found that a power vortex suddenly appeared in the sea beast's body. The appearance of this power vortex directly impacted everything. At this time, his ice seal had already begun to tremble. Damn it, what a powerful power! As expected of a sea beast. The strength of this monster was really terrifying. When it went crazy, its power was much stronger than that of humans. Origin of destruction. However, it was not easy for Su Yan to seal its body. How could he let it wake up so easily at this time? At this time, he had already launched his second attack. His power was violent and direct, and the powerful force directly rushed over. That was the power of destruction. This was the origin power of the King of Destruction. There was no need to say how powerful this power was. Its name already showed how overbearing it was. This power took advantage of this opportunity to directly rush into the body of the terrifying sea beast. At this time, the sea beast immediately let out an extremely tragic roar. It was an unimaginable pain. At this time, it was in extreme pain. The terrifying power was rolling at this time, and the terrifying aura had reached an extremely terrifying level. The power of destruction began to destroy everything in this huge sea beast. At this time, Su Yan's face was cold. He did not feel any joy. Instead, he looked solemn. The sea beast was actually so powerful. At this time, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart again. Damn it, there are still sea beasts. At this time, his heart suddenly trembled. He had already realized that there were sea beasts lying in ambush at this time. Damn it, when did these sea beasts learn the art of war? This was not good news. Now was the time to end the life of this terrifying sea beast. However, the power that suddenly erupted at this time completely shocked him. At this time, he did not dare to have any other thoughts. He directly activated the regal sword escape technique. In an instant, a light flashed and he disappeared on the spot. At this time, he found that there were actually more terrifying headless sea beasts around him. At this time, Su Yan suddenly understood that he thought that the huge sea beast was the commander. In fact, this was a mistake. It was just bait to lure him here. The real commander was still behind the scenes. To be able to use such a tactic, it did not seem to be a sea beast, but a human. It's really interesting. Who could it be? They actually ambushed me here. This place is the center of the sea. It's really a good choice to ambush me here. After all, it's very difficult for Su Yan to escape in this place. There's a terrifying astral wind in the sky. Of course, this also meant that his whereabouts had been completely exposed. However, it seemed that only one person knew his whereabouts this time, and that was Shuashingchuan. Even the elder of the Feng family did not know when he entered the cabin. Could it be that Shuashingchuan wanted to kill him? However, this seemed to be impossible. Shuashingchuan had no reason to kill him. This matter was really confusing. Su Yan could not figure it out. Since that was the case, he might as well not think about it. At this time, he calmed his mind and began to think of a way to get out of this predicament. If this place was not deep in the sea, these things would not be too difficult for him. However, it was a pity that there was no such thing as, if, in this world. A few powerful sea beasts were already charging towards him. These sea beasts were very powerful. Their aura fluctuated, giving people a suffocating feeling. At this time, Su Yan found that his escape route had been completely sealed by these things. Their existence was extremely terrifying to him. At this moment, the powerful sea beasts directly launched an attack on him. A terrifying and powerful force directly spread out at this time. The thick light was simply terrifying to an unimaginable extent. With such a powerful force, coupled with the deep water pressure, Su Yan immediately felt an unimaginable pressure. At this time, his Taisheng power directly erupted and blocked this force. His eyes were cold as he looked for a flaw. At this time, a greenish-brown light suddenly appeared and began to connect bit by bit. Chapter 1070. Female literature. Moreover, under the connection of that greenish-brown power, their strength had been greatly enhanced again. That kind of terrifying power was almost at the level of a Tao master. With the help of the strong water pressure of the vast sea, if Su Yan did not handle it well, it was very likely that he would die here. At this time, Su Yan's Taiji divine sword appeared in his hand. Facing such fear, he had to be cautious. The power of the Taiji divine sword was released, and the power of law was directly condensed. At this moment, he directly displayed the power of his domain. Although those powerful sea beasts were not to be trifled with, Su Yan was not a good-for-nothing. At this time, his aura was circulating, and his entire person was filled with an extremely strong killing intent. Since he could not find an opening, he would directly kill his way out. At this moment, his aura was condensed to the extreme, and then his entire body directly flew out, and the powerful and terrifying power reached the extreme at this time. An extremely powerful energy fluctuation directly rushed out, and it was a sword edge. The powerful sword edge had too much power, and Su Yan had already condensed the power of ice and fire the moment he attacked. Such a power impact had reached the extreme at this time. That terrifying power at this time rolled out like an endless and terrifying strangling storm. This energy collided with the energy of the sea beasts. These sea beasts were extremely berserk. When this power violently collided, it immediately formed an extremely terrifying vortex. Several sea beasts shook continuously. Obviously, this attack was also extremely heavy and terrifying for them. However, just as they were about to retreat, another power directly appeared. As soon as this wave of power fell, the sea beasts immediately stopped in their tracks. At this time, they seemed to be unable to bear the terrible pain, and their huge bodies actually struggled a little. However, this struggle was quickly calmed down. That green light was controlling them. Su Yan's divine thought immediately went down, and he finally found the green light source. It was an extremely strange creature. Its body was not very strong, but the light it emitted was extremely strange, and it could actually control these extremely terrifying sea beasts. Moreover, now that Su Yan was blocked by these sea beasts, even if he wanted to break the space temporarily, he could not do it. This was the deep sea, and the pressure here was almost unimaginably strong. If Su Yan directly broke the terrifying pressure here, he would definitely be hit by an extremely powerful force. Perhaps he would suffer a backlash before he could break the space. Therefore, now there was only one way out, and that was to use his power to force a gap. This is really tricky. I don't know why, but I actually thought of an old friend. The one who can do this, most likely, it's you. Su Yan struck out with his sword once again. After he struck out with his sword, he suddenly thought of a person in his heart. The possibility of Xue Xingchuan wanting to kill him was very small, almost impossible, and even Xue Xingchuan, although his strength was terrifying, definitely could not do this. At this time, the person Su Yan thought of was Duan Wulonghu. Although there was no evidence, Su Yan had already determined that this matter was done by Duan Wulonghu. This guy was really good at scheming. Of course, there was no point in thinking about this now. The most important thing now was to break out of this situation. If he really wanted to kill me, why didn't he show up personally? I really don't understand, what's the purpose of this guy's probing? At this time, Su Yan made his aura stagnate again, and at the same time, his strength directly rose at this time. Continuing to be entangled was not good for him, he did not know whether more sea beasts would come here. Therefore, at this time, he decided to directly break through. In fact, he already had a way to break through the blockade, but it would cost him a lot. He activated the Taiji sword with all his strength, directly combining the law of ice and Shura's law of fire into one, and then exploding with the terrifying destructive power of ice and fire, he would definitely be able to break through all the barriers. After all, this was one of Su Yan's ultimate killing moves, which was enough to kill experts at the level of Dao Master. In fact, the sea beasts were similar to him in one way, and that was, although their strength was terrifying, their cultivation level had not reached that level yet. Su Yan only needed to forcibly crush them with the power of the law, and then he could still kill them, but by doing so, his law of Shura would definitely suffer from the backlash. Of course, with the existence of the supreme power, the backlash would not be too severe and terrifying. Just as Su Yan was about to condense his power, a voice suddenly called out in the depths of his mind, "Master, my great master." The sea-splitting demonic snake. This voice came from the sea-splitting demonic snake. Back then, the sea-splitting demonic snake had sunk into the bottomless depths of the sea, and began to sleep to break through. The other two powerful sea beasts were also lost in the battle with the Dragon King. At this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake suddenly appeared. Su Yan had to admit that the appearance of the sea-splitting demonic snake at this time was an excellent opportunity for him. It was like a ray of hope in a difficult situation. "Yes, my great master, ha ha ha, you are still alive. I was wondering how my great master could die like this. Now, your servant is here. Don't worry, these pieces of trash are nothing to me. They are just my food, ha ha ha." The arrogant voice of the sea-splitting demonic snake sounded very friendly to Su Yan. In fact, he did not care whether the sea-splitting demonic snake could really be of use at this time, because even without the sea-splitting demonic snake, he could directly kill these sea beasts, but he would be slightly injured. However, what he cared about was whether the sea-splitting demonic snake would betray him. At this time, he could certainly feel that the sea-splitting demonic snake had broken through to become a holy beast, which meant that he was now an expert at the level of Dao Master. In a one-on-one battle, Yan Xiao might not be his opponent. At this time, he had enough power to break the connection between them, but he did not do so. Instead, he welcomed him with great excitement. "Okay, let's do it together." Su Yan transmitted his thoughts to the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this time, Su Yan's crisis was that he was trapped and could not break out of the situation. He could only use his absolute power to find a way out. But now, it was different. With the arrival of the sea-splitting demonic snake, everything would be different. The sea-splitting demonic snake shook, and then the sea seemed to boil. The power of a holy beast was fully displayed at this time. Those powerful sea beasts were originally suppressed by the faint green light, so they attacked Su Yan without any regard for their lives. However, at this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake's powerful majesty arrived. The majesty of a holy beast was naturally extraordinary. Its terrifying power directly increased at this time, and those sea beasts were already in a mess. It was also at this time that Su Yan released his sword light. The moment his sword light was released, a terrifying power turned into a whirlwind and directly chased after it. That incomparably violent power displayed its most terrifying lethality at this time. If the formation of these sea beasts hadn't been messed up at this time, they would have been able to resist Su Yan's power by relying on the power they had connected with each other. But now, under the impact of the sea-splitting demonic snake's majesty, their power had long been in a mess. So, at this time, their defense was naturally useless in front of Su Yan. Su Yan's swordlight directly killed a powerful sea beast. At this time, the powerful sea-splitting demonic snake's terrifying body twisted and immediately wrapped around two sea beasts at the same time. Those two sea beasts were very powerful, and they were not far away from becoming a holy beast. However, they were not holy beasts after all. Finally, under the extremely powerful strangulation of the sea-splitting demonic snake, they were directly killed. With three sea beasts dead, the other sea beasts were no longer a threat at all. The sea-splitting demonic snake was even more excited. It cooperated with Su Yan to devour those powerful sea beasts. Great Master. The sea-splitting demonic snake's huge body surrounded Su Yan. Su Yan's hand gently touched the scales of the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this moment, the minds of the two powerful existences were connected. Oh Great Master, that damned blood-winged wyvern actually dared to betray us. Don't worry, I will definitely tear it apart and use that idiot's blood to wash away this humiliation for you. The sea-splitter demonic serpent roared from its soul. At this time, Su Yan said, I have my own plans for this matter. What owes me will naturally be returned. Now, tell me, how are the two-winged sky tiger and the oriole? Those few were his companions. They did not betray him when he was on the brink of death. Perhaps at the beginning, it was because of the Godslayer sword's coercion. However, at this time, they were already true comrades. At this time, the sea-tearing demonic snake roared, Great Master, please rest assured. Although these two guys have experienced a lot of dangers, they are still fine. At this time, they are on the verge of transforming. Although they can't be stronger than me, there is not much difference between us. Hearing this news, Su Yan was naturally happy. After all, they were his beast pets. The increase in their strength was naturally enough to benefit him. However, Su Yan did not care about this. He cared about their safety. At this time, he said, the world is changing. At this moment, he said to the sea-splitting demonic snake, the changes in this world have begun. This world will become more dangerous in the future, so please protect yourself no matter what. Now, you should leave first and think of a way to make yourself stronger. Of course, you should also protect the two of them. To me, your department is very important to me. Nothing must happen to them. Chapter 1071. Female Literature. Su Yan bid farewell to the sea-rending demonic snake and returned to the warship. At this time, the warship was in a sorry state. The battle just now was really terrifying. If it wasn't for the fact that the warship was incomparably sturdy and had a venerable protecting it, it would have capsized long ago. At this time, Su Yan walked in front of the Feng family's venerable and said, speed up as soon as possible. The sea is even more dangerous for us. We can't stay here any longer. After saying this, Su Yan returned to his residence. At this time, he was going to start his closed-door cultivation. He had to seize every minute and second. Now, he was even more convinced that it was Duan Wulonghu's doing. This guy was really insidious. He actually caused trouble like this. However, fortunately, his strength was actually not bad. Therefore, he could continue to persist for a while. However, it was hard to say in the future. After all, this guy was in the dark. He was a poisonous snake, but he didn't know where this snake was. This was an extremely bad thing. If he couldn't deal with this poisonous snake, then he would have to live in fear all the time. Of course, this wasn't the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing was that if this guy attacked the people he cared about, how would he deal with it? Therefore, at this time, Su Yan was already thinking about some things. He was thinking about how to lure this Duan Wulonghu out. Su Yan definitely wouldn't underestimate Duan Wulonghu. Now that his 20 kilometers had been greatly improved, this Duan Wulonghu's strength would definitely increase tremendously as well. This Duan Wulonghu was definitely a terrifying figure. If not, how could he survive the desperate situation of death in the past and still be able to stir up trouble now? Rosen was originally an outstanding genius, but now he was used by Duan Wulonghu. This time, an extremely powerful shadow creature appeared behind Rosen. Su Yan immediately guessed that he must have joined Duan Wulonghu. This was really a terrifying person. It seemed like there was nothing in this world that he couldn't do. Another few days passed, but these few days were calm and tranquil. The situation of being besieged by the powerful sea beasts did not occur again. The ship finally docked. At this time, Su Yan said to the Feng family's ancestor, "I know you're here for the mine. Remember, this matter may be more complicated than you think. So, if anything happens, don't try to be brave." In the past, the strength of a venerable realm ancestor was the top here, but it's different now. No matter what, if anything happens, send a signal to me. Su Yan, the Feng ancestor, didn't have the ancestor's sword. The Feng family's venerable realm ancestor didn't have any objections. After all, he had already seen Su Yan's unfathomably powerful strength. This was actually human nature. When facing someone stronger than oneself, one's heart would naturally be filled with fear and would never have other opinions. If Su Yan was still the junior from back then even if his potential was unlimited, he wouldn't pay attention to Su Yan. After Su Yan finished talking to them, he directly used his escape technique and left. His destination was the Heaven and Earth Organization. After all, Yun Wanqing was still waiting for him. At this time, Su Yan suddenly felt an unimaginable loneliness. He longed to find a harbor that he could rely on. This loneliness came so suddenly that he couldn't control himself at all. For so many years, he had been fighting bitterly. Perhaps he had companions, or perhaps there were women who liked him, but in fact, Su Yan didn't dare to get too close to them because he was afraid that he would implicate them. Because he was afraid of being alone, he became even more lonely. Su Yan flew with all his might. However, at this time, he suddenly felt a difference. While flying, he felt the changes in the world. At this time, the world seemed to be completely different. While moving forward, he felt an enormous pressure. The appearance of this pressure made Su Yan feel uneasy. He had always known that the 5 counties and the 9 provinces were different. However, in the past, he didn't feel this way. Of course, at that time, he wasn't strong enough and hadn't reached the point where he could feel this pressure. And now, he was qualified enough to feel this terrifying pressure. He couldn't help but look at the sky. He suddenly realized that the 5 counties seemed to be worried about the outside world. If it was in the past, it would be impossible for him to feel this way. However, it was different now. He had already stepped into a different world. He had already felt the different power of the other world. Because of this, his heart was even more flustered. The closer he got to the core of the 5 counties, the more obvious this feeling became. At this time, something suddenly appeared in front of Su Yan. It was an inconspicuous crystal. It floated in the air like a dandelion. However, within it, Su Yan could feel an extremely huge amount of energy. At this time, Su Yan's heart was filled with disbelief. How could such a small thing have such a strong power? What was even more frightening was, why would such a thing appear in the 5 counties? If this thing exploded, how terrifying would the destructive power be? Perhaps the entire world would be annihilated. It was at this moment that a terrifying thunderbolt struck towards Su Yan. What's going on? Why do I feel like I've returned to the Shura world? At this time, Su Yan was shocked. He felt like he had returned to the Shura world and was being targeted by the Heaven's Will. Heaven's Will. Yes, at this time, Su Yan realized that the 5 counties seemed to have given birth to its own will. This was an incredible thing. Giving birth to its own will meant that he had undergone a brand new transformation. However, this was clearly the same world. Why was it like this? At this time, Su Yan suddenly stretched out his hand. He wanted to grab the crystal in his hand. However, at this time, the crystal suddenly disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared. This made Su Yan somewhat unable to believe it. Everything that had just happened was like an illusory dream. However, was this really a dream? No, it was impossible. At his level, it would be a joke if he was still bewitched by dreams. He could not have made such a mistake. Su Yan's divine telekinesis suddenly activated. He wanted to search. His intuition told him that this dandelion crystal was extremely important. However, he could not find it. Forget it. This is an opportunity. If I can get it, it will appear in front of me again. However, if it doesn't belong to me, then it's useless to force it. I can't make a conclusion about the changes in the 5 counties yet. However, things that should be clear will always be clear. Once he had figured this out, he immediately flew off into the distance. Heaven and Earth Organization. The Heaven and Earth Organization was now the undisputed #1 sect in the 5 counties. Although the sect leader of the Heaven and Earth Organization had disappeared, the sect's strength had not weakened. Instead, it had increased. Compared to the past, this world was very different. In the past, the spiritual chi in the 5 counties was very scarce. This was also the reason why there were no powerful experts in the 5 counties. It was rumored that the Limitless Demons sect had once launched a blood sacrifice. They wanted to sacrifice the entire 5 counties in order to revive their greatest great demon god lord. Although that crazy act did not succeed, it had damaged the foundation of the 5 counties. It was also because of this that the 5 counties began to fall silent. Of course, although the spiritual chi was gradually dissipating, this 5 counties still had its unique place. Therefore, the experts of the 9 counties could not all come here. Now, the spiritual chi in the 5 counties had suddenly increased. Although it was somewhat unbelievable, it was the truth. The increase in spiritual chi was extremely beneficial to the entire 5 counties. There were many geniuses in the 5 counties. They should have gone further, but because of the lack of spiritual chi, they could not break through the shackles. Moreover, because of the sea, it was not easy for them to leave even if they wanted to. Only when the warships of the 9 counties arrived, a few lucky people could leave. However, at this moment, everything was different. This world was no longer what everyone had imagined. The spiritual chi was returning. Those who had been stuck in this realm and felt that there was no hope at all saw hope again at this moment. The feeling of despair was very terrifying. In the 5 counties, there were many experts. When their strength had reached the peak and could not go any further, they were waiting for despair to come. This kind of pain had tormented generations of people. However, they were lucky at this moment. Like the sect master of the Sword Tomb who had undergone plastic surgery, his cultivation had reached the peak. However, he was restricted by the heaven and earth and could not break through. However, recently, when the spiritual chi of heaven and earth increased, he felt that the time for him to break through had arrived. In fact, it was not only them. Many experts felt the same way. In the Heaven and Earth Organization, Yun Wanqing looked at the endless sea of clouds. Below the sea of clouds was a cliff. Back then, she and Su Yan had fallen in love at that place. However, it was also a place of sadness. It was there that he saw the true face of his father. Yun he had left him at that place. Recently, her cultivation had improved very quickly. However, to him, this was not something to be happy about. In fact, he did not care about this at all. She only cared about seeing the person she cared about again. Chapter 1072. Female literature, of course, increasing her strength was actually a good thing. When her strength increased to a certain level, she might be able to catch up with that man and find him. A cool breeze blew, and Yun Wanqing stroked her hair. This inadvertent action made her look incomparably charming. At this moment, a hurried voice sounded. Sect leader, bad news, sect leader. After Yun he left, she naturally became the sect leader of the Heaven and Earth Organization. After all, Su Yan did not reveal Yun He's evil deeds, so in the hearts of many disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization, Yun He was still their hero. Yun Wanqing frowned slightly. She really did not like to be disturbed when she was deep in thought. However, at this time, she still left this place and walked forward. After all, she knew that the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization should know her temperament. If nothing really happened, they would not disturb her like this. Yun Wanqing went outside. At this moment, the worry between her eyebrows had long been hidden. No matter what, she was a sect leader. She could not let the people of the sect see her weakness. Elder Shao, what happened? Why are you so flustered? Yun Wanqing asked. This Elder Shao was an old man in the Heaven and Earth organization. However, his strength was mediocre, so he was not eye-catching in the sect for so many years. However, after that big battle, this Elder Zhao's talent was gradually revealed, so Yun Wanqing promoted him and made him an elder. She naturally knew the person she had promoted. If there wasn't anything urgent, he wouldn't do this. Sect leader, 342 people in Mo village, 300 miles away from Yun City, were massacred, and he was a little hesitant. Yun Wanqing said, "Speak, and what?" Over 300 lives was no small matter. However, if it had been done by ordinary corrupt bandits, this elder wouldn't have been so alarmed. Elder Shao finally spoke, "Furthermore, their corpses have all disappeared." When he said this, he was still a little frightened. Then he continued, "I felt that this matter was extremely strange, so I rushed over to take a look myself. The village was not damaged at all, but everyone in the village was gone." Yun Wanqing frowned even more, and then asked, "Since everyone is gone, how can you be sure that they are all dead?" This was indeed a problem. Elder Shao said, "Because one disciple witnessed the massacre. Although this disciple was lucky enough to come back alive, but now..." Yun Wanqing immediately said, "Take me there." The fog technique was a holy healing technique. Back then, she had used the fog technique to heal Su Yan's injuries. It's too late. He was already dead, and his death was very miserable. At first, his body was black all over, but when I came back again, his body had disappeared. Elder Shao smiled bitterly. He was already more than 70 years old. Naturally, he was not young. However, among all the things he had experienced, this was definitely an extremely strange thing. Even if he had been poisoned, his body should not have disappeared. Even if it had been corroded by the poison, there should still be some residue left. But now, gone, there was nothing left. It was as if this person had never appeared. What a terrifying and strange thing this was. It was also because of this that he finally had to call Yun Wanqing. "Let's go to that village and take a look," Yun Wanqing said. This was not a small matter. If it was just an ordinary murder by a cult, with the current strength of the Heaven and Earth organization, it would naturally be easy to solve. However, this was obviously not the case. Yun Wanqing knew very well that this was definitely not a good sign. Therefore, she had to go and see for herself. Meanwhile, in the distant Leitang sect, Lei Wanjun also received the same news at this time. So, someone is deliberately looking for trouble. This is really interesting. The 5 counties have been peaceful for too long. At this time, the spirit Qi has been restored. Even those bastards have woken up and want to cause trouble. But this is also good. If they have been so quiet, wouldn't it be too boring? I also want to see how powerful these bastards are. At this moment, there was an extremely terrifying gaze in his eyes. Square and circle. The sky was square and the earth was square. His realm was deeper than before. In the Burial Sword sect, Old Man Burial Sword fell into deep thought at this time. This kind of action is somewhat like the demeanor of the Devil's sect. It's just that after the Great Calamity, the Devil's sect had already gone to the 9 regions. This is already something that happened many years ago. Why would such a thing happen at this time? I keep feeling that something is wrong. In an extremely remote place in the 5 counties continent, a strong wind blew, but there seemed to be nothing but rolling sand and dust. However, under the ground, it was a completely different world. This place was filled with thick darkness. Only torches illuminated this darkness. It seems that our time has finally come. It's finally time for the Dark Devil sect to recover. Then, let's take our first step. A person seemed to be completely silent in the darkness. His voice was a bit flat, but there was an indescribable indifference in this indifference. At this time, suddenly, the sound of crying could be heard in the darkness. It was the crying and wailing of souls. The Dark Devil sect. It was a sect that had completely disappeared in the history of the 5 counties continent. Yun Wanqing arrived at a village. This was an extremely ordinary village. There were not many people and it was not far from Cloud City. In the past, this village was considered lively. After all, it was on the way to Cloud City and many people would come here to rest. However, today, this place was so quiet. This place was empty and there was nothing. The houses were clearly there, but there was no one. There was only a thick smell of blood. Yun Wanqing stepped into this place. At this time, she spread out her divine perception. She wanted to see what was causing trouble. Yun Wanqing and the others walked around but did not find anything. At this time, this kind of oppression and heaviness naturally became even more terrifying. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded. This voice was a bit strange. It sounded like the meowing of a kitten. Right now, these people could be considered to be jittery at the slightest sound. When they heard this voice, they naturally became extremely nervous. At this time, they suddenly turned their heads, but there was nothing. At this time, Yun Wanqing suddenly shouted, "Be careful." Then, she directly activated her drifting cloud technique. Cloud Sword. The clouds and mist transformed into sword chi in an instant, and then slashed forward. There was clearly nothing there, but after her sword landed, a black shadow actually appeared. Elder Shao and the other disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization immediately became alert and then attacked at the same time. The power of this attack was naturally not weak. However, not only did this sword not achieve good results, but it also felt as if their swords had stabbed into a huge rock. The terrifying rebounding force made them suffer greatly. At this time, they saw clearly that the thing that appeared in front of them was actually a black cat. The voice that they heard just now was not fake. It was the sound of a cat meowing. Of course, if it was just an ordinary cat, it would naturally not be a big deal. Even if it was a demonic beast, they could just kill it. However, this black cat was completely different from the ones they had seen before. This was because this black cat actually had a smiling face. Looking at it like this, it was simply terrifying. Meow. Another cry was heard. This made the expressions of Yun Wanqing and the others become even more solemn. Piercing Tiger City. Yun Wanqing suddenly realized that she actually felt a little dizzy. This feeling was very faint. Even if it was an ordinary person, as long as they pulled themselves together a little, they would be able to ignore it. However, at this time, she was immediately overwhelmed with shock. Su Yan had told her that no details could be ignored during a battle. This was because this could become a road to death at any time. They were all cultivators. Under normal circumstances, how could they suddenly feel dizzy? This could only mean one thing, and that was this damned black cat's doing. Elders, you must be careful. This black cat is strange. After saying that, she condensed a cloud sword again and directly attacked the black cat. Over the years, she had also broken through the boundary. When her sword fell, it naturally had an indescribable majesty and lethality. However, the black cat acted as if it did not see her sword. When the power rushed towards it, it actually yawned. Then, it gently swung its tail. The tail that was clearly short turned into a long whip at this time and directly lashed Yun Wanqing's cloud sword. Yun Wanqing's strength was not weak. Logically speaking, she should not be so fragile. However, this attack directly sent her flying. What a powerful and terrifying power this was. Yun Wanqing's body somersaulted in the air. Then, she diffused this powerful force in an extremely neat way. At this time, her beautiful face was filled with endless solemnity. Meow. At this time, the black cat's face once again revealed a strange smile. Then, it suddenly kicked its legs and directly pounced on Yun Wanqing. At this time, Elder Shao and the others finally woke up. Protect the sect master. At this time, they directly attacked. Although their strength was not as strong as Yun Wanqing's, those who came with her were naturally not mediocre. When these people attacked, they naturally slowed down the black cat's movements. Chapter 1073. Girls' Literature. Yun Wanqing heaved a sigh of relief. As she had underestimated the black cat's strength, she had almost suffered a great loss. However, now that she had an idea, she wouldn't be careless in her attack this time. Logically speaking, the demonic beasts here should not have such strength. In the current world, although the spirit energy had increased, no matter how powerful it was, the strength of these demonic beasts should not have increased so quickly. What's more, this black cat was not only powerful, it was also strange. This fellow's existence was really too strange, especially when it cried out, which made her tremble in fear. Even she was affected to some extent. As for Elder Shao and the others, there was no need to say much. At this time, he was not used to this power. Therefore, Yun Wanqing knew that at this time, she had to kill this damned black cat in one blow. Otherwise, there would be more variables. After all, she was not sure if this black cat was the only one. At this time, the black cat suddenly broke free from the blockade of several people and charged directly towards Yun Wanqing. It was as if it had already determined that Yun Wanqing was its only enemy. At this moment, it was charging towards her without a care for anything else. At this time, a powerful force rose directly. That strange and terrifying aura made Yun Wanqing's mind suffer a huge impact. Sect Master, be careful. Elder Zhao's shout came. It was obvious that Elder Zhao was in great pain at this time. In the battle with the black cat, he had suffered a lot of injuries. At this time, Yun Wanqing's cloud sword directly swung out. At this time, she was already a powerful expert. Such a sword could almost be called stunning. At this time, her aura continued to rise and directly repelled the black cat again. She already knew that the black cat's cry was very strange, so at this time, she naturally would not let herself fall for it again. Cloud flow into the sea. At this time, she suddenly shouted. The cloud sword dispersed at this time, and countless clouds rushed directly towards the black cat. The black cat had just been struck by the cloud sword and was knocked back. It was currently unstable, but it did not expect Yun Wanqing's power to be so fast and directly charged towards it. The black cat wanted to dodge, but in the end, it was still one step too slow and was directly entangled by this power. Cloud flow into the sea was an extremely powerful move in the Heaven and Earth Organization's cultivation technique. Back then, even Yun he did not have a good grasp of it. When this power was exerted, it could form an extremely continuous force that constantly stretched out and attacked, directly surrounding everything. Its lethality was indeed not great, but it was best used to trap and kill others. At this time, the black cat was entangled by this force and immediately began to struggle. Its power was extremely strong, but this cloud flow into the sea could not be broken with brute force. At this time, Yun Wanqing's complexion looked slightly better. No matter what, this force had finally trapped the monster. However, she still did not relax. Su Yan had told her that if she was not sure that her opponent was dead, then she must not relax. Because she did not know what kind of trump card her opponent had. At this time, the black cat suddenly let out the most shrill cry. At this time, the black hair on its back stood up one by one, looking extremely terrifying. Then, Yun Wanqing suddenly realized that the air around her had turned dark. She was even more shocked. This black cat's ability was indeed different. Fortunately, she was already prepared, so at this time, she did not panic at all. On the contrary, the moment her line of sight changed, the awakening celestial sword in her hand flew out. The awakening celestial sword was a sword that Su Yan had left for her. According to the grade of this sword, it was already a top-grade famous sword. This sword had accompanied Su Yan for a long time, and Su Yan had nurtured a murderous aura in the sword. At this time, as soon as the awakening celestial sword flew out, a murderous aura immediately appeared. The black cat was different from all the creatures that Yun Wanqing had seen. Ordinary power did not seem to have much effect on it. Perhaps only 70% of his power would be able to affect him. However, this sword was different. When the murderous aura appeared, the black cat's face actually showed some fear. It was afraid. Yun Wanqing immediately saw that the black cat was afraid of the murderous aura. Brother Su Yan, I didn't expect that I would still need your help at this time. At this time, Yun Wanqing felt a rare warmth in her heart. At the same time, her power had already slashed directly at the black cat. The power released by the black cat kept retreating under the impact of Su Yan's sword aura. In the end, it disappeared completely. Go to hell. Yun Wanqing deeply understood the principle of eliminating evil. At this time, since she had already gained the upper hand, it was impossible to let him continue to be so carefree. At this time, her sword directly slashed at the human face. At this time, the black cat was extremely frightened. However, at this time, it was still tied up by Lu Yunqinghai. Even if it wanted to, it could not immediately do so. Seeing that the sword was finally about to fall into its mind, its eyes suddenly emitted a red light. Looking at its posture, it was going to perish together with Yun Wanqing. Putting everything else aside, this guy's temper was really bad. At this time, Yun Wanqing was already prepared. She immediately cast a spell to block it. Of course, she also knew that after blocking this move, she would definitely be injured. However, in comparison, this was already the best ending. Unexpectedly, at this time, a figure directly appeared. It was Elder Shao. Evil creature, don't hurt the sect master. He suddenly exclaimed. Then, his body actually blocked in front of Yun Wanqing. The red light released by the black cat directly fell on his body. And Yun Wanqing's cloud sword also directly slashed into the black cat's body. At this time, Yun Wanqing was completely stunned. She did not expect that at this difficult moment, the elder of her family would actually risk his life to save her. At this time, she did not care about the life and death of the black cat. She just directly said, Elder Shao. Sect Master, don't worry. I, Elder Shao, am still alive. I won't die. Elder Shao had a smile on his face, but his face was so pale. If he said that he would not die, these seemed to be his last words of comfort. At this time, Yun Wanqing was really moved. After all, she was a woman. How could she watch someone die for her like this? So at this time, she immediately said, Elder Shao, don't say anything. Don't worry, I know the cloudy mist technique. I will definitely cure you. At this time, she did not have much confidence in her heart. If this village and that disciple of the Heaven and Earth organization all died at the hands of this black cat, then it meant that the chances of the cloudy mist technique being able to cure him were actually very slim. However, she was not willing to give up just like this. She directly activated her power, and the cloudy mist technique was about to land on Elder Zhao's body. However, at this time, an unforeseen event suddenly happened. At this time, Elder Shao, who was clearly seriously injured, suddenly had a fierce look on his face. Then, a sword light appeared, directly stabbing towards Yun Wanqing's heart. Yun Wanqing originally wanted to use the cloudy mist technique. However, after her realm had greatly improved, her senses had become much sharper. At this most critical moment, she finally realized that something was wrong and immediately got up to retreat. However, although she realized it, she was still half a step too late. The sword light pierced her shoulder. However, this was still much better than stabbing her heart. Elder Xiao, you. At this time, Yun Wanqing was full of disbelief. Elder Xiao, who had risked everything to block that terrifying attack for her, was actually trying to assassinate her at this time. At this time, Elder Xiao's expression had completely changed. He looked at Yun Wanqing and said directly, what a stupid woman. You still don't know what happened at this time. You're still questioning me here. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his sword and was about to attack again. At this time, Yun Wanqing had already come back to her senses. Elder Xiao had betrayed her. What made her even more shocked was that the people around Elder Xiao were also charging towards her. They wanted to kill her. Damn it! She cursed in her heart. She couldn't care less and immediately retreated. Due to her injury, she couldn't increase her speed to the maximum. However, she still tried her best because she knew very well that if she couldn't escape at this time, she would die in the next moment. Stupid woman. Do you really think you can escape from my sword? At this time, Elder Xiao sneered and directly chased after Yun Wanqing. The others immediately followed suit. It turned out that his sword had already been smeared with poison. It was precisely because of this that he was so confident. After spending so much time together, he already had a certain understanding of Yun Wanqing. He deeply knew that this woman was not easy to deal with. Even in the previous life and death situation, she would definitely be careful and vigilant. In order to make this woman let down her guard, he had to do what he did just now. Of course, the best opportunity was to suddenly attack when the woman was casting the fog technique. However, if he did that, this woman would definitely discover that he wasn't injured at all. Then, she would be on guard and might even attack him directly. That wouldn't be a good thing. Therefore, he chose to attack when she was about to cast the fog technique. However, he didn't expect this woman's senses to be so sharp. The moment he attacked, she actually discovered that something was wrong. Chapter 1074. Female literature. However, it didn't matter because his sword was poisoned. Although the woman was powerful, he could guarantee that she would not be able to escape. Moreover, the Heaven and Earth organization should have started to take action by now, right? A gloomy smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he unleashed his power. The poison on his sword was extremely strong. However, the woman's cultivation was considered powerful, so he didn't know how long she could last. However, the poison had another characteristic, which was that he could smell it. In this way, no matter how powerful the woman was, she would not be able to escape. He immediately gave chase. At this time, Yun Wanqing was furious. However, his body became even weaker at this time. He immediately realized that the sword was poisoned. Damn it! At this time, she immediately took out the elixir from her storage ring. It was the elixir that Su Yan gave her. She originally thought that she would never need this elixir in the 5 counties continent. She did not expect that she would need it today. Su Yan obtained this elixir from the Stupa Sect's treasury. It could detoxify the poison and replenish vitality in a short time. At this time, what he lacked the most was vitality. Elder Xiao thought that as long as time passed, the scales of victory would be completely on his side. However, he did not expect that the truth was definitely not so. However, Yun Wanqing was still not relaxed at this time. This was because at this time, the sense of crisis in her heart was very strong. Elder Shao had always been a member of the Heaven and Earth Organization. When her father was still alive, he was already a disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization. The reason why she used him was, of course, an extremely strict review. At that time, there was no problem at all. Moreover, for so many years, he worked diligently and did not make any mistakes. However, today, he chose to betray her ruthlessly. Why? Why did he do this? Yun Wanqing could not figure it out. At this time, she did not want to think about it. What she needed to do now was to protect herself. Meanwhile, not long after Yun Wanqing left, a mysterious force suddenly appeared. These people were all wearing strange black clothes. The most frightening thing was that when they appeared, the Heaven and Earth Organization's Great Formation was actually not activated. When the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization discovered them, they immediately sounded the alarm. At this time, the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization were much stronger than before. After all, with the increase in spiritual energy, their cultivation would naturally increase as well. However, the most frightening thing was that they were no match for these black-clothed men. Although all the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization resisted completely, they were dealt a heavy blow in just a short while. Where is the sect leader? Where did the sect leader go? What are these guys? Ah! The disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization were either furious or in despair. Their cries of pain could be heard everywhere. As for those black-clothed men, they were terrifying like puppets. When they killed, they didn't even show the slightest bit of emotion. Su Yan's speed was very fast. After he put aside the problem of the space crystal that he suddenly encountered, he quickly arrived at the boundary of the Heaven and Earth Organization. At this time, he realized that he was actually in a wonderful mood. I wonder how Wanqing is doing now. Will she be surprised when she sees me? As the saying goes, when one is close to one's hometown, one will feel even more fearful. Even someone like Su Yan would have such thoughts at this time. However, it was a pity that this thought of his suddenly vanished into thin air in an instant. This was because he saw a massacre. What's going on? Why would there be such a massacre in the Heaven and Earth Organization? At this time, Su Yan was immediately furious. The Heaven and Earth Organization was where Yun Wanqing was. For such a massacre to occur at this time was naturally not a good thing. How dare you? He immediately unleashed his power. At this time, he couldn't use the power of the laws. This was because he clearly sensed that the suppression of the laws in the 5 counties was extremely obvious. If he directly used the power of the laws, he might even be directly killed by an unknown force. However, even if he couldn't use the power of the laws, Su Yan's own strength was terrifying enough. Moreover, he actually had a very good understanding of the Heaven and Earth Organization. His power immediately communicated with the Heaven and Earth Organization's large formation. It turned out that the moment these black-clothed men appeared, the large formation of the Heaven and Earth Organization had already been destroyed. At this time, he directly unleashed his power. His powerful divine consciousness directly repaired the damaged formation in an extremely irresistible manner. At the same time, he released his divine consciousness. Those powerful and terrifying black-clothed men were originally killing ferociously. However, suddenly, a powerful force directly appeared at this time. The appearance of this force was so sudden and unreasonable. In an instant, everything was completely suppressed. Damned things, all of you can go to hell. Su Yan's divine consciousness was extremely powerful. At this time, he realized that these black-clothed men were not real humans. They were like zombies or puppets. Therefore, he understood that these black-clothed men were no longer of any value. His divine consciousness directly crushed them. At this moment, these damned things were immediately turned into ashes. At this time, the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization had yet to recover from their shock. They originally thought that they had reached the final juncture and that all the disciples were going to die here. However, they realized that in this short moment, all their enemies were actually dead. However, at this time, Su Yan didn't have the time to pay attention to them. He directly said, "Where is Wan Qing?" At this time, he was standing high in the sky. His voice spread out, making him seem like a god. At this time, a disciple suddenly said, "Sect Master followed Elder Shao to the village outside Cloud City to investigate the case." This was also an elder whose cultivation level was close to Fong Yuan's. However, when he looked at Su Yan, he didn't have any thoughts at all. When Su Yan asked, he couldn't control himself and directly said the answer. At this time, Su Yan immediately frowned. The mysterious force suddenly attacked, but the sect master went outside. If this wasn't a conspiracy, no one would believe it. Su Yan was worried about Yun Wanqing's safety, so he didn't care about the many people here. After all, he had already activated the Great Array at this time. Cloud City was under the control of the Heaven and Earth organization, so Su Yan arrived almost instantly. His divine consciousness was so terrifying that he quickly discovered the original battlefield. His gaze landed on the strange black cat's corpse. That's the power of Yunjian. Wanqing should still be alive. This comforted Su Yan. If Yun Wanqing was already dead, he would go crazy. At this time, his power and divine consciousness began to spread out. It didn't take long for him to find Yun Wanqing's traces. At this time, Yun Wanqing was still surrounded by Elder Shao. If it was just Elder Shao and the original few people, they wouldn't be able to do anything to her. After she took Su Yan's elixir, her injuries had improved. She even had a chance to take down Elder Shao and the others directly. However, she didn't expect a black-clothed man to suddenly appear at this time. This black-clothed man was extremely mysterious, and his strength was even more terrifying. Even Fong Yuan was no match for him. His gaze was so cold, as if he was a dead person from the underworld. Surrender and die. This was the man's words and the choice he gave Yun Wanqing. Yun Wanqing naturally wouldn't allow herself to be captured without a fight. She pushed her strength to the limit and said, "I'm right here. Kill me if you have the ability." At this time, she was actually prepared to die. She didn't know where these things came from. If they fell into their hands, it would be worse than death. In that case, she might as well die like this. However, she would never see Su Yan again. This was the biggest disappointment in her heart. Chapter 1075. Female literature. If she could see him, it would not matter even if she died. However, there was always helplessness in this world. She had countless thoughts in her heart, but she could not even see him before she died. Her heart was already filled with misery. She also understood that she would not be able to escape today. The black-clothed man in front of her was already more powerful than her. Even if she was at her peak, it would be difficult for her to match up to him. The only way was to use the power of the formation to suppress him in the sect. Unfortunately, she had mistakenly believed in Elder Shao and ended up in such a situation. At this moment, her power gathered once again, and the cloud sword appeared. "If you want to kill me, Yun Wanqing, we'll have to see if you're capable enough." Although she felt depressed and was in a desperate situation, she would definitely not admit defeat so easily. Even if she died, she would make her enemy pay the price. The black-clothed man looked down at Yun Wanqing. A hoarse voice came from the depths of his throat. "Ha ha ha, interesting, really interesting." After he finished speaking, he released a wave of aura at this moment. It was as if he wanted to let this woman know how powerful he was. "You should know very well that your resistance is futile in front of me. So, you'd better give up. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I just want to invite you back as a guest." That's all. After all, I really can't bear to kill such a beautiful woman like you. At this moment, his aura had already covered Yun Wanqing. Obviously, it was impossible for Yun Wanqing to escape now. Faced with such a desperate situation, Yun Wanqing did not panic. At this moment, she smiled and said, "If you were really confident that you could capture me unscathed, I'm afraid you wouldn't be talking so much nonsense now." Her eyes were sharp, and she had already seen through this point. The moment she finished speaking, she had already attacked. An extremely powerful wave of energy enveloped the black-clothed man, and the light of the cloud sword was extremely bright at this moment. The black-clothed man's voice was heard. "Really, I hate dealing with smart people." Obviously, this was his previous plan. No matter what, Yun Wanqing was still a Fengyuan master. A Fengyuan master might not be much in the 9 provinces, but in the 5 counties, she was already a top-notch existence. After all, this cursed land seemed to be the most powerful power it could contain. Although the spirit chi was recovering now, and the mysterious power of the curse had begun to disappear, it did not mean that those powerhouses could break through their limits in a short time. His strength was naturally strong, and it was above Yun Wanqing's. However, there was a limit to his strength, and it was definitely not limitless. He could naturally defeat Yun Wanqing, but it was extremely difficult to capture her alive. He said those words to put great psychological pressure on Yun Wanqing. At the same time, he could also display his strength, unknowingly form a formation, and then capture Yun Wanqing in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, Yun Wanqing was obviously smarter than he expected. In just a moment, she had seen through his plan. Since she had understood his plan, Yun Wanqing naturally could not let his plan succeed. Therefore, it was the wisest choice to attack directly at this time. At this moment, Yun Wanqing had already made up her mind to die. When she unleashed her cloud sword, there was an additional sense of decisiveness and dominance compared to before. For the black-clothed man, this was the worst situation. What he wanted was to effortlessly subdue Yun Wanqing, but this was obviously unrealistic at this moment. Yun Wanqing's choice still put him in a difficult position. However, this was not a big deal. Yun Wanqing giving up resistance was only the most ideal situation. However, he also understood that how could there be so many ideal situations in this world? Do you still choose to resist stubbornly? That's fine too. I will make you pay a sufficient price for your own choice. As he spoke, his entire body disappeared on the spot. Then, in the next moment, he had already directly punched down. The power of the cloud sword was full of determination and domineering. However, this attack of his was even more so. When the black-clothed man punched, a mist-like existence directly appeared in front of him, and that terrifying power rolled towards him. The power of the two collided directly at this time. This was the most direct impact, and the terrifying power was directly suppressed. The rolling aura showed how terrifying this attack was. The nearby mountain rocks were directly crushed into powder by this attack. Yun Wanqing's body suddenly retreated. At this time, her expression was not good. Although it could not be said that she was completely defeated in this battle, it was obvious that she had fallen into a disadvantage. This was not a good thing. Although she already knew that her strength was not a match for her opponent, she did not expect that her disadvantage would be so obvious after this exchange. At this time, the black-clothed man let out a cold laugh. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Since he had already made his move, there was naturally no mercy. At this moment, his power poured out again. The violent power turned into a long river of power at this time, directly rushing towards Yun Wanqing. His power was already very strong, and at this time, there was no gap between his attacks. The powerful power pushed forward again and again like a wave. After Yun Wanqing's first attack, her breath had not yet recovered. At this time, facing such a violent impact of power, the pressure was naturally even greater. However, she still gritted her teeth and persevered. The cloud mist technique was quietly used. The cultivation techniques of the Heaven and Earth organization were not overbearing, but in terms of continuous power, it was second to none in the 5 continents. At this time, although Yun Wanqing was at a disadvantage, if she blindly wanted to defend, the black-clothed man would still not be able to break through her defense. Although he had gained a huge advantage, he was unable to turn it into a victory. The two sides were in a stalemate. At this time, the black-clothed man's anxiety gradually increased. He felt that he could not continue like this. At this time, he suddenly said, "Miss Yun is indeed a good person, but I don't know if the Heaven and Earth organization has the ability to persist under the attack of our sage sect." He sneered, and his cruelty was revealed at this time. He said this because he wanted to use the safety of the Heaven and Earth organization to shake Yun Wanqing's mind. Everyone had their own weaknesses, and this Yun Wanqing's weakness was undoubtedly the Heaven and Earth organization. Unfortunately, at this time, Yun Wanqing's expression did not change at all. Her cloud mist technique was even more concentrated at this time. She directly said, "Don't think that you can use these words to disturb my mind. Since I am already here, I can no longer control the Heaven and Earth organization. It is a great fortune that the Heaven and Earth organization can survive. If unfortunately, it is destroyed by you, it is also fate. Since that is the case, how can you disturb my mind?" Yun Wanqing sneered. Her words caused the black-clothed man's expression to become even uglier. "I really did not expect that you would have such knowledge. However, even if you are stubbornly resisting, you can only persist for a while." At this time, Elder Shao suddenly said, "Sovereign Yun, I have news about Su Yan. Do you want to hear it?" This Elder Shao had followed Yun Wanqing for a long time and was very clear about many things about Yun Wanqing. If the Heaven and Earth organization could not shake this woman's mind, then this name must be able to. This old thing, he indeed grasped the timing very well. At this time, Yun Wanqing was exhausted, but he did not say it just now. Instead, he waited until now to say these 2 words. Moreover, when this old thing spoke, he looked as if everything was under his control. Even if Yun Wanqing knew that he must be lying, she still panicked at this time. Of course, this was only for an instant. She had already stabilized her mind in an instant. However, for the black-clothed man, this instant was enough. He suddenly activated his power at this time, and then a powerful force directly suppressed her. Yun Wanqing's previous defense was already very difficult, and it was even more so now. "Old thief Shao, if I don't die today, then I will definitely not let you have a good ending." At this time, Yun Wanqing said directly in a cold voice. At this time, Elder Shao said with a smile, "Sovereign Yun, don't think too much. You naturally won't die today. The sage sect will not let you die, so you won't die. As for me, you don't need to worry about me. I have already pledged my loyalty to the Lord. With the Lord's protection, how can I not have a good ending?" Elder Shao was very proud. From his words, it could be seen that he was very proud of himself for being able to become a person below the Lord. This was not so-called loyalty, but a kind of belief. In his mind, the sacred venerate had already become a godlike existence. It was precisely because of this that he was so proud of himself. At this time, the black-clothed man also said, "Yun Wanqing, the Lord's power is boundless. The end of the world is coming. I, the Lord, was born to save the infinite world. Why do you have to resist? Why do you have to be so stubborn?" The black-robed man suddenly shouted. His shout contained a power that reached straight to Yun Wanqing's heart. His voice directly rushed into Yun Wanqing's mind. However, at this time, Yun Wanqing's forehead suddenly flashed, and the mental power was directly dissolved. Then, she said directly, "What a load of crap. The Lord. I think you are just a clown. At this time, Elder Shao immediately shouted angrily, "Yun Wanqing, how dare you insult the Lord?" Elder Shao was infuriated to the extreme when his faith was insulted. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, "So what? Bullsh asterisk T the Lord. So what if he insults her? So what if he kills her?" Chapter 1076. Female Literature. Before Elder Shao could react, an extremely powerful force suddenly appeared. He couldn't help but kneel down directly, and the other disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization did the same. These people were considered to be powerful in the 5 counties, but at this moment, they had no power to resist at all. Then, the man in black also felt a huge pressure. His power was about to crush Yun Wanqing, but in an instant, this huge pressure suddenly dissipated. At this moment, he suddenly felt as if his movements were no longer under his control. How could this be? At this moment, his heart was filled with horror. Anyone who suddenly lost all their power would feel the same way. They would feel fear, helplessness, and surprise. However, in the blink of an eye, his emotions had already dissipated. Then, he shouted, "Who is it? Why are you pretending to be a ghost? Come out if you have the ability." His voice spread out, trying to find the whereabouts of the person who spoke. At this moment, Yun Wanqing was extremely excited. For a moment, she even forgot to defend herself. Fortunately, at this moment, the power of the man in black dissipated without a trace. Yun Wanqing stared blankly ahead. At this moment, she felt as if she was dreaming. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and they were already in a desperate situation. However, this person actually appeared in front of her once again. If this was really a dream, why did it feel so real? Long time no see. Sorry, I'm late, Su Yan looked at Yun Wanqing and said in his most gentle voice. He was late. Indeed, he was late. She had been waiting for him for too long. Even when she was in danger, he wasn't able to appear by her side immediately. She had to bear the danger and despair alone. At this moment, no words were important. Yun Wanqing directly threw herself into his arms. She hugged Su Yan tightly. She no longer looked like the leader of a sect. After waiting for so long, they could finally meet again. It was too sad and too unbelievable. She was very afraid. This was just a thought before she died. Once she died, there would really be nothing left. But she soon confirmed that it was real because Su Yan had cupped her cheeks and kissed her on the lips. Only the most realistic touch could give people the most realistic feelings. Yun Wanqing was completely lost in it. At this time, she even felt that even if she were to die in the next moment, it would no longer matter. At this time, the black-clothed man finally recovered his strength. However, when his gaze fell on Elder Shao and the others, he felt a chill in his heart. He could already sense that there was an extremely powerful force suppressing Elder Shao and the others. At this time, these people were already extremely miserable. Their knees had been completely shattered, and no matter how they struggled, they could not break free from this power. Seeing this, he already knew that he was no match for that person no matter what. Therefore, at this moment, he made a prompt decision and immediately fled. This guy's speed was not slow, and he was also very decisive in his actions. At this time, Elder Shao saw that the black-clothed man he relied on actually abandoned him and the others and fled. His heart suddenly trembled, and he roared in despair, "Sacred Envoy, save me!" Unfortunately, the black-clothed man did not pay attention to him at all. At this time, he was already too busy to take care of himself, so how could he pay attention to this person? He was already lucky to be able to escape. After a long kiss, Yun Wanqing finally came back to her senses. She was in Su Yan's arms, and then she asked, "Is everything okay?" In the end, it was just a greeting. Su Yan said, "I'm already standing in front of you." After a moment of silence, Yun Wanqing remembered the important matter. It's a pity that that guy escaped. I don't know where they came from, but they are actually so resourceful. Yun Wanqing sighed with emotion. That was indeed the case. This group of people had silently made Elder Shao risk his life for them and then ambushed him. The black-clothed man's strength was not weak, and he was just a subordinate. What kind of powerful and terrifying existence was the holy sage that they spoke of? Her gaze fell on Elder Shao and the others. Instead of feeling happy, she felt a kind of sadness. These people used to be people that she trusted. If not, how could she follow them here so easily? But now, these people had become her enemies. Su Yan obviously saw through her thoughts, so he said softly, "It's okay, since I'm here, let me deal with these things." At this time, Su Yan actually felt a little lucky that he had returned to the 5 counties. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets. At the same time, he was even angrier. The sudden appearance of the mysterious force was definitely not a good thing for the 5 counties. Moreover, he had a premonition that the 5 counties, which had been peaceful for a long time, was about to experience new waves. The curse on the 5 counties was gradually disappearing, and everything was returning to normal. Although the restoration could allow the people of this continent to improve their cultivation faster, it was not necessarily a good thing. One had to know that before the 5 counties fell, it was an extremely powerful place. Not to mention other things, the ancestral grounds of the Boundless Demon sect and the Pagoda sect were here. Of course, no one knew what kind of terrible war had happened in the past, but one thing was certain. Those sects and forces that survived the ancient war would gradually rise up at this time. The black-clothed man's strength was not strong, but it was very strange. Now, Su Yan could be considered to be very knowledgeable, but he had never seen such a strange power. As for these powers, he was even more unable to grasp them. The black-clothed man could escape because Su Yan could not be bothered to take action at this time. However, it was more because Su Yan wanted to cast a long line to catch a big fish. At this time, his strength was far above that of the black-clothed man. Su Yan's supreme power could even deceive the heavenly Tao. He wanted to know who the black-clothed man was. "Su Yan, how is the Heaven and Earth Organization?" She had already guessed that Su Yan must have gone to the Heaven and Earth Organization to be able to come here in time. Only then could he detect her so quickly. Su Yan said, "Don't worry. Although we were indeed attacked, we were not seriously injured. The Great Formation has been activated, so naturally, there is no problem. Let's go back to the Heaven and Earth Organization first. Now that this mysterious force has appeared, it is absolutely not just targeting the Heaven and Earth Organization. I don't know how the Burying Sword Tomb and the Leitang sect are doing." This was what he was worried about at this time. Although he had not returned to the 5 counties for a long time, he could imagine that the Leitang sect and the Burying Sword sect must have become second to none sects in the 5 counties. Lei Wanjun and the Burying Sword Old Man's abilities were unquestionable. When he was there, he had defeated the evil sections. With these two people's abilities, they would definitely not give the evil sects a chance to raise their heads. This was not a bad thing. The stronger they were, the more things they could do. However, it was different now. With their strength, they would definitely be attacked by this mysterious evil sect. If the Heaven and Earth Organization was attacked, they would also be resolute. Yun Wanqing was also very smart. She said directly, "Now that the Heaven and Earth Organization has you, there should be no more unforeseen events in a short time. Why don't we go and take a look at these 2 sects now?" She knew what Su Yan was thinking, especially about the Burying Sword Tomb. For Su Yan, it was the first sect that rose to prominence. He had a lot of feelings for this sect. Su Yan understood her intentions and was even more moved. However, at this time, he was indeed very worried, so he said, "Okay, let's go now." Yun Wanqing didn't know what realm Su Yan had reached at this time, but when she saw Su Yan calmly controlling everything in his hands, she knew that his strength must be very strong. At this time, she directly snuggled up to Su Yan. When Su Yan was here, she didn't need to worry about things that she didn't know. This feeling was really good. Su Yan hugged her and then directly soared into the sky. Su Yan's speed was so fast that even Yun Wanqing couldn't adapt at all at first. Of course, she didn't feel uncomfortable because Su Yan had already cast a power boundary to protect her. Brother Su Yan, what realm are you now? Yun Wanqing finally couldn't help but ask. Now, she really wanted to know how strong the man she had chosen was. Su Yan naturally didn't hide anything and said directly, now, I'm probably at the level of a 2 essences venerable. This was in terms of his realm. He had long been different from ordinary cultivators, but according to common sense, his realm was probably like this. However, in terms of combat strength, it was extremely terrifying and was comparable to a Dao master. Although Yun Wanqing already knew that Su Yan's strength must be very strong at this time, when she heard these words, she was still very surprised. We're here. Just when she was surprised, Su Yan suddenly said. Yun Wanqing was even more surprised. She had long heard that powerful venerables could fly as fast as crossing space, but this had become a legend. Today, she really experienced it. Chapter 1077. Female Literature. The distance between the burial sword tomb and the Heaven and Earth organization was actually very far. If she flew at full speed, it would take her a few days to get there. However, she had just snuggled up to Su Yan when they arrived at the burial sword tomb in an instant. What an inconceivable speed! She raised her head and found that Su Yan's face was not looking good. At this moment, she immediately had a bad premonition. At this moment, Su Yan could see it even more clearly. His divine sense was extremely powerful. At this moment, he could see that the burial sword sect had already turned into ruins. The place that used to be so familiar had completely changed at this time. There was not a single living person left on the mountain. Everyone was dead. Su Yan walked up the buried sword mountain step by step. At this time, the land had completely withered. Without the burial sword mountain, Su Yan would not have existed. This was because Su Yan's initial growth had started here. Although there had been struggles and bitterness here, this was his home. But this was his home, and now, his home had been completely destroyed. He was furious, but his face was even calmer. His anger had completely sunk into his heart. If he found the other party, he would definitely make them suffer a disaster. However, he suddenly realized that old man Zhengjin wasn't on the mountain. There were countless corpses on the mountain. Some of them were familiar faces, but most of them were people he didn't know. These people must have joined the sword burial mound after he left. In any case, these people were already dead. Death was the most painful farewell, but there was no aura of the old man here. This meant that the old man might not be dead. Yun Wanqing wanted to say something, but she did not speak in the end. She knew very well that Su Yan was a wounded tiger at this time. As long as he was a tiger, he would not need to be comforted, even if he had suffered a heavy blow. Su Yan picked up Yun Wanqing and said, "Let's go to the Leitang sect." He activated his escape technique again, and this time, he was even faster than before. It didn't take long before Su Yan arrived outside the Sound of Thunder sect. The Sound of Thunder sect was much luckier than the burial sword tomb. This was because the Sound of Thunder sect hadn't been exterminated yet. The Sound of Thunder sect's grand array had been successfully activated. At this moment, Lei Wanjun was like an enraged beast, erupting with his final fury. Just like Yun Wanqing, he had also received news that something had happened within the boundaries of his sect. Originally, he had wanted to go there, but he suddenly had a sudden impulse and did not go far. That was why he was able to discover the conspiracy in time. His sect's elders had actually betrayed him, which made his heart burn with rage. The men in black continued to attack directly. The Sound of Thunder's sect had Lei Wanjuan's existence. Coupled with the fact that the Sound of Thunder's sect's cultivation technique was extremely overbearing, they were able to hold on until now. Unfortunately, if this continued, he would not be able to hold on any longer. The other party came in a menacing manner, and his strength was extremely terrifying. Even if he used all his strength, he could only barely hold on at this moment. At this moment, his heart was burning with rage. He hated this powerful invader, but he was also angry at his own incompetence. At this moment, the men in black were just like the men in black that Yun Wanqing had encountered before. They were both powerful and had almost reached the peak of the circumference state. Above the circumference state was the transformation into a dragon. It was called the Dragon Realm. For so many years, the spiritual qi in the 5 counties had been scarce. Due to the existence of the mysterious curse, there were only a few people who had reached the circumference state, let alone the Dragon Realm. It was already lucky for Lei Wanjun to be able to reach the circumference state. During this period of time, the cultivators could feel that the spiritual qi was gradually increasing. Their cultivation was also rising step by step. At that time, Lei Wanjun thought that this was a good thing. However, at this moment, he realized that his progress was too slow. He didn't know where this man in black came from, but he actually had such strength. By now, he had already sent out the news. He hoped that his ally, the Burial Sword Elder, would come to rescue him. After all, the Burial Sword Tomb was not far away from the Sound of Thunder sect. However, there was no reply after he sent out the signal. At this moment, he realized that the situation might be more serious than he had imagined. He and the Burial Sword Elder had been good friends for many years, so they were naturally very familiar with each other. Based on their friendship, if the Burial Sword Elder could successfully receive his signal, the Burial Sword Elder would definitely not ignore him. However, this time, the Burial Sword Elder did not even send back a reply. There was no need to say what this meant. Therefore, he finally knew that it was definitely time for him to put his life on the line. It was because of this that he was extremely ruthless when he attacked. Almost every time, he fought without any regard for his life. It was also because of this that he was able to delay until now. In fact, he did not have the intention to delay because he had a premonition that today was the day of the Sound of Thunder sect's calamity. It would not be easy for the Sound of Thunder sect to get through this. With this thought in mind, he had the spirit to face death unflinchingly. The people of the Sound of Thunder sect were extremely unyielding because of their cultivation method. Seeing their sect leader risking his life to meet his death, they were all shocked. Seeing that their sect master had sacrificed his life, the disciples were naturally the same. As a result, the Sound of Thunder sect became a tough bone to chew. Even the black-clothed men had to admit that they would have to pay a hefty price if they wanted to chew this bone in a short time. Die. At this moment, a cold voice was heard on the battlefield. The words sounded like the call of the Grim Reaper. After hearing the voice, the mysterious and peculiar black-clothed men could not help but become heavier. The leader of the black-clothed men yelled, "Who's there?" According to the plan, the Burial Sword Tomb, the Sound of Thunder sect, the Heaven and Earth organization, which were currently the top sects in the 5 counties, should have been wiped out. Who would appear at this time to save the Sound of Thunder sect? Just as he finished his question, he suddenly realized that there were 2 more people in front of him. His attention immediately fell on the man. The moment he saw Su Yan, he suddenly realized that his world seemed to be falling. An inexplicable force directly invaded his spiritual world. At this moment, a shadow suddenly exploded in the depths of the black-clothed man's spiritual world. At this moment, he cried out in grief, "No!" However, before he could make a move, his entire body suddenly began to collapse piece by piece like a broken stone statue. It was strange and cruel. Lei Wanjun's opponent suddenly died. At first, he was stunned. Obviously, he had not regained his senses at this time. He originally thought that he was going to die today, but he did not expect that this powerful opponent would die at this time. However, at the next moment, he saw the two people in front of him clearly. They were Yun Wanqing and Su Yan. Su Yan. He was overjoyed. The light that one saw in a desperate situation was the most beautiful and brilliant light. Su Yan said, "Senior Lei, we can talk later." At this moment, he let go of Yun Wanqing and directly attacked. His huge power had covered the whole place in an instant. An extremely powerful aura weaved into a huge network. Those invaders could not resist at all under this power. At this moment, the people of the Sound of Thunder sect who discovered this would not let go of this opportunity. In an instant, all of them burst out with their most powerful power and launched their own attacks. "Damn it, you bastard! How dare you kill my senior brother? I want you to die. Bastard, go to hell." Sometimes, killing was the final outcome of hatred. A great battle finally ended. Lei Wanjun and Yun Wanqing went to the palace in the deepest part of the Sound of Thunder sect. The Sound of Thunder sect was also a sect that had been passed down from ancient times and had a strong foundation. "Su Yan, have you been to the burial sword tomb?" Lei Wanjun asked directly. At this time, the Sound of Thunder sect had been rescued. Instead, he was more concerned about the situation in the burial sword tomb. Su Yan's face darkened. Lei Wanjun immediately had an ominous premonition in his heart. Su Yan said, "Yes, I've been there. The burial sword tomb is no longer there." No longer there. Lei Wanjun knew very well what these three words meant. The burial sword tomb had gone through so many storms, but today, it was only exchanged for three words. No longer there. Such a huge sect was destroyed just like that. This was truly hard to believe. This reality was actually so cruel. Then, what about that old man Zhang Jian? Lei Wanjun actually already had an answer at this time, but in the end, he still asked. He only hoped that his old friend was still alive so that he could keep a glimmer of hope. Su Yan said, "The ancestor's whereabouts are unknown. We don't know whether he's dead or alive." At this time, Su Yan's face was calm, but one could imagine the anger in his heart. When he first appeared, he wanted to directly enter the sea of consciousness of the black-clothed man directly with his divine thought to find out the origin of this group of people, but he didn't find anything. There was a seal in their sea of consciousness. The slightest touch would directly destroy them. Several people of the Heaven and Earth organization betrayed them. Elder Shao and the others also died directly after the black-clothed man left. Su Yan had already seen at that time that in fact, they had already been tampered with. After the black-clothed man left, Elder Shao and the others' divine souls were directly shattered. The other party was so ruthless and so meticulous. "Brother Lei, go and reorganize the sect. I think the continent of the 5 counties will become very interesting in the future. This world will not be peaceful, so for the sake of the future, you have to work hard to live." Su Yan's words were somewhat heavy. Originally, with his powerful strength, he was already strong enough to sweep the entire continent of the 5 counties. But now, it was different. The curse of the 5 counties had disappeared, and the whole continent began to reveal its true identity.
Chapter 211. She turned to look at the huge, friendless black Godzilla, but that thing was still standing in the same spot, glaring at her fiercely with its large, lantern-like eyes. Seeing Ning Xiaomal looking at it, it immediately raised its head and roared, pouncing towards her. Damn, if this was an illusion, why was this thing still here? This thing's body was too huge, and when it pounced over, it brought with it a tornado, almost sweeping Ning Xiaomal and Jiuzun's bodies up. Ning Xiaomal wanted to turn and run, but her footsteps were heavy, as if her feet were chained, and she couldn't take a single step. Damn it! Jiuzun cursed under his breath and raised his palm. White light spread out like a net above the two of them, blocking Godzilla's mouth that was about to bite them. It's a creature of your imagination. Quickly think of it as a useless bug. Jiuzun shouted. His small face instantly turned as white as a sheet of paper. This monster's strength was too strong, and he almost couldn't resist it. What was this little girl's mind filled with? She could actually imagine such a perverted monster, and even with his current strength, he couldn't withstand it. This illusion was her imagination, so the things inside had to be changed through her. Roar! The monster's body was blocked by the white net, and it was instantly enraged, slamming against it with all its might. It was a figment of her imagination. Ning Xuema's thoughts flashed through her mind like lightning, recalling the series of events that had just happened. It seemed that whatever she thought of, it would immediately appear here. Although she didn't know what was going on, since she knew that this was her imagination, it was easy to handle. She was in charge of her imagination. Quickly think of it as a bug, a little snake. Whatever it is, it's your inner demon, and it won't disappear on its own, Jiuzun quickly explained. As expected, Ning Xuema closed her eyes slightly, looking like she was going to focus and follow his instructions. Unexpectedly, the moment she opened her eyes, she turned around and scooped up a strange-looking weapon from the ground. What was she doing? Ning Xuema raised her head. Her originally messy bun had already loosened up and draped over her shoulders like flowing water. She slung the strange-looking weapon over her shoulder and leapt, flying out of the monster's range. Standing on a large rock not far away, she smiled at him. Jiuzun, I'll have to trouble you to hold on. The little girl's smile was sweet, her movements elegant and dashing. Just as she finished speaking, the gigantic monster became even more irritable. Its roar shook the heavens and earth as it charged towards Jiuzun even more ferociously. Its strength had more than doubled. Jiuzun was already having a hard time, and now it was even harder for him to hold on. With a soft sound, the white net of light was torn apart by the monster's bite. Its sharp teeth bit towards Jiuzun's small body. That little girl did it on purpose. She wanted to take revenge on him. Jiuzun was a seasoned veteran. His body rose, and he retreated like water. His movements were fast and indescribable, as free and unrestrained as the clouds. According to his own estimation, he could retreat more than 100 feet, just enough to escape the monster's huge mouth. However, he didn't expect that just as he retreated halfway, a rope would suddenly appear on the ground. He couldn't dodge in time, and the rope tripped him on his leg. His body staggered, and he nearly fell down. In this short delay, the monster's bloody mouth was already less than 2 feet away from his head. Its saliva was almost dripping onto his body. Chapter 2:12. The stench was so strong that it made one want to vomit. Damn it! Jiuzun was about to change his move when his legs were suddenly tightened. The rope that had almost tripped him had wrapped itself around his legs in the blink of an eye. He was halfway through his move when he was pulled by a force, falling to the ground with a thud. Just as the monster's mouth was about to chomp down on his clothes, a deafening bang rang out. The monster's body shook violently as a bloody hole appeared on its head. Fresh blood spurted out like an open shower, splattering onto Jiuzun's face and head. Jiuzun took the opportunity to roll away, finally escaping from the monster's mouth. He leapt up and looked towards Ning Xuema, who was not far away. The girl's eyes were bright, her mouth curved like a bean pod. Jiuzun, be careful. Seeing little Wimp cut an unprecedented sorry figure because of her, Ning Xuema simply felt refreshed and refreshed. Who asked you to force me to jump off the cliff again? Let a pervert like you do the damned limit test again. She wanted him to have a taste of being controlled by someone else, of not being able to control his own life and death. Also, this was indeed her illusory realm. As long as she concentrated a little, she could control everything in this space. For example, she could casually pick up a gun, weaken the brat Jiuzun, or increase the monster's strength. It felt so good to be God. Jiuzun squinted his eyes, a light flickering in his pupils. This girl had almost no psychokinesis in her, but her true willpower was astounding. Most people wouldn't be able to control the things in the illusion even if they knew that it was their own illusion. After all, the human heart was complicated and there were too many things that could be stored in it. A slight thought could cause many changes, and they would be swallowed by the illusion they created. Even if there were some geniuses, it would be impressive if they could kill their inner demons in the illusion. No one had been able to completely control the situation. The wound on the monster's forehead healed quickly. With a loud roar, it pounced towards Jiuzun once more. Ning Xiuma stood with her rocket launcher in high spirits. She was going to play with this Jiuzun. She wanted to see what tricks this Jiuzun would play under such circumstances. The monster opened its mouth and spat out a white, frosty air that enveloped Jiuzun. Ning Xiuma knew that Jiuzun would definitely be able to dodge it with his skills. She had even calculated in her mind which direction he would hide in and which direction she would conjure the rope. But he didn't expect that little brat to just stand there with no intention of dodging at all. The white chi enveloped Jiuzun's entire body, instantly freezing him into an ice sculpture. The monster's movements were as fast as lightning. It opened its mouth and swallowed him whole. Ning Xiuma suddenly widened her eyes. Heavens, she really didn't want to kill this little brat. Could he really be dead? She promptly fired a rocket launcher at the monster's heart, causing it to fall to the ground with a loud thud. In a flash, a snow-white broadsword appeared in Ning Xiuma's hand. She jumped onto the monster's body and slashed at its stomach. Because his emotions were unstable at the moment, he was a little flustered. While she was panicking, the monster's stomach actually became harder than steel. Her slash was rebounded, causing her wrist to go numb and the blade to almost fly out of her hand. She was shocked once more. She sucked in a breath and tried to concentrate, imagining that the monster's stomach was softer than cotton. However, it was obvious that it didn't work this time. The monster's stomach was still as hard as before. She almost slipped as she stood on it. Chapter 213. This couldn't go on. How long could a person last in a monster's stomach? Although he was strong enough, this was still within her consciousness. She gritted her teeth, and another plasma cutter appeared in her hand, slicing towards the monster's stomach. Jiuzun, you have to hold on. You'd be a coward if you died here. The layer of skin on the monster's stomach was finally cut open. Ning Xiuma regretted imagining the monster to be so big. It was the size of a building, and its stomach was huge as well. Although Ning Xiuma had found the right spot, it still took a lot of effort to cut open such a thick layer of flesh to find its stomach. After cutting open the monster's stomach, a shiny Japanese military knife appeared in her hand. About a quarter of an hour later, she finally cut open the monster's stomach. The stomach was about the size of a small house. Ning Xiuma resisted the acrid stench that assailed her nostrils and peeked inside. Other than some food scraps, she couldn't see anything else. Ning Xiuma looked at the bubbling gastric juices, and her heart slowly sank. Could it be that it was already digested? It can't be that fast, right? This gastric juice wasn't sulfuric acid. How could it corrode so quickly? She steeled her heart and was about to jump in to take a look when a voice rang out from behind her. No need to look. I'm here. It was a child's clear voice, but it carried a hint of laziness. Ning Xiuma slowly turned back to see Jiuzun standing not too far away, examining the plasma cutter she had thrown aside. You weren't swallowed? Ning Xiuma jumped down for the monster's stomach. Nonsense. Jiuzun's reply was casual. He seemed to still be interested in the machine, not even raising his head. I clearly saw you being swallowed. Ning Xiuma didn't believe that there was something wrong with her eyes. It swallowed rocks. Jiuzun began to study the rocket launcher on the ground. Ning Xiuma finally understood. You used a trick just now? Of course. Am I supposed to wait to be swallowed? This is an illusion created by my will. Shouldn't you follow my will completely? The illusion is indeed yours, but the main body is real. In your illusion, my power will be weakened, but I won't be so weak that I won't be able to withstand a single blow. Perhaps it was because he was happy to see something new, so he spoke more than usual. So that was how it was. Ning Xiumo wrung her hands in her heart. When she looked up, her expression changed slightly. Jiu Zun placed the rocket launcher on his frail shoulders and aimed it at her. His small hand was on the trigger. Fuck! She had already set the rocket launcher to fire, and now there was a shell on it. Hero, let's talk nicely. Put that thing down. Ning Xiumo tried his best to concentrate, trying to make the shell on the rocket launcher disappear, but it was useless. It's useless. These things will appear with just a thought. There won't be any other changes. Jiu Zun raised the rocket launcher. He still had the body of a 1-year-old child, and it was a little comical for him to carry such a large weapon of mass destruction. However, Ning Xiumo couldn't bring herself to smile. Be careful. Don't misfire. She reminded him, then threatened, Don't think that it's easy for me to use it. This thing has a huge recoil. You'll be injured even if you fire it. Is that so? Jiu Zun raised his arm. With a loud bang, the shell flew over Ning Xiumo's head and hit the monster behind her. Chapter 214. Is that so? Jiu Zun raised his arm, and with a loud bang, a missile flew over Ning Xiumo's head and into the monster behind her. Unexpectedly, they also hit the spot where Ning Xiumo had just hit. The two shells left a bullet hole. Did he have to be so perverse? How could an ancient person like him be so accurate with his gun? Ning Xiumo looked at Jiu Zun, who was still standing there calmly, and was speechless. The reaction force is not small, but it's still within this sovereign's control. Jiu Zun aimed the rocket launcher at her again. What's this called? Rocket launcher. Ning Xiumo sighed, looking at him with watery eyes. You weren't swallowed just now, so why didn't you appear earlier? You made me risk my life to break open this monster's stomach to save you. I didn't want you to die. I wanted you to live well. I know. Otherwise, do you think you can still stand here and talk to this sovereign so casually? Ning Xiumo pursed her lips. You said that this is my mental world. In this world, she was the boss. Your control over your mental world isn't very good. You're still lacking a bit. This sovereign has 10,000 ways to make you suffer from chi deviation here, never to leave again. Jiu Zun's voice was still indifferent. Ning Xiumo's eyes flashed, and she looked like she was admitting defeat. All right, I admit defeat. You're the one who's more capable. How are we going to leave? She had already killed this so-called inner demon, so why was it still here? There are so many weird things in your mental world. Jiu Zun's hand touched the rocket launcher, and his eyes glanced at the cutting machine on the ground. He was 70% convinced of what Ning Xiumo had said yesterday. Although he had never seen these things before, he could tell that the parts were all very mature. They weren't things that could just appear out of thin air. This monster was also a species he had never seen before, and the man who had come to save her. He narrowed his eyes. Who is that man? Ning Xiumo didn't hide it. My idol. A tough guy. Idol? It's someone you worship. Ning Xiumo explained. You admire someone like this? Jiu Zun felt that her sense of beauty was a little strange. What was there to like about such a big and burly man? That's right, that's a real man. A standard man's true colors. Jiu Zun looked at her again. So you threw yourself into his arms? Have you always liked to take advantage of men? His voice was cold. Ning Xiumo secretly rolled her eyes. He made it sound like she was a perverted woman. She had lived for so long, but she had never really kissed a man before. Just now, I thought I was going to die, so I kissed my idol so that I wouldn't die with regrets. What do you mean by taking advantage of men? Ning Xiumo retorted. I just want to kiss him, but you've kissed me too. Jiu Zun's tone was slightly unfriendly. Dear, you're just a little doll. What kind of man are you? Ning Xiumo was speechless. She didn't want to talk about this topic with him anymore. How are we going to get out of here? She looked at herself, still feeling that it was a little unreal. I remember that we fell into a whirlpool cave and fell here. How did it become an illusion of my own mind? You want to know? Of course. Then go out and see for yourself. Jiu Zun raised his hand, and a wave of white light shot over. Ning Xiumo felt her vision brighten, and then her forehead hurt. Her vision turned black, and then the white light dissipated. Chapter 215. She opened her eyes abruptly, realizing that her surroundings had completely changed. The dark deep sea, Godzilla, strange rocks, they were all gone. She was lying on a clean mountain rock, a little doll nestled on her chest. Their bodies were pressed tightly together, their hands clasped together in an intimate position. His head was resting on her chest, and his silver hair spread out like moonlight. It was as smooth as silk on her skin, and it tickled her. Wait a minute. Ning Xiuma seemed to have sensed something as she lowered her head to look at her body. Then she was embarrassed. Her body was practically naked. The white robe was nowhere to be seen, and only the hand-sewn panties were still there to at least cover her body. The little doll was only wearing a doo-doo as he lay on her body, his limbs pressed tightly against her without any gap between them. Although Ning Xiuma had always been thick-skinned, she was still struck by lightning when she saw herself in this state. Damn, this little brat was acting like a rogue. She raised her hand, wanting to push the doll off her chest. A faint white light flashed in front of her eyes, and Jiu Zun, who was lying on her chest, suddenly disappeared. Ning Xiuma suddenly sat up. She crossed her arms over her chest and looked around. Then, she secretly ground her teeth. In the blink of an eye, Jiu Zun had already changed his attire. The doo-doo was gone, and he was still wearing the little robe that was more elegant than the clouds and whiter than the snow. He stood there casually, as if the naked doll lying in her arms just now wasn't him. He casually tossed a robe over. Put on. Ning Xiuma couldn't be bothered to settle the score with him for the time being. She hurriedly put the robe on. What did you mean by that? She felt that Jiu Zun was a little perverted, but he didn't have such perverted hobbies. Jiu Zun walked forward without turning back. You're as unconscious as a pig. Lightning can't wake you up, so Ben Zun can only go in to get you. How could she not be awakened by lightning? She wouldn't even wake up if he kicked her. He could only take the risk of using the spirit anchoring spell to enter her consciousness. Using the spirit anchoring spell, he could only do it in this position. You're the pig. I fainted because of this strange cave, right? What was going on? Where's this place? Ning Xiuma quickly caught up with him and retorted bluntly. Ning Xiuma looked all around. She could already tell that this was a cave. Moreover, it was a grotesquely shaped cave. The walls of the cave were made of dark blue, translucent rocks. Deep within the rocks, there seemed to be water flowing. It was like a crystal tunnel. When Ning Xiuma saw this, she had an illusion. She walked in here as if she was walking in a sightseeing underwater tunnel. It was a grotesque scene, but she couldn't see where the entrance she fell into was. Looking ahead, the passageway was extremely long and winding. It was unknown where it led to. Little girl, you're very lucky. You actually ran into the 10,000-year stone essences market today. We are now in its stomach. As for why you fainted, it's because there's an aura here that can cause anyone who enters to fall into their inner demons. In there, the more you fear something, the more likely it will happen, until your soul is swallowed up by the inner demons and your soul disperses. She clearly had the appearance of a child, and her voice was tender and crisp, but her tone was extremely light, like flowing ice hitting the mountain rocks. Although it sounded indescribably pleasant, it was also a little strange. After he explained so much, Ning Xiuma understood most of it. However, there were still a few things she didn't understand. She immediately asked the key questions. What is a stone essence? Is it an animal or a plant? Since everyone who enters will fall into their inner demons, why didn't you? Chapter 2:16. The stone spirit is a spiritual object formed by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. It can be big or small and can change into anything. It has no specific shape and hides in the mountains. It only appears once every 1,000 years. The place and time of appearance are not fixed. It only appeared once every 1,000 years, and she had caught it. She was really lucky. Ning Xiuma didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The stone spirit's explanation reminded her of the mountain gods and the myths and legends of her time. If it was formed by the spiritual energy of the mountains, wouldn't it be a mountain god? They were in the stomach of a mountain god? Why was this explanation so terrifying? So, were they in its esophagus or its intestines? How are they going to get out? Did they have to go through the back door? Would they encounter other food scraps that the stone spirit had swallowed along the way? Countless questions hovered in Ning Shuima's mind. She picked the most important one. How are we going to get out? I don't know. The baby answered simply. It's my first time here, too. Fine. Ning Shuima shut her mouth. She was indeed the king of luck. She had only been here for a short while, and she had already encountered such a thing. Could there be treasures in the stomach of the mountain spirit? It must have eaten many good things all these years. Maybe there were some rare treasures. She looked around, but didn't see any danger. The tunnel was very clean. The material under her feet was the same as the cave walls, like crystal bricks. It didn't hurt her feet when she stepped on it. Occasionally, there would be scattered large rocks of different shapes and sizes in the tunnel. Ning Shuima had just woken up on one of the rocks. Another large boulder appeared in front of her. Ning Shuima sized up the boulder with a glance, and her heart suddenly moved. The shape of the rock was actually like a giant python. It was long, and the front part vaguely looked like a snake's head with its mouth open. It was even more perfect than the masterpiece of a master. It was also the same color as the surrounding cave walls. It was slightly transparent, and there was a ball of shadow inside. Ning Shuima looked inside for a moment, and her eyes widened in shock. Why does it look like there's something sealed inside? Ah, there's really a python inside. And a skinless one, too. These stones were originally formed by animals that accidentally trespassed. Jiuzun seemed to know everything. Ning Shuima recalled the huge rocks she saw when she passed by. Sure enough, they looked like all kinds of animals. There were more and more strangely shaped rocks in front of them. Ning Shuima observed carefully and found that some animals were sealed in these strange rocks. They seemed to be formed according to the size of the animals. It looked a little like the amber used to seal small animals. The amber was formed when pine resin dripped down and wrapped around the worms. These animals were so huge. How would they be sealed here? Why didn't they have any skin? Jiuzun, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped in front of a tall and thin rock. There weren't many things that could make Jiuzun stop in his tracks. Ning Shuima gave up on observing a tiger-shaped rock and walked briskly to the tall and skinny rock. Upon closer inspection, his expression changed slightly. There's someone inside. There was indeed a person sealed in the rock. Not only did this person not shed his skin, he was even wearing clothes. The translucent layer of stone that enveloped this person was very thin. In addition, this layer of stone had strong anti-corrosion properties. The person inside was still the same as when he was alive. Therefore, Ning Shuima could see the person's face and body clearly. Chapter 217. It was an exceptionally handsome man with sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, a high-nosed bridge, and thin lips. He had a green jade hairpin on his head and wore a light blue robe. The quality of his blue robe was obviously very good. Its color was as soft as the lake water, and there were scaly patterns on it. A sparkling and translucent white jade belt was tied around his waist, and a jade pendant with a pair of fish hung from the belt. His standing posture was somewhat strange. Both of his arms were folded in front of him, as if he was hugging something. His expression seemed to be both painful and joyful. Beside his feet was a strange-looking sword. He was frozen in place, and it was unknown how long he had been standing there, but he seemed to have turned into a fossil. Ning Shuima's gaze circled around the handsome guy's face before landing on his collar. On the left side of his collar, there was a cloud embroidered, while on the right side, there were 9 stars embroidered. This man was from the Sun Moon sect. Furthermore, looking at those stars, he was the ancestor's direct disciple. In the Sun Moon sect, only the ancestor's direct disciples could embroider 9 stars. Who could this be? The ancestor had a total of 18 disciples, and 12 of them were still alive. Their whereabouts were also well documented. This person was obviously one of the 6 disciples who had already passed away. Of the 6 disciples, the highest had cultivated to Earth Realm Level 9. Although their lifespan had been extended, they were not immortal. 5 of them had died of natural causes, which could be considered a good ending. Only the 5th disciple had disappeared in the prime of his life. As for how he had disappeared, it was too long ago, and the Sun Moon sect style of doing things was relatively mysterious. Therefore, no one knew. Ning Xiuma only knew from a few scattered records that the missing disciple of the ancestor was not only a rare martial arts genius, but also a prince with a high position and great talent. He had broken through to Earth Realm Level 6 at a young age, and was considered one of the most likely candidates to break through the life and death barrier. He was also the most favored disciple of the ancestor, and the most complete and profound martial arts he had been imparted to him. If he had ascended the throne, he would have definitely become the Emperor of the Ages. However, no one expected that when he was 27 or 28 years old, he would suddenly disappear. Since then, the ancestor had added another rule to his disciple selection, and that was to not accept disciples of the imperial family. This was also one of the main reasons why the ancestor did not accept a genius like Ji Yanhuan. Ning Xiuma looked at the peerless man sealed in the stone. Needless to say, this should be the missing prince, the ancestor's favorite fifth disciple. Ning Xiuma shot a glance at the child beside her. The child was currently raising his head to look at the translucent stone sculpture. He did not say anything, and his face was expressionless. Only his pair of blue eyes were like an ice lake under the moonlight, faintly flickering with light. Ning Xiuma didn't look at him anymore. She just gently stroked the stone sculpture of the prince. His skin didn't fall off. How'd he die? Jiuzun's voice was indifferent. His cultivation is high, so he won't be injured by the heaven-splitting wind that entered his mouth. That's why his skin is still intact. However, he didn't manage to escape the inner demons of his nightmares, and his soul was scattered. It turned out that the inner demons of the nightmares were so powerful, it could actually scatter the soul of such a genius expert. For a newbie like her, if Jiuzun hadn't used a special method to enter her mind to save her, she would probably have been devoured by the inner demons as well. Not even a speck of her soul would be left behind. Only this small body would be left here, like the humans and animals who had mistakenly entered, turned into a small stone sculpture. Wait, he said that there was a heaven-splitting wind at the entrance that could tear the flesh of those who had mistakenly entered. Then why was she fine? Chapter 218. She recalled the skin-like thing she had touched when she was tumbling in the whirlpool. At that time, she had thought that she had touched the monster's intestines. Now, it seemed like there was a protective barrier around her, preventing her from being injured by the Tianlai wind and allowing her to land safely. Needless to say, that protective barrier must have been set up by Jiuzun behind her. This meant that Jiuzun had already saved her twice without batting an eyelid after meeting the stone spirit. All right, seeing that he had saved her twice, she would magnanimously not pursue the matter of him forcing her to jump off the cliff. She glanced at the little brat beside her. She hadn't paid much attention to him earlier, but now it seemed that the little fellow's complexion wasn't too good. He was paler than before, and even his originally bright red lips were like faded petals, making one's heart ache. Jiuzun, thank you for saving my life twice. I won't pursue the matter of you teasing me in the past. Let's call it even. Even? Jiuzun's lips twitched slightly, but he didn't comment. Because of this little girl's sudden intrusion, his cultivation this time had been wasted, and he had been unable to return to his human form. His cultivation had been greatly reduced, not even a fifth of his usual strength. He had only wanted to send her down the mountain quickly, but he hadn't expected to meet the stone spirit again. To save her twice, he had used up more than half of his current cultivation. It was really one disaster after another. Although this little girl was a very special existence, she was also a real troublemaker. He was speechless. The debt between them was not even now, but he would get it back sooner or later. He wouldn't let his efforts be in vain. He didn't look at the stone statue anymore and strode forward. Let's go. His legs were short, and he didn't use any special methods to walk. Ning Xiuma caught up with him in a few steps and asked casually, since you're familiar with the ancestor, you must know the person in the stone statue, right? So what if I know him? And so what if I don't? Jiuzun didn't stop walking. That person is the ancestor's missing disciple. Now that we finally found him here, aren't you going to help us get his body out? Even if you don't return him to the ancestor, at least let him rest in peace. The body is just a bag of skin, no different from grass and trees. Since he has already turned into a mountain rock, let him stay here. The 9 Supremes were unmoved. They had no intention of burying the prince's body. How cold-blooded! Ning Xuan overtook him in a few steps and said in a gossipy voice, "Is this the ancestor's 5th disciple? He was so handsome. I heard that he is a prince." "You've heard quite a lot." Jiuzun gave her a few words of evaluation. It said that he's a man of great talent and bold vision. If he manages to ascend to the throne, he might become an emperor for all eternity. There must be a lot of girls who like him. Ning Xuema continued to gossip. Jiuzun's reply was even shorter this time. Ning Xuema originally wanted to get more information from him, but she didn't expect this guy to be so calm and collected. She didn't get anything out of him. She gently pursed her lips and continued to gossip about this prince, telling him almost everything she knew. She was eloquent and could be said to be incessant. However, Jiuzun rarely responded to her gossip. At most, he would reply with 3 to 5 words. After she talked for 3 to 4 minutes, he finally said, "Don't be a love-struck fool. He's already been dead for 1,000 years. He's not fated to be with you." Chapter 219. Ning Xuema was speechless. She pursed her lips and smiled. "That's hard to say. Maybe he's already reincarnated. Maybe we're fated to meet in this life." Jiuzun's blue eyes darkened slightly as he looked at her, as if trying to see something through her. A hint of contemplation flashed through his eyes. "Don't you like tall and strong men?" He hadn't forgotten that she had almost kissed that muscular man in her nightmare, and she'd even taken the initiative. Ning Xuema sighed. "There are too few men like my idol in this era. I can't be an old lady in the future, so I can only settle for the next best thing. Actually, although this prince looks a little feminine, he still looks quite manly. If he's reincarnated, he'll definitely still look like this." "Stop dreaming," Jiuzun interrupted her rudely. "Souls are formless. Every time they're reincarnated, they'll look like their parents in the present world. Not to mention that his soul has already dispersed and can't be reincarnated. Even if he's reincarnated due to some special karma, his appearance will still change. He won't look like what you see now." Ning Xuema's eyes curved like crescent moons. She suddenly raised a hand to pat his head. "Jiuzun, I couldn't tell that a brat like you knows so much. Being with you has really broadened my horizons." His hair was so smooth. It was smoother than the hair of the shampoo advertisement girls. It felt so good to touch. Jiuzun obviously didn't expect her to touch him again. He didn't avoid it, and was touched on the head by her small hand. He was speechless. This small body was really inconvenient. It hadn't even been a day, and he'd already been taken advantage of by her. With a single step, he was already 10 feet away from her. His voice was icy. "Touch me again, and this Zun will chop off your hand." His words were full of threat. If it were any other time, it would be enough to scare everyone into silence. But now his voice was crisp and childish. Not only did it not scare Ning Xuema, it made her laugh instead. What was worse was that as soon as he finished his threat, he was tripped by something. He staggered and almost flew out. Of course, his reaction was extremely fast. He took advantage of the momentum and somersaulted in the air. When he landed on the ground again, he was already standing firm. Ning Xuema clapped her hands and laughed. "Jiuzun's skills are amazing. This somersault was beautiful." "Jiuzun." He suddenly raised his hand, and a white light flashed towards Ning Xuema. Ning Xuema couldn't help but tumble 3 times like a windmill. When she landed, she tripped over something and almost fell flat on her face. "Your somersaults aren't bad, but your lower body isn't stable. You still need more practice. Stay in the horse stance for an hour." Jiuzun sat down cross-legged, and Ning Xuema's legs didn't seem to be her own. She actually automatically got into a horse stance, and her posture was very standard. Ning Xuema, her body stiffened, as if she had suddenly turned into a block of wood. Only her eyes could still move. This little fellow was also one to take revenge for the smallest grievance. She wasn't the one who tripped him up. She had only seen a small joke, and he was already taking his revenge. Her head couldn't move, and Jiuzun was sitting not far behind her. She couldn't see what he was doing. Ning Xuema wasn't in a hurry. There were only the two of them in this place. In this unknown environment, they were each other's companions. He wouldn't leave her alone. Chapter 220. Ning Xuema was not in a hurry. There were only the two of them in this place. In such an unknown environment, they were each other's companions. He would not leave her behind and leave her alone. Besides, this place was not suitable for staying for too long. Even if he punished her by squatting in the horse stance, it would not be for too long. Usually, she would do the horse stance to practice her lower body. Now, she would just treat it as practice. She closed her eyes and quietly adjusted her breathing. Then, she realized that the strange energy in her body had grown stronger. It flowed slowly in her body, as comfortable as a mountain stream. This should be psychokinesis. She finally had her own psychokinesis. She knew that her dantian was the place that devoured all psychokinesis, so she purposely prevented her psychokinesis from passing through that place, only circling around other places. Then, she discovered something that surprised her. She had taken many risks along the way and suffered many external wounds. Although she had already treated them, the days were too short. Those wounds still hurt from time to time, and some of them were even cracked open. However, after the psychokinesis flowed through these places, the wounds healed at an amazing speed. Although she could not see it, she could feel the strange itchiness when the wounds healed. It was as if she had been cast the rejuvenation spell in the game. She circulated the psychokinesis in her body once before opening her eyes. She did not know how long she had been squatting here, but she could clearly feel the numbness and pain in her legs. Yet she could not move. "Hey, Jiuzun, have you had enough? Undo it for me." Ning Xuema could still move her mouth. She finally could not help but speak. There was no movement behind her. "I know you're behind me. All right, undo it for me now. Can I apologize to you?" Since the hard way did not work, she tried the soft way. Still, there was no movement. She paused for a moment and listened attentively. Her surroundings were as quiet as an ancient tomb. There was no sound at all. She could not even hear his breathing. That little bastard would not leave her behind and run away, would he? Plop! A drop of something dripped onto her head. Only then did she realize that there was something heavy on the top of her head. After the liquid dripped onto her head, it did not roll down her head. Ning Xuema recalled the various stone statues in the corridor, and the hairs on his back almost stood up. These stone statues were like the stalactites that we often see. They were formed by the liquid dripping from the cave over the years and gradually petrified. That should be the liquid that dripped on her head. She was a little flustered and couldn't help but shout a few more times. Soft, hard, begging for mercy, threatening. She said all kinds of things, but to no avail. There was still no movement around her. It was as if Jiuzun had really left and no longer cared about her. She became more and more alarmed. Since she couldn't call for outside help, she thought of ways to rely on herself. She began to use her psychokinesis to attack the sealed area. However, this Jiuzun's method of restraint was obviously different from acupuncture. Her efforts were futile. Her body still could not move, but more and more liquid dripped on her head. She felt as if there was a steel helmet on her head, and it was getting heavier and heavier. A drop of liquid was dripping onto the tip of her nose. She then realized in horror that the liquid was no longer flowing down, but had solidified there. If this continued, her facial features would soon be sealed. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before she would also become a stone statue and suffocate to death. Chapter 221. Jiuzun, you pervert. Lousy curses you to never grow up again. Forever a little brat. Ning Xuema finally couldn't help but curse. What did you say? There was finally some movement behind her. A small figure slowly turned in front of her, a pair of blue eyes looking at her indifferently. So he hadn't left. So he had been behind her all along. Apologize. Apologize, and Benzin will let you go. Jiuzun's expression was even calmer. His complexion looked much better than before, his originally pale face now having an apple-like blush. It seemed that the meditation earlier had helped him recover quite a bit. After being together for so long, he had a general understanding of her personality. He thought that she would stubbornly say no, but he didn't expect her to smile and say, "I'm sorry." The most important requirement of being a secret agent was to be able to judge the situation, to know when to yield and when to stand tall. Her words were straightforward, but there was also a faint sense of alienation. Jiao Zun's eyes flashed as he looked at her expression for a moment. Ning Xuemo remained calm. Jiao Zun, I've already apologized as you wished. Can you let me go now? Jiao Zun raised his sleeve, and Ning Xuemo's body heated up. She finally regained her freedom. She moved her stiff limbs, waiting for the numbness in her legs to subside before taking large strides forward. The young lady finally stopped talking so much. Satisfied, Jiao Zun followed behind her easily. This tunnel was actually longer than it had ever been. The two of them walked at a rather fast pace, walking for about 4 hours without seeing the end. It really did feel like they were walking in intestines, with all the twists and turns. Other than the various stone statues they had seen at the beginning, there was nothing else. When they reached the depths, there weren't even any stone statues. Ning Xuemo was very quiet along the way, not saying a word. Only the sound of their footsteps could be heard in the tunnel. Jiao Zun raised his head to look at Ning Xuemo, who was taking large strides forward with a complicated expression in his eyes. He had always liked peace and quiet. His disciples were all focused in front of him, not daring to utter a single word. His days were like a pool of water, calm and without ripples. But ever since he met her, his peaceful pace had been completely disrupted. She was a talkative person. Because she didn't know his identity, she spoke to him impolitely, willfully, and willfully. She joked with him, even flirted with him. He wasn't used to it, but he felt that it was tolerable. When she was chattering away, he hated that she was making so much noise that he wanted to seal her mouth with a spell. But now that she had suddenly quieted down, he felt that something was missing. How did you get to the 9th summit? For the first time, he took the initiative to talk to her. A bird brought it up. This time, it was her turn to be a woman of few words. No wonder a rookie like her was able to come to the 9th summit. It was really a coincidence. You were brought up here as food. You survived, and your friend was swallowed by a bird? Jiao Zun's ability to analyze and deduce was obviously very strong as well. Once he connected the dots, he could more or less deduce the cause and effect. This time, she only replied with one word. When we fell down just now, the monkey-like thing you encountered was the stone roar. It and the stone essence complement each other. Wherever it is, the stone essence will usually appear. Sometimes, it will even attract prey for the stone essence. Jiao Zun began to explain to her why he didn't let her get close to the stone wall just now. Oh, his long explanation was only met with a nasal sound from her. Chapter 222. Jiao Zun was obviously not someone who was good at leading the conversation. Since Ning Xuemo was a woman of few words, he stopped talking as well. The tunnel was silent again. They walked another 7 to 8 li before a ball of white light suddenly appeared in front of them. The two of them had been walking in the blue environment for so long that they were already tired of the view. Seeing this ball of light now, their spirits were lifted. Jiao Zun was still able to maintain his composure, but Ning Xuemo cheered and ran towards the ball of white light. Oh, skylight. God, she was finally coming out. God knew that she was going to go crazy in this blue place. She was still cautious, slowing down when she got close to the white light. She only ran out when she was sure that it was a cave entrance. However, she stopped abruptly when she saw the scenery outside. She had indeed run out of the cave entrance, but it was not the sky outside that she had imagined. It was an extremely large space, 8 times bigger than the Capitol Stadium. In the middle of this vast space, there was a large tree with luxuriant leaves. Ning Xuemo had never seen such a thick and huge tree. Dozens of people might not be able to wrap their arms around it. The tree bark was wrinkled, like the wrinkles of an old man. Compared to its diameter, the tree was not too tall, only 20 to 30 meters tall. Its leaves danced, and its huge crown almost covered the entire space. What surprised Ning Xuemo was not this, but the fruits that occasionally appeared between the leaves. Ginseng fruit, ginseng fruit, ginseng fruit. The moment she saw the fruit clearly, only these 3 words were left in her mind. The fruits on the tree were almost exactly the same as the ginseng fruit in the Wu Zhuangguan described in Journey to the West. The fruits were like little children meditating. They had fair skin, smiling facial features, and all four limbs. Their small bodies were chubby, the size of a large pear, appearing and disappearing between the leaves of the tree. Who would have thought that such things really existed in this world? She had struck gold. She had really struck gold. There was such a treasure in the stone spirit's stomach. Ning Xuema's eyes narrowed into crescents. Jiuzun, this is your nest, right? So many of your kind. Because of her joy, Ning Xuema was finally willing to speak to Jiuzun again. Jiuzun. He looked at the ginseng fruit on the tree, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. Hearing Ning Xuema's words, he pursed his lips and said, "This is a ginseng fruit." "I know. Ginseng fruit and ginseng baby are similar." Ning Xuema hopped forward and counted the fruits through the gaps between the leaves. 1, 2, 3, 8. She spent a great deal of effort to finish counting before turning to look at Jiuzun. Her bright eyes were filled with surprise. A total of 8 fruits. Jiuzun, you're Jiu. Are you sure they're not your brothers? Jiuzun. This sovereign said no. That's good. Ning Xuema was already preparing to climb the tree to pluck the fruits. Jiuzun, do you have any golden striker? She remembered that in Journey to the West, it was said that picking this kind of fruit could only be done with a golden tool. Other tools would not work. No. Jiuzun was also looking at the fruit on the tree. This was the first time he had seen it. Since he had come across it, how could he let it go? What do you need a golden striker for? Jiuzun looked at Ning Xuema, who was rolling up her sleeves and preparing to climb the tree, feeling a little puzzled. The corner of Ning Xuema's mouth lifted slightly. She didn't answer his question. Instead, she nimbly adjusted her body and jumped onto the tree trunk. Chapter 223. When it came to climbing trees, if she claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. Unexpectedly, just as her feet touched the tree trunk, the sturdy-looking tree bark suddenly caved in. Ning Xuema was caught off guard, and her feet immediately sank into it. She was shocked and wanted to pull her feet out, but they seemed to be stuck to something, and she couldn't exert any strength. Instead, she felt like she had fallen into a quagmire, sinking deeper and deeper. Could this ginseng fruit tree be a man-eating tree? Ning Xuema's eyes flashed. She wanted to eat its fruit, not be eaten by it. Her feet sank in at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ning Xuema didn't dare to delay, pulling out her dagger and stabbing it into the tree trunk. Her dagger seemed to have fallen into a quagmire as it sank into the tree trunk, unable to be pulled out. The tree trunk ate the dagger even faster, reaching the hilt in the blink of an eye. If Ning Xuema didn't let go, her hand would be swallowed as well. She could only let go and watch as the dagger that had contributed so much to her adventure sank into the tree trunk, disappearing without a trace. The place where the dagger had been stabbed returned to its original state, not even leaving a scar on the tree bark. Wasn't metal supposed to subdue wood? Why had her millennium cold steel been swallowed by wood? At this moment, her feet were completely submerged in the tree trunk, and it was swallowing her calves. The place where she had been swallowed hurt like a knife, as if there were countless little mouths biting inside. She was suspended in the air, with no way to escape. Everything happened very quickly. From the moment Ning Xuema climbed up to the moment she fell into the tree, only a dozen seconds had passed. The ginseng fruit tree was actually a man-eating tree. This was too much. Ning Xuema couldn't help but look at Jiuzun. Would he save her? Did he have a way to save her? Jiuzun had come to the tree the moment she fell into the tree. His expression was solemn as his small hands emitted rays of light that blasted towards the large tree trunk. The power of his attacks had always been strong. Not to mention a large tree. Even an iron tree of the same thickness could be broken by his attack. But now it was useless. The trunk of the tree ate everything it saw, even the light he emitted. The different colored light collided with the trunk and disappeared. It was useless. With this slight delay, Ning Xuema's calf had already sunk in. It was too late. Ning Xuema steeled herself and shouted, Jiuzun, cut off my legs. Jiuzun's palms paused for a moment as he ignored her. His palms continued to emit the light of different spells as he continued to hack at the tree trunk. However, it was still useless. Ning Xuema was anxious. She saw that her knees were about to sink in. If she didn't make a decision, she was afraid that even her thighs couldn't be saved. Her body suddenly rolled up, and her palms were like knives, fiercely cutting off her own legs. At this critical moment, she could only break her leg to save her life. Wait! A ray of white light intercepted, blocking Ning Xuema's palms. Ning Xuema lowered her head, her eyes blazing as she looked at Jiuzun under the tree. I don't want to be crippled, but I don't want to die. With Benzin here, I won't let you lose an arm or a leg. Jiuzun's reply was simple as he suddenly punched the tree. Ning Xuema's heart almost jumped out her chest. Hey, don't touch the tree. It'll eat your fist. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiuzun's small fist had already struck the tree trunk. Ning Xuema didn't know how strong Jiuzun's small fist was. Chapter 2:24. Ning Xuema didn't know how strong Jiuzun's small fists were. She only knew that after the ginseng tree was struck by Jiuzun's small fists, it shook as if it had been struck by lightning. Bright red juice seeped out from under the tree bark like blood. It was so huge that its shaking caused the ground to tremble as if there was an earthquake. A shrill cry that sounded like both laughter and crying came from the depths of the tree, piercing to the ears. Ning Xuema's legs were finally spat out by the tree trunk, and she fell from the tree head first. Because the distance was too short, Ning Xuema didn't have time to adjust her body. She closed her eyes and gathered her strength above her head, preparing to crash into the tree head-on. A gentle force wrapped around her waist, and just as her body was about to hit the ground, she was forcefully turned around. Ning Xuema staggered as her feet finally touched the ground. Then her body tilted and fell to the side. Although the area below her calf that had been swallowed by the tree was still there, she couldn't feel anything. Her body didn't hit the ground, but fell into someone's embrace. Ning Xuema opened her eyes and was stunned. Her upper body was resting on Jiuzun's small shoulders. Compared to his small body, her originally small and delicate body seemed incomparably large in his embrace. This scene was too much for her to comprehend. Ning Xuema wanted to flip over and land on the ground, but the trembling ground beneath her feet suddenly spat out countless long tree roots. Those tree roots seemed to have come alive as they swept toward the two of them. Jiuzun picked her up and sprinted towards the entrance of the cave. The difference in their figures was too great. If Ning Xuema were to carry him and run, it wouldn't be strange at all. But now, he was the one carrying her. It was like a little mouse dragging a shovel with the big head behind. Luckily, he was fast and his feet didn't touch the ground. Ning Xuema's body that was suspended in the air was pulled up like a flag fluttering in the wind. Behind them, countless tree roots danced like giant snakes as they chased after the two of them like landslides and tsunamis. Fortunately, Jiuzun's speed was fast, and he had many ways to deal with them. Often, when they were about to be caught, he would throw out a few rays of light. Although they couldn't sever the roots, they could still obstruct them slightly. Finally, the two of them returned to the original passageway. Those tree roots seemed to have some misgivings about this passageway. They danced and circled outside the passageway for a while before burrowing back into the ground. Slowly, peace was restored. Ning Xuema sat at the entrance of the cave. Seeing the tree trunks return to normal, she let out a sigh of relief. Only then did she have time to look at her own legs. The moment she saw them clearly, even though she was used to seeing the world, she still couldn't help but shiver. The area below her knees that had been swallowed by the tree was now covered with countless roots that were as thin as a cow's hair. They were so dense that it was as if she was covered with an inch of hair, or as if she was wearing a pair of thick leather boots. Those fine roots were still automatically drilling into her legs. Now that she had regained a bit of feeling in her legs, it was painful and itchy, making her want to jump up and cut off her legs. God, what kind of monster is this? Ning Shuima couldn't help but reach out to pull them off. Don't move. Jiuzun reached out to stop her, his eyes fixed on those roots. You won't be able to pull them off. Instead, they'll drill into your hands. Then what should I do? Ning Shuima felt her hair stand on end. I'll think of something. Jiuzun pressed down on her thighs, stopping her from moving. Chapter 2:25. I'll think of something. Jiuzun pressed down on her thighs, stopping her from moving. Ning Shuima sucked in a breath, suppressing the panic in her heart as she steadied herself. All right, I won't move. Jiuzun glanced at her again, admiration flashing through his eyes. If it were any other girl, they would have screamed long ago in such a situation, but she was able to calm down so quickly. It was not simple at all. This girl looked lively, but when it was time to be calm, she could be calmer than anyone else. Smart, wise, lively, calm, cunning, and merciless. These traits were contradictory, but they were perfectly combined in her. Jiuzun took out a snow-white embroidered pouch from his sleeve, taking out several items from it. There was a small jade gourd, a silver knife, silver scissors, and some talismans. After putting these things away, he pressed his hands on her thighs and looked at her again. It hurts a little. Bear with it. His small hands were soft, but for some reason, they gave people a kind of strength that was as stable as a mountain, calming people's hearts. Ning Shuima's forehead was already covered in sweat from the intense pain in her legs, but she forced herself to smile. Do as you wish. I can take it. Jiuzun nodded. After some thought, he stuffed something into her hands. Bite this. Ning Shuima looked at it. It was a top-grade jade pendant, in the shape of a phoenix stepping on a branch. The craftsmanship was exquisite, and whether it was the bird or the branches under its claws, they were all very lifelike. This Jiuzun was so casually giving away a treasure. If such a large piece of top-grade jade was brought back to the modern world, it would be worth millions. Yet, he had casually taken it out for her to bite on. It was obvious that he was afraid that she would bite her tongue from the pain when he cast a spell later. Ning Shuima glanced at the jade pendant again, her heart skipping a beat. A jade pendant in the shape of a phoenix stepping on a branch. Did it represent Yi Qingwan? She pushed it away without batting an eyelid. It's fine, I can take it. This jade pendant is too valuable. I'll break it if I bite it. Jiuzun looked at her strangely. Is your tongue more valuable, or the jade pendant more valuable? Bite it. All right, you're the one who asked me to bite you. Don't feel bad when I bite you. Ning Shuima held the jade pendant in her mouth. Just as she bit down, she felt a sudden pain in her thigh. It was as if two awls had drilled into the air. Following that, she felt a burning pain in her calves and feet, as if she had been skinned alive. The roots, as thin as a cow's hair, were finally shaken out and flew into the air. Jiuzun's movements were as fast as lightning. With a wave of his sleeves, a ball of fire enveloped the thin roots, burning them clean in the blink of an eye. Not a single one escaped. Ning Shuima didn't scream, but the jade pendant in her mouth was bitten into two halves by her and fell to the ground. The ground beneath his feet was stone slabs. The two halves of the jade pendant fell to the ground and broke into four halves. Ning Shuima's heart skipped a beat. She looked at him and said, I didn't do it on purpose. Jiuzun glanced at the jade pendant on the ground, then looked at her watery eyes. It's fine. Then he looked at her small teeth and said, Your teeth are quite hard. You didn't break them, did you? It seems like he doesn't care. Ning Shuima let out a sigh of relief and shook her head. My teeth are fine. Her legs were still burning with pain. She hurriedly looked at her legs, and her face darkened. She was about to cry. There's something wrong with my legs. Not a single one of the roots on her legs was left. Chapter 2:26. The roots on her legs were indeed gone, but her originally beautiful legs and feet were now covered in blood, and the skin on them was gone. Ning Shuima herself was a doctor. Her medical skills were brilliant, but even she had no way to restore such a large patch of skin. This kind of injury could only be treated with skin grafting, but where was she going to get such a large patch of skin? She couldn't bear to cut it anywhere. If she looked like this in the future, her legs and feet would never be able to see anyone again. Ning Shuima instantly felt the malice of this world. There's no problem with your bones. You won't have any problems moving in the future. Jiuzun's focus was obviously different from hers. He took the small bottle beside him, intending to apply medicine for her. This medicine is quite effective at relieving pain. It'll suppress your pain for now. Ning Xiuma reached out to grab his wrist, stopping him from continuing. She looked at him anxiously. Jiuzun, does this medicine of yours have the effect of hastening the growth of skin? You're very capable, so you should have some methods to grow skin and restore it to its original state, right? This person should be omnipotent, right? Right. No. Jiuzun snatched his wrist back. This medicine can stop the pain. Even he couldn't restore her skin? Ning Xiuma was instantly powerless, her face falling. She didn't have any other problems, but she loved to be beautiful. She could endure bone-piercing pain, but she couldn't accept not being beautiful anymore. She looked at her bloody feet, her brows furrowed, as if she was mourning the death of her parents. It was Jiuzun's first time seeing her like this. He had never seen her so listless, even when her life was hanging by a thread. He looked at her legs and pursed his lips, as if he wanted to say something, but didn't. Ning Xiuma was used to observing people's expressions. She immediately looked at him. What do you want to say? Is there a way? But it's not easy, Jiuzun said faintly. Qilin armor and Qilin saliva can restore damaged skin to its original state, but it has to be used within 3 days of the injury. Otherwise, it won't be effective. Qilins are divine beasts, and they aren't easy to find in this continent. Ning Xiuma's eyes, which originally had some brilliance, dimmed down. Qilin, in her own era, it was just a legend. It was an extremely rare existence on this continent. If even the almighty 9 Supremes had said that it would be difficult to find her, then the chances were even slimmer. Her legs were destined to be so ugly that she would never be able to see anyone. I can heal her legs, but you have to take me out of here. A voice suddenly sounded from outside the cave. The voice was a little strange. It sounded like a parrot repeating its words, and it was the voice of a child. Who is it? Ning Xiuma looked up. There were other people here. The cave entrance darkened slightly as a little monster walked in. The reason why it was called a little weirdo was because it wasn't that big. It wasn't much taller than Jiuzun. She was naked, with only a few leaves covering the vital parts of her waist. His skin was ocean blue, and the joints of his hands and feet were densely covered with blue crystal-like scales. He had a pair of large, watery eyes, short ocean blue hair, and 2 horns on his head. When Ning Xiuma saw him for the first time, the image of the little dragon man that she had seen when she was a child flashed through her mind. What kind of animal was this? Had it cultivated into a spirit? It looked so cute, especially that pair of eyes and those beautiful double eyelids. Chapter 227. The little fellow held its head high, trying its best to make itself look more dignified and lofty. You guys are taking advantage of this condition. You'll definitely agree to it. You are? Ning Xiuma's eyes landed on the scales on his body. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Mythical Qilin? You're smart. It's this god. The little fellow's chin was raised even higher. Before it could finish its sentence, a white light enveloped it. It couldn't help but shriek. After the white light faded, the little weirdo was gone. What stood in its place was a Qilin beast. It looked similar to the Qilin that Ning Xiuma had seen on the computer, except that it wasn't as big as the legend said. It was only the size of a small pony, and its blue scales shone like crystals. It glared at Jiuzun angrily. You plotted against me. Jiuzun looked at it, nonchalant. Are you going to offer up the scales yourself? Or is this god going to pluck them out personally? I've said it before. You guys have to bring me out before I'll consider giving you the scales. Kirin's eyes widened. This god will not agree to any of your conditions. Jiuzun was a man of action. Before he could finish his sentence, the yellow light from his palm had already enveloped Kirin once again. Let this god take them out personally. Kirin was obviously no match for this Jiuzun. Its body was restrained by the yellow light, and it could barely move. Seeing Jiuzun slowly walking towards it with the intention of plucking its scales, Kirin panicked. Finally, it opened its mouth unwillingly. I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself. Humans were too cunning, too ruthless. Mother, I want to go home. Kieran was in tears. It didn't dare let anyone pluck its scales. If it wasn't done properly, its vitality would be damaged. Ning Shuima glanced at Jiuzun. This brat was so young, but he was still so domineering. She looked at Kieran again. Wasn't a Qilin a mythical beast that was majestic in legends? Why was it so small? It wasn't very capable either, but it was subdued by Jiuzun in just a single exchange. Kieran finally peeled off a scale from its forelimb. It seemed to be very uncomfortable. It was so painful that its horns were trembling. Jiuzun took it and weighed it in his palm. The Qilin tablet then curled up into a small ball the size of a fingernail. It looked like a blue pearl as he passed it to Ning Shuima. Swallow it. Ning Shuima naturally had no objections and swallowed the bead. It was cool and slightly sweet as it slid down his throat. It was as if a cool stream of water had flowed down his stomach. It was indescribably comfortable. Under Jiuzun's guidance, she once again channeled the MF within her to activate the pearl, pushing the nutrient from the pearl towards her legs. About an hour later, Ning Shuima woke up from her meditation. The first thing she did when she opened her eyes was to check her legs. The moment she saw her own legs, her eyes lit up. Amazing. It was too miraculous. Her legs had been bloody and unsightly just a moment ago, but now they had recovered to their former fair and tender state. This body originally had a pair of beautiful feet. Now the skin on them had completely healed. Perhaps it was because the Qilin tablet had nourished them, but the skin was even more translucent than before. The calluses and blisters that had formed on the soles of her feet due to the continuous journey had also disappeared. Her feet were perfect like half moons. Her nails were round and pink, like light pink pearls. Her entire feet looked like they were carved out of white jade. One couldn't help but want to touch them. Chapter 228. Even Kieran's large eyes were staring at her feet. So pretty. It stuck out its tongue, looking like it wanted to lick them. Jiuzun shifted his gaze away from her feet and stood up, intentionally blocking Kieran's gaze. Since you've recovered, put on your shoes and get up. Ning Shuima had an innocent look on her face. My shoes and socks were all swallowed by that stupid tree. I don't have any shoes to wear. Jiuzun paused. Wait here. He turned and walked out. Ning Shuima looked at his small back and couldn't help but rub her nose. This little fellow looked like a child, but his actions and words were all adult. His every action carried the innate aura of a venerable. Where was he going to get her shoes? There was only a ginseng fruit tree and some weeds here. Was he going to weave a pair of straw sandals for her? Forget it. She didn't need to worry about this problem. This little fellow looked like he had a lot of ideas. She just needed to wait for him to get her shoes to wear. When Ning Shuima was on a mission, although she was the one who came up with the big and small plans, she didn't really do much in daily life. For example, barbecuing wild animals or preparing some daily necessities were all done by her subordinates. In this aspect, she was still very good at stretching out her hands and opening her mouth for food. Therefore, she didn't feel uncomfortable being served by others. The only thing she wasn't used to was being served by such a small child. From this point, she felt like she was destroying the future of her motherland. But when she thought of his identity, a ginseng child, she calmed down. She was a little bored sitting there, so she looked at her feet again. She was quite satisfied with this pair of feet. In ancient times, a woman's feet were her second face. Although women in this era didn't have to bind their feet, they were still small and delicate, making them more pleasing to the eye. When she looked up, she saw that Kieran had turned back into a little blue person. It was still standing there, its eyes still looking at Ning Shuima's feet. She didn't know what it was thinking. Ning Shuima lifted her foot generously. Does it look good? Kieran was an honest person. He nodded and answered without hesitation. Yes. Ning Shuima smiled with satisfaction. She looked at Kieran from head to toe. It looked a little uneasy, and a little timid, like a real child, a lost child. Ning Shuima realized that she had been quite lucky with children recently. The Jiuzun she met was a child, and now the Qilin she met was also a child. However, other than his appearance, Jiuzun didn't look like a child at all. The aura around him was also becoming more and more shocking. On the other hand, Kieran was really like a child. He looked like a 5 or 6-year-old, but his intelligence and temperament were like that of a 7 or 8-year-old. Ning Xuema looked at it and felt pity for it. She started to chat with it. While chatting, Ning Xuema learned that this little Qilin wasn't a native of this place. It came from a mysterious Qilin clan. 1,000 years ago, because it was looking for a spiritual medicine, it was accidentally swallowed by a stone essence. Since then, it had been trapped here, unable to leave. It also said that there was another person who was swallowed at the same time as it. That person had the same goal as it, which was to find the ginseng fruit. Therefore, they had traveled together at that time. When the stone essence swallowed them, it was that person who protected it, preventing it from being hurt by the sky-splitting wind at the entrance. However, that person fell into a deep sleep after coming in. No matter how it called out to him, or even bit him, he didn't wake up. Instead, his breath became weaker and weaker until it finally stopped breathing. Chapter 229. It had been trapped in this place for thousands of years and had not seen any living creatures. Its life had been as lonely as snow. It was about to go crazy from boredom. You will take me out, right? I also have a lot of skills, so I won't be a burden to you. After the little fellow finished his story, he anxiously looked at Ning Xuema. His pair of big eyes clearly expressed his desire. It thought that Ning Xuema should be easy to talk to since she was smiling and had a good temper, so it took the opportunity to ask for help. Ning Xuema looked at it with her arms around her knees. What skills do you have? I can transfer water from mountains and lakes at any time. I can make withered trees flourish and grow again at any time. I can command groups of beasts. The little Qilin counted with its fingers and tried its best to promote itself. Ning Xuema's eyes flickered. She obviously did not believe it. Command beasts? You? Of course. I may be small, but Kieran is the king of all beasts. Why do I remember that the king of all beasts is a tiger? Ning Xuema interrupted it. A tiger is nothing. Kieran's tone was obviously disdainful. It doesn't deserve to lick my fur. It is only the king of mountains and forests in a mortal world. Kieran is the king of all beasts, and I can understand all the beasts' language. Ning Xuema's eyes lit up. That was a good skill. She yawned lazily. Your skills are only useful when you get out of here. They are useless in this stone spirit's stomach. There are no beasts here, and no withered trees waiting for you to nourish them. She suddenly thought of something. There is no food here. How do you survive? Kieran was stunned. It looked at the ginseng fruit tree outside. I eat its leaves. Kieran is a herbivore? Ning Xuema was surprised. She looked at the fruit on the tree again. Why don't you eat the fruit? It doesn't give me any. Kieran sounded a little indignant. I gave it so much water, but it refused to give me a single fruit. It turns out that you and the ginseng fruit tree are helping each other. Ning Xuema suddenly realized and changed the topic. It turns out that you are the accomplice of this stupid fruit tree. No, of course not. I didn't do anything for it. I just watered it. It only gave me 1 leaf a day. It's so stingy. Kieran shook his hand. Then why don't you pick it yourself? Aren't you here to look for fruits? I stole it. Kieran's voice grew softer. I was hung on a tree for 10 days. It turned out that Kieran had also suffered greatly from this demonic tree. It was probably because it saw that the demonic tree was somewhat useful. Otherwise, Kieran might have become its fertilizer. The ginseng fruit is an immortal fruit, so its leaves must be treasures as well. It must be very useful for you to eat it. It will be beneficial to your cultivation. Ning Xuema comforted him. It's useless. It's completely useless. Its leaves can barely fill my stomach. They can't increase my immortal power at all. I've been here for 1,000 years, but my cultivation hasn't increased. Instead, it has regressed. Kieran was very resentful when he said this. So it was like this. The ginseng fruit wasn't as amazing as the rumors said. Ning Xuema felt that her worldview had been refreshed. Perhaps its essence is concentrated in the fruit, so everything else is trash. Ning Xuema deduced that poor Kieran had actually eaten trash for 1,000 years. The fruit doesn't have any essence. Jiuzun's voice came from the cave. Chapter 230. The fruit doesn't have any essence either. Jiuzun's voice came from the cave. A white shadow flashed as he stepped in, tossing a pair of shoes to Ning Xiuma's feet. Put them on. The shoes were green, and the style was ordinary. They didn't look like something Jiuzun could bring out. Although Ning Xiuma wasn't too satisfied with this pair of shoes, it was still better than nothing. When she wore them on her feet, the size was just right, as if they were made according to her measurements. They fit her perfectly and were comfortable to wear. Ning Xiuma felt like she was stepping on soft grass when she wore them. Jiuzun, where did you get these shoes from? Ning Xiuma walked a few steps on ground. The more she walked, the more comfortable she felt. They were several times more comfortable than the brocade shoes she used to wear. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Jiuzun didn't answer her question, turning to walk out of the cave. Ning Xiuma followed him out. You found the way out. More or less. Ning Xiuma's eyes brightened. She asked excitedly, where is the exit? Kirin, who was following behind them, also opened his eyes wide, staring at Jiuzun. He had been trapped here for so long and had already gone through all the nooks and crannies here. He hadn't even found a hole as big as a mouse hole, much less one that led to the exit. Other than the tunnel they came from and this large empty space, there was no other space inside the stone spirit. There was no exit at the end of the tunnel they had fallen into. In these 1,000 years, Kirin had gone through these places more than 1,000 times. This stone spirit was like a mythical beast that only allowed entry and not exit. Jiuzun's gaze fell on Kirin. Little Qilin's height was obviously taller than him by half a head, but its imposing manner was completely suppressed by him. Jiuzun's gaze was as cold as ice, causing Kirin to shiver. He couldn't help but shrink back and hide behind Ning Xiuma. His small hand grabbed onto her clothes, not daring to show his face. Come out. Jiuzun frowned slightly. This was obviously directed at Kirin. Kirin trembled again. She timidly peeked out half of her face from behind Ning Xiuma. WH. What are you doing? Since you're a divine beast, you should act like one. Why are you acting so cowardly? Come out, stand up straight and speak. Jiuzun reprimanded the moment he opened his mouth, his aura growing stronger. Kirin was really afraid of Ning Xiuma. He really didn't want to come out, but he didn't dare not to. However, he was only 2 feet away from Ning Xiuma. He even held the corner of Ning Xiuma's clothes in his little hand, like a frightened child holding his mother's hand. What on earth do you want? You want to go out with us? Kirin nodded vigorously. Of course, of course. 10 years. Jiuzun spat out the 2 words slowly. Huh? Kirin's eyes widened in confusion. Listen to my orders for 10 years. If you agree, I will bring you out. In other words, Kirin had to be his summoned beast for 10 years. 10 years later, he would regain his freedom. Kirin's little blue face flushed red. We Kirins are divine beasts. We won't listen to any human. You're ambitious. Jiuzun praised him lightly. Then you can continue eating leaves here. He tugged at Ning Xiuma's hand. Let's go. The 2 of them strode forward. Kirin was stunned for a moment before she pursed her lips and followed closely behind Ning Xiuma. She had obviously made up her mind to follow them out. Ning Xiuma was holding a strong little bean in her left hand, while a blue-skinned little bean was following behind her. Looking at herself, she found it rather funny. Chapter 231. The 2 in front of her were obviously much older than her, but she looked the most like an adult, like a big sister taking her 2 younger brothers out for a stroll. They hadn't taken more than a few steps when Jiuzun suddenly waved his sleeve behind him. A pale yellow light flashed, and Kirin's legs seemed to have been tied up in an instant, unable to move at all. He was shocked as he watched the 2 walk further and further away. He couldn't help but panic. Hey, you can't trick me. There was already a sob in his voice. He didn't want to stay here alone anymore. He wanted to get out. After we get out, your bindings will be released. Jiuzun didn't even turn back. Kirin was really panicking now. He had the mentality of a child and couldn't help but cry. You bully me, woo woo woo. His cries were very loud, almost heart-wrenching, making one's heart ache when they heard it. Ning Xiuma wasn't a soft-hearted person. But when she heard the child's cries, she felt an indescribable sadness in her heart. Her pity for the little divine beast grew even stronger. She was about to open her mouth when Jiuzun gripped her hand tightly. He then indifferently said, "Crying is a coward's behavior. It won't solve anything." Seeing the two walk further and further away, Kirin finally relented. I promise you. Bring me out." Following his words, the strange bindings on his legs were finally released. He ran to catch up to the two, grabbing onto Ning Xiuma's clothes as if he was afraid of being abandoned. He tried to bargain with Jiuzun timidly. I'll listen to her, okay?" Jiuzun was speechless. His face stiffened. "Your personality isn't suitable to follow her. She can't train you." Hey! Ning Xiuma crossed her arms and looked at Jiuzun with a half-smile. "How do you know I can't train him? Even a Tibetan Mastiff would be tamed in Zhen's hands." She used to have 2 Tibetan Mastiffs in her little villa. They were fierce and wild to outsiders, but they were like big cats in front of her. "I will listen to this little sister's words. I will protect her." The little Qilin also promptly responded. "It's settled then. Let him stay by my side." Ning Xiuma held Kirin's little green hand and said in a firm tone. Jiuzun raised his head to look at her. "Are you sure you can train it? You know the Qilin's habits? Are you sure you won't train him into an obedient cat? His habits can be slowly grasped. I will train him into a real divine beast." Ning Xiuma proudly raised her head, full of confidence. Jiuzun pondered for a moment before agreeing readily. "All right, but this venerable one has 2 conditions." With a wave of his sleeve, Kirin returned to its original form. "First, it can follow you, but it can't be in its human form. It can only be in its beast form." Kirin, Ning Xiuma raised her head and stroked its head. "It's okay. Actually, you look better in your beast form. Your human form is not good." Kirin could only compromise now, not daring to say anything else. A beast form was a beast form. It was fine as long as it could leave this place. At most, it could just change back after leaving. What about the second condition? Ning Xiuma looked at Jiuzun again. "We'll split up immediately after we leave this place. This venerable one will not protect you for another day." Jiuzun stated his final condition. Ning Xiuma's heart sank. Even if they left this time, they would be near the 9th peak. At most, it'd be the 8th peak. With her martial arts, she probably wouldn't be able to make it out. Moreover, she had to bring Kirin, this cowardly crybaby, with her. Chapter 232. Furthermore, she had to bring along Kirin, the cowardly crybaby, with her. The future was bleak. She opened her mouth and was about to refuse when the little Qilin beside her hastily said, "Don't worry. The beasts in this mountain are all afraid of me. You don't need him to protect you. I can also send you out safely. Little sister, let me follow you." Ning Xiuma's eyes brightened. She had forgotten that Kirin was the king of beasts. Since that was the case, what was there for her to be afraid of? She agreed readily. "All right, your previous promise is void. We'll split up once we get out. You go your own way, and I'll go mine." Jiuzun was speechless. This little girl didn't seem to have any feelings for him. After everything was decided, Ning Xiuma and Kirin established a 10-year contract under Jiuzun's supervision. The contract was unfair. Kirin had to follow Ning Xiuma for the next 10 years to ensure her safety. If Ning Xiuma were to die in these 10 years, Kirin would die as well. If Kirin were to die first, Ning Xiuma would be fine. Kirin was dissatisfied with such a perverse contract, but under Jiuzun's pressure, he didn't even have the strength to refute. It was somewhat worried as it looked at Ning Xiuma. This human strength was too weak. She belonged to the type that could die at any time. Its future was bleak. If he had known this would happen, he would have established a contract with Jiuzun. Although he was shorter than him, he was quite capable and wouldn't die so easily. He regretted it a little. Ning Xiuma was intelligent and immediately saw the little Qilin's regret. She raised her head and looked at it with a smile that wasn't a smile. "I won't force any person or beast to stay by my side. It's not too late for you to regret. You can form a contract with him. He'll treat you well and won't let you lead the way when we're on an adventure." Kirin shuddered. With Jiuzun's strict personality, he would definitely let him lead the way if they were on an adventure. His abilities were high, and the places he went to would be extremely dangerous. However, this little girl's abilities were average, so she definitely didn't like to take risks. It would be safer to follow her. It immediately used its little claws to grab onto Ning Xiuma's clothes and said firmly, "No, Little Apple will follow you." Then it completed the contract with Ning Xiuma. Ning Xiuma didn't know that the Kirin actually had a name until now. What? Little Apple. Who gave it such a trendy name? It was very modern. Who gave you this name? Ning Xiuma asked excitedly. It's said to be my mother. Reportedly? You haven't seen your mother? Kirin shook his head. No, my parents passed away not long after I was born. So she was an orphan. Poor child. Ah no, poor Kirin. It seemed that mythological beasts were also quite trendy. Maybe it was because it looked like a green apple that its mother was inspired to give her son a nickname. Then how old are you now? Ning Xiuma looked at its pony-like body, instinctively feeling that it was still a young Kirin. Not old. Counting 1,000 years I've been here, I'm only about 2,000 years old. Ning Xiuma's lips twitched. A 2,000-year-old Kirin was still a young child. Indeed, the age of a mythological beast couldn't be compared to that of a human. The human and beast chatted as they followed Jiuzun around the ginseng fruit tree. Jiuzun walked slowly, tossing 1 or 2 stalks of grass on the ground from time to time, as if he was doing it on purpose. It looked like he was just tossing them around for fun. Chapter 233. This grass was also the kind of grass that grew in the surroundings. It had emerald green leaves that were about a foot tall, growing here and there in clusters. There was nothing special about it. Ning Xiuma looked at the grass that he had tossed aside, and her heart skipped a beat. She knew formations and could already tell that he hadn't tossed the grass around casually. It seemed like he was setting up a formation without anyone noticing. At this moment, Ning Xiuma and he were on the same boat, so she naturally wouldn't expose him. Wasn't it just them and this Kirin here? Who was he trying to deal with by scheming so much? Her gaze landed on the huge ginseng fruit tree. Was he going to deal with it? She looked at the grass in his hands again and suddenly felt that it looked familiar. She lowered her head to look at her shoes and suddenly realized that her shoes were woven from this grass. These grass-woven shoes were so comfortable to wear. She was going to bring some out and weave a few pairs for herself when she returned. This trip wouldn't have been in vain. She squatted down to pull out the grass. Don't move, Jiuzun suddenly shouted. Ning Xiuma's hand paused as she touched a blade of grass. This grass looked incomparably soft, but it was actually jagged. With a hiss, a bloody wound appeared on her fair finger. Fresh blood dripped down, and the wound burned with pain. She subconsciously held her injured hand with her other hand, and when she looked at the grass again, her eyes widened. When her blood dripped onto the grass, it actually quickly seeped into it, as if the grass was absorbing it like food. These grasses actually drank blood too. Ning Xiuma's finger was still in pain as blood seeped out from between her fingers. In just a short moment, her other hand was actually dyed red. The amount of blood lost was obviously not small. It was only a small cut, so how could there be so much blood? Could it be that the grass was poisonous and destroyed the blood-clotting cells? When Ning Xiuma came to the mountains, she had naturally brought all sorts of emergency medicine with her. There were ointments for bruises and even medicine to stop the bleeding. Although her clothes had been disposed of like trash by Jiuzun after last night's adventure, it was a good thing that he had kept her ointment and tools and had returned them to her long ago. They were now nestled in her sleeves. However, both of her hands were covered in blood, so she couldn't reach out to take it. She half squatted in front of Jiuzun and said, "Come, give me some medicine." She had medicine that specialized in repairing blood-clotting cells, so it was definitely top-notch at stopping bleeding. Jiuzun paused for a moment. He rarely got injured, so he didn't usually carry any ointment with him. Seeing the blood flowing out of her hands so quickly, he used a healing technique but couldn't stop the blood flow. He could only reach into her sleeve to search for the ointment. His hand unavoidably touched her soft arm under her sleeve, and he couldn't help but pause for a moment. Then he quickly took out all the bottles and jars from her sleeve and lined them up on the ground. Which one? Ning Shuama pointed at the light red medicine bottle in the middle and said, "This one." Jiuzun picked up the bottle and pulled away her hand that had been covering it, scattering all the powder in the bottle. "Hey, just a little will do." Jiuzun's movements were too fast. Before she could finish her sentence, the bottle had already been emptied. Ning Shuama was speechless. Her heart ached. It was difficult to refine this blood-clotting medicine in this era, and it wasn't easy to make it either. She had only managed to refine half a bottle in 3 days. Actually, just a little bit was enough, but now... Chapter 234. The medicine was indeed effective. Almost as soon as the powder was applied, the blood stopped flowing. Jiuzun looked at the medicine bottle, then at the wound on her hand. He nodded. "This medicine is not bad. Where did you get it?" Ning Shuama weakly replied, "It's just something I refine myself." "You know how to refine medicine?" He thought that she was only slightly more skilled in medicine. He had seen her treat the wound with his own eyes. Her technique was very nimble. "Of course," Ning Shuama replied. She looked at the sharp grass on the ground, then at her shoes. "My shoes are also made of this grass. Why don't they cut my feet? This sovereign has taken care of those." Jiuzun glanced at her feet. "Otherwise, your feet would have been cut 17 or 18 times already." So her shoes were really made by Jiuzun himself. She didn't expect this little fellow to have such an ability. He had such a high status, but she didn't expect him to know how to roast game and weave grass shoes. This was really out of her expectations. She couldn't help but look at Jiuzun a few more times. Jiuzun seemed to have understood her thoughts. He stood up and said, "Your shoes are made of magic. Don't think too much about it." She also liked shoes made of magic. As long as they didn't turn into a pile of grass midway, Ning Shuama didn't care about this. It wasn't convenient for her to bandage it with one hand, so she put her finger in front of Jiuzun. "Come, help me bandage it." She was used to ordering her subordinates around in her previous life, so it was easy for her to order Jiuzun around now. She didn't feel that there was anything wrong with her tone at all. Jiuzun looked at her again. He felt that he was spoiling this little girl too much, so he ignored her and walked away. Little Apple volunteered and stepped forward. "Little Jiejia, let me do it." It rolled on the ground, wanting to take the opportunity to return to its human form. However, it didn't expect that after rolling twice, it was still in its Qilin form. What was going on? The little Qilin blinked its eyes and turned its head left and right to look at its own body with a puzzled expression. "No need to look. This sovereign has cast a spell on your body. You can't return to your human form for the next 10 years. Jiuzun's words hit Kirin like a hammer. Why? Kirin was so angry that he stuttered. "With your power, forcefully transforming into a human will only consume your cultivation. Besides, did you think that I was joking with you? How can you do this?" "I want to become a human." Kirin's eyes were brimming with tears again. Jiuzun's right hand formed a seal as he looked at it indifferently. "Keep your tears back. Didn't your elders teach you that a man can bleed but not cry?" Kirin was stunned, as if his sore spot had been poked. "No one taught me anything. They all looked down on me, calling me a wild child, calling me a bastard." As it spoke, its voice choked with sobs. "They all said that I was the jinx of the Kirin clan, refusing to care about me, and even chasing me out." Ning Shuama didn't expect that Kirin would have such a sad history. It seemed that the world of mythological beasts was the same as the world of humans. There were all kinds of unfair treatment. She raised her hand and patted its head. "Don't be sad. From now on, no one will bully you." It was the first beast pet she had taken in this world. Their lives were connected, so she would take care of it. Jiuzun didn't think much of it, his tone still cold. "Natural selection. If you want others to change their attitude towards you, you have to be strong and speak with your own strength." Chapter 235. Little Apple clenched its tiny claws. "I want to be strong. That's why I've been searching for the ginseng fruit, so that I can show them what I'm made of. You need to work hard to become strong. It's not about being opportunistic. With your talent, if you'd cultivated for 2,000 years, you'd already be one of the strongest in your tribe, and not look like this now." The Nine Supremes were merciless once he started lecturing someone. His words made Kieran so embarrassed that he could not say anything else. Ning Shuama was moved. Although the Nine Supremes did not speak much, he was very good at educating people. She patted Kieran's head. "Little Apple, you're a male beast. You should at least act like a man. You have to earn the respect of others with your own abilities. Crying will only make others look down on you." After a pause, she continued, "I see that you look very good now. Why do you have to transform into a human?" Little Apple lowered its head. "The children of my tribe can transform into a human at 1,000 years old. They all have someone to teach them. I don't have anyone to teach me, but I don't want to be worse than others. Then all the humans in your tribe who transform into humans have skin like this?" Little Apple lowered its head even more. "They become more like humans. Their skin is like yours, and they don't have horns on their heads." Ning Shuama understood then. Little Apple's experience was actually a little like Naruto in Naruto. His parents were both dead, and Naruto was treated as a monster wherever he went, while Little Apple was treated as a jinx wherever he went. They both yearned to become stronger, to integrate into their tribe and be recognized by their people. It was just that they had used the wrong method. No wonder this little fellow was so sensitive and fragile. This was how it grew up. "I believe in you. You'll become one of the strongest in your tribe one day. They'll be proud of you, but you have to work hard to cultivate." Ning Shuama patted its head again. Little Apple's eyes shone. It yearned to be recognized by others too much. "I'll work hard." The tears in its eyes were gone, replaced by determination. It finally raised its head again. Ning Shuama was pleased. Kieran was just like a child, sensitive and fragile. Too much criticism would make her feel inferior, so a few words of praise were quite effective. It turned out that she also had the talent to educate children. Haha. Her ability to educate people isn't inferior to a certain venerable ones. Ning Shuama glanced at Jiuzun proudly. "Sister, it's okay if I can't turn into a human, but I won't be able to bandage your wounds like this." Little Apple was still a little regretful. Suddenly, he had an idea. "Why don't I lick it for you? Chilin's saliva also has a healing effect." That's right. A piece of Chilin tablet was enough to completely heal the skin on her legs. If it licked her legs, she might be able to heal them immediately without even leaving a scar. Ning Shuama immediately put the injured finger in front of its mouth. "Come lick it." Her small hands were white and tender. Although there were some calluses on her palms, the shape of her hands was very beautiful. Her 10 fingers were like spring onions and as slender as fine jade. Faced with such a beautiful hand, Little Apple, who had always looked down on humans, no longer hesitated. It immediately stuck out its tongue to lick her injured finger. Before its tongue could touch her skin, the person in front of it suddenly staggered and avoided its tongue. It raised its head in surprise and saw Ning Shuama already standing in front of Jiuzun. Chapter 236. It lifted its head in surprise to see Ning Shuama standing in front of Jiuzun. Jiuzun held her wrist with his left hand and glanced at her wound. His right hand was enveloped in a faint green glow that enveloped her entire finger. After a while, her wound showed signs of healing. After a while, there was only a faint scar left. Jiuzun believed that this scar would disappear soon as well. Ning Shuama was pulled over involuntarily. She had wanted to throw a tantrum, but she kept her mouth shut when she saw how Jiuzun was treating her wound. She lowered her head to look at him. His long eyelashes were lowered, and he was still expressionless, but he was very serious about what he was doing. Her heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly felt like kissing him again. She took a deep breath and suppressed this strange thought, reminding herself that this child in front of her was not a child. After treating her wound, she thanked him casually and had Kieran spray some water to wash her hands before following Jiuzun to continue circling the ginseng tree, as if taking a stroll. The two of them walked leisurely, but Kieran could not hold it in after following them for 2 rounds. "Where's the exit? Why were they circling here?" "Shut up." Jiuzun threw out the words stiffly. The little Chilin choked and snorted in dissatisfaction. A voice that sounded like both a man and a woman rang in its head again. "Stupid thing, you've been tricked by these 2 lowly humans." Kieran was not unfamiliar with this voice. It had heard it often in the past 1,000 years. It belonged to this ginseng tree, and it often used this voice to order it to do this and that. Kieran needed to eat its leaves to survive, so it did not dare to disobey it. However, it was already extremely disgusted with it. Their language was communicated directly in their minds, so outsiders could not hear them at all. I wasn't tricked. They'll bring me out. I don't want to eat your leaves anymore. Kieran retorted in its heart. It knew that the ginseng tree could hear it. You can't leave. You've been searching here for 1,000 years, haven't you? You can only enter and not leave. Stay here obediently, and I can give you 3 leaves every day. They said there's a way. I don't want to eat your leaves anymore. They're so bitter. Listen to me and work with me to deal with them. After they become my fertilizer, I can give you a fruit. Haven't you always wanted one of my fruits? This condition was too tempting. Kieran couldn't help but look up at the ginseng fruits on the tree. The ginseng fruits swayed gently among the leaves, emitting a tempting fragrance. Kieran noticed that the facial features on the fruits had become softer, as if they were smiling and waving at him. Kieran swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It had been yearning for this ginseng fruit for too long. Didn't it go through so much risk and get locked up for 1,000 years just for this? It still had some reservations about what it said to Ning Xiuma. In fact, it had tried to pluck the fruit more than once. It had tried all kinds of methods and had been punished by the ginseng fruit tree countless times. It had been hung upside down, whipped, starved, and even swallowed by the tree once. Although it had only eaten a small part of the ginseng fruit tree, it had still caused a knife-like pain for a long, long time. Now, the opportunity that it had been longing for was right in front of it. Should it seize it? Apparently, its hesitation was also sensed by the fruit tree. It immediately continued to tempt it, and then changed it into a threat. If you insist on going with them, I won't give you any more leaves to eat. Chapter 237. If you insist on following them, I will not give you any more leaves to eat. I will starve you to death, and you will become my fertilizer. The little Qilin shuddered, and the voice of the ginseng fruit tree continued to resound in its mind. I want to let you go because you have accompanied me here for 1,000 years. Don't fail to appreciate my kindness. Kieran suddenly became angry. No. You want me to stay because you need me to give you water and nutrients. I remember when I first came in, you were only the size of a small pine tree. The leaves were as long as needles, and you only had 2 fruits, which were smaller than a baby's fist. The voice in his head was silent for a moment. Suddenly, it sneered, so what? I can still live without you, but you can't live for more than a month without my help. I will only give you 1/4 of an hour to think. If you don't make a decision, I will deal with you as well and let you die together. Kieran was silent for a moment. What do you want to do? Was it wavering? The voice of a ginseng fruit tree was obviously happy. Listen to me. There will be a few red fruits in the northeast corner behind me. Give them the fruits and tell them that you have eaten them sometimes. Are the fruits poisonous? You don't have to worry about that. You just need to do what I say and give them the fruits. Kieran was silent for a moment again. Aren't you very capable? You can carry me around with your roots. Why don't you use the same method to deal with them? Why poison them? Humph, what do you know? That kid is not easy to deal with. He hurt me with his palm. The ginseng fruit tree said with resentment. It seemed to know that it had let it slip, so it became impatient again. You don't have to worry about that. Just do as I say. I will give you a fruit after you succeed. Isn't that red fruit of yours very poisonous? Can it kill them directly? Humph, of course. It is the most poisonous fruit in the world. They will die immediately if they take a bite. Don't worry, before I kill them. I will use a spell to cancel the 10-year contract between you and that human. I won't let you get hurt. No, I won't let you hurt that little sister. She's a good person. Kieran suddenly retorted, I won't help you. You're a bad guy. The ginseng fruit tree was speechless. It sneered and said, How dare you talk to me like that? Are you tired of living? Kieran stepped back again. No matter what, I won't help you anymore. I won't let you hurt these 2 people. I don't want your fruits. I want to cultivate on my own. The ginseng fruit tree still wanted to say something, but it suddenly heard Jiuzun's cold, mocking voice. "Little apple, at least you're not stupid. Come here." This voice had suddenly appeared in Kirin's mind, causing it to tremble in fright as it looked towards Jiuzun. Jiuzun and Ning Xiuama had already returned to the original tunnel entrance. Kirin was busy negotiating with the ginseng fruit tree, so she didn't realize that she had actually fallen behind. It paused for a moment, then hurriedly ran over, looking at Jiuzun with wide eyes. You can hear my conversation with it?" Jiuzun was disdainful. "Nonsense." Kirin was about to break out in a cold sweat. "I didn't listen to it. I don't want to hurt you guys. If you had listened to it, do you think you would still be alive now?" Jiuzun's voice was cold. Kirin didn't dare to speak anymore. It looked at Jiuzun in fear. Who was this Jiuzun? How could he be so strong? Chapter 238. To show its loyalty, Kirin spoke again. "I'm very loyal to my sister. Look, it tried to tempt me with a ginseng fruit, but I didn't waver. Call her master from now on." Jiuzun corrected it and looked outside, his lips curling into a mocking smile. "Do you really think it's a ginseng fruit?" Even Ning Xiuama was stunned by his words. Kirin's eyes widened. "It's not a ginseng fruit, but it looks so similar to the legends. This is a ghost face fruit. Eating a ginseng fruit can prolong one's life and increase one's cultivation. The ghost face fruit only looks like a ginseng fruit, but it has no other effects." Jiuzun revealed the true origin of the ginseng fruit tree. Kirin was stunned. It had been guarding this place for 1,000 years just for a ghost face fruit. What was even more infuriating was that this stupid tree didn't even let it eat this useless fruit. To think it treated it so well, watering it 3 days and pulling the weeds 2 days. Although Ning Xiuama didn't hear the conversation between Kirin and the ghost face fruit tree, she could guess the gist of the situation from Jiuzun's conversation with it. She rubbed Kirin's head. "Poor baby, you've been tricked by this stupid tree. Do you want revenge?" "Yes." Kirin's voice was very loud this time. "Good." Ning Xiuama stood up with a flick of her finger. "Then let's suck all the water from this tree. Suck it dry." Kirin was speechless. It was hesitant because it had used this method before when it threatened the tree to give it a fruit. It wanted to suck all the water from the tree, but it had to get close to the tree to do it. It couldn't be more than 5 feet away from the tree, and these 5 meters were within the attack range of the tree's roots. It had been caught by the tree's roots before it could even cast the spell, and had been whipped half to death. It told Ning Xiuama about its misgivings. Ning Xiuama smiled. "Don't be afraid this time. The 9 Supremes have already set up a fire-sealing formation around this broken tree. When the formation is activated, this ghost tree won't be able to attack you at all." Kirin's eyes brightened as he looked at Jiuzun. "Really?" Jiuzun glanced at Ning Xiuama. He hadn't explained the formation to Ning Xiuama when he was setting it up, but he hadn't expected her to see through it. Since everything had been set up, there was no time to lose. Jiuzun drew a talisman in the air with his finger and flicked it at the tree. With a loud bang, a wall of fire suddenly rose around the ghost face fruit tree. For Kirin, everything that happened after that was an incomparably comfortable moment. Under the cover of the wall of fire, the roots of the ghost face tree by were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws inside the wall of fire. But no matter what, they were unable to attack the outside of the wall of fire. Kirin, on the other hand, was squatting 10 meters away from the ghost-faced fruit tree, desperately extracting water and nutrients from it. It was very fast. In less than 2 hours, all the leaves on the ghost-faced fruit tree had been sucked dry. Even the alluring fruit had fallen to the ground. During this time, the ghost-faced fruit tree had struggled, begged for mercy, threatened, and even said that it was willing to tell them the real location of the ginseng fruit tree. Its voice was so pitiful that even an evil person wouldn't be able to bear to hear it. However, Jiuzun and Ning Xiuama were unmoved. They sat at the entrance of the tunnel, watching as the fruit tree slowly withered and weakened. In the end, the ghost-faced fruit tree that had lost all its water disappeared in the fire, turning into ashes. When the tree was begging for mercy, Ning Xiuama couldn't help but glance at Jiuzun beside her. Chapter 239. He pursed his lips slightly as he sat there, his fingers casually forming seals. The firelight reflected in his deep blue eyes, flickering bit by bit, but the bottom of his eyes was still ice cold. When the fire finally extinguished, Jiuzun slowly stood up. "Let's go." Ning Shuima smiled lightly. "All right." She led the way towards the tree. Kirin quickly jumped up and followed beside her. The tree has been burnt to ashes. There's no need to look anymore. Finding the exit is more important. Ning Shuima patted its head again. "The exit is right under the tree, stupid apple." Kirin was stunned. It looked towards that area and saw a big black hole. The inside of the hole was burnt, and white smoke was still rising. It couldn't see what was at the bottom of the hole. Jiuzun looked at Ning Shuima again. This little girl was terrifyingly smart. For every step he took, she could guess 10 steps he would take. She could see through it with just a little bit. The big hole with the tree roots was indeed a passage to the outside. After Kirin used water to extinguish the fire, it jumped down with Ning, Shuima, and Jiuzun. The sky was blue like glass. The clouds were white like floating cotton. The 2 humans and 1 beast jumped out of the big hole and landed on a mountain ridge. There were jagged rocks of all shapes and sizes all around, covering the entire mountaintop. In the distance, there was a lush, primeval forest. Ning Shuima took in a deep breath of the fresh mountain air. How nice! It felt so good to be able to escape. It felt so good to be able to breathe in the fresh air outside again. Kirin was also excited as it jumped happily on the mountain ridge. It had yearned for the sunlight outside for a long time. It had been so long. "Little Apple, where are we?" Ning Shuima grabbed its horn and asked. Little Apple blinked its big eyes and looked here and there. Finally, it was a little embarrassed. "I don't know, you don't know? Didn't you say you've passed through all the mountains here?" That was more than 1,000 years ago. Many mountains have changed in appearance. This is the first time I've seen this place. Ning Shuima then turned to ask Jiuzun. "Jiuzun, do you know which peak this is?" "8th summit, Rubble Slope." Jiuzun spat out these words and turned to leave. "Ninth Supremes, where are you going?" Little Apple subconsciously blocked his path. Jiuzun glanced at it and didn't answer its question. His sleeves fluttered as he walked towards the south. He was really straightforward. After saying that he wanted to break up, they went their separate ways. As expected, he didn't delay for even a moment. He didn't even say goodbye. Ning Shuima's long eyelashes trembled slightly. She looked at his back for a moment and smiled. "Little Apple, come back. The 9 Supremes has his own place to go. Let's go together." Little Apple could only walk back. It returned to Ning Shuima's side and rubbed against the corner of her clothes. It was actually very afraid of Jiuzun, but after this series of adventures, it had become a little dependent on him. It felt that the 3 of them should adventure together and not go their separate ways. It watched as Jiuzun's small body quickly disappeared into the forest. It then turned to ask Ning Shuima, "Where are we going now? All the beasts in this mountain are afraid of you, aren't they?" Ning Shuima wanted to confirm it again. "Of course. I said I'm the king of beasts." Little Apple puffed out its chest. Ning Shuima yawned. "That's great." She raised her head to look at the sky. It was already 4 or 5 in the afternoon. The sun slid to the west and hung there. The sun's rays warmed one's body. "Little Apple, guard me. I'll take a light nap here first." Chapter 240. Ning Shuima found a big rock and lay down. She closed her eyes. She was too tired. Since the adventure started yesterday, she had been risking her life in all kinds of dangerous situations. She hadn't had a good night's sleep. It was sunny here, and she had the king of all beasts by her side. She could finally relax. Once she relaxed, she realized that her joints were sore and painful, as if they were about to fall apart. She really wanted to rest. She just wanted to take a nap. Just a nap, even if it was only for half an hour. She fell asleep almost as soon as she closed her eyes. Don't be afraid of a godlike opponent, but be afraid of a pig-like teammate. Ning Shuima had the deepest understanding of this sentence when she was with Little Apple. She had asked this little fellow to guard her for an hour, but this little fellow actually got bored and ran into the forest to hunt after guarding her for a while. He left her here alone without any cover and slept until the sky turned dark. Although the 8th peak was not as perverted as the 9th peak, it was still dangerous enough. Ning Xiumo had only rested here for a short while, and a magical beast rushed over after following her scent. A sleeping Ning Xiumo was naturally a delicious meal in the eyes of the magical beast. The 8th peak was also a place where humans were rarely seen. Thus, this magical beast was like this. It was the first time it saw a human, so it was more cautious about the unknown. It walked over step by step quietly. Its movements were lighter than a cat's, and its fangs were sharper than a tiger's. Seeing that it was approaching the big rock where Ning Xiumo was sleeping, it slowed down. After looking at Ning Xiumo for a moment, its mane slowly stood up. It bent its body and tensed its hind legs. This was a posture that indicated that it was about to attack. There was a rustling sound around. The magical beast jumped up and pounced on Ning Xiumo at lightning speed. After all, Ning Xiumo had been a secret agent before, so she was very alert. Even if she was sleeping, her special ability to sense danger was also very strong. It was this keen sixth sense that saved her life at such a critical moment. When a magical beast flew towards her, her intuition as a special agent made her body react before her brain. Her body suddenly rolled backwards like lightning. He narrowly avoided the big mouth of the magical beast and fell to the ground. Almost out of instinct, she rolled 18 times on the ground before jumping up. She finally saw the face of the bastard who attacked her while she was sleeping. Then, he cursed in his heart. She remembered that she had vaguely seen a cartoon where the main character could have the eyes of an eagle, the speed of a leopard, and the strength of a bear when fighting. Now, she finally saw the real-life version. There was a magical beast 10 meters away from her. It had eagle eyes, the head of a wolf, the body of a leopard, the tail of a tiger, and most importantly, a pair of eagle wings. The worst part was that it was even bigger than a grizzly bear. He stood there like a small mountain, his ferocious aura causing the surrounding temperature to drop by quite a bit. When a human and a beast met on a narrow path, there was no need for any nonsense. After the magical beast missed its first attack, it immediately began its second wave of attack. Ning Xiumo did not even have time to think about anything and began to fight with it with all her might. This was the 8th peak's magical beast. Even the martial arts genius Jian Huang was surrounded by dangers when he came here. He almost lost his life, not to mention Ning Xiumo, psychokinesis trash who couldn't even be considered half a bottle of vinegar. Chapter 241. She had only fought with this magical beast for a short while, but she had already met with danger several times. If it wasn't for her nimble movements and the fact that she had these big rocks as cover, she would have already become food in this magical beast's stomach. Although this magical beast's body was huge, its movements were more nimble and faster than a civet cat. Adding on the fact that it had wings, its body could turn in a circle as it wished. Therefore, Ning Xiumo had a hard time dodging its claws. There were a few times when she flew past its claws, and her clothes were almost caught by its claws. One person and one beast were like a whirlwind circling around the rocks. From time to time, a big rock would be smashed into the air by this magical beast and then fall to the ground. The momentum was astonishing, and the scene was frightening. Little apple, little apple. Ning Xiumo was dodging with all her might, and at the same time, she was calling out to that unruly Kirin. When she first woke up and saw this magical beast, she thought that Kirin had been eaten by this magical beast, but after sensing it, she knew that she was wrong. She had established a blood contract with Kirin, so she could sense whether it was alive or not. She could even sense its mood at this moment, and it seemed to be very happy. This little bastard. She didn't need a guess to know that it should have gone to have fun. Roar. Suddenly, a clear and long whistle came from afar. The whistle was long and clear, as if it came from the sky. That magical beast that was crazily attacking Ning Xiumo heard this whistle, and its body suddenly trembled. It stopped in its tracks and looked in the direction where the whistle came from. Suddenly, its tail clamped, and it no longer cared about attacking Ning Xiumo. It turned around and ran away. Roar! Another long whistle came. This time, the whistle took a few turns, and there was a faint sense of threat. That magical beast's feet stopped, and its body trembled like a sieve. It was obvious that it was extremely scared, but it didn't dare to run away. Ning Shuima's heart moved, and she also looked in the direction where the whistle came from. From the depths of the forest, a blue figure was like lightning, and it was flying towards this direction. Almost in the blink of an eye, it had already rushed to this pile of rocks. Little Apple, this guy's finally back. The moment Kiran saw Ning Shuima, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes quickly turned to the magical beast, and he walked over step by step. The magical beast's body trembled in fear. It seemed to want to retreat, but its legs were weak and it couldn't retreat at all. Kiran's body was obviously much smaller than it, but it was like a mouse that had seen a cat. All it could do was tremble. Kiran didn't hesitate. He raised his head and roared. His body flew up like he was stepping on clouds. He landed on the magical beast and slammed his claw on the beast's head. The magical beast's head didn't seem to be damaged, but it fell down with a loud bang. Its four hooves kicked the ground, and then it stopped moving. Kiran's mouth was on its forehead, as if she was sucking something. She looked very pleased. Is it delicious? Ning Shuan sat down opposite it. Delicious. It's delicious. Kiran shook his head and replied subconsciously. Did you have fun? Very fun. I ran to 2 small mountains and caught 3 magical beasts. This kind of beast spirit is still the best. It's much better than those rotten leaves. Kiran was in high spirits. It seems that you are indeed the king of all beasts. You are quite capable, and you can protect yourself in this world. There's no need for you to follow me anymore. After we go down the mountain, let's part ways. Ning Shuima stood up. Kiran finally reacted. It quickly grabbed the corner of her clothes with its claw. Master, are you angry? Chapter 242. Ning Shuima glanced at it coldly, pulled the corner of her clothes, and turned to leave. She didn't want it anymore. Kiran panicked. It moved in front of her and said, Master, don't be angry. Little Apple knows it's wrong. Please don't abandon me. It had finally found someone who treated it well. Ning Shuima continued to ignore it, bypassing it, and continuing to advance. Master, please forgive me. I really know it's my fault. I shouldn't have left you here alone. I won't do it again. Kiran was smart enough to know where it was wrong. Ning Shuima stopped and looked at it seriously. Little Apple, there are not many true friends in this world, and every one of them is worth cherishing. When I established the contract with you, I treated you as a friend. A friend's safety is your own safety. When a friend's life is in your hands, you should protect him at all costs. If I didn't react fast enough, I would have died here, and you would have been implicated. Kiran lowered its head. I was wrong. This little guy was still a child. Because it lacked education, it didn't know what was right and what was wrong. Although Ning Shuima was the boss of the Secret Service, her subordinates had already become her subordinates. There were some things that she only needed to instruct them and didn't need to say anything else. She wasn't good at educating people, especially a child. Looking at Kiran, who was drooping its head, she felt a headache. She suppressed the anger in her heart and took the opportunity to educate it. You have to keep your promise. Since you made a promise, you have to keep your promise. As the saying goes, a promise is worth 1,000 gold. Kiran stood in front of her obediently and listened to her lecture. From time to time, it rubbed its big head against the corner of her clothes. Even though Ning Shuima's anger was overflowing to the heavens, it was completely wiped away by him. She finally stopped talking and glanced at him. The little guy was really obedient now. It blinked its big eyes and looked at her. When she stopped talking, it seemed to want more. Master, what else? Ning Shuima was speechless. Little Apple, don't you hate me for scolding you like this? Kiran shook his head. No, I don't. I know you're only saying that for my own good. After all these years, I can't find anyone to say that to me. They all hate me. When he said the last sentence, his tone became gloomy. Ning Shuima wasn't a soft-hearted person. At this moment, looking at the little Qilin, her mood couldn't help but soften. She raised her hand and patted its head. Don't be sad. You have me in the future. The little Qilin fiercely nodded its big head and looked at her eagerly. Then, have you forgiven me? Don't make the same mistake again. Yes, I won't do it again, Kieran promised. Ning Shuama couldn't help but rub its head again. You really look like my mother. Kieran rubbed her hand. Ning Shuama. She was stunned. Including her age in her previous life, she was only 22 years old. Where did such a big Qilin come from? This little guy's nonsense was really shocking. Didn't you say that you've never seen your mother? Ning Shuama asked tentatively. Yes, I've never seen her. No, I've seen her before, but I was too young to remember. I don't remember what she looked like. There was some regret in the little Qilin's voice. Its pair of beautiful big eyes looked at Ning Shuama again. However, in my imagination, my mother should be as beautiful and magnanimous as you. You would scold me if I did something wrong and praise me if I did something right. Chapter 243. Ning Shuama couldn't help but sigh when she saw the yearning look on its face. How much does this Kieran lack of fatherly and motherly love? Some education was enough, so Ning Shuama didn't say anything more. Her stomach rumbled a few times. Kieran heard it and immediately said, Master, are you hungry? Why don't we roast the demon tiger meat? Let's roast it and eat it to vent your anger. It turned around to look for the demon beast that had fallen to the ground. It turned around a big rock and suddenly exclaimed, this? What's going on? Its voice was filled with shock. Ning Shuama's figure flashed and returned to the place where the demon beast was lying. She was stunned. In just a short while, the majestic and mighty demon tiger's flesh and blood had disappeared without a trace. There was only a skeleton left. Little Apple, are you sure you only sucked its beast spirit and not its flesh and blood? No, I only consume beast spirits. Its flesh and blood should be intact. Kieran started to walk around the skeleton, trying to find out the reason. Ning Shuama's expression changed slightly. Although she didn't know what was going on, she sensed a huge danger. Don't bother about it. Let's go quickly. She pulled Kieran's horn and signaled it to go quickly. Kieran was still unconvinced and wanted to find out the reason. What kind of thing is taking advantage of me? Go quickly. Ning Shuama's voice became stern. She jumped onto a big rock and was about to fly forward. There was a loud rumbling sound under her feet, as if there was a sudden earthquake. Countless big rocks shook violently. In the blink of an eye, a huge black hole appeared on the ground. The little Qilin was standing there, and it was caught off guard. With a shriek, it fell straight into the hole. Little Apple, the big rock under Ning Shuama's feet, also rolled forward a few times. Luckily, she was quick and flew away in time. Everything happened in an instant. Ning Shuama didn't have enough time to grab the little Qilin. She could only watch helplessly as it fell into the pitch-black hole that she couldn't see the bottom of. The earthquake hadn't stopped yet. Countless boulders were rolling towards the hole. Master, Master! Kieran's cries came faintly from the big hole. She was like a frightened child, helpless and miserable. Don't abandon me. Ning Shuama's mind exploded as number two's face flashed across her mind. She would never watch her companion die in front of her again, even if it was just a Kieran. Almost without thinking, she jumped into the big hole as well. That hole was not as deep as she had imagined. Ning Shuama relied on the heavenly silkworm's entanglement to descend for about 20 to 30 meters before she finally stepped on solid ground. Above her, rocks continued to tumble down. The momentum was astonishing. Under such circumstances, she couldn't jump forward. Ning Shuama could only dodge the boulders while calling out Kieran's name. Master! Kieran flew over and knocked away a boulder that was flying towards Ning Shuama. It used its beak to drag her to a corner. Are you okay? Ning Shuama looked at it. Due to the increase in her inner strength, her eyesight had improved a lot. Although the big hole was dark, she could still see Kieran's appearance. Master, I thought you had abandoned me. The little Qilin sobbed. I thought I would be locked up in the darkness for countless years. It was clearly scared out of its wits as it leaned against Ning Shuama and slightly trembled. Chapter 244. I won't leave you behind. Ning Shuama sighed and promised. Oh right, don't you know how to fly? Why didn't you jump up again? This place is strange. I can't use my telekinesis. Kieran's voice was a little panicked. Ning Shuama's heart skipped a beat. She secretly circulated the little telekinesis in her body and found that it was empty again. She couldn't sense even a trace of telekinesis. She circulated her inner energy again. Fortunately, her inner energy could still circulate as she wished. There was a horizontal passage on the side of the cave. Ning Shuama and Kieran were hiding in this passage. The entrance to the cave had been completely sealed by the large rock that had rolled in. It was impossible to go back the way they came, so they could only look for another exit. Let's go. We'll find another exit. Ning Shuama sighed and walked forward. Ever since she came to Tianshu Mountain, it was as if she was fated to encounter all kinds of caves. After escaping one, she would encounter a second one. In the previous cave, she was accompanied by Ju Zun, who was small but had great abilities. Although she was nervous, she wasn't afraid. Now, she only had this crying Kieran by her side. Her future was uncertain. This cave wouldn't have appeared for no reason. It might have something to do with the unknown creature that sucked the demon tiger dry. Little Apple, in here, you must listen to my commands. If I don't let you touch something, you absolutely cannot touch it. Ning Shuama instructed the little Qilin beside her. Yes, Kieran also knew that it had implicated its master again. It felt very guilty and didn't dare to raise its head. If you don't want to implicate your friends, think of a way to make yourself stronger. Become a real divine beast. Ning Shuama's voice was faint. Kieran's expression was too transparent. All its thoughts were written on its face. Ning Shuama naturally saw it clearly. Kieran raised its head and clenched its little paws on the ground. I want to become stronger. It told itself in its heart. It wanted to become a divine beast that could protect its master at all times, and not let its master protect it all the time. It took a few steps forward and rushed ahead. Master, I'll scout the way. My nose is very sensitive. Its nose was the most sensitive. If there was any danger ahead, it would be able to sense it in advance. Okay, I'll leave the scouting to you. Ning Shuama agreed readily. She had to train Kieran's sense of responsibility. Kieran seemed to have grown up a lot. He was still afraid, but fear could not solve any problems. He had to overcome his fear. This passageway was crooked and crooked, going up and down at times. It was not easy to walk. Fortunately, there were no other dangers. The man and the beast didn't encounter any attacks along the way. It was too peaceful for them to reach the end of the road. There was a tall jade door at the end. The jade was white marble with intricate patterns engraved on it, emitting a faint white light. Could this be the tomb of some noble? Ning Shuama looked at the door and pondered. She felt that the door looked like the door of a tomb. She recalled the terrain of the 8th summit. As she had just arrived at the 8th summit not long ago, she did not have the time to observe anything. She only vaguely felt that this place was a trap. It shouldn't be a good cave. Moreover, the 8th summit was so dangerous. It was not easy to build a tomb here. The craftsman who built the tomb had to have a high level of telekinesis to reach the 8th summit. Therefore, the possibility of this place being a tomb was not high. Then what was this door for? Master, should we break open this stone door? Chapter 245. Ning Shuama nodded. Of course we have to open it, but we can't knock into it. I'm afraid there's a trap. Wait a minute. Let me take a look. They had no other way out, so they had to open the jade door first. There was indeed a trap on the jade door. Fortunately, Ning Shuama was an expert when it came to traps. She touched and knocked on the jade door and pressed it with her finger from time to time. After a while, there was a rumbling sound, and the jade door automatically opened to both sides. Candlelight instantly flowed out. The moment the jade door opened, Ning Shuama pulled Kieran to hide in a corner. They stood in a place that was easy to defend and hard to attack. They were guarding against any sneak attacks from inside. The moment she saw the candlelight, she was slightly stunned. How could there be candlelight in this place? She held her breath and waited for a moment. The candlelight was warm and nothing scary jumped out. Only then did she try to enter the jade door with the little Qilin. However, after she saw everything inside, she was stunned. Inside the jade door was a hall. There were candlesticks on both sides of the hall. There was black grease in the candlesticks, and a wick was lying in the grease. Only a small part of the wick was burning with a faint yellow flame. Ning Xiuma looked at the grease and knew that it was the legendary Sharkman's lamp that would not be extinguished for thousands of years. The decoration of the hall was very simple. There was no table or chair. There was only a cloud bed in the middle of the hall, and on the cloud bed was a translucent coffin. Ning Xiuma couldn't help but sigh when she saw the coffin. It turned out that this was a tomb. However, the structure of this tomb was too simple. Even the tombs of landowning households were more complicated than this. Her gaze fell on the coffin, and her heart skipped a beat. A crystal coffin. She actually saw a priceless crystal coffin in such a simple tomb. The crystal coffin was also engraved with complicated patterns. The patterns were a little strange, like groups of yin and yang fishes intertwined together. Ning Xiuma had never seen such patterns before. He could only faintly feel that this pattern had an ancient and mysterious aura. A chain as thick as a finger extended from each of the four corners of the coffin and the center of the coffin lid. The chains also seemed to be carved out of crystal. They were sparkling and translucent, and there were also patterns on them. The patterns were like small gourds, and they extended all the way to the top of the hall. At first glance, the chains seemed to be locking the lid of the coffin, but what could such a thin chain lock? Ning Xiuma believed that even with her strength, she would be able to break the chain with just 2 fingers. So, this is actually a decoration, right? Decorating the crystal coffin. Her gaze fell on the crystal coffin again. Through the translucent crystal coffin, one could see a person lying inside. It was a person with black hair and red clothes. The light in the hall came from 8 different directions and shone on the crystal coffin, making it look even more bizarre. It made it impossible to see the true face of the person inside the coffin. Kieran had become a lot more cautious after getting into trouble. It slowly moved closer and looked at the person inside the coffin. It exclaimed in surprise, "Is this person sealed inside alive?" The person inside the coffin raised both of his arms and placed his hands on the lid of the crystal coffin, as if he was trying to open the lid and sit up. However, it was obviously futile. This action was forever frozen in place, and no one knew how many years it had been frozen. When Ning Xiuma first entered the passage outside, she could still feel an inexplicable murderous aura. However, after entering the hall, the murderous aura obviously disappeared. Chapter 246. This was clearly a cold, underground tomb, but she actually felt a trace of inexplicable warmth in this hall. She slowly walked forward and carefully looked at the person in the coffin. Her heart skipped a beat. This time, she finally saw the face of the person in the coffin. It was a man. Moreover, it was an extremely handsome man. His skin was like jade, his eyebrows were like a painting, slanted to his temples, his eyes were closed, his eyelashes were curled, his nose was high, and his light red lips were slightly pursed. His lying posture was very peaceful, not like he was dead, but like he was sleeping soundly. It seemed that as long as he gently patted the coffin lid, he would be able to sit up and talk to someone. And beside him, there was a water blue guqin. The body of the guqin seemed to be made of jade. Under the reflection of the candlelight outside the coffin, it flashed with a wave-like luster. It also reflected the person in the coffin as if he was lying in water, his body rippling. Kieran's eyes lit up. Black wave guqin. This is the black wave guqin. Ning Xiuma's heart skipped a beat. She had heard of this black wave guqin before. It was like the 8 great divine weapons in the myths and legends of her time. This black wave guqin was one of the 10 great divine weapons in the ancient legends of this era. Its effect was a bit like the Fushi guqin. It was said that it could be used to cultivate one's mind, but it could also be used as a weapon to kill people. When it was played normally, the sound was like the sound of nature, and birds and beasts could dance to the sound of the guqin. And once special skills were used, every note played would be a hidden weapon that could kill people. It could raise a mountain to the ground while talking and laughing. It was also said that if the person playing the guqin reached the peak, they could attract the water of the underworld, drown everything in the world, and turn the entire earth into a vast ocean. It was said that this black wave guqin was once a treasure of the immortal world. Later, it fell into the hands of the demon ancestor and became the tool that the demon ancestor used to destroy the world. Like many myths and legends, evil could not prevail over good. The demon ancestor who wanted to destroy the world was eliminated by the immortals, and the black wave guqin was also annihilated without a trace. Of course, these were all fragments of legends recorded in ancient books. Any legend would be greatly discounted, and most of them were exaggerated. So Ning Xiuma always had the attitude of looking at these legends and did not believe them at all. He thought it was just a story written by some ancestor to fool the later generations. Just like those mythical characters in China's ancient legends, who would believe that these people really existed? He just didn't expect that the zither in the myths and legends would actually appear here. She looked at the guqin from top to bottom. This thing can attract the water of the netherworld when played? Bullshit. Perhaps there was some psychokinesis in the zither, and it could be used as a weapon to kill people. Thus, some people started to make it sound like a legend. However, since this zither was said to be so awesome, it must be a good treasure. She also happened to like playing the zither. If she could get this thing out and bring it back, it would be a worthwhile trip. He had narrowly escaped death in the Heavenly Book Mountain for so long, but he had yet to obtain anything good. What a waste! Kiran was also very happy. It was regretting that it had caused its master to fall into this place. Now that it saw this treasure, it immediately became excited and urged, "Master, you have to find a way to get this zither back. It will definitely become a magic weapon that you carry around with you. Your skills will also be greatly improved. You can't return empty-handed from a treasure mountain." "All right, I got it," Ning Xiuma interrupted. Chapter 247. She was still cautious. She first circled around the crystal coffin to see if there were any inscriptions or something like that. She wanted to know who was inside the coffin. But after circling around twice, she didn't find anything. She stood in front of the crystal coffin for a while and closed her eyes. All the cells in her body were activated to detect the aura around her. The aura around her was very warm and pure. She couldn't sense any danger. Kiran also said, "There's no danger here. There's no evil aura at all. We Kirans are the most sensitive to evil aura. We can sense it even if it's just a little bit." Ning Xiuma tapped the coffin lid with her finger, making a crisp sound. "Little apple, do you think the person inside is a dumpling?" "Dumpling?" Kiran didn't understand. "It's a zombie. Red-eyed, green-eyed, the kind that can strangle all living things to death." Ning Xiuma told him the zombie movies and TV shows she had seen before. "No, zombies have corpse aura. I can smell it." Kiran's answer was resolute and decisive. Obviously, it knew about zombies. Ning Xiuma was finally relieved. She had just circled around the coffin. There weren't any legendary treasures around the coffin that could deal with zombies. For example, ink bucket, golden thread, glutinous rice, cross, etc. This meant that the person inside the crystal coffin wasn't sealed as a zombie. The reason why it didn't rot was probably because the crystal coffin was sealed well and the anti-corrosion measures were in place. She could tell just by looking at the zither inside. The zither was so bright, and even the paint on it was flawless. It could be seen that the anti-corrosion technology was high-end. She was an expert in opening mechanisms, but she circled around the crystal coffin 7 or 8 times and still couldn't find a crack to open it. The coffin lid and the coffin body seemed to be one. They were completely fused together. There wasn't a single crack to be found. Kiran was impatient. "Master, why don't I bite it open?" Although it couldn't use its telekinesis in here, Kiran's body was very strong, especially its teeth, which were as hard as diamonds. Not to mention crystal, it could even bite a hole in steel. Perhaps because it was a mythical beast, it had been locked underground for more than 1,000 years. Its teeth were still as white as jade, and it didn't have the usual yellowish teeth of a wild beast. Ning Xiuma patted its teeth and signaled it to shut up. This was a cultural relic. Although she couldn't take the crystal coffin away, even if it was well preserved, she couldn't bear to destroy such an exquisite cultural relic. Therefore, she rejected Kiran's simple and crude method. Instead, she wandered around and adjusted the angle of the surrounding candles from time to time. allowing their light to reflect on the surface. But no matter which angle it was, the light refracted by the crystal coffin was the same, and there was no flaw in it. Kieran squatted beside her and watched her work. It was a little bored and looked at the thin chains on the crystal coffin. It was not allowed to gnaw on the crystal coffin, but it should be fine for it to gnaw on the thin chains, right? It wanted to grind its teeth. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it walked forward. First, it used its claws to pull at the thin chains. The thin chains collided with each other and made a tinkling sound, like a string of wind chimes ringing in the wind. The sound was so nice. Kieran pulled at the chains one by one, and each chain made a different sound. Some were like the gurgling of a stream, some were like the blowing of the wind, and some were like pearls falling on a jade plate. It was addicted to pulling at the chains. Ning Xuemal listened for a moment, and suddenly had an idea. She looked at the chains. Chapter 248. There were a total of 5 chains, and the zither strings in the crystal coffin also had 5 strings. The sound of each chain was like a musical note. Could it be that these chains could also play some kind of music? She let the little Qilin stand to one side, first while she tried to fiddle with these crystal chains. She originally knew how to play the guqin, and at this moment, the sound of these fine chains was so heavenly. Unconsciously, she used these fine chains to play an ancient tune called Homecoming Song. The music sounded in the hall. She felt something in her heart, and when she played, she couldn't help but think of her hometown, the friends, and the family she would never see again. This song was originally somewhat sorrowful, and when she played it in such a state of mind, it became even more sorrowful. Each note seemed to be alive as it wandered around the hall, circling around. The surrounding candlelight swayed with the notes, as if they were dancing to the music. When the song ended, Ning Xuemal heard a sobbing sound. She looked up and saw that Kieran's big eyes were tearing up, and it was crying like a tearful Qilin. The corner of her mouth twitched. Kieran was too emotional. She raised her hand and rubbed its head. "Why are you crying?" Little Qilin said, "I miss my father and mother." Ning Xuemal was speechless. "You haven't seen them? You still miss them?" "I miss them because I haven't seen them. They must be the people who loved Little Apple the most in the world. It's a pity that they died early." "Master, where are your parents?" Ning Xuemal sighed. She was an abandoned child in her previous life. It was said that she was abandoned by the roadside when she was born and was picked up by her adoptive parents. Her adoptive parents were very good to her, and they loved her as if she was their biological daughter. She was also very hardworking, and her IQ was ridiculously high. When she was in school, she skipped grades and went to university at the age of 12. She was chosen by the National Bureau of Intelligence, and they wanted to recruit her to become an agent. But at that time, she was not interested in being an agent. The National Bureau of Intelligence tried to recruit her several times, but she rejected them all. If it wasn't for that accident, she might not have been able to become an agent in this life. And that accident also caused her to lose her only family in the world. While she was studying abroad, her parents were assassinated at home. Her world collapsed in an instant. Later, she found out that her parents were also secret agents who had been assassinated by assassins sent by M Country. In order to avenge her parents, she finally agreed to join the National Bureau and began to undergo a series of special agent training. After 5 years of hard work, she finally grew up and gradually became the leader of her group. Of course, she also finally found the killer who killed her parents and avenged her parents. Once he stepped into the Secret Service industry, it was a lifelong commitment. It was impossible to quit halfway. She also had friends, comrades, and subordinates in the Secret Service team. Her relationship with them was like family. It was a pity that he couldn't see them anymore. Speaking of which, it was strange. In those transmigration novels, most of the protagonists had transmigrated by accident, but she had transmigrated in her sleep. When she woke up, she had arrived in another world and could not return. In her previous life, her parents had passed away when she was 12 years old. In this life, her parents had passed away when she was 8 years old. Whether it was in her previous life or in this life, she was a tragic child. She was destined not to grow up under the care of her parents. Her life experience was somewhat similar to Kieran's, but she was much luckier than Kieran. At least she had tasted the love of a father and a mother. Chapter 249. She had a similar background as Kieran, but she was much luckier than Kieran. At least, she had experienced the love of her parents and remembered how they looked like. Kieran, on the other hand, was much more pitiful. It didn't even know how its parents looked like. She patted Kieran's horn again. My parents passed away a long time ago. We're both in the same boat. Kieran immediately rubbed its horn against her body. Then we'll depend on each other in the future. It suddenly had an epiphany and looked at her with its big eyes. Master, why don't you be my mother? Ning Xiaoma was speechless. She was shocked. Little Apple, I'm only 13 years old this year. How about you? You're more than 2,000 years old. Although you look young, you can't just call me your mother. I feel scared when you call me sister. Kieran lowered its head. I know, but I always feel that you look like my mother. I want to be close to you. Ning Xiaoma waved her hand. Little Apple, you're wrong. I'm a pure human. I don't have any Kieran blood. I won't look like your mother no matter what. Even in my previous life, my soul doesn't belong to this era. Even if there was a previous life, it would be in our era. I won't be reincarnated as a Kieran in this world. My mother isn't a Kieran. My father is. Kieran argued. Then what is your mother? Kieran is a hybrid? I don't know. Kieran shook its head sadly. I don't know. My people are very secretive about my mother. They only say that she's an evil woman, but I believe that my mother is a good person. She's definitely not a bad person. In the eyes of a child, parents were naturally the best people. They couldn't tolerate others saying anything bad about them. So Kieran was the same. It would fight with anyone who said anything bad about its mother. It didn't have any playmates in the entire Kieran tribe. In the end, it was chased out. Ning Xiaoma understood its feelings very well, so she stroked its horn to comfort it. She looked at the crystal chains again and nodded with a sigh. The person who made this crystal coffin was also an elegant person. I didn't expect that these chains could play music. There are cracks on the coffin lid. She carefully observed the crack. The shape of the crack was like a tree with twigs and leaves. Could it be that the mechanism was on this tree? Ning Xiaoma lowered her head to study the tree again. All her attention was on the coffin lid. She didn't notice that the eyelashes of the red-clothed man who had been lying quietly in the coffin fluttered slightly, like the fluttering wings of a butterfly. Ning Xiaoma's fingers were caressing the tree, while the red-clothed man's palm was also pressing against the tree. Separated by the nearly transparent coffin lid, the two people's palms overlapped from time to time. Ning Xiaoma naturally noticed the pair of hands as well. The fingers on the pair of hands were slender and perfectly curved. Under the contrast of the crystal, they were as sparkling and translucent as mutton fat jade. It was a pair of beautiful hands. In her era, these hands could be used as a hand model. Oh, this person was also very good-looking. He was a standard little fresh meat with picturesque features. It was hard to tell if he was a man or a woman. If Ning Xiaoma didn't see his Adam's apple and his tall and straight figure, she would probably think that he was a beauty too. This person must have been a demon who brought disaster to the country when he was alive, right? With such a beautiful appearance, who knew how many young girls' hearts were tied to the corner of his robe? It's a pity to die here at such a young age. Chapter 250. She looked at the Guqin again, and a thought suddenly came to her mind. She blurted out, could this person be the legendary demon ancestor? Kieran's body trembled. No, it can't be, right? How could the demon ancestor be buried in such a desolate place? This tomb was too simple and crude. Ning Xiaoma tried her best to search for information about the demon ancestor in her mind, but the information she saw was pitifully little. This demon ancestor was said to be quite mysterious, and no one knew whether it was a man or a woman. The records about him or her were only a few words, and his or her face was very vague. She only heard that he or she liked luxury, and the place where he or she lived was beautifully decorated. If he or she died, the tomb would definitely be filled with jewelry, and it would not be as simple as it was now. If he or she was buried by an enemy in a hurry, there would definitely not be such a precious Guqin placed beside him or her. Moreover, this crystal coffin was also a priceless item, and the carvings on it were so lifelike. It was not something that could be done overnight. Looking at his gentle and serene face, it did not look like he or she was sealed, but was solemnly buried. If that was the case, the person in the coffin should not be the demon ancestor. She studied the pattern that had just cracked for a long time. She tried several methods, but they were all in vain. Little Cheelin was a little impatient. They had already stayed here for no less than 6 hours. It really wanted to go out and breathe some fresh air. Speaking of which, it had not had enough fun yet. It was bored, so it began to wander around the hall, trying to find a hole to go out. But after wandering around for a long time, it could not find any exit. It looked at the thin chains again. Could there be some kind of exit mechanism at the top of the thin chains? With a press of its foot, it leaped into the air and flew towards the top of the dark hall. The top of the hall was very high. Fortunately, Kieran's jumping skill was very high, so it reached the top in a few seconds. The top was a smooth arc, but the chains went through the arc and reached outside. It did not know where they led to. There was no place to stand on the ceiling, so Kieran grabbed the crystal chain with all 4 of its claws. The crystal chain shook and made a series of clanking noises. This chaotic ringing without any rhythm was definitely unpleasant to the ears. The little Cheelin was afraid that Ning Xiuma would find it noisy, so it hurriedly bit the crystal chain that made the loudest noise. Bang! With a loud sound, its indestructible teeth bit the crystal chain. It thought that it could break the crystal chain, but it didn't expect that the crystal chain didn't break. Instead, one of its small fangs sank into the crystal chain. It tried to pull out the tooth, but it didn't expect that the tooth would hurt as if it was cut by a knife. It was so painful that it let out a low cry, and then it found a very strange situation. A line of blood flowed down from the crystal chain that was bitten by it. Oh no! Its teeth were bleeding. No, this strange crystal chain was sucking its blood. Little Apple was a water Cheelin. Just like other Cheelins, although it had a lot of water in its body, it didn't have much blood. Cheelin blood was very precious. 1 drop could bring a dead person back to life. Therefore, although Kieran often cried, its tears were not valuable, but it was never willing to bleed. At this moment, it saw the line of blood in the crystal chain meandering down like a snake. It was frightened and couldn't help but shout, "Master! Master!" Ning Xiuma was studying the mechanism tree on the crystal coffin, so she didn't notice what the naughty Kieran was doing. Chapter 251. It jumped up and shook the crystal chain. Lin Sanjiu thought it was just being naughty and ignored it. Suddenly, Lin Sanjiu heard Kieran's cry. She looked up and was shocked to see blood flowing down the crystal chain. Lin Sanjiu jumped up and climbed up the crystal chain in the blink of an eye. Seeing Kieran's appearance, Lin Sanjiu was both angry and amused. "Why did you bite it?" "Master, quickly break this damn chain. It's sucking my blood." Kieran's 4 claws were shaking. "Who told you to bite it?" Ning Xiuma patted its head. Kieran was too naughty. She should teach it a lesson first. Needless to say, its teeth were broken when it bit the crystal chain. Lin Sanji didn't expect the crystal chain to be hollow. If blood flowed down, it would definitely flow down. Lin Sanji was not surprised. "Master, it's really sucking my blood. My own blood won't flow out so fast. I can feel it sucking. Boo-hoo, I'm going to die." Kieran cried again. One of its teeth was stuck, so it couldn't speak properly. In fact, Ning Xiuma had already taken out the dagger. Although the crystal chain was also a cultural relic, it was related to Kieran's safety. She couldn't care less about it. Lin Sanji used all her strength to cut the crystal chain with the dagger. Clang! Ning Xiuma's dagger, which contained all her strength, didn't cut the crystal chain. Instead, it bounced back and numbed her entire arm. Crystals were not particularly hard. They would break into several pieces when dropped to the ground and would shatter upon impact. Ning Xiuma's slash could even cut through steel in an instant, yet she didn't expect that it would be useless against this thin crystal chain. The little Cheelin was shaken, causing it to cry out in pain. The blood flowed even faster. Ning Xiuma could only stare blankly as the blood reached the crystal coffin. It seeped into the cracks on the lid and faintly seeped into the palms of the person inside the coffin. This coffin was strange. Or rather, the person in the coffin was strange. Could there be a sealed vampire inside? Help! Master! I'm going to die. Kieran's body trembled even more, and he could barely hold on to the chains with his limbs. If it continued to bleed like this, it would bleed to death within a quarter of an hour. Ning Xiuma made a prompt decision. Little Apple, bear with it. She stabbed the knife into Kieran's gums and pried it open. Amidst Kieran's screams, the troublesome tooth was pulled out by her. The moment the tooth left Kieran's mouth, Kieran's bleeding finally stopped. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. My tooth! Kieran's heart ached as she looked at her tooth embedded in the crystal chain. If you lose your teeth, they'll grow back. If they don't grow back, I'll get you a fake tooth when I get back. We can't stay here any longer. Let's go. Ning Xiuma patted Kieran's head and jumped down. Kieran didn't dare to delay and jumped down as well. The moment they landed, they heard a cracking sound from the crystal coffin. The tree pattern on the coffin was completely dyed red by Kieran's blood, and the side of the coffin lid suddenly split open. Then, the lid of the coffin slid to the side as if it was pushed by an invisible hand. The red-clothed, black-haired man in the coffin slowly sat up. Did he come back to life? The scales on Kieran's body almost stood up. Ning Xiuma also held the dagger in her hand tightly and was ready to fight. She began to consider if she should pounce on him and stab him. Chapter 252. The man in red slowly opened his eyes. Ning Xiuma's heart skipped a beat. This man's eyeballs were actually a deep jade color, like a jade wave, rippling with light. Finally, you're out. The man stretched his arms, then closed his eyes slightly, as if he was sensing something, and sighed softly. The air outside is so fresh. His voice was like a breeze, like a flowing spring, like a flower gently floating on the water, like the gentle call of a lark in the valley, indescribably gentle and appropriate. We saved you. Kieran opened her mouth to take credit. The man's voice was too gentle and magnetic, making people feel that he was easy to talk to. Oh, really? That's great. The man's eyes finally fell on the woman and the beast. He slowly got up from a coffin, slowly stepped out, his movements graceful like a poem. His red clothes were like the rays of the sun on the horizon. There was no wind in the hall, but his red clothes fluttered with his movements. You will repay us, right? Kieran asked again. Such a man was as warm as the spring breeze in March, making people feel no hostility towards him. Therefore, Kieran's conditions were very smooth. Of course, the man in red smiled like a blooming flower, slowly blooming in the spring breeze. I can let you choose how you want to die. Kieran, its eyes widened. Are you kidding me? We're the ones who saved you. You want to kill us? The man in red's eyes were like spring water as he stared at Kieran. It's because you saved me that I let you make your own choice. You can choose a less painful way to die. Otherwise, why would I talk so much nonsense with you? Kieran, it was going crazy with anger. You repay kindness with ingratitude. You pervert. You want to kill your savior. The man in red stretched out his 10 fingers like spring onions, as if he wanted to pat Kieran's head. Little thing, a savior is meant to be killed. Don't tell me you want her to use this to threaten you? Kieran did not dare to let him hit her. Kieran jumped 3 feet to the side, trying to avoid the man's palm. However, the man did not move, but his arm grew 3 feet out of thin air and hit Kieran's head. Kieran shuddered. Her hand, which looked so tender and soft, was actually as cold as ice. Fortunately, the man only patted Kieran lightly. Apart from the cold, he did not cause any other harm to Kieran. However, what he said at the end made Kieran's worldview crumble. It arched its body and assumed an attacking posture. I won't let you kill us. It's not certain who will kill who. It bared its fangs threateningly, and all the scales on its body stood up. Oh, looks like you've chosen to fight to the death. Good, you have some backbone. The red-robed man smiled, and his 10 fingers slowly curled. Are you the demon ancestor? Ning Xiuma finally spoke. Her voice was indifferent and cold, as if she was not surprised that he would repay kindness with ingratitude. The red-robed man's gaze finally fell on Ning Xiuma, and he sized her up. Your dying wish is to know who I am? Ning Xuema smiled slightly. I think you don't know who you are either. Her gaze swept across the crystal coffin. The crystal coffin was still intact, but one side of the coffin lid had been lifted. It looked a little like a damaged piece of art. Chapter 253. A dark light flashed across the man's eyes. Why do you think so? His eyes became even more focused, like sparkling waves that could drown a person in them. Ning Xuema smiled lazily. Then can you tell me who you are? I am. The man in red choked slightly, then smiled. I was almost tricked by a little girl like you. Why should I tell you who I am? His eyes turned again. However, if this is your dying request, I can tell you. Ning Xuema shook her head. I have no interest in who you are. That's a pity. The man shook his head. Then I'll have to let you choose how you want to die. Although we saved you, we don't need you to repay us. We can mind our own business and pretend that we don't know each other. How about that? Ning Xuema stated her request. This man was obviously not an ordinary person. Although he had a smile on his face, the powerful aura that he exuded was extremely shocking. At first glance, it was obvious that he was a ruthless character who could kill millions of soldiers with a smile. It was obviously not wise to go against such a person, so Ning Xuema began to retreat in order to advance. No, the man shook his head. Then you'll break my vow. What vow? Ning Xuema began to have a bad feeling. The man in red slowly walked in front of the crystal coffin, and his slender fingers gently touched the lid of the coffin. All right, in order to let you know when you die, I'll tell you. I've been trapped in this crystal coffin for at least 2,000 years. When I found out that I was trapped in here, I made a promise in my heart that if anyone saved me in the next 1,000 years, I would give them countless treasures and make them the richest person in the world. However, no one came to save me. Ning Xuema, the man in red, sighed again. 1,000 years passed, so I made another promise. If anyone could save me in the next 1,000 years, not only would I give them countless treasures, I would also give them the most respected position. I would treat them as my master and listen to their orders. Unfortunately, no one came to save me. However, after another 1,000 years, you became angry and swore that if anyone saved you, you would kill that person. You only let him choose how to die. Ning Xuema continued on his behalf. A hint of surprise flashed through the red-clothed man's eyes. Not bad. Little girl, you're really smart. You actually guessed it. Ning Xuema secretly rolled her eyes. What was so hard to guess? This guy was obviously copying the legend of the magic bottle from a foreign fairy tale. When he was a child, he had only seen the fairy tale as a joke. He had never thought that he would actually meet one after coming to this world. Was it true that fairy tales came from real life? Since you've already guessed it, it saves me a lot of effort. Now, you can choose how you want to die. You should know that I will never go back on my oath. The red-clothed man lazily leaned against the crystal coffin and looked at Ning Xuema, as if he was looking at a dead person. Ning Xuema was also looking at the crystal coffin. She couldn't help but curse in her heart. How good would it be if this guy was also trapped in a bottle? Then, she would have a chance to trick him into entering the bottle again and seal this scourge forever. Now that he was in a crystal coffin, even if she tricked him into entering the coffin again, she wouldn't be able to seal him again. What should she do? What should she do? She quickly thought of all kinds of ways to escape, but she couldn't think of a perfect plan. Chapter 254. Kieran was furious. This is the first time I've heard of someone making such an oath. However, it won't be easy for you to kill us. We still don't know who will die in whose hands. It charged towards the red-clothed man. Ning Xuema's heart was startled. The red-clothed man kept talking nonsense without any intention of attacking because he was trying to figure out their real strength. Kieran's move had exposed his true strength. They were in trouble. In the time it took for her to think, the red-clothed man didn't dodge the little Cheelant's attack. Instead, he lifted his sleeve slightly, and a pale golden light shot out from his palm. It went straight for the little Cheelant's head. The moment it got close to the little Cheelant, the pale golden light transformed into a sharp sword. Why couldn't she and Kieran use their telekinesis, but this man could? It was not fair. Ning Xuema shouted, "Dodge to the right." At the same time, the dagger in her hand flew out like a bolt of lightning, directly colliding with a pale golden phantom sword. Chi! With a soft sound, Ning Shuima's indestructible dagger turned into powder and scattered all over the ground. Her dagger! Ning Shuima furrowed her thin brows in pain. Fortunately, Kirin blocked the faint golden sword because of her move. It was able to dodge in time, and its head was not cut open. Ning Shuima's dagger wasn't able to completely block the light golden sword's attack. After the light shattered Ning Shuima's dagger, it didn't lose any momentum and continued to strike the stone wall where the little Qilin was standing. Boom! With a loud sound, half of the stone wall collapsed and countless rocks rolled down. The sound was shocking. The little Qilin shuddered. If it was not for Ning Shuima's reminder, the sword would have hit its head. It was afraid that the man did not need to make another move. It would have been cut in half and died here. This man just casually made a move, but it was so powerful. No wonder he was so arrogant and asked them to choose how to die. Could he really be the legendary demon ancestor? Kirin took 2 steps back, not daring to attack blindly. It tried to activate the psychokinesis in its body. Damn it, he still couldn't use any of it. It seemed that it and its master were doomed today. If it had known earlier, it wouldn't have urged its master to get that Guqin. Kirin was filled with regret. Little girl, you're quite capable. You were actually able to block my attack. The man looked at Ning Shuima and smiled elegantly. I'm a little reluctant to kill you. Since you can't bear to, then just don't kill him. Ning Shuima also smiled. In fact, she was not sure, but on the surface, she remained calm and did not show any signs of fear or nervousness. That won't do. I've always been a man of my word. The red-robed man shook his head. His tone was gentle, as if he was also helpless. So you're saying that you must make a move against us today? Ning Shuima simply sat down on a large rock and looked at him with a smile. His attitude was even more relaxed and calm, as if he had a card up his sleeve. I'm afraid so. The red-robed man sighed. His eyes turned slightly, looking at her and then at Kirin. I swore to kill the person who saved me. If it's one of you, then I can only kill one of you. Ning Shuima and Kirin's hearts skipped a beat. The man smiled brightly like a blooming flower. Tell me, who saved me? Chapter 255. Kirin was stunned. It opened its mouth as if it wanted to say something, but Ning Shuima gently patted its head, signaling it to shut up. The little Qilin was actually obedient. Sure enough, it shut its mouth and stared at Ning Shuima. Ning Shuima looked at the red-clothed man. Your Excellency's thoughts are quite sinister. Do you want us to kill each other? Sigh, to think that a little girl like you would see through it. The red-clothed man smiled gently. But I am a man of my word. I can only kill one of you. But the condition is that you have to kill the person who saved me. I can give the one who is left behind countless treasures so that he or she can live a peaceful and comfortable life. This red-clothed man was very vicious. However, this tactic of sowing discord was used so openly that no one could find a reason to refute it even if they wanted to. The little Qilin glanced at Ning Shuima and inwardly took a deep breath. Suddenly, it stuck out its chest and took 2 steps forward. It was me who saved you. It has nothing to do with my master. Master, come and kill me. Ning Shuima was stunned. She didn't expect Kirin, who was always afraid of death and loved to cry, to have such courage. The red-clothed man looked up and smiled. What a loyal Kirin. You really made me look at you in a new light. Tell me, how did you save me? Kirin proudly said, It was my blood that seeped into your broken crystal chain. Then my blood opened the mechanism on the coffin lid. That's why you were able to jump out. Oh, the Kirin's blood is indeed one of the conditions to open my seal. The red-clothed man nodded. But, as far as I know, there's another condition to open the seal. That is, you need to use the heaven-locking chain to play a beautiful song. Then, the Kirin's blood will appear on the coffin lid. Was it you who used the chain to play the song? Kirin was stunned. It turned out that it was so troublesome to open the seal, and they had bumped into the right person. It also threw caution to the wind. Yes, it was me who used this broken chain to play the song. I didn't know it had this function. It was the one who messed with the chain to make the song, so it didn't think it was lying. The red-clothed man shook his head and looked at Ning Xiuma. Little girl, what do you think? Ning Xiuma smiled and asked, do you believe what it said? Of course not. The red-clothed man shook his head and slowly looked at Kirin's claws. Its claws can't play music. Ning Xiuma didn't say anything when the little Qilin jumped up. Nonsense. Who said I can't play it? Do you want it to play one song for you? It leaped up and scurried to the coffin lid, using its small claws to fiddle with the chains. Strangely enough, when the crystal coffin was sealed, each of these chains made a different sound. Now, however, there was a series of clanging sounds. It was purely the sound of crystals hitting each other. The red-clothed man shook his head. Little fool, once the seal is opened, the heaven-locking chain won't make any music. He seemed to have compromised. All right. I believe that you were the one who pulled out the song with your little paws. Since you want to die, I can't help it. Then, he looked at Ning Xiuma. Little girl, you can kill it now. Ning Xiuma slowly got up and looked at the red-clothed man. She opened her hands and sighed. Okay, as you wish. But my weapon was destroyed by you. I am empty-handed now. How can I kill it? Chapter 256. The little Qilin didn't expect Ning Xiuma to agree so straightforwardly and was stunned for a moment. The man in red shook his head and said, Kirin, you are too naive. Humans have always been so cunning. They can sacrifice anyone for themselves, not to mention that you're only her pet. It is natural for her to sacrifice you. Do you feel like a fool now? Kirin closed its mouth and did not speak again. The man in red glanced at it again and said, However, if you want to go back on your words, I will give you another chance. As long as you say that she saved me, I will let you go. You don't have to worry about the 10-year contract. As long as you agree to kill her, I will naturally break the contract for you. So, even if she dies, you will not die. This man was obviously good at grasping people's weaknesses. He was very good at using psychological tactics. With just a few words, he could make the other party suspicious of each other and be on guard. If Kirin's mind was slightly weaker, it would be instigated to turn against Ning Xiuma. This was the man in red's goal. He liked to see partners who had been through life and death together become enemies. When the man in red was talking to Kirin, Ning Xiuma did not say anything. She only listened with a smile. Kirin looked at Ning Xiuma, who was smiling at it. Ning Xiuma's warm smile comforted it for no reason. It reminded it of its mother for no reason. It made up its mind and raised its head again. It shouted at the man in red, You don't have to talk nonsense. It was done by young master. It was done by young master. Although I regret saving you now, I will take responsibility for what I did. I will not implicate master. Stupid. The man in red spat out 2 words. A pale golden light flashed in his palm, and a long sword instantly formed. You can use this sword to kill it. He raised his hand, and the sword fell into Ning Xiuma's palm. The sword was unexpectedly heavy. Ning Xiuma staggered and almost fell under the weight of the sword. She hurriedly used the tip of her sword to prop herself up. A trace of disdain flashed through the red-clothed man's eyes. It seemed that this human girl didn't have much ability. She was suppressed to this extent by a single sword. His sword weighed at least 50 kilograms. Ning Xiuma had to lift it twice before she could barely lift it. She flicked the blade of the sword with her finger. The sword buzzed, and the air in the hall seemed to vibrate. Good sword, Ning Xiuma praised. She raised her head and asked the man, If I kill it, will you really let me go? Of course. The man smiled, but there was a hint of mockery in his smile. Although you humans like to go back on your words, we won't. Then are you a devil or a demon? Ning Xiuma raised her head and asked. That's none of your business. The red-robed man's face darkened. If you want to make a move, then make it quick. I hate dawdling people the most. Ning Xiuma sighed and looked at Kirin. Little Apple, I'm sorry. I have to kill you today. However, on account of your loyalty to me, I can let you die in a place closer to your favorite zither. She approached Kirin step by step. Kirin subconsciously stepped back toward the crystal coffin. The red-clothed man crossed his arms and leaned against the crystal coffin. A trace of passion flashed through his eyes. His favorite scene of killing each other was about to happen. "Little Apple, watch out for my sword," Ning Shuima shouted. She raised her sword and stabbed it toward Kieran's chest. Chapter 257. Kieran subconsciously retreated to the left. Suddenly, it pounced towards the red-clothed man who was standing on its left with his arms crossed. The sword in Ning Shuima's hand was also like a shooting star. It turned in the middle and directly flew towards the red-clothed man's chest. Her movements were very skillful, without any of the sluggishness she had shown earlier. Sharp, straightforward, crafty, and as fast as lightning. Even the best sword-wielding expert would not be able to pull off such a move. The red-clothed man's face slightly changed when he was suddenly attacked. He obviously did not expect that this human and beast would dare to play tricks under his nose. Kieran's claw was aimed at his lower body, while Ning Shuima's attack was aimed at his upper body. In the blink of an eye, all of his escape routes had been sealed off by this human and beast. He really was a character. His body spun around, and two snow-white fingers shot out like lightning towards the treasured sword that was rushing towards him. Ning Shuima's thunderous attack was actually easily neutralized by him. The light golden sword was caught by him midway and stopped abruptly. At the same time, he took advantage of the situation and kicked out, aiming at Kieran's nose. Who would have thought that Kieran's pounce was also a feint? Before it could reach the red-clothed man, its body rolled midway and avoided the red-clothed man's fatal kick. The red-clothed man waved his sleeve and held the light golden sword's hilt again. He sneered, "You want to scheme against me with just the two of you?" Speaking up to this point, he suddenly paused. He subconsciously looked at his palm that was suddenly stinging with pain. Only then did he discover that there was a fine needle embedded in the hilt of his sword. The needle was extremely thin, but it was shining with a blue luster. Obviously, it was highly toxic. Dark green beads of blood were seeping out of his jade-white palm. He was poisoned. This sword originally belonged to him. People did not have much vigilance when it came to things that originally belonged to them. He really did not expect that this sword would be poisoned by Ning Shuima when it was in her hand for just a moment. He actually had his suspicions that Ning Shuima was hiding her strength when she was almost pressed down by the sword. She was deliberately showing it to him to lower his guard. But this little girl was really too young. She was only 11 or 12 years old and was also the most lowly human. She would not take the risk to play tricks when she had a chance to live. Although the red-clothed man had his suspicions, he did not have his guard up. He felt that even if this girl suddenly attacked him, with his skills, he would be able to block it. He could even turn the situation around in an instant and kill this girl. What he really did not expect was that this girl did not want to use a sword to hurt him, but using poison. What was even worse was that she still had a trick up her sleeve. And it was this last trick of hers that made his body suddenly stop. He did not dare to take another step forward. He only narrowed his eyes at the girl standing in the crystal coffin and asked, "What are you doing?" Ning Shuima also looked at him with a smile. The legendary Black Wave Zither was held in her left arm. Her right hand was like a knife that was placed on the zither strings. "What do you think? What would I do?" This little girl was even more cunning than a little fox. Her three moves were all linked together. Even an experienced person like him had fallen into her trap. The red-clothed man lowered his sleeves and looked at Ning Shuima with a faint flicker in his eyes. "You really are very smart. You actually made me fall into your trap." Chapter 258. However, your poison can only be used on ordinary people. It's not enough to deal with me. As he spoke, dark green blood droplets continuously dripped down from his sleeves. The blood droplets were dark green at first, but after a while, the color of the blood droplets became lighter and lighter. Gradually, the dark green color faded and returned to its original bright red color. It was obvious that although the man was poisoned, he had already forced the poison out of his body in the blink of an eye. Ning Shuima's eyebrows slightly jumped as she lightly smiled. "I originally didn't plan to poison you to death." However, in her heart, she cursed. Her poison needle could even take down a dinosaur, but she didn't expect that it would be useless against this red-clothed pervert. The red-clothed man forced the poison out of his body in the blink of an eye. He began to move forward step by step. Then what are you planning to do? Stop. Ning Shuama blinked her eyes and pressed her palm on the zither. The zither's strings buzzed and made an ear-piercing sound as if it couldn't bear the burden. The man suddenly stopped and pursed his lips. If you dare to hurt it, I will immediately cut you into pieces. Then obediently stepped back another 8 steps. Let's have a good talk. Ning Shuama's palm didn't leave the zither strings. She secretly sighed in relief. This red-clothed pervert really cared about this zither. She had made the right move. The red-clothed man was also straightforward. His body moved back 8 steps like flowing water. Sure enough, he moved back 8 steps. What do you want to talk to me about? Let go of the zither first. Ning Shuama gently raised her palm and no longer pressed on the zither strings. However, she didn't move her hand away. She just pressed it lightly. Let's talk about the conditions again. Don't play tricks. You have already seen the power of my sword. Maybe it can't kill you, but it's more than enough to destroy this zither. The red-clothed man received her attack just now. He knew that the little girl was not lying. The little girl's power was much stronger than he expected. It was simply beyond his expectations. He slightly lowered his eyes and suddenly asked, if your power is not psychokinesis, then what is it? Ning Shuama curled her lips. No comment. Some things were more mysterious, the more scruples people would have. Naturally, it was better to keep her secret. What a cunning girl. The man in red didn't pursue the matter any further. He just looked at her and said, little girl, you're very smart. I admire you. His pair of dark green eyes seemed to be sparkling. When he looked at her like this, she felt as if she was surrounded by his gentle gaze. Kiran had been standing beside Ning Shuama the whole time. It was also staring at the man in red, fearing that he would make trouble for them. At this moment, when its eyes met with the man's, its mind suddenly went blank and its body swayed. Ning Shuama's foot directly stepped on one of its front paws. Kiran felt refreshed from the pain. It glared at the man and said, hypnosis. Despicable. He no longer dared to look into the eyes of the red-clothed man. The red-clothed man raised his eyebrows slightly as a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. His eyes were born with the ability to hypnotize people. Thousands of years ago, countless people had been hypnotized by him and died in his hands. Who would have thought that this little girl was not affected by his hypnosis at all and even had the strength to kick her companion awake? This little girl was not simple at all. Why are you not affected by my hypnosis? The red-clothed man immediately asked the question in his mind. Ning Shuama had dimples on her cheeks. This time, she simply didn't answer. She just smiled. Chapter 259. No comment again. The man in red looked at her. You're so smart. Ning Shuama praised him. Of course, she wouldn't tell him that she was a secret agent and had been trained to resist hypnotism. The man in red was speechless. This little girl's words were watertight. Moreover, all of her energy had been focused on the zither. As long as he made the slightest move, he believed that with this little girl's ability, she would definitely be able to destroy the zither before he killed her. This little girl had really grasped his weakness. He sighed. Okay, what do you want to talk to me about? You want me to let you go? Ning Shuama smiled. You're quite smart. It's easy to talk to smart people. However, you're only half right. I have other conditions. If you don't agree, I'll die with your zither. The man in red secretly gritted his teeth. What other conditions do you have? Tell me all of them. Ning Shuama was also very straightforward. Her conditions were very simple and very practical. First, you must truly release the two of us. Not a single hair can be missing. Second, you have to open a path to the outside and send us back to the surface. Third, you have to swear that you'll never harm us in this life. If you break your promise, you'll be locked in the crystal coffin for another 20,000 years. The people in this world seem to value oaths a lot, so she simply said the most vicious thing. The man in red was speechless. The elegant smile on his face finally disappeared. Little girl, you're too greedy. Aren't you afraid that if you force me into a corner, I'll use this zither to kill you? Ning Shuama pursed her lips. Oh, I'm so scared. I'm really scared that my soul will be destroyed. However, if you don't make this promise, you'll still harm us when we return to the surface. At that time, I'll still die. Instead of dying a miserable death, it's better to have this black wave zither as a companion now. It's not too bad to be destroyed together with the divine artifact. She plucked a string with her little finger and plucked it. The sound was like splitting silk. She controlled her strength just right. If she used a little more strength, the string would break. If he didn't use enough strength, he wouldn't be able to achieve such a shocking effect. The little Qilin was startled by this sudden sound and shook its head. The red-clothed man's expression changed. His heartstrings seemed to have been plucked by Ning Xiuema. He clenched his fists again. You. The smile on Ning Xiuema's face disappeared. She said coldly, "My patience is limited. I'll count to 3. If you still don't agree, I can only live and die with this Qin." 1. The red-clothed man's expression changed several times. He was actually being threatened by a little girl. In the end, he didn't dare to take the risk. He took a deep breath and said, "All right, I agree." Ning Xiuema didn't buy it. "Then swear it first." The red-clothed man could only swear according to her oath. After that, he gritted his teeth and looked at Ning Xiuema. "Now you can rest assured, right? Give it back to me." Ning Xiuema smiled sweetly at him. "You're a straightforward person. I like it. You can open the passage to the surface and send us up. Then it'll be perfect." This little girl really didn't want to be taken advantage of. The red-clothed man was so angry that his teeth itched. However, there was nothing he could do. He waved his sleeve, and a wave of pale golden light hit the top of the hall. Chapter 260. Rumble. It was as if the heavens and the earth were falling apart, and a huge hole appeared in the ceiling of the hall. The ceiling was originally filled with rocks, but under the effect of the golden light, the rocks pushed each other to the sides, and the hole extended upwards layer by layer like a whirlpool. A quarter of an hour later, the ceiling suddenly lit up, and the long-awaited sunlight was revealed. At this moment, it was obviously night outside. Looking up from the hole, they saw a dark blue sky with a few stars shining in the sky. Kirin suddenly shouted, "Master, my telekinesis has recovered." His voice was full of excitement. Ning Xiuema nodded. She also felt that the telekinesis in her body had returned, and it was flowing slowly in her blood. Needless to say, there was a special magnetic field in this enclosed space. This magnetic field prevented outsiders like her and Kirin from using their telekinesis, but it did not hinder the man in red. It seemed like the person who sealed the red-robed man here was quite nice to him. "Who was the one who sealed you in this coffin?" Ning Xiuema suddenly asked him. The man in red glanced at her and gave her an ambiguous answer. "Why don't you take a guess?" How could she guess? She did not know the history of 2,000 years ago. She smiled. "Actually, the person who sealed you is quite nice to you. He did not want to kill you completely." The man in red froze, and his eyes flickered. "How did you know?" "I guessed." Ning Xiuema answered straightforwardly. She used her finger to point at the crystal chains. "These hollow chains lead to the ground, right? It is these chains that suck the flesh and blood of passing animals on the ground, and then flow back to your body so that you will not starve to death without eating for thousands of years." She had already seen the skeleton of the demon tiger above, and it was right next to these chains. At that time, these chains did not appear on the ground because of a special spell. Now, the hole opened from the inside, and it happened to be right next to the chains. Therefore, Ning Xiuema immediately deduced the real purpose of these chains after a glance. She also knew why the demon tiger was sucked dry in such a short time. The man in red's curly eyelashes trembled, and his pale lips slightly pursed. He looked at his palms, which were pale pink, and it was no different from thousands of years ago. He sighed faintly. "Maybe you are right. She does have some feelings for me, but that's not what I want." His handsome face showed a touch of bleakness and sadness. "Him or her? Is the person who sealed you a man or a woman?" Ning Xiuema was curious. The man in red was as elegant as a poem, and he was sinister and vicious. He always smiled, and his true emotions were not exposed. It was rare to see him with such a sad expression. This aroused Ning Xiuema's curiosity, and she could not help asking. The man in red's face, and then he smiled. Are you curious? Or do you want to find her and ask her to seal me again? Ning Shuima yawned. You think too much. I have never heard of anyone who has lived for more than 2,000 years, except for the God Emperor of this continent. She suddenly looked him up and down. You were not sealed by the God Emperor, were you? The God Emperor? The man in red raised his eyebrows. What is he? Chapter 261. Ning Shuima was speechless. From the man's words, she could infer that the one who sealed him was not the Dizun. Could there be someone even older than the Dizun? You've never heard of the Dizun? Ning Shuima asked tentatively. Who is he? Should I have heard of him? The man in red asked back. Ning Shuima's heart skipped a beat. The man in red had been sealed here for more than 2,000 years, so he did not know about the famous people in the outside world. In other words, the Dizun did not exist when the man in red walked outside more than 2,000 years ago. So the Dizun was at most 2,000 years old. Compared to the evildoer in red, he could only be regarded as a rising star. He is the most powerful person in the continent now. He is worshipped as a god by the people of various countries. Ning Shuima explained the Dizun in a few words. The man in red did not care. He smiled and said, I didn't expect you humans to cultivate to the heaven realm. Interesting. I'll go and meet him when I have time. Let's see how many moves this junior can withstand. Ning Shuima coughed. She did not expect to find a strong opponent for the Dizun with just a few words. However, the Dizun had been in a high position for too long. It was often said that it was lonely at the top. Just like Dugu Chiobai, he could not find an opponent for many years. How lonely must his life be? Now that she had found an opponent for him, maybe it would add some color to his lonely life and make his life more meaningful. However, what if this evildoer in red was more powerful than the Dizun? This guy looked very gentle, but in fact, he was a cruel and merciless scourge. Would he bring a rain of blood to this world? Then, she would have committed a great sin. Who was the one who sealed him away back then? She had never heard of anyone older than the Dizun. Could it be a hermit from somewhere? Ning Shuima felt that there must be many unknown hermits in this world. It was just like the Jianghu that she was familiar with in her time. Some people liked to be high profile and became heroes or gang leaders. There were also people who liked to be low-key and had real martial arts but never showed it in front of others. They were unknown in the Jianghu. For example, the sweeping monk in demigods and semi-devils. Forget it. Things had already developed to this point. It was useless for her to regret. She could only take one step at a time. It's fate that we've conversed for so long. May I know your name? Ning Shuima wanted to find out his name so that she could go back and check his information. The red-clothed man raised his eyebrows and smiled gently, but his words were poisonous. Little girl, do you think you are qualified to know my name? It was obvious that he did not put Ning Shuima, a little human, in his eyes. Arrogant evildoer. Ning Shuima didn't want to talk nonsense with him anymore. She patted Kieran's shoulder and said, Little Apple, let's go up. Then she jumped onto Kieran's back. Leave the black wave zither behind. The red-clothed man said coldly, I'll return it to you when we go up. Ning Shuima hugged the zither even tighter. Although the red-clothed evildoer had made a vow, Ning Shuima was still not at ease until she returned to the surface. If she returned the zither now, who knew if he would cause trouble again? Little girl, you're very cautious. I hope you won't regret your decision after you go up. The red-clothed man smiled mysteriously. He crossed his arms and stood to the side, giving way to the passage. Do you want me to send you up? Or do you want to go up by yourselves? Chapter 262. Let's go up by ourselves. Kieran interrupted. Now that it had recovered its psychokinesis, it would not take much effort to get out of the cave. Kieran stomped on the ground with its four hooves and jumped up 30 to 40 feet high. When it was about to run out of energy, it kicked off the stone wall and jumped up a few more feet. The man in red had no intention of playing tricks. He crossed his arms and said, Be careful. It's okay if you fall to your deaths, but don't break my Guqin. What a freak. Ning Shuima wanted to smash the Guqin in her arms on his head. She smiled on Kieran's back. Then you must bless us so that we don't fall. If I fall, I will definitely use this guqin as a cushion. Ning Xuema did not expect that she would be ambushed after she escaped from the strange cave safely with Kirin on her back. This ambush was not launched by the red-clothed man, but came from all directions. She and the little Qilin had just landed on the ground, but before they could even stand firm, they heard a whistling sound. Following that, 2 rays of light and a type of magic tool came crashing down on her. Ning Xuema was gobsmacked. Right now, apart from the zither, she didn't have any other weapon that could block the attacks. She could only turn around and hide under the little Qilin's belly, avoiding the attacks of those magic tools. Little Qilin was suddenly attacked and was startled. It reacted quickly and immediately opened its mouth to spit out a green, drizzling water wall to protect its body. 2 of those attacking rays and magic tools smashed into the water wall, and the little Qilin dodged the last one with lightning speed. The water wall swayed, and even the little Qilin's body swayed along with it. It was very obvious that the power of those 2 rays of light wasn't small, causing the little Qilin to feel somewhat strained. The water wall shook and disappeared, revealing the figures of a man and a beast. Kirin, Kirin, it's really Kirin, someone shouted in surprise and disbelief. Following the voice, 3 figures flew over from 3 directions and surrounded Ning Xuema and Kirin. Ning Xuema jumped up from under Kirin's stomach and finally saw the 3 people who ambushed her. Her heart skipped a beat. She recognized one of them. One of them was wearing white clothes and a white skirt. She was beautiful and cold. She was the disciple of bright reverence religion, Zhong Rushuang. The other 2 were wearing white robes with bird feathers embroidered on their collars. They were obviously disciples of bright reverence religion. These 3 people were 2 men and 1 woman. The man was handsome and free and easy, while the woman was as beautiful as a flower. It seemed the rumors were true. Bright Reverence Cult and Sun Moon Sect were similar. Not only were their disciples martial arts high, they were also outstanding in appearance. Any one of them would be enough to attract the eye. Zhong Rushuang also recognized Ning Xuema. Her beautiful face changed, and she said, "Eldest senior brother, 3rd senior brother, it was this stinky girl who killed our junior brothers and junior sisters. If we hadn't been poisoned by this stinky girl, our junior brothers and junior sisters wouldn't have died under the claws of the flying dragon centipede on the 6th peak." Ning Xuema's heart sank. No wonder she didn't see the other 3 people. They were already dead. She pursed her lips and said in a clear voice, "Zhong Rushuang, you plotted against us first. I had no choice but to poison you. It was just to protect myself. Moreover, the poison only hurt a little and made you unable to recover your strength for 2 hours. It wasn't fatal." Chapter 263. You only need to rest here for 6 hours, and you'll be able to recover. I clearly told you this before I left. You didn't do as I said and lost your lives for no reason. What does that have to do with me? Zhong Rushuang said angrily. You little witch, you're talking nonsense. How can you be justified when you poisoned us? If you didn't poison us, why would my 3 junior brothers and sisters suddenly lose their strength during the fight? You lost your strength during the fight because you were poisoned by the flying dragon centipede. Don't blame others for your own incompetence. Ning Xuema replied bluntly. Her eyes narrowed again. Zhong Rushuang, you're just making up excuses to take revenge, aren't you? Have you forgotten the oath you swore? Zhong Rushuang's expression changed slightly. I didn't want to take revenge on you. Then why are you and your senior brothers stopping me now? You can't be here to catch up, right? Ning Xuema interrupted her coldly. Or have you forgotten the oath you swore? Do you want me to repeat it for you? You've broken the oath. Aren't you afraid that your master will take the oath? Zhong Rushuang was choked by her words. Her face turned green and white. You, don't talk nonsense. We didn't know you were here. We heard strange noises and came to take a look. We didn't expect a little girl like you to come out of here. She looked at Ning Xuema suspiciously and finally seemed to realize what was wrong. All right, where's number 2? How did you come to the 8th peak by yourself? That's impossible. She turned to her 2 senior brothers and said, Senior brother, 3rd senior brother, this little girl is a psychic trash. She has a lot of tricks up her sleeves. How did she appear here? With her martial arts, it's impossible for her to get here. Her senior brother looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. He was handsome and calm, and his bearing was quite calm. He glanced at Ning Xiuma and said indifferently, "There must be a demon behind this. This little girl is probably a demon." Her third senior brother immediately said, "That's right. A trash like her can't possibly come to the 8th peak." He was afraid that she was some kind of demon in disguise. It was possible that she had managed to deceive number 2. Now that number 2 was not by her side, perhaps he had already been killed by her. We righteous sects take it upon ourselves to subdue demons and exterminate devils. Since we've encountered such a monster, we have to exterminate it. Zhong Rushuang's eyes lit up. She snorted coldly at Ning Xiuma. That's right. Since he had seen a demon, how could he not get rid of him? Little demoness, I'm not here to seek revenge from you. I'm here to exterminate the devil and defend the Tao. The three of them finally found a reason to get rid of Ning Xiuma, and it was so open and above board. They didn't want to be polite anymore, and each of them took out their weapons. Ning Xiuma lightly clapped her hands, giving them 3 claps. Not bad. That's right. In order to deal with a defenseless little girl, you guys actually put in so much effort and even came up with such a bunch of nonsensical reasons. It's really been hard on you guys. So, the disciples of Bright Reverence religion are only SOSO. I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot. She turned her eyes and saw that the man in red had already flown up. At this moment, he was leaning lazily against a big rock. There was a hint of a smile on his lips, and he looked like he was watching a show. It was obvious that he didn't want to get involved. She hugged her zither even tighter, then looked at the 3 of them and smiled. Are you guys going to attack together? Or are you guys going to take turns to fight? She had seen Zhong Rushuang's abilities. She should have reached the 8th level of the human realm. Chapter 264. Even if she were to fight Zhong Yu one-on-one, she would not be able to defeat her. Moreover, there were also her 2 senior brothers. Their martial arts were definitely not weak. These 2 dared to bring Zhong Rushuang to the 8th peak. Their psychokinesis was definitely at Earth rank, level 3 or 4. They might even be much stronger than Ji and Huang. Zhong Yu was even less of a match for them, and Kirin did not seem to have much ability. At most, it could create a water shield or something. She was afraid that it would not be a match for these 3 people. If she wanted to escape safely, she had to find another way. She was not confident, but she did not show it on the surface. She even smiled as if she had a card up her sleeve. The 3 people did not expect her to be so calm in such a situation. She sat on the Kirin's back with a calm demeanor. She looked more like an expert than an expert. That kind of demeanor made the 3 of them shocked. The 3 of them did not think much of Ning Xiuma, who would really take a good-for-nothing as an opponent. Moreover, the other party was a little girl who had not even reached marriageable age yet. They came up with so many excuses just now because they wanted to label Ning Xiuma as a witch so that they could get rid of her openly and snatch the Kirin beside her. In their hearts, they still did not believe that Ning Xiuma had any real ability. Perhaps she was lucky to be able to reach the 8th peak. But now that they saw her full of confidence, they suddenly felt a little uncertain. Perhaps this little girl really did know some kind of witchcraft? Otherwise, why would the divine beast Kirin let her sit on it so obediently? How was it possible for her to come here unscathed? Who was the red-robed man behind her? Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. The 3 of them looked at each other and read the words "in this" quickly in each other's eyes. The senior brother sneered. There's no need to pay attention to so much when dealing with evil. You which look young, but you might be an old monster who has lived for thousands of years. Second brother, Sister Shuang, let's go together. At this moment, the 3 of them had a tacit understanding and thought of the same thing. They looked at each other and immediately made their moves. 3 different colored lights swept towards Ning Xiuma. The 3 of them cooperated very well. One of them attacked Ning Xiuma's lower body, one attacked her chest, and the last one attacked her head. Each ray of light transformed into more than 10 rays of light in the air. As the light flashed, They had already enveloped Ning Shuima's entire body. Ning Shuima screamed and swung the zither in her arms to block the balls of light. Damn it! His Guqin, the red-clothed man who had been watching the show, cursed in a low voice. His figure flashed, and he waved his sleeve. A light golden sword instantly took shape and spun in front of Ning Shuima like a whirlwind. All the light balls that were approaching Ning Shuima were shattered into pieces. Damn, brat, you ruined my zither. I want your life. The red-clothed man's tone was unkind as he stared at Ning Shuima's fingers. This brat's 5 fingers were hooked onto the strings of the zither. As long as she exerted a little force, these strings would break. Because he cared too much, he was even more worried and did not dare to snatch the zither. The 3 of them were shocked. Although they had noticed the red-clothed man since a long time ago, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. As long as the red-clothed man didn't interfere in this dispute, they didn't intend to pay attention to him for the time being. However, they did not expect that the red-clothed man would make a move at the crucial moment. Moreover, his move was so powerful that he broke their combo so easily. Who are you? Why are you helping this witch? The senior brother asked in a low voice. Chapter 265. The red-clothed man was too lazy to pay attention to him. His eyes were fixed on the zither. Stupid girl, this zither is used to play, not as a weapon. It can't withstand any psychokinesis attacks. Take your fingers away. Don't touch the strings, they'll break. Ning Shuima's mouth twitched. Isn't it the Black Wave zither? It's an ancient artifact. I thought that if I played it casually, it would automatically release a killer move. Bullshit. The red-clothed man cursed in anger. This zither needs a special fingering technique to become a killing weapon. It can kill anyone within 100 li. How could it be as wasteful as you? The Black Wave zither. As soon as these 3 words entered their ears, the eyes of Zhong Rushuang and the others lit up. They could be considered experienced and knowledgeable. Naturally, they knew about this ancient artifact. Their master, Yi Qingwan, had also been looking for the Black Wave zither. They didn't expect that this artifact would appear here. It really didn't take any effort to obtain it. The 6 eyes of the 3 people were also fixed on the zither. They wanted nothing more than to snatch it. Ning Shuima's eyes turned. So, it needs a special fingering technique. Looking at you, you don't know how to play it, right? Naturally, you won't teach it to me. Then this zither is useless to me. She suddenly seemed to notice something. She glanced to the left of the red-clothed man. Her face revealed surprise as she shouted, "At Dizun!" Hearing this shout, Zhong Rushuang and the others were all shocked. They all looked to the left of the red-clothed man. Although the red-clothed man wasn't shocked by the title Dizun, he had just heard of this title. He knew that he was a powerful person, so he also subconsciously turned his head to look. The moment everyone turned their heads to look, Ning Shuima laughed. With a wave of her hand, she threw the zither out like a whirlwind. The red-clothed man's ears were alert, and he immediately heard the sound of the zither flying through the air. He abruptly turned his head and saw his treasured zither fly out from his right side, heading straight for Zhong Rushuang's head. Zhong Rushuang was caught off guard. She heard a fierce gust of wind and saw a ball of blue light hurtling towards her. It was too late for her to dodge, so she could only use the sword in her hand to block it. Just as her sword was about to cut into that ball of blue light, a pale golden ball of light suddenly came in and directly collided with her sword light. There was a sound like an explosion. Zhong Rushuang's sword instantly disintegrated into powder. She was also sent flying by the pale golden ball of light. If it wasn't for her eldest senior brother catching her in time, her head would have hit a big rock and turned into a rotten watermelon. After the red-clothed man sent Zhong Rushuang flying with his left palm, he waved his right sleeve. Like a flood dragon sucking in water, it wrapped around the zither. He obviously treasured this zither very much. After his sleeve wrapped around the zither, he shook it a little to dissipate the force of the zither flying out. He didn't want to forcefully pull on the zither and damage its strings. Then he rolled his sleeve back and wrapped the zither in his arms. That 3rd senior brother saw that the object flying out was a zither. He originally wanted to reach out and snatch it, but the red-clothed man was faster than him. Before he could do anything, the zither flew back into the red-clothed man's arms. He couldn't help but stare blankly. On the other side, eldest senior brother had already steadied himself with Zhong Rushuang in his arms. Chapter 266. Zhong Rushuang's face was deathly pale. The arm that used to hold the sword hurt, as if it was broken. She couldn't even lift it. She was still in a state of shock. The blood in her chest surged violently. She wanted to speak, but when she opened her mouth, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Although the senior caught Zhong Rushuang, his arms were numb from the shock. He almost couldn't hold his junior sister's delicate body. He took 3 or 4 steps back before he could steady himself. When he saw Zhong Rushuang spit out blood, he was shocked. "Little sister Shuang, are you okay?" I'm fine. Where's that brat?" Zhong Rushuang was almost gnashing her teeth. Only then did the other two remember Ning Xiuma, who had caused a series of unforeseen events. They looked around, but there was no trace of that brat. There was no need to ask. Ning Xiuma had taken advantage of the moment when they were fighting over the zither and the person. She had taken the opportunity to escape at the most chaotic moment. What a little fox. The man in red naturally also noticed that Ning Xiuma had run away. He shook his head. It wasn't clear whether his tone was praise or helplessness. His zither had returned to his arms intact, so he wasn't in a bad mood. There was even a faint smile at the corner of his lips. Although he looked down on humans, he still admired Ning Xiuma, who was as cunning as a fox and full of wisdom. What a smart little girl. She actually used such a trick to escape and quietly pulled him, who was just watching the show, and he looked down and carefully examined the zither in his arms. He took out a snow-white silk handkerchief from somewhere and wiped the strings and body of the zither. He wiped it very carefully and meticulously. His expression was focused and serious, as if he was wiping a fragile blue and white porcelain. "Damn it, we actually let that brat run away, just like that." Zhong Rushuang stomped her feet. "We'll find her." The senior didn't take it to heart. When Ning Xiuma made a move just now, he knew that her martial arts weren't high. She was only at level 2 or 3 of psychokinesis. In his eyes, she wasn't even a rookie. If they wanted to find such a girl in the future, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Since she had run away, then forget it. They could talk about it later. The most important thing now was this black wave zither. This was their top priority right now. His gaze descended onto the red-clothed man. Through that exchange of blows, he'd already noticed that this man before him wasn't simple at all. He was not someone who could be easily dealt with. However, if the 3 of them joined forces and used their special magic tools, they should have a chance of winning. "Who are you?" Eldest senior brother asked, secretly sending a secret signal to his junior brothers and sisters. The 2 of them understood and quietly moved a few steps, seizing the advantageous terrain. The man's features were elegant. He was clearly dressed in a fiery red robe, but his entire person was as gentle as water. Under the starlight, his temperament was as enchanting as the moonlight. He was still wiping the zither with his head lowered, as if he didn't notice that the 3 of them had already surrounded him. Hearing the question of the eldest senior brother, he didn't even raise his head. "I don't want to tell you. Why? You don't dare?" Yin Rushuang added. "Because it's useless." The man in red continued to wipe his zither slowly. This argument was quite fresh and also quite choking. Third senior brother sneered. "Why do you say that? A real man doesn't change his name or his surname. What's the point of hiding like this? Could it be that your name is shameful?" Chapter 267. The red-clothed man finally raised his head and smiled gently. Under the starlight, his eyes were gentler than water ripples. "The reason is very simple. Because you're going to die. The dead don't need to know other people's names." The 3 people, they looked at each other, their expressions more alert. The eldest senior brother said coldly, "Your Excellency's words are too harsh. Do you think you can kill us with your own strength? Besides, we have no grievances with your Excellency. Your Excellency's ruthless words are too unreasonable." The red-clothed man's eyes swept over them. "Aren't you surrounding me and talking nonsense because you want to snatch my zither?" He smiled again. Anyone who wants my zither has only one word: death. Do you guys understand my explanation? He stood there, his robe fluttering in the wind. His expression was not like he was talking about life and death, but more like he was talking about the weather. This kind of attitude, this kind of bearing, if one did not have absolute confidence, they would not be able to do it. Although the three of them looked young, in terms of actual age, they could be said to be old foxes in the Jianghu. At this moment, seeing this man's attitude, their hearts were beating wildly. It was as if they saw the grim reaper stretching out his butcher's knife. They suddenly regretted. Although the divine weapon was important, their lives were naturally more important. The eldest senior brother knew how to conduct himself and immediately said, "Your Excellency misunderstood. We did not have any extravagant thoughts about this zither." "Oh, then why are you surrounding me?" The red-clothed man seemed to be very easy to talk to. It's like this. We were passing by and heard strange sounds. We were afraid that evil spirits would appear and harm our righteous friends, so we came to take a look. We just happened to see that which coming out of this cave. Brother, you followed closely behind. We thought you were together, so we wanted to confirm it with you. So this zither is your Excellency's? That's very good. Your Excellency must be a master of music. Coincidentally, my master Yi of Bright Reverence is also good at music. If you have the opportunity in the future, you may come to our Bright Reverence as a guest. He was obviously showing weakness and wanted to run away. Of course, at the critical moment, he also revealed his master's identity to make this man have some scruples. After all, Yi Qingluan's reputation of being protective was known by everyone on this continent. Every time they met an expert that they couldn't beat, they would show off their master's name. Usually, the other party would give up and sometimes even apologize to them. This was like the second generation of some officials or the third generation of power. It didn't matter if they had real ability or not. The key was that they had a father that others couldn't afford to offend. Flashing it at the right time was still very useful. On this continent, there were not many people who dared to provoke Yi Qingluan, and even fewer people who did not know her. Unexpectedly, the red-clothed man in front of him was the exception among the exceptions. He glanced at his eldest senior brother and suddenly smiled. His tone was somewhat serious as he said, "She is not a demoness." Eldest senior brother was stunned. He coughed and subconsciously retorted, "How do you know she's not a demoness? Perhaps you were also deceived by her disguise." "She can't fool me." The man in red curled his lips. "Because I'm the demon." It was earth-shattering. The three of them were shocked and retreated a few steps. The man crooked his finger at them and smiled even more gently. "Didn't you want to eliminate evil and protect the Tao? Let's do it together." The three of them. Chapter 268. A faint golden light rose from the ground and engulfed the entire rocky slope in an instant. Kieran ran as if it was flying. It ran through the rugged mountain as if it was flat ground. In less than an hour, it ran down the 8th peak, the 7th peak, and headed toward the 6th peak. "Master, you actually used this method to run away. Didn't you say that when enemies meet on a narrow path, the courageous will win?" Kieran didn't understand why Ning Xiumo would run away without a fight. Little idiot. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the courageous will win. When both sides are equal in strength, or when there is no chance to run away, you will fight for a chance. If the difference in strength is too great, then blindly rushing forward is what a boorish man would do. Other than losing your life for no reason, it's useless. As a person, you have to be flexible in order to live longer. Ning Xiuma took the opportunity to teach Kieran. Although Kieran had lived for 2,000 years, no one had ever taught it these survival skills. Now that it heard it, it felt enlightened. It didn't recognize the wrong master. She was still very reliable at crucial moments. Ever since they established the 10-year contract, she could communicate with it telepathically. This was also the main reason why they could cooperate so well in these two dangerous situations. The little Qilin's current strength was several levels higher than Ning Xiuma's, but when it was together with her, it felt an unprecedented sense of security. It was no longer a lonely beast. It felt good to have companions. Kieran ran over a few mountains. Although it was a little tired, it felt warm in its heart. Master, you really scared me when you threw the zither out. If that red-clothed evildoer couldn't catch it and broke it, I'm afraid that guy would immediately take your life. When I threw it, I calculated the angle and strength. That red-clothed evildoer treasures the zither so much. It's impossible that he couldn't catch it. Ning Shuima smiled. She was very good at calculating people's minds. She knew that as long as those people knew that the zither was the Black Wave zither, they would definitely be tempted and have the idea of stealing it. They wouldn't chase after her. As for that red-clothed evildoer, because of his oath, he wouldn't harm her unless there were some special circumstances. This move of hers seemed to be extremely dangerous, but she was actually quite confident. She had perfected this plan of diverting the trouble to someone else. She patted Kieran's shoulder. All right, you can slow down. We don't have to rush back. Calculating the time, she had been out for 4 days. It was also the 5th day since the ancestor came to the Imperial Palace. The ancestor should have left by now, right? Ji and Huang should have been released from the Ice Palace by now. He should have heard about his Imperial father's marriage by now, right? What would he do? Ning Shuima had a good impression of this genius crown prince who had always helped her. Those 3 people are really bad. They actually called you a demonist the moment they saw you. You're clearly a real human, and you don't have any demonic aura at all. I can see that their psychokinesis is not low, but their eyesight is really bad. You can't even tell a human from a demon. It's not that they can't tell. They're just looking for a reason to kill me. They actually took a fancy to you. Ning Shuima patted its shoulder again. A Chilan beast, that was a rarely seen divine beast. Those 3 people being greedy was also within her expectations. They're so bad. I won't follow them. Kieran snorted. It was still a little worried. But since they're greedy now, I'm afraid that they won't let it go. Who knows, they might try to find us in the future. Chapter 269. Ning Shuima's eyelashes curved. Don't worry, they won't make trouble for us again. The red-clothed evildoer will swiftly finish them off. They won't be able to walk down Tian Shu Mountain alive. The red-clothed evildoer does indeed have the strength, but Master, how do you know he will kill them? What if he just beat them back? They suffered a loss at the hands of the red-clothed evildoer. I'm afraid they will turn around and make trouble for us. Ning Shuima smiled. Do you think the red-clothed evildoer is a bodhisattva? That guy is very vicious. Once those 3 people have the idea of snatching a zither, it's time for them to die. Besides, he just suffered a loss at our hands. He's in a bad mood, and those people just happened to deliver themselves to his door. Kieran nodded. Master's plan of killing with a borrowed knife was really good, but there was still one thing it did not understand. So it asked, Master, in fact we didn't have to run away. The red-clothed evildoer treasures his zither so much. You only need to threaten him with a zither. He will definitely help you and send those people away. Isn't that safer? Ning Shuima patted Kieran's head. Not simple, little apple. You can actually think of this plan. You're really smart. Praised, Kieran immediately felt proud, its pair of eyes like crescent moons. Such a smart master is praising it for being smart. But if even it could think of this plan, how could Master not think of it? Why is that? It did not want its master to change the topic, so it asked again, indicating that it was not easy to fool. Ning Shuima rubbed the space between her eyebrows. The reason why she did that was because she knew that the red-clothed evildoer was not someone who could be easily threatened. Even if she used the zither to threaten him, he would have no choice but to make a move. His heart would definitely be indignant, and he would most likely go easy on those people, scaring them away. It would also leave her with a big hidden danger. Taking 10,000 steps back, the red-clothed evildoer, under her coercion, would cleanly destroy those people. The trouble was not over yet. Number 2 had said that Yi Qingwan knew the soul summoning technique, so she would know the cause of her disciple's death and who the enemy was. Then the matter of her coercing the red-clothed evildoer to kill those 3 people would soon be known by Yi Qingwan. With that woman's vengeful heart, she would still be the primary target to be hunted down. It could be said that there would be endless trouble in the future. Now that she had used this method to escape, those three people would no longer care about her. She was killed by the red-clothed evildoer purely because she wanted to snatch the zither for her master. If Yi Qingwan wanted to take revenge, she would first look for the red-clothed evildoer. This method was rather dark and not too bright. Ning Xuema felt that the little Qilin was still a pure and innocent little Qilin. It was better not to let it understand this kind of immoral method. So she patted Kirin's big head and said, "I didn't think of it at the time, so I used a more complicated method. My Kirin is still the smartest. Come on, work hard." Kirin had rarely been praised in his life, and now he was in high spirits again. "Master, do you think the pervert in red will chase after us?" Kirin was more afraid of him. "Don't worry, he won't. He swore not to hurt us. He won't go back on his words." Kirin was slightly relieved, then suddenly remembered something. "That's right. Master, the people in this world usually make an oath in front of the gods. An oath has a strong restrictive effect on people or immortals, but it has no effect on demons. Demons can only swear in front of the demon ancestor. That red-clothed evildoer is not an immortal, right? When he swore, was it in front of the gods or the demon ancestor?" Chapter 270. Ning Xuema's expression changed slightly. When that guy swore, his first few words were, "I swear before God." If he practiced the devil path, this oath would be useless to him. "Little thing, why didn't you say so earlier?" Ning Xuema felt a headache coming on. I was locked up for too long, so I forgot. Perhaps after 1,000 years, the pattern of oaths had changed. No matter if it was an immortal or a demon, an oath was binding. Yes, it must be so. Otherwise, that red-clothed pervert would have found trouble with her long ago, and wouldn't have let her go so easily. She felt a faint chill on her back, so she asked Kirin to walk faster. She'd better go back to Marquis Jing Yuan's mansion first. She had drifted outside for several days and had been on the brink of death several times. She somewhat missed the big bed and delicious food in the mansion. The pale golden light surged like a tide, and everything in its path turned into powder. Zhong Rushuang and the other two tried their best to dodge, but they couldn't. A moment later, the three of them were trapped in the pale golden light. At the most critical moment, eldest senior brother opened the most precious treasure of the sect, the Great Wisdom Barrier. According to legend, this was something invented by the venerable sovereign and was a magic treasure for the disciples to protect themselves. Yi Qingwan had made one under the venerable sovereign's personal guidance, and it could be considered a master-disciple collaboration. It had a very important meaning to Yi Qingwan, so she had always kept it by her side, and the disciples couldn't even touch it. And the one that eldest senior brother was opening now was made under Yi Qingwan's guidance. Although its effect wasn't as good as the one Yi Qingwan kept, because it had half of Yi Qingwan's magic power, its effect couldn't be underestimated. When this barrier was opened, it could protect one's own people from all external harm. Eldest senior brother had taken many risks in his life, and in the most critical moments, this great wisdom barrier had saved his life several times. Because using this thing would consume a lot of psychokinesis, he wouldn't use it easily, but now he had no other choice. This great wisdom barrier's appearance was a transparent sphere, and the three of them were now protected inside it. The pale golden light outside submerged the whole sphere, and the rustling sound was like silkworms chewing mulberry leaves. Countless large stones were silently shattered in front of their eyes and turned into flying dust. The power of this move released by the red-clothed man was really too great. It was simply unimaginable to them. The three of them shrunk into the cover and shivered. They finally understood that they had indeed provoked someone they shouldn't have. This person wasn't someone they could afford to provoke. "Hey, your tortoise shell is not bad." The red-clothed man curiously stretched out his hand and lightly patted the ball. His hands were slender and perfect like ivory carvings. When he patted, he seemed to be patting casually. But just this one hit caused the great wisdom barrier to bounce a few times in the faint golden light, letting out an ear-piercing sound. It became thinner bit by bit, like a soap bubble about to burst at any moment. The faces of Zhong Rushuang and the other two changed drastically. Under the shadow of death, Zhong Rushuang finally collapsed. She screamed from inside, shouting out her life-saving magic weapon that had worked every single time. You can't kill us. You won't have a good ending if you kill us. My master knows the soul summoning technique. If you kill our physical bodies, my master will summon our souls for questioning. Once she finds out that you are the murderer, you will be in big trouble. My master will avenge us and teach you a lesson that will make you wish you were dead. Chapter 271. Who knew how many bright Reverend School disciples had said such words to intimidate? But this time, in front of this red-clothed man, it was clearly ineffective. A hint of rumination flashed past his eyes. He reached out a hand and patted that great wisdom barrier that was about to shatter. Hearing you all say this, Wu, I'm actually a bit looking forward to your master's revenge. Originally, I even want to scatter your souls together, so as to prevent you all from being an eyesore like flies. But now it seems that no matter what, I have to leave one of your souls alive, or else no one will be able to report to your master. Oh, which one should I leave alive? His expression was like he was picking a chicken in a chicken coop. Zhong Rushuang and the other two's faces could no longer be described as deathly white. They were completely devoid of color. It turned out that there were people in this world who weren't afraid of their master. My father is Li Gang had run into, and he didn't bite at all. The red-clothed man treated them the same way he treated Ning Xuema and the little Qilin. He also gave the three of them a choice. Out of the three of them, only one of their souls could be left behind. However, they could decide who to leave behind. In other words, he supported the three's internal strife, and the one who won and survived would be the lucky one. His multiple-choice question made the three brothers and sisters who had originally shared life and death and worked together to fight against the outside world instantly become enemies who wanted each other dead. Each of them used their own unique skills. The third brother was the first to be killed by the eldest brother, and his body was kicked out of the Great Wisdom Barrier. This Great Wisdom Barrier was indeed a strange treasure. It was easy to leave, but difficult to enter. As soon as the third brother's body was kicked out, it immediately melted in the faint golden light, not even leaving behind a bone. Eldest brother, Zhong Rushuang's expression was mournful, and her eyes were filled with tears. I know you've always liked me, and you love me the most among all the brothers and sisters. You once played the flute under my window for an entire night, and you said you would go through water and tread on fire for me without hesitation. The eldest brother seemed to be moved, and the hand holding the sword slowly lowered. Yes, I've always liked you, but you refuse to respond to me. Eldest senior brother, it's not that I don't want to respond to you. It's just that my telekinesis has yet to break through to the Earth rank. I'm ashamed and afraid that I'm not good enough for you. Actually, I've always liked eldest senior brother. Zhong Rushuang stared at the tip of his sword, and her voice became even more sorrowful. Do you have any proof? Eldest senior brother seemed to be in disbelief. Evidence. Zhong Rushuang smiled bitterly. Do you need evidence to like someone? You're saying this at a time like this because you want me to give you the chance to live. Sister Shuang, do you really think I'm stupid? Eldest senior brother, you're wrong. In order to prove my feelings, I've decided to give you this one and only chance. Eldest senior brother, you take care. The tears in Zhong Rushuang's eyes finally rolled down. A crying beauty was always pitiful, not to mention that she was a sweetheart. Eldest senior brother couldn't help but step forward. Little sister Shuang. Zhong Rushuang looked at him with tears in her eyes. Eldest senior brother, I just want you to know how I feel. I'm afraid that if I don't say it now, I won't have another chance. I understand. Little sister Shuang, I'm sorry. Don't say sorry. Eldest senior brother, your telekinesis has already broken through to the Earth rank level 6. Your survival is more useful than ours. Rushuang only has one request now. What request? Tell me. Chapter 272. Eldest brother, can you give me a hug? That way, even if I die, I can smile in the underworld. Okay. The eldest brother opened his arms, waiting for the final hug. Zhong Rushuang cried out and threw herself in his arms. Eldest brother, A pair of lovers tightly hugged each other in a moment of life and death. Then their bodies suddenly trembled. The tip of a sword protruded from their backs, close to their hearts. It turned out that they had taken advantage of this moment to plot against each other and deliver a fatal blow to each other. At the same time, the two people's bodies shook, and at the same time, they reached out with their palms, desperately slapping each other away. The eldest brother's martial arts were clearly much higher than Zhong Rushuang's. His palm directly slapped Zhong Rushuang out of the Great Wisdom Barrier. Zhong Rushuang didn't even have time to cry out before her whole body disappeared in the faint golden light. Zhong Rushuang's sword was stuck in the eldest brother's chest. Because he had dodged at the most critical moment, Zhong Rushuang's sword didn't directly pierce his heart. He wouldn't die for a while. He staggered back a step and sat down with a thump. "Slut, you lied to me." The red-clothed man stood not far away, watching this good show of killing each other. A trace of disgust flashed through his eyes. In the face of life and death, love and friendship often couldn't withstand the test. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Their souls have already been scattered, right? The eldest brother gasped for breath like an ox. Now, he was the only one who survived. If his master knew that he had killed his junior brothers and sisters, he wouldn't let him off. However, this red-clothed demon said that the other two souls would be scattered. That way, his master would never know the truth. He could also cry and complain to his master. Maybe he could reincarnate into a good body. Therefore, the souls of those two people must be scattered. The man in red crossed his arms and looked at him. He didn't answer his question. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "You really are the most vicious and merciless person. No wonder you can live for so long." He changed the topic and said, "Actually, the three of you don't have to die. My martial arts haven't fully recovered. Sending out this golden light is already an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as you work together to support this tortoise shell for a quarter of an hour, I won't be able to do anything to you." As he spoke, the faint golden light surrounding the Great Wisdom Barrier finally completely dissipated, and not a trace of it could be seen. Eldest senior brother, his hand that was holding the sword began to tremble. He wanted to stand up, but he was also heavily injured. At this moment, he could only force himself not to faint. He couldn't do anything else. The Great Wisdom Barrier was originally supported by his telekinesis. At this moment, he was already at the end of his road. Naturally, the Great Wisdom Barrier could no longer support him and shattered with a bang. Eldest senior brother lay there like a dead dog, gasping for breath. The red-clothed man's expression became even more joyful. "Are you regretting it? Can't wait to tear me to shreds?" Eldest senior brother could not answer a single word. What was the use of regretting now? There would be no turning back. He panted even harder, and blood began to seep out of the corner of his lips. The red-clothed man slowly walked forward and made a hand gesture to eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother's body trembled. His arm did not listen to him, and the sword in his hand slowly moved towards his own neck. He wanted to struggle, but he didn't have the strength to do so. Seeing the gleaming sword edge getting closer and closer to his neck, all the hair on his body stood on end. He desperately shouted, You said you would let me go?" Chapter 273. "Ah, yes. I did say that I would leave your soul behind to inform your master and let your master find me for revenge." The red-clothed man nodded. His voice was still elegant. He turned his head and looked at him. "Will you inform your master?" Did this red-clothed demon want him to inform his master or not? He said that he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. If that was the case, he should not be his master's opponent. The eldest senior brother was at a loss and hesitated for a moment. Is this not easy to answer? The red-clothed man was a little unhappy. If you let me go and spare my life, I swear that I will not report today's matter to my master." The eldest senior brother took the opportunity to make a request. "Then wouldn't your junior brothers and sisters have died in vain? If your master asks, how are you going to answer?" The red-clothed man's eyes were shining. I will say that they died under the claws of the magical beasts on the 9th peak. This is not a good lie. No matter how powerful the magical beasts on the ninth peak are, they will only kill them at most. They will not make their souls scatter. Think of a better one. The red-clothed man was not satisfied with this reason. The eldest senior brother had to think desperately. Finally, he thought of a reliable one. I will say that they died in the hands of the Wind and Cloud sect leader. The Wind and Cloud sect leader had always been at odds with their bright reverend school. That sect leader also had the ability to make people's souls scatter. The red-clothed man laughed. Very good. Say it like that. He pressed his hand down fiercely. The sword in the eldest senior brother's hand directly pierced his own neck. Blood spurted out wildly. His eyes suddenly widened and his body slowly fell down. The red-clothed man raised his hand and gently blew on it. He was afraid that today's matter would set off a reign of terror on the continent. In the future, it seemed that it would not be so boring. He lowered his eyes and looked at the zither in his arms. Suddenly, he faintly sighed and gently wiped it again. With Kirin, the king of beasts, by her side, Ning Xiaomo went down the mountain very smoothly. All the magical beasts that smelled Kirin's scent fled at the sight of her. Therefore, she did not encounter any magical beasts on the way. She worked hard for half the night and finally reached the third peak at dawn. The magical beasts on the third peak were obviously much weaker. There were already gentle animals like the magical rabbit. There were many disciples from various sects who came here to train and level up. Ning Xiaomo had also encountered a few waves. She didn't want to have any contact with these people, but Kirin's figure was too eye-catching. No matter which group of people came into contact with him, they would scream, "Kirin! Heavens, that's a Qilin!" Then, a large group of people chased after her. Little Qilin's speed was much faster than these people, leaving them far behind. However, the Qilin beast was an extremely rare divine beast. Since these people had seen it, how could they give it up so easily? They used all kinds of magic treasures to track him down, persevering like sticky candy. Moreover, they would also call their friends and inform their friends in the mountains to surround and intercept them. Moreover, there were quite a number of people who came to the third peak to train. She had just shaken off one group when she encountered another. In less than half an hour, she had already been chased by 5 groups of people. There was a long trail of people behind her like ants. Seeing that there were people who came to intercept her at every intersection, Ning Xiaomo knew that she could not run anymore. She had to face them. She patted Kirin's head and signaled for him to stop. Kirin had not been chased by people for more than 1,000 years. He was a little panicked. "Master, what are they doing? I already have a master. Why are they still chasing me?" Chapter 274. Why? It was nothing more than curiosity and greed. The corner of Ning Xiaomo's lips lightly hooked up. "How did you deal with the embarrassing situation of being chased?" Kirin has been wandering outside for thousands of years, so he must have encountered many situations like this. The little Qilin paused for a moment. I summoned other magical beasts to block it for me." Ning Xiaomo's eyes lit up. It turned out that Kirin had the ability to summon other magical beasts. "Little Apple, listen to my instructions later." Ning Xiaomo quickly told Kirin how to escape later. Kirin nodded repeatedly. It also told Ning Xiaomo about its misgivings. Their Qilin clan's summoned beasts' ranks were directly proportional to their psychokinesis. Right now, it was still a cub, so its psychokinesis wasn't that high. Therefore, it could only summon beasts that were rank 6 and below. Beasts that were rank 6 and above would at most run away when they saw it and wouldn't listen to its summons. Ning Xiaomo understood. However, it was enough to summon a few magical beasts below level 6 in this place. In this short moment of delay, people from all walks of life had already caught up to them. There were more than 100 people rushing up one after another. Strange, why are there so many people in the mountain today? No wonder there is a treasure light in this mountain. It is the Kirin beast. Yes, we did not come in vain. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since a Kirin beast appeared on this continent. Where did this one come from? There's a little girl riding on the back of this Kirin beast. Who is this little girl? Is she a fairy or a demon? This Kirin beast has a master. In the blink of an eye, These people had surrounded Ning Xiuma and were discussing her without any restraint. Ning Xiuma glanced at these people's clothes. Obviously, they were from different sections. There were men and women, tall and short, fat and thin. Ning Xiuma had done quite a bit of homework in the Marquis's mansion over the past few days. She had researched the heritage of the various great sects on the continent and so on. Although it was the first time she had seen many of these people's clothes, she was not unfamiliar with them. Tempest sect, Limitless sect, Seven Stars sect, Boundless sect. There were disciples from 8 to 9 different sects, big and small. However, he didn't see any disciples of the Sun Moon sect. These people were all staring at Kirin, and the light in their eyes couldn't be concealed even if they wanted to. There was no one who didn't want to hunt an eye-catching pet. It would be dazzling and could help them level up. However, the spirit beasts in this world were not that easy to tame. To tame a spirit beast, there were 2 conditions. First, it had to have spiritual intelligence and be able to communicate with its master. Secondly, people who want to subdue spirit beasts need to learn a kind of pet summoning technique. This kind of technique can't be learned without rank 6 human rank or above. Not every spirit beast that had spiritual intelligence could be tamed. Most of the spirit beasts were arrogant, close to demons. Naturally, they were not willing to be controlled by people. Even if they were captured, they would rather be beaten to death than recognize a master. Therefore, if one wanted to tame them, it was impossible to rely on force alone. These spirit beasts must be truly convinced. Only then could they be used by people. Because of the harsh conditions of taming spirit beasts, although there were many magical beasts and spirit beasts on this continent, there were very few who could really tame them. As for the Kirin, it was originally an extremely rare existence. It would not appear for hundreds of years, so no one had ever tamed it. It was said that the continent's #1 ancestor also had several spirit beasts, but there was no Kirin among them. Chapter 275. Now that one had finally appeared, it was being ridden by a little girl who didn't even look 12 or 13 years old. And from the looks of it, Kirin was quite obedient. What was this little girl's background? How'd she do it? Countless people had the same question in their hearts. Their gazes towards Ning Xiuma were filled with envy, jealousy, and confusion. Ning Xiuma sat carefreely on Kirin's back. Under the countless gazes, her expression didn't show the slightest bit of uneasiness. She was very calm and at ease. She had already guessed most of these people's identities and was a little surprised. She thought that these disciples of various sects who appeared on the 3rd peak wouldn't be of high status and were most likely new disciples. However, after she swept her eyes over their clothes without batting an eyelid, she realized that there were actually high-ranking people like Commander and Hall Master among them. Their positions in the sects were high, so their martial arts were naturally high as well. Their psychokinesis was at least of human level 7. With her current martial arts, she wouldn't be able to defeat even one of them if she were to fight them head-on. Moreover, there were 17 or 18 of them now. In addition to the other small fries, she definitely wouldn't be able to escape if she didn't use any special methods. Treasures move people's hearts. Once treasures were involved, even fellow disciples of the same sect might curse each other to death. Moreover, she didn't have any relationship with these people. She didn't even know them. If they were to attack her, they would have no qualms. The reason why they hadn't made a move yet was because they hadn't figured out her background yet. In addition, the others were eyeing her covetously. No one wanted to be the first to test her limits. The situation now looked peaceful, but it was actually very dangerous. If Ning Xiuma didn't handle it well, she would probably be surrounded and attacked immediately. Although Kirin could summon 6th-level magical beasts, this was the 3rd peak. The highest level magical beasts here were 4th level, while the rest were on other peaks. Distant water couldn't quench a present thirst. She would probably have to go through a lot of trouble if she wanted to escape safely. "Little girl, which sect are you from?" Someone finally spoke. The white robe Ning Xiuma was wearing was given to her by Jiuzun. Although the material was excellent, there wasn't any symbol of sect in the style, so they couldn't guess her identity. Her expression was too calm and her posture too relaxed. Even the experienced martial artists with a pair of sharp eyes couldn't see what was wrong with her expression. Only the truly strong would have such an aura. This little girl's face looked unfamiliar. Perhaps she was some hidden expert? Otherwise, how could she tame Kieran? Ning Shuama's gazes tss and hers is. Those people were already wary of her. Now that they saw her like this, they didn't dare to act rashly. The person who asked the question was a hall master of the fragrant hall of the Seven Stars sect. He was intimidated by Ning Shuama's powerful aura, so his tone became respectful instead. Yesterday, in the middle of the night, this mountain suddenly emitted a brilliance, illuminating the entire place. Our sect leader specially ordered us to come to this mountain to investigate, but unexpectedly, we met Your Excellency here. May I know who Your Excellency is? Did you just tame this Qilin beast? Ning Shuama glanced at him again, her voice even colder. Are you going to interrogate me? Chapter 276. Her gaze was extremely sharp, and her aura was as oppressive as the sea. That Xiangzhu felt a chill in his heart and could not help but take a step back. I don't dare. I know you don't dare either. Ning Shuama's tone was cold. Benzin still has matters to attend to. I won't keep you company. She urged Kieran underneath her. Kieran understood and walked towards that Xiangzhu in large strides. It was obvious that it wanted to let him pass. Her aura was too strong right now. Nobody could figure out her depth, so nobody dared to stop her. Wherever she went, they all got out of her way. That Xiangzhu was also stunned by her. Seeing her walking towards him, he could not help but move to the side to open up a path. Ning Shuama slowly walked past him. A faint fragrance was emitted from the young girl's body, intoxicating and mysterious. That Xiangzhu lowered his head and bowed. His expression did not change, but in the end, he was not reconciled. He wanted to test Ning Shuama's depth. After Ning Shuama passed by, he suddenly made his move. He raised his hand, and a jet-black brilliance attacked Ning Shuama's back. Ning Shuama did not seem to notice. Seeing that jet-black brilliance was about to reach her back, her figure flashed and suddenly disappeared. That Xiangzhu was startled. He suddenly felt dizzy. He staggered and fell to the ground with a putong sound. Everybody was originally watching every move that was happening here closely. Ning Shuama's every movement was seen by them. There were so many people present, but not a single person saw her figure clearly. They only saw a faint shadow flashing around the Xiangzhu. That Xiangzhu fell to the ground with a putong sound. By the time everybody came back to their senses, Ning Shuama had already returned to Kieran's back. She continued to move forward without even looking back. Everybody was speechless. What a fast speed. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was like thunder and lightning. Just based on this kind of movement, it was enough to prove that this girl was a top expert. That Xiangzhu could be considered a well-known character on this continent. Unexpectedly, he did not even make a move before he fell to the ground. Nobody even saw how she made her move. What did this mean? An expert. An absolute expert. When did such an expert appear on this continent? They didn't even know about it. Ning Shuama didn't look back, but she knew that she had shocked everyone. They no longer dared to act recklessly. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. She continued to walk at a leisurely pace. Incense Master, Incense Master. The disciples of the Incense Master looked at their Incense Master in panic. The Incense Master's eyes were tightly shut and his face was pale gold. His body was twitching as if he was in extreme pain. His disciples pinched his philtrum and tried all kinds of first aid, but to no avail. Everybody gathered around him, but they could not see anything. The disciples had already tested him with silver needles, but this Xiangzhu did not look like he was poisoned. Instead, he looked like he was hit by some kind of unique skill. Seeing that the Incense Master was twitching even more violently, one of the disciples was enlightened. He suddenly knelt down in front of Ning Shuama's back. Just now, our Incense Master only wanted to test your skills. He did not have any evil intentions. We hope that Your Excellency will be magnanimous enough to forgive our Incense Master's mistake and save his life. He kowtowed repeatedly. Kieran, who was slowly moving forward, paused for a moment. Ning Shuama's voice was indifferent and cold. If he really had evil intentions, how could he still be so angry? Forget it. Seeing that you are from a prestigious and upright sect, I will spare him this time. There will be no next time. She flicked her finger, and a pale, white pill flew into the disciple's hand. Give it to him. Chapter 277. The disciple was overjoyed. He did not dare to delay, and quickly gave the incense master the medicine. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Ning Shuama's back. Although they were unwilling, they did not dare to make any moves. However, they were unwilling to let her go like this. Ning Shuama gently patted Kiran's horn. Kiran understood and raised its head to let out a long whistle. The whistle was clear and loud and spread far away. In a moment, all kinds of beasts roared in the surrounding forest. The trees crackled and countless beasts rushed over. Everyone was shocked. Although the level of these beasts was not high, there were many of them. Moreover, there were many kinds of beasts. Among them, there was no lack of man-eating beasts. Although there were some experts among these people, most of them were newcomers. Encountering this kind of beast tide, they were afraid that the newcomers would have an accident. Therefore, the experts of the various sects no longer cared about Ning Shuama. They gathered the new disciples together so that it would be easier to protect them. The scene was a bit chaotic. Everyone was facing a great enemy. What they did not expect was that these beasts did not have any intention to attack them. Instead, they just clustered behind Ning Shuama as if they were protecting her. This scene was too shocking. Everyone held their breaths as they watched the scene unfold before them. Ning Shuama's petite figure was like a queen surrounded by the beasts. She slowly went away in front of everyone's eyes. Who is this person? I can't tell. She's dressed in white, and she's a child. Could she be the ancestors' servant? No, it can't be. I have seen the ancestors' servants' clothes. They are not like this. Then, could she be from Bright Reverence? They teach techniques to retain one's youthful appearance. This girl may not be young. Everyone was talking about it. They were desperately trying to guess Ning Shuama's identity. However, they could not figure it out. No one had the courage to chase after her. Chi. Not far away, a chuckle suddenly came. A bunch of trash. The voice was as elegant as the sound of a zither. Everyone was startled. They raised their heads and looked towards the source of the voice. Then they were all stunned. On a big tree not far away, there was a red-clothed, black-haired man. Under the starlight, his face was as delicate and elegant as a fairy's. His black hair and red robes fluttered in the breeze. There was a hint of enchanting in his gentleness, and there was a hint of wickedness in his enchanting. Like a gorgeous tune, it slowly unfolded in the night. He stepped on a tree branch that was not even as thick as his little finger, as if he was going to ride the wind in the night. There were so many people present, but no one knew when he had arrived. Without a doubt, this person was an expert, and it was the top-notch kind. The crowd did not know if they were lucky or unlucky. Within a single day, they had met 2 experts on the 3rd peak of the Heavenly Book Mountain. Moreover, they had never seen them before. Who are you? What was the meaning of that mocking sentence just now? There is no lack of proud and arrogant men among these people. After being humiliated like this, they naturally have to ask. If it weren't for the fact that the red-clothed man looked refined and elegant, he would have scolded him on the spot. The red-clothed man smiled. His elegant smile slowly bloomed in the night. You were actually scared by a trash little girl. If you're not trash, then what are you? Everyone, nonsense. How can she be trash? She was able to subdue the Chilan beast, defeat Incense Lord Chung in one move, and summon 100 beasts to protect her. How can she be trash? Your words should be more reliable. Chapter 278. Yes, she is obviously a hidden master. Her movements are so fast. If she doesn't have an extremely high psychokinesis, it is impossible for her to have such good kung fu. Everyone refuted. You can choose not to believe me. The man's elegant face smiled like a spring breeze. Just don't regret it. He leaped up and disappeared from the tree. Everyone was speechless. Kiran's temptation was too great. If that girl was really a good-for-nothing, they would be scared off by her words, everyone looked at each other. After a while, a group of people chased after Ning Xiuma. Naturally, the others did not want to fall behind. They were afraid that someone else would take the initiative, so they all chased after her. The large open space was once again deserted and cheerless. The man in red slowly appeared on the tree branch. He rubbed his chin with his jade-like hand and looked in the direction Ning Xiuma had gone. "Little girl, you have to pay the price for scheming against me." How would she deal with the crisis this time? His pair of dark green eyes flashed with anticipation. At this moment, Ning Xiuma rode Kirin over the third peak and headed to the second peak. "Master, you are so cool." Kirin was excited when she recalled the scene just now. "You defeated that old man with one move. How did you do it?" Ning Xiuma was silent for a moment. "Cough, I poisoned him just now, ah? You didn't do it?" Ning Xiuma coughed again and said honestly, "If we really fought, I couldn't defeat him." "Kirin, but he didn't look like he was poisoned. I saw that they also tested it with silver needles. If it was a poison that could be detected by anyone, how could I scare them off?" Ning Xiuma smiled and patted Kirin's head. "The move I used just now has a phrase in Sun Tzu's Art of War. It is called the empty fort strategy." Sun Tzu's Art of War? If Sun Tzu's Art of War is so powerful, then my Art of War must be even more powerful. "Master, you should use my Art of War." Although Kirin did not understand half of it, he still suggested excitedly. The corners of Ning Xiuma's eyes twitched. "I've never written about the Art of War." He only wrote about the Tao Te Ching. Sun Tzu is an honorific. That person was actually called Sun Wu. Ning Xiuma began to teach Kirin about the history of her era. The situation just now was extremely dangerous. First, she used her unfathomable and lofty aura to suppress them, and then when she passed by that Xiangzhu, she released a kind of poisonous powder. This kind of poisonous powder had a serene and elegant aroma. If one only smelled this kind of powder, it would not be poisonous. It was harmless to the human body. After that, she took advantage of the time when the incense master was about to make a move. She used her peerless qing gong and her strange footwork to fly in front of the incense master. Then, in a flash, she used another kind of poison on him. When the two poisons were combined, the poison immediately took effect. It knocked down that arrogant incense master and successfully shocked everyone. Then, she let Kirin summon all kinds of fierce beasts to protect her. She appeared even more mysterious and inviolable, making everyone lose the courage to chase after her. To put it bluntly, she had relied on her disgusting poison skills, top-notch qing gong, and unique footwork to create an extremely powerful illusion. She had managed to scare everyone so that she could get out of this predicament. It was similar to Zhuge Liang's empty fort strategy. At that time, she did not show it on her face, but her palms were sweating because of nervousness. Now, her inner force was quite strong, but her psychokinesis was still ordinary. She could only use her qing gong. If she did not use this method, she would not have been able to escape today. Chapter 279. She was dealing with a group of people, but it was much more dangerous than dealing with a group of ferocious beasts. Fortunately, she was finally out of danger. As long as she was given another 2 hours, she would be able to return to her Marquis Jing Yuan's mansion, eat the delicious food prepared by the chef, climb in her own big soft bed, and have a good night's sleep. She believed that this time, all of her servants would definitely be present. This adventure could be considered to have come to a successful end. Her eyelashes curved slightly, and just as she was about to smile, she suddenly sensed something and her expression changed. "Someone is chasing after us." Kirin was stunned. "How do you know?" It did not even hear the cries of the birds in the surrounding forest. "Be careful underground," Ning Xiuma shouted softly. Before her voice died away, rows of sharp stone spikes suddenly stood up from the ground that was full of fallen leaves. At the same time, countless green leaves flew towards the woman and the beast like green arrows. Ning Xiuma's upper and lower paths were sealed in an instant. Ning Xiuma did not have any weapons in her hands, but fortunately, she was playing with a branch. Seeing that the situation was not good, she waved the branch in her palm. Kirin let out a long howl, opened its mouth, and a blue wave swept across the ground. Wherever the blue wave passed, the sharp stone spikes were broken into pieces and turned into powder. Although Ning Xiuma used all her strength to sweep away the flying leaves, the force contained in the leaves was too great. Obviously, it was sent by a master. Ning Xiuma's arm was shaken until it was numb and painful. The branch that was as thick as a thumb was cut into a small section. The back of her hand was also cut by a leaf, and there was a bloody wound. Blood was flowing out. "Ha, you were just bluffing. This old man almost fell for your trick." A group of people who seemed to have rushed over from the ground came out from the soft ground and landed in front of Ning Xiuma. "Yes, we were all fooled. This little girl is just SOSO." A group of people also flew down from the surrounding trees. Her psychokinesis is at most level 3. Her footwork is a little strange, but there is nothing else. Another group of people came out from behind the mountain rocks. Groups after groups of people came out with all kinds of tricks, surrounding Ning Xiuma in the middle like an iron bucket. Suddenly, Ning Xiuma couldn't escape. How could such a person be the Qilin master? That's right. She must have gotten lucky and tricked Kirin. "Little girl, who are you? I shouldn't have deceived so many seniors. If you know what's good for you, then hand over Kirin. A divine beast should be owned by someone with talent and virtue." "Not bad, not bad. It's a waste for a little girl like you to have it." Everyone was shouting and yelling. They all wanted Ning Xiuma to hand over the Kirin. Ning Xiuma took a deep breath. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly heard the sound of wings flapping above her head. A cold and crisp voice sounded faintly. How is her psychokinesis low? She's just a psychokinesis trash. "Ning Xiuma, so this is where you are?" Ning Xiuma raised her eyebrows and looked up. A red-crowned crane flew over a low altitude. Before it landed, a young girl jumped down from the crane and landed on the ground. She had phoenix eyes, cherry lips, and the majesty of the imperial family in her coldness. It was the princess of Vast Sky Empire, Ji Yunyao. Ji Yunyao was a high-profile person. She was a noble princess and the disciple of the Storm Sect's sect master. Most of the people here knew her. Those who knew her greeted her one after another. The disciples of the Storm Sect even went forward to greet her. Chapter 280. Although these sects were usually not under the control of the imperial family, all under the heavens belonged to the imperial family. The sects in Chongkong country naturally did not want to offend the imperial family, but the sects from other countries naturally had some misgivings in other people's territory, so they still gave face to this princess. Even if they did not like her, they still kept a respectful distance and tried their best not to provoke her. When Ji Yunyao arrived, she exposed Ning Xiuma's identity, so everyone naturally asked about it. Ji Yunyao was naturally happy to dispel everyone's doubts, so she said with disdain, "She's that super trash miss from Marquis Jingyuan's estate. She doesn't even have a bit of psychokinesis." Because it was hard for a real trash to appear on this continent, Ning Xiuma's super trash reputation was very widespread. Almost everyone present had heard of her. Of course, she was recently locked in an iron cage, her engagement with the sixth prince was annulled, and Lu Hin-ti proposed marriage, but she was kidnapped. These matters were also spread all over the city. These people had recently been active in Chongkong country, so they naturally heard about these matters. There were all kinds of pleasant to hear and unpleasant to hear. When these people heard it at that time, they only treated it as a kind of after-dinner entertainment. They didn't expect that the little lass who rode on the little Qilin and almost coaxed them into running around in circles was actually the continent's #1 trash. My imperial father originally took special care of her for the sake of the dead Marquis Ning. Seeing that she was pitiful, he did not care about her bad reputation and wanted to take her as his concubine. Who would have thought that she actually did not know what was good for her and ran here? Ji Yunyao continued to gossip, her eyes flashing with resentment. Wasn't she kidnapped? Someone questioned. Look at her appearance and the clothes she's wearing now. It's obvious that she eloped with someone. This robe is a man's robe. That's right, that's right. She must have eloped with her adulterer. She doesn't seem to be wearing pants. It's indecent. It's indecent. Someone yelled. Although Ning Xuemo was wearing a robe, she only wore a pair of briefs inside. She was also riding on Kieran's back, so the robe was slightly flipped up, revealing her white calf. When people saw it, they immediately called it out as evidence. Too shameless. So embarrassing. I'm so embarrassed for her. All kinds of discussions are like a basin of dirty water, splashing Ning Xuemo without any scruples. Countless gazes fell on Ning Xuemo. Their gazes were filled with disdain as they commented on her. Most of the people who made these comments were girls. After all, when Ning Xuemo rode on the little Qilin, she was in the limelight. That cool appearance of hers had subdued many people, making her the focus of attention. Naturally, it also attracted the jealousy of many girls present. Originally, I didn't know about Ning Xuemo's background, so they were a little hesitant and uncertain. Now that she finally had the chance, she couldn't help but speak harshly. She couldn't wait to step on her a few more times. Ning Xuemo smiled. These filthy words might be very hurtful to other girls, and they might not be able to accept it. But to her, this baptism of saliva was no different from tickling. Some things were fine as long as he had a clear conscience. Everything else was up to him. Her gaze fell on Ji Yinyao's face, and Ji Yinyao also looked at her with awe-inspiring righteousness, as if she was looking at a piece of trash. This princess's jealousy was really perverted. Nothing had happened between her and that crown prince, but she had already attracted such a vicious revenge. Since she didn't give her face, then why should she give her face? Did she really think that she was afraid of her?